Good morning and welcome to the TI10 Western European Qualifiers. I'm joined as ever by T-Governor and Sheepstick, and I am Dan Offen, aka Mr. Big Jams, here to talk you through this opening series. T-Governor, what did you think about these teams we saw yesterday, and how do you think they're going to match up today?
Is that specifically just Liquid and Chicken Fighters, or all the teams across today?
Why don't we do the broadest possible answer that you could give with all the teams across today?
Oh man, thank you. I'll start with OG, of course. They basically brought out Chen to everyone yesterday and made everyone think about that new hero. And they are playing with this kind of infectious energy that kind of emulated their TI8 kind of qualifier run / TI9 performance as well. So I think that's the team, of course, to watch out later today against an also very good looking Tundra. And we have legit not said this team's name once, I think, on this broadcast, all right? Chicken Fighters, all right? So far, they beat Viking, they beat No Bounty Hunter, they beat Hellbear Smashers 2-0. They've not dropped a game, and I think we haven't really mentioned them, because honestly, I expected them to maybe lose to Viking, but they have just knocked away the competition, and playing up against a shaky Liquid, I'm excited to see this series coming up.
How about you, Sheep? Do you agree with that assessment of Chicken Fighters?
I think Chicken Fighters look really good. I've been watching their games. I'm super excited to see how they fare today against Liquid, because Liquid's not looked the hottest. We've had Chicken Fighters on this undefeated streak in the qualifiers so far. Meanwhile, Liquid not coming off the greatest of runs at any major ESL. They've been knocked down to lower bracket now in this. So I don't know. I feel like there could be some momentum here for Chicken Fighters that allows them to take another upset.
I think Chicken Fighters are a team that we've seen. I mean, in this qualifier, certainly we've seen flashes of brilliance from them, and they've been very impressive. But across the whole season, there's been times when they've looked like almost a top tier team, and then times when they've looked really quite bad as well. What do you think is the differential between those two kind of states, T? Is what makes them good sometimes, and what makes them kind of somewhat so disappointing other times?
Such a deep, meaningful question. What makes them good and bad? I guess the players individually all have their flair and experience, and that's what they bring to the team. I think a lot of these European rosters, they need that kind of louder voice to come in, and Chicken Fighters often lack that voice throughout the season. Era, ever since the NIP days, he stepped down from wanting to be that captain, and they lost their big voice, and I think, and now Peksu rejoined the roster, and Zibe moving back to the offlane, where he was kind of brought to light. Everyone knew him for his offlane. I think they've kind of just regained that confidence, and this is a roster that has consistently been within the European region, but has never got to the tournament. They've always been in the qualifier, always taking games off teams, always doing the upsets, but they're not able to get over the final hurdle. And I think TI9 is the best example, where it's the final tribe era. These guys, they're going to the grand final, and it's they were the team throughout the entire year performing, but then they can't get through to the grand final. It's it's unfortunate, and I think I really want these players to get to a tournament, finally, please. But maybe this is their chance. I don't know, but they do deserve it. They've been grinding so hard for so many years.
Yeah.
They're all such nice guys as well. Peksu's really, really nice. I'm a big fan of his. Era's lovely as well, and so is Shibe. I don't know the other two so well, but these are, as you say, players who, some of them are in the final tribe, who were those also rans for an entire season, which was kind of that devastating thing where they were one game off pretty much every major. Maybe not quite that dramatic, but it was
one series.
Let's meet our expectations so much. Let's take a look at the schedule for today and what we've got coming up across the Western European TI10 qualifiers. We have, of course, Team Liquid versus Chicken Fighters. We'll talk about Team Liquid in more detail in a second. And then Team Nigma versus Spider Pigs, OG versus Tundra Esports in that upper bracket final. And then another lower bracket match. The winner of one, so Team Liquid or Chicken Fighters versus the winner of two, or Nigma versus Spider Pigs. Is OG Tundra the one you're looking forward to most, Sheep?
No, I'm looking forward to Team Liquid Chicken Fighters. I love Liquid. I love the boys. I think Tiger and Insania are two of the nicest Dota players I've ever met. So I'm very much absolutely stoked to be paneling for their series today. Can't wait to watch those games.
So why don't you talk to me a little bit about what's gone wrong so far with Team Liquid? They've won one series to get to the position they were in yesterday, and then looked, I guess, weak against Tundra Esports. What do you think's happening in their Liquid camp?
I think they dropped the ball a little bit on the drafts yesterday, especially against Tundra. They got brooded, which is obviously a nightmare for for any team. They were playing Storm into Nyx Assassin, which never feels too good. I think they had a few execution problems, like their early arenas with Voxy's Mars in game one weren't the ideal outcome. I'll just say that much. They also gave away. Yeah, so nice. I think they gave away terribly both games too,
Yeah,
which
they
I
did,
think
yeah.
is something that you just can't do in this patch. This hero is so strong, has amazing carry matchups. It's just absolutely so hard to deal with. They also tried picking Monkey King, which just hasn't looked that great at all this qualifier.
Yeah.
I think it has a 20% win rate or something.
It's let's take a look at the bracket and see what their run so far has been. They've gone, of course, they 2-1 Spider Pigs, who have looked, I guess, reasonably strong so far. They beat Into the Breach yesterday, which was obviously a devastating moment for us. But it was a 2-1, so it was not a comprehensive win, and then a 2-0 victory loss to Tundra Esports. T, do you think there are signs of hope for Team Liquid in those games or in this run so far?
Yeah, I think the initial 2-1 against Spider Pigs, it's like, look at the rest of the bracket, right? OG lost to Viking, Nigma lost to Smash. So I think all these top teams had the kind of that shaky start to TI. We've heard interviews where, like, no matter what level of experience you got, if you're a TI winner all the way down to like a novice, you're going to have that kind of inside your gut feeling like we're playing the TI qualifiers, we could make it to TI. So I think that initial series you can kind of put aside for Liquid. But yeah, the Tundra series for sure. I think game 2, that was Liquid really bringing back their kind of style of life and everything. They were dominating. They're up like, it was like 18k at 14 minutes or 12. It was like a stupid amount of gold at like the 14 minute mark. And like this was their game to lose pretty much. And they unfortunately did run a little bit head on into Tundra. And again, not taking anything away from Tundra there, but like Tundra played phenomenally well. They like used Kuras to skip waves. They did so many cool little niche plays to dismantle Liquid's like amazing lead. But so like this score, it's very deceptive. Like it might be a 2-0 to Tundra, but like this easily, it should have been like a 3-game series. We could easily be talking about Tundra right now. And I think that's mainly credit to like Tundra's ability to understand how to get through a hard game, because that was Liquid dominating for like best part of the first 20 minutes of that game.
Mm-hmm. Let's start to think about the draft. What sort of opening picks are we going to expect to see here from either team, Sheep?
Chicken Fighters specifically have been picking up a first phase Faceless Void, which is quite surprising to me because I've found this hero to be quite underwhelming in general. I haven't thought it to be that strong, but they made it work. They've been picking Faceless Void and Snapfire. First phase, they did it twice. They did it once against No Bounty Hunter and again against Viking GG. Interestingly, they actually, in the No Bounty Hunter game, they flexed the Faceless Void to offlane and put it on Zibe and end up picking a Drow for Charlie. So I actually think it's really cool that they can do that and win. Like, they're winning all these games. The Faceless Void been respected. It's been getting banned after they own with it. After that, they usually tend to prioritize this Viper hero, which they have been flexing between mid and offlane. I really like the way that Chicken Fires have been playing. They usually give Charlie some hard farming carry, like Terrorblade, Luna, even PA, actually, they brought out. And then the rest of their team have been just running at heroes and making loads of space. They've picked like Razors on Supreme and been really making this strat work. Also, Pexu's played Phoenix in 5 out of 6 games.
Yeah, too many games.
Too many. They just keep giving him the butt. It actually gets through to second phase in most of the games. Like, people are just not respecting this Phoenix, and they just keep getting it and they keep owning with it. So that's probably the likely draft we're going to see coming out from Chicken Fighters. They also have just been super successful with these Magic Burst heroes on Era. He's been playing Snapfire, he's been playing Lion, and I love it. I think Lion's been totally underpicked in the games, at least we've been paneling for the past 3 days.
It feels, T, that Liquid to me aren't getting a lot of the heroes that they like at the moment. Because a classic Liquid hero is Brood, a classic Liquid hero is Lone Druid. It's kind of these little odd picks. It feels like they're not doing these odd picks anymore. Would you agree with that? Are they missing maybe some of the old Liquid magic?
I think this always changes as like your understanding of the patch kind of develops. And I think Liquid, if anything, they are too comfortable in their own ideas, and I think that's kind of so. It's kind of like if anything, sorry, Dan, it's like kind of the opposite of what you said.
Oh, right, okay.
Sorry, it's like during the major and stuff, like Blitz would mention how they only had like 1 or 2 major strategies, and like after the wild card, then the group stage, like those strategies were figured out, and they didn't have like that plan C or plan D to really lean on. And like so far in the qualifiers, like if you look at the heroes that they played 2 games of Ench Monkey King, which is like their concept, their idea. They played a couple Mars games. They've played Slardar. They've played the Slowndra. Like they are picking like their heroes, but just in the game it just isn't meshing as cleanly as before. And I like you can say, oh, but this draft's a little bit weaker, this is a bit that, but like with simply put, Liquid is missing their flair that they often bring to games where you always feel like they have that comeback potential. They always feel like they have that kind of second lease of life that will surprise their opponent. Like when they're down 30k, like you always believe they're going to find a way. And like right now in this qualifier, there isn't that kind of energy that these other teams are bringing right now. And I know that's a very kind of like whimsical way of wording it, but like it just, yeah, Liquid, it just doesn't have that spark right now. And it doesn't matter what heroes they have, like if they don't have that spark, like you need that to win a qualifier. So hopefully today, since last night, they've kind of at least got each other, you know, pat each other on the back on like that game 2 Tundra, we were looking good, you know, maybe we shouldn't have plowed face into tier 3-4s, you know, and then that's the type of energy that they need to beat a team like Chicken Fighters that is kind of on that kind of momentum swing right now.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think they're lacking? Because Liquid are skilled players. They're a good team. They have a good captain. They're all very experienced players. We've seen great stuff in them before. We've not seen them win a major tournament, but we've seen them win tournaments. Why do you think they're this team that have 1 or 2 strategies? What do you think is causing that? I know that's a big question. Sorry.
That's again another big question. No, I think they do have, you know, many strats to bring out. It's just simply like the confidence in what they think works in the moment. And like in all competition, like you know what your S tier stuff is, you know like your A, B, etc. And I think right now it's like Liquid's just trying to find their footing and what they exactly want to do and what they think's best. And of course, when you lose a series in this type of qualifier, like you don't have a second chance. So now like that means like all the prep today, they need to really go, okay, what is actually good for us? Like what is our opponent playing? And like what can we bring to the table? So I think they do have more than 2 strats. It's just that was an example of the major, but like the idea is what are they confident to actually showcase? Because yesterday, like game 1 wasn't that confident, looked pretty shaky. They were playing into a brood, but still, like they just need to they're an amazing team. They're very good at bouncing back and keeping up the spirit. So like everything I've said doesn't really have much meaning because like they've already probably answered the questions that I've posed, right? They've already ticked these boxes. So this should be a very even series, which is exciting because like before this tournament started, I would have probably very, you know, simply said, Liquid would win this. But it's very good to see that these teams are like probably 50-50 now, honestly.
Stepping up. Well, we've got
the Void's not banned.
Sounds good.
Void is not banned. They're gonna.
But they didn't pick it. Took Nyx.
No.
It's quite
They've
interesting.
got time. Liquid aren't going to pick it. Tiny, that's an interesting pick.
Yeah, the main thing here is Chicken Fighters was always second pick when they did this Void flex. So potentially that might be the reason because they don't get the final pick in the entire draft. So they can't like surprise Liquid to the very end. And that's why they go for a more standard like Nyx TA style of opening.
Yeah, I do like the bans from Liquid, the Viper Phoenix. We talked about how they've been prioritizing them in the draft after that strat. So good to take it out, force them onto something new. Chicken Fighters going to make sure they don't get brooded too.
Chicken Fighters will almost always pick Phoenix if they can. I mean, it's not this qualifier they've won all their games, so having a 100% win rate on Phoenix is kind of by the by, but they do have a 100% win rate on Phoenix.
Stats don't lie, Dan. Stats don't lie.
They don't lie.
True.
Ooh. AA Tiny though, very nice second pick opening because if your team is confident running a untraditional Tiny 4, it still can work pretty well. But we also saw yesterday with Nigma and Miracle when he played that Tiny. You know, he was running down Sumo on the CK from the tier 1 down to the tier 3, like up in the face. It really does create a lot of space to open up these kind of bigger farmers. And it kind of lost popularity during the major, but it was very prominent during DPC. Just the idea of a in-your-face mid-tiny. And of course, the pairing with AA, Vortex, more damage, Avalanche Toss, 400 to 0 certain heroes.
Is it always going to be a mid-hero? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Dan. I was going to say, so you know who I miss? I miss Tiger's Earth Spirit. He's played it like once at the Animator, I think, and he just hasn't played it at all in these qualifiers. He didn't play it at all otherwise in the tournament. I miss it. That was like his signature hero. He owns on this hero. He's absolute beast. It just seems like it's completely fallen out of what they want to do in these games. And I'm not entirely sure why.
Well, it's like the idea that in offlane you wanna bully the carry, right? And Earthspirit's a very kind of stale hero for laning phase, where you kind of sit in the trees, you wait for the roll. If you don't hit the roll, you're just kind of sitting there, right? You're just existing. And like, I think most teams just want to have offlane plus annoying, idiot, infuriating four that clicks you and blocks your camps and does everything. Like Earthspirit can't invoke that negative emotion in the safe lane.
But I feel like you could pair it with something like a Viper, although I guess it's not really a boxy hero. But if you took this like Viper hero, like Viper and Earthspirit together seem like quite a horrible offlane to play against. So I feel sad that they're not trying to make Tiger's Earthspirit work in these games anymore. But he's so good at roaming. So if he does get put on this tiny and it's not mid, like I'm looking forward to it still.
What has Tiger been playing? He's been playing a lot of Snapfire and a lot of Enchantress, and not, if we're honest, much else. Yeah. What sort of stuff, if not the Earthspirit, would you like to see him on Sheep?
And those heroes you said, I really love Snapfire as a hero. She's definitely one of my favorites. She's got a special place in my heart. I don't think they'll be playing it this game because there's a Nyx on the enemy team. That hero is super disruptive to Snapfire's gameplay because of the carapace on basically all of her spells. So is this a Lina for Tiger? Or, I mean, this kind of says that the Lina or the Tiny are going mid.
It's just kind of keeping it open, right? Like Lina and Tiny can both be 4 mid. So maybe they're going to be like, ooh, surprise! They pick up their carry on the 4th slot. So then they get to unravel their draft in the final phase.
I mean, Lina's pretty decent against TA, right? So
yeah,
it's most likely mid Lina.
Yeah.
It could be a double surprise of a mid AA. Yeah. You never know.
I think for the start. All right.
Boxy Slardar. That is my favorite boxy hero. He's so fun on this Slardar.
Yeah, like Liquid, all of their heroes right now are just like no cooldown, run at you style heroes. They can play really strong laning phase as well. So this is going to be emulating kind of what happened in game 2 for Liquid against Tundra yesterday. Like they did crush their lanes, they did run over their opponent. They just kind of outplayed themselves a little bit. So yeah, I'm excited to see that Liquid have leaned more into what worked well yesterday.
Yeah, they paired the Slardar with Snapfire before though, right? And they don't have that this time.
They have a Medusa. Okay. How do you feel about that, Sheep?
I do like it a lot. I think she's just this hero that you want to not be able to get bursted. I don't know how likely that is into an AA Lina and a Tiny who are very good at comboing and bursting, but I feel like she's someone that could live through this Tiny combo easily, so that's going to pose a problem for Liquid with how they want to start fights. If she lives through that burst, which is most likely it's a Medusa, then these TAs and Snapfire ults are all going to come out and they're going to super be able to just counter initiate, especially with hopefully a nice last pick offlane on Chicken Fighters that can help start these fights. They're kind of missing some good initiation right now, or hard initiation.
Do they need initiation, or can they let Team Liquid kind of come at them?
Yeah, the thing with Liquid is they have a lot of like great ways to kill a hero, but it's for one hero only. They're not going to be able to combo multiple heroes down. It's not like they have big team fight, right? So this is why Chicken Fighters picked this Medusa with confidence. As like TA can just go in first. Doesn't matter if she dies to the Slardar plus Tiny at like AA combo, because then it means they don't have the resources to kill the Medusa. So Liquid needs to break down the map quick enough so that Chicken Fighters can't like offer up one piece of their their board to then use another. So I think I like how Chicken Fighters can play into this game, but they still don't really have the answers of like how do they actually kill a hero on Chicken Fighters in like the first 20 minutes of this game before TA or Medusa has farm. Like Nyx, Snapfire, just 2 alone, they're not going to be able to do the damage. Whilst Liquid, all of their heroes are going to bring something to the game, like from minute 0 all the way through until like the mid game until Medusa TA really kind of shine.
Pick up of that PL ban as well as a Dragon Knight on Team Liquid. What are these last bans we're looking for here, Sheep? What would you like Liquid to not be able to pick?
Liquid need a carry that helps with the tempo of their game because they're going quite fast so far, and I don't think there's a carry that Liquid can pick here that is going to be able to carry them late game against this Medusa TA. I feel like it just looks stronger right now against the rest of Liquid's lineup. So maybe they'll just try and go even faster, potentially. Maybe they'll just pick some bristleback carry, just start running down these lanes. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what else they can do. They have TB banned, PL's been banned. Arc,
So they're not going
interesting.
late, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of these late game carries are just out of the pool right now. Spectre, Luna gone. So I'm wondering if they're just going to double down, or if they just have something in their pocket that I can't even fathom right now that they're just gonna wipe us away with.
I think
they could pick a Void, couldn't they?
For Liquid.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't like that? Like Void or Anti-Mage, like the maybe okay. I think I kind of lean towards Anti-Mage if Chicken Fighters pick a off lane that doesn't really apply too much pressure in lane and was more of kind of like a farmer. That could just give Liquid like the haha got you, specifically because of the lack of damage that I previously mentioned. Like TA is very good against that hero, but you know Chicken Fighters right now for Zibe, they need that that off lane presence. Maybe even just like a casual Doom in the off lane. You get a BKB. You don't go for damage from your off lane, but you just go for tanking through the spells, like I already mentioned from Liquid. And now suddenly it props up the Medusa to TA to actually play their game.
What's Shibe like as an offlaner? Because we've not previously seen him play that role. He usually plays 4. He played offlane, I think, briefly on a Alliance or something, didn't he?
He played for OG Seed.
Yeah,
OG Seed offlane.
That was it. Yeah, he was very versatile. So far in the tournament, he's played 6 different heroes in the 6 games that he's played, and like it is the role that he played before he transitioned to support for for 5 men and for all the teams since the OG Seed days.
There's 4 on OG Seed. What?
I think he needs to play something active though.
Yeah, I think
because Doom is nice and he has been playing Doom, so they could pick it, but it's very greedy with Medusa and TA, in my opinion. If they think they can get away with that, fine. But it seems hard into Liquid's lineup.
They're almost out of time.
It's fine.
Quickly say a hero and see if you can call it.
Dumorax. Oh, Pango.
That
rhymes with Dumorax. It's good. We're fine.
We haven't gotten
it's of the same genre.
Yeah, exactly. Of Dota heroes.
Yeah, it is a Dota hero, and that is my level of analysis.
But no, this is nice. Like, it allows them to cut through into the backlines, and like, if you ever jump on any of Liquid's heroes, they are going to die. And they just go for a drow. Okay.
How do you feel about this drow sheep?
It's a hero.
It is also a Dota hero, yeah.
I quite like it. They don't have. I mean, TA is gonna get this blink, and she's gonna be hopefully very aggressive on Chicken Fire's side to try and shut down Drow. I'm kind of scared for her. I think if they're setting up with the Pango role and Snapfire role, it seems hard for Drow to survive these early skirmishes, so she's probably gonna have to play like quite tucked away in the jungle ancient area while the rest of his team move on the map, take fights. I think Lina Tiny with early blink and oh no, it's not gonna be early blink. It's a 4 Tiny. It seems difficult for Liquid to take fights in my opinion, and easier for Chicken Fighters to execute. This Medusa I think is a lot easier to play than a Drow. But I think Liquid are also a really experienced team, and they can totally pull this off.
How about you, T?
I think the Drow pick is to win the lane against this Pangolier, and then it allows them to get that first Aegis from the Slaughter, and it that will answer kind of Sheep's concerns about like the survivability of the Drow, and it does give them a nice timing to beat heroes like TA, like Medusa, because you just kind of run through them. Like Chicken Fighters, if they miss the Rolling Thunder or they don't get that clean stun, like they don't have stuns. So Liquid's all about kiting. So I like the fact that Liquid oversubscribed to what they did yesterday against Tundra. Like they want to play quick, they pick these heroes, it's amazing. Just if they fall short, they will just lose the scaling point of this game. But yeah, I like how they built themselves a nice lineup to play into first for Aegis and into the face of Chicken Fighters.
Okay. Well, can Chicken Fighters and Jibe's Pangolier roll on through to a Game 1 victory, or will Boxy Slardar crush their hopes? We're going to hand over to our casters for this game, Evo Plus and Seek and Strike.
Thank you, Dan. It is a very exciting matchup indeed. I am quite sad that we have to see one of these teams leave. We have the revitalized Chicken Fighters versus a Liquid that's really hoping to demonstrate people why they're one of the favorites. Who's going to take it? Honestly, I don't know, but I'm happy that at least we're getting a Liquid draft. Always excited to see Boxy Slardar, and we'll see how this game ends up. How are you, Richie, today?
I'm doing well. You know, we said goodbye a little bit past midnight yesterday after the Spider Pigs ITB game. Spider Pigs playing in our next series. Hold that thought, because Taiga is going to go rush B strategy. It's not going to work out for him. However, he does get a toss back, though, before he goes, and that should allow at least for a trade. But Pexu is going to surprise him there with the Fairy Fire. And Liquid, they're not going to be able to stand their ground here, so they're just going to have to lose the Tiny to start off the game. Not exactly how they were looking to kick their day off, I'm sure, but still plenty of time to recover, just a little bit of a first blood, and the bonus going over to Supreme is going to help out this mid lane a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, it's a tough way to start. I mean, they were already talking about how Liquid is looking for this explosive start, snowballing off the lanes, and then you lose first blood in the suicidal attempt. Not ideal for you. The 4 Tiny is also a hero that's very much a sink or swim hero, very much why I think he's not played as much. Well, I think with the AA, you have a lot more potential, especially in the mid game, to get pickoffs, but if your laning stage is just not that good. If Starter struggles in this laning stage, it's even worse for you. You need to find ganks somewhere. Liquid is very much going back to their bread and butter, I'd say, with this strat, where they're going to trust their incredible laning stage to be able to carry them.
Yeah, I think they might be able to get that done. I'm a little bit dubious of a position 5 Nyx Assassin, if I'm being honest with you. Especially in a lane versus a Slardar and a Tiny. I think he's going to struggle a little bit here. So I think that's going to slow down this Deuce's farm a little bit and help out the rest of Liquid in terms of being able to cut through this Deuce, I think, as T-Gov kind of said. Because it kind of seems like that's what they're going to be going to do here, at least of all.
Yep.
With marksmanship, at least, that's the goal, right? Is to just get this Drow Ranger in a place where she's protected enough to just be able to stand her ground in these fights and just lay down so much damage is, I think, going to be a good way to play this game. So I wonder then how Qualifiers is going to build on the mid lane Lina. Probably BOT's first item into the Yule Scepter, perhaps, right? To just be able to get some solo kill pick off and really just, you know, look to hand off the damage dealing responsibilities to Mickey. I don't know.
I would agree. I think the BOTs into Yule. Like, you're right. I think Mickey is all the damage you need, so if you get more control on the Lina, might be better. This might be the first time when we see a Lina not completely deviate into the secondary damage dealer. It depends how Liquid sees this game. Well, up top, we are going to see an attempt as Ancient Apparitions life, and they're going to get Insania. So that's a really nice start for
Boxy. He's in trouble. They need a little bit more. We don't have the Impale because it was just used. Boxy, though, without any regen, is going to be... Oh, he's got the Courier on the way. He'll be fine. Two healing cells. He knows this lane is actually a little bit difficult for him, especially because Taiga is looking to get level 2 by skipping the creep wave all the way to the tier 3 tower.
Yep. So as we were saying, the Lina's choice here is honestly 2. It's either I'm going to protect my carry by going more of a utility or control Lina, right? And I'll just make sure that Mickey has the best game ever. Or alternatively, I'll become a second threat so that Chicken Fighters has to choose between jumping the Drow and jumping myself. I think either it works, but it depends on the philosophy of Liquid this game and how confident they are. Because if he goes for the second choice, then Slardar and Tiny have to do so much to be able to protect both their really scary orbital cannons, but also really squishy glass cannons. So we'll see what Liquid decides to go for. And also this depends as well of how good Chicken Fighters early game goes. If they can stave off this aggression from Slardar Tiny, these heroes can quickly fall off. But Boxy is a good player at recovering. Should be in the top lane, by the way. He's struggling a bit against the Frost Arrows. Not the easiest lane for a Pango, but for now he's doing fine. 10 last hits, not too bad against Drow.
Yeah, not bad at all. And most importantly, he's really bringing a lot of pressure to Drow Ranger. It's now twice. I've been kind of just idling top on my camera. I've just seen him really just use Swashbuckle super aggressively here. He seems not to be afraid of the cold feet into, a Frost Arrows, right? This is not your typical AA, kind of combo where you just have a stun into the cold feet. Not very likely here, so yeah, that's why he's being very liberal with the usage here. Onto Era they will go. He has Cookie, though, if he needs it, and he's just going to be able to walk off. Lots of damage already, though. Lots of damage, I will say, in this top lane.
Yeah, I don't think you have too much kill potential on the Drow. I don't think Mickey will ever make the mistake of being out of position, but Insania, the more aggressive he wants to play, the more Chicken Fighters just looking to punish that. Taiga might want to rotate at some point. In fact, he's going for rotation mid right now, blocking some camps. Shibe, slowed down, but not enough. And yeah, Taiga's going to take advantage of this to actually rotate up to the top lane, but he actually getting seen by a ward. Chicken Fighters are expecting this rotation already, something Taiga does like to do. Rotation we see very often where you block the small camp, you prevent the mid laner from farming. If it's a TA, I mean, obviously you're going to do that, and then you proceed to try to help the top lane, which has kill potential, but not enough alone. There they go. Taiga seeing the opportunity for Supreme, goes for the Avalanche, has the toss, but it's not a toss back. In fact, they're going to try to kill Supreme under the tower, and that's not going to work there. Supreme will survive the onslaught of damage using the refraction.
Yeah, just was getting that back on cooldown. The little bit of space he made, literally just the 3 steps he took, really saving his life. If he just started blasting Danny DeVito style, he would definitely have fallen there because he needed to buy a little bit of time for refraction to come off CD. So I was dubious of the position 5 Nyx because I actually thought that they were going to lane this Tiny a little bit more. Instead, Liquid, they decided to prioritize some more experience. Hold that thought because top lane Era is getting ganked now by Taiga. Toss back into Insania. And this is going to look like a kill then onto Era. Yep, right click, and it's going to go towards Taiga then. Shibe is going to have to hide over in the trees. Shibe, by the way, who went for the Urn early. Great stats, don't get me wrong. This mana regen and the overall stats is what makes it a really nice item. This is the reason why you saw like Falcon Blade a bunch on offlaners occasionally. Urn accomplishes a very similar thing. Bottom.
Charlie in trouble. He actually might die. There's Mesh ready. The cookie, and they will get a counter kill in exchange, but Charlie's already dead. And the top lane, they're also chasing down Shibe, but he should be able to get out. No swashbuckle just yet. Shibe playing with the shadows, and Vic is like, where'd you go? I'll kill your courier now. Come out. I killed your pet. But Shibe is not John Wick, so he's going to just leave.
He is going to leave. He's going to actually TP all the way home. He's done well to keep 3 heroes top lane. Unfortunately, for Chicken Fighters, they actually still end up losing the Dusa anyway down bottom in that 1v1 lane. I'm not really sure where Peksu was. I think he was maybe stacking. Yeah, he stacked in the triangle. Looks like he stacked some Ancients in the meantime. But yeah, losing the Dusa there is going to be a bit costly. And Boxy is really forcing the issue, immediately bringing in a sentry to lane and getting the D ward. So we still need more heroes from Chicken Fighters to secure the early game for Dusa. Because Charlie with that death, it's not the end of the world, but it's maybe a sign of things to come if they don't try and put a stop to Boxy here.
This is why I like the choice from Taiga to rotate them. Of course, if your 4 rotates, Pexu can stay in the bottom lane, but then you're going to have an inequality in the rest of the lanes, right? So I don't think protecting that Dusa is that much a priority. I think Chicken Fighters did the right play, but Taiga sets the tempo of the game by doing that. And the Slaughter can deal with ranged heroes if you go for a couple more points in sprint, if you play a bit aggressively rather than trying to harass, you're trying to go for kill opportunities instead. The extra experience helps you out a lot in those matchups. So it's not impossible if you're solo. Once there's support, even if the support is like a Winter Wyvern who's not great in lane, it's very difficult for Slaughter to close the gap. But if there's no support, there's chances for you to get kills, there's chances for you actually to get farm, and the extra experience also helps you recover in the mid game. Because I've not seen Boxy, he's not the biggest fan of going Midas early on Slaughter, like some starters will do. He just recovers magically. I actually don't know. Stinger was telling me about this the other day. He's like, I never see him go Midas. I still think he recovers all the time. This guy is so good on Slaughter, and usually I think Slaughter is pretty bad. So that's, yeah, Stinger's a big fan of Boxy.
He's had a good start, and I'm a big fan of his start as well, as here goes Liquid now starting to apply some pressure. I was about to say, we need to make a move somewhere on Chicken Fighters. They feel very constricted right now. Because they, okay, and there's a move, Taiga. He's maybe in a bit of a rough spot. He's got Insania nearby, but Insania's going to have to leave him high and dry here on the high ground. Taiga with some fancy footwork, though. He's going to go ahead and sidestep the Impale, and that might just get him out of dodge. I believe it will. Another trap for the slow. Peksu, distracted by the Courier, is not going to find it either. God. Wow, nice job. And
he pulled out all the stops there.
He really did, and throughout all that, Quakefoot just gets the tower. It was untouched before that wave, already to basically half HP, so big wins for Liquid. I was about to say, we need to make a move somewhere for Chicken Fighters, and the fact that they just kind of chase around a Tiny and don't get anything out of it really hurts, because top lane, Shibe, he's kind of just getting experience right now, 26-2. He's really fallen off from being able to harass the Drow as mid lane. You have a toss. Peksu's going to be able to live through that. So much magic amp, by the way. Even with the 1 point in Ice Vortex, 12%. Yeah, that doesn't sound too crazy, but when you already amp that damage further with the Toss, it really starts to add up. So that's why we almost killed the Nyx Assassin, despite really low levels between the two supports. And then bottom, Boxy is just free farming as well here, basically. Like it feels a little bit difficult right now for Chicken Fighters to get anything started around the map.
Yeah, I mean, this is Liquid's oppressive early game. They're doing really well. Taiga particularly just been doing a great job of setting the tempo. I think they just saw him, so Era's going to come and try to punish this. They do get a lucky shot this time. The Avalanche will not stop a rolling Pango. Taiga, oh no, he hit the corner! No, the corner of death! The bane of every Pango's existence, these magical corners that happen in each staircase. And actually, they're going to get a counter kill, perhaps, on Era. They do have Laguna Blade, but they don't want to use it. Marksmanship proc is going to do the trick, and Era will fall. Mickey, you're not taking the right way home. In fact, Mickey is in trouble now, and they're trying to harass him and finish him off, but he's actually surprisingly tanky. He's going to live this off, and the rest of Liquid will just retreat. That was pretty good by Liquid, honestly. If it wasn't because the Rolling Thunder messed up, I don't think that would have been as good. But I don't want to blame Shibet for that, because if you ever play Pango, if you try to go down the stairs, it's the hardest thing in the world. It's like using a bicycle to go down the stairs. It's actually very, very difficult not to bump yourself.
It's a pretty apt analogy. I can't say I've ever tried to ride my bike downstairs, but I know the feeling. I think I know the feeling. At the very least, though, even though if they don't get the kill here for Chicken Fighters, they at least defend the stack of Ancients, right? I mean, if you get into some sort of engagement there and you end up losing the TA and Lena's still around with mana, that stack is gone, and then your game is basically ruined here for the Templar Assassin. We've managed to avert that situation. Now the Dragonlance is about to be delivered for Supreme. I expect him, he's going to go into the Desolator immediately after. DT Rune's going to be picked up. Maybe we can make something out of this here. This Peksu's going to get tossed in place. Actually land a stun onto Koikva, but the Observer Ward's going to be denied by Taiga after all.
That's all he wanted there. That was a toss to deny the Observer Ward, Taiga. On point. This combo, though, for Liquid, like the support combo particularly, becomes really strong once you hit that level 6 on AA for obvious reasons. But it's actually kind of weak in the early game. I always mention this when it's AA tiny, but toss, the vertical distance cancels Cold Feet, so you actually don't have anything to set up Cold Feet with. Or not cancels, just dispels it, right? Because it's too much distance. And so as a support duo, this is usually a bit weaker. That's why you rather have Tiny mid. But it works out as long as you can huddle down this early game, kind of work it out. And once you get the Ice Blast, Tiny becomes a killing machine, much like a mid Tiny, even without Blink Dagger. Especially because you don't consider the 4 Tiny as being that big of a threat. And the fact that a 4 and a 5 can kill any hero on the map is very scary. Dusa aside, I think Dusa is the only hero that can survive this combo.
Yeah, I think Dusa dies for now, and then I think there's like an ebb and flow to this graph, if you will, some kind of like parabola, if you could imagine, like centered around the mid game.
Not that
Where the mid game, I think that they do kill, or they don't really kill Dusa, and then in the ultra late game, I think they can get through her. Normally, I'd say Dusa in the late game is terrifying because you got Satanic, you got all these luxury items you can build into, but you've got a great answer to that in Ice Blast and Drow, right? So it's not going to be too effective here for the Dusa, but. All right, for now, they're just going to propose and accept the Tier 1 tower trade. No one looking to defend too early on. I think it makes sense. Both teams' team fights are a little bit reliant on having that first item for the Pango or even Taiga Blink Dagger, which he's already halfway towards.
Yeah. Like the Drow is just
Blink, sorry, Boxy's coming in with a Blink right now. He's going to look to
really?
possibly push and fight off the
Not bad timing. Go for the Nyx Assassin. Ice Blast actually in the ready as well. Ice Blast is dead, or Nyx Assassin is dead, rather. And the Drow's been disarmed. Mick is trying to get away. In fact, sees the opportunity to fight yet. Shibe, there's no corners this time, so he actually gets to stop the Slardart, and Boxy will be cooked here. As a little bit of a tribute to our British panel, they gave him some fish and chips. But that's only a single kill on the Slardar. Chicken Fighters does defend the tower, the most important part. Era? Liquid really wants something else here. They don't want to lose their offlaner for nothing here. They don't even take the tower, but Supreme has double damage. It's a bit scary. Koikva doesn't get the lucky shot, and he has Boots of Travel, so he knows he can just use his fancy footwork to avoid the damage. During this whole time, though, Charlie has been farming in the triangle safely, so it's actually a pretty decent win for Chicken Fighters.
Yep, yeah, he shows up there with the Stone Gaze just to make sure that they don't counter-initiate. That's the whole reason Liquid end up on the high ground anyway. But Liquid, they want this tower. They know... yeah, without Kisses, I think Kisses and Rolling Thunder were really crucial in winning that fight, as well as actually Stone Gaze. So now we literally don't have anything to defend the Tier 1 tower. So they're just right back into the mid lane. Boxy's on station again with this Blink Dagger. He'll be looking for another kill. In fact, he's just walking right up to the high ground. Luckily, at least, we have Era in position who's going to sacrifice himself to make sure they get a stun, possibly even a kill onto Boxy, but he's a bit too tanky. Ice Blast now coming for Shibe. It's going to find him. And the Laguna Blade to secure the kill. Taiga as well, closing the door from behind with the Avalanche, ultimately gets the kill. But definitely an overwhelming amount of damage there for the Pangolier. Liquid are playing a really, really nice aggressive style here.
Yep, yep. I mean, this is the style that we know Liquid for. Strong early game, good lanes. And it's not Chicken Fighters looking weaker, it's just the Chicken Fighters just don't have the draft to deal with this, really. You have a Medusa TA, you're going to need a lot of time to farm on the map. But Supreme is getting closer and closer to getting online. Liquid taking advantage of the Slardar to try to take up Roshan. They are dire, though, which, yeah, puts them at a disadvantage. If they were Radiant, this Roshan would be done. Because you can't just hang out in the triangle and save the Roshan. But Chicken Fighters, despite not being as strong right now, they know they can fight this with Mortimer's kisses usually or already available, Rolling Thunder as well, and them having the advantage of this superior high ground.
Yeah, we're really starting to see the difference though in farm between Shibe and Boxy begin to play out. We can see Boxy as this playmaker, just walking up high ground, threatening for the Blink Dagger, forcing these reactions out from Chicken Fighters, and even in this last mid fight where we did get the kill onto Boxy thanks to the Rolling Thunder, Shibe had to just awkwardly roll at them for like 10 seconds before he was on top because he just doesn't have any items yet, right? He went for this Urn of Shadows first, and he's actually still going back for the Orb of Corrosion. I thought for sure we'd see like a Blink Dagger or even a Yule Scepter, something like that, but it's going to be the pure fighting style of Pangolier for now.
No, Orb is too good. Like, I think Orb is the most OP item on Pangolier. You always have to get it. That's why I was surprised seeing the Urn as like a transitional item. I mean, if you're going to go for the Vessel this game, I think there's a justification for that to a degree, but against like the Slardar and Tiny particularly. I don't mind that. Even if you go for just Urn after Corrosion, I think that's fine too. But Over Corrosion is a necessity on the Pangolier. It's just so good. You get a massive slow, a little bit of a minus armor on a bunch of heroes every time you swashbuckle. It goes nicely with your lucky shot. It's just too great. So I like this build. I think I don't know if it's called a correction or the choice is the appropriate one. Pexu could be in trouble. Doesn't have a Spike Carpus, but that's not enough levels for Pexu to survive, I don't think. The Cold Feet not even going to trigger. Boxy even considering going for the Dusa, but Shibe, the Rolling Thunder, and yet again, he hits the corner of the Roshan, but it's going to be fine. Boxy's still dead. Taiga coming in, though, hoping to finish off Supreme. There's the Avalanche. Wants to trigger the Cold Feet, though, so not going to toss him. Supreme will be frozen solid as they fight the Dusa, but she has to use the Stone Gaze herself. And now, in comes Shibe, disarming the poor Drow Ranger. It seems like Mickey just retreat. Insania as well with a TP. He's not going to complete it in time. Too much damage. And Liquid is now being routed back home. Mickey could be in trouble. He has no TP himself. Mystic Snake will slow him down. Has the Infuse drained up. Shibe is very close by. Even the Cookie to get closer to Mickey. And that's going to be a dead Drow Ranger. Only Quoikva survives this aggression from Liquid.
Yeah, that was a really good Rolling Thunder by Shibe. Very well played to him because he rolls in from such an awkward angle. I don't really think Liquid were expecting them to come from their own high ground, but he splits that fight in half. The Dusa and the Drow Ranger, sorry, make that the Lina and the Drow Ranger are both 2v1ing the Dusa, but they actually both end up getting turned to stone thanks to the Stone Gaze, and that fight very quickly falls apart for them as soon as they are able to kind of separate the two ranged right clickers from the rest of the team, quite notably at least Boxy Slardar, who's the first to pop in the engagement. So really, really great fight out from Chicken Fighters. Liquid, though, again, not being restricted by their cooldowns. They know there's no Rolling Thunder. They know there's no kisses. Oh, there's actually Rolling Thunder, but there's no kisses. And now they want to go for a quick kill into Pexu. He's going to manage to find a stun. Avatos, though, and one extra bash out from Boxy is going to secure the kill. Top lane. Quoikva's setting a trap here onto Insania. Shibe not going too far, though.
That Scatter Blast stopped Quoikva's trap completely. They do hit him with the Ice Blast, though, Era. They see him with the Ice Vortex. Quoikva, you want to get the Song of Ice and Fire going? Oh, no, you missed the fire. But it's okay. Laguna Blade. Lightning will do. Who needs fire when you have lightning? And Liquid will be able to take down two supports. It's a little bit of a recovery kill, but this does transition nicely into Tiny Blink Dagger, which you just got. And now you should be able to continue the aggression you were using before, but with more success. Because the last initiation was actually technically Liquid's, and they lost, or not this one, but the one before, was technically theirs, and they lost it. That's a huge blow. Chicken Fighters can really respond appropriately to these aggressions. You have a lot of counter initiation, and that's what Liquid needs to be most wary of. You gotta find them either separated, or as you mentioned, with their ultimates on cooldown, so you can actually get the pickoffs you require. Otherwise, it's gonna be a bit tough, especially now that TA is, I would argue, pretty much online.
Yeah, I think this game, she's like really, really online with the Blink Dagger, I would say.
Yes,
right? She hits hard and she hits from pretty far away thanks to the Dragonlance, and she's got the levels. But I think for her this game, Blink Dagger's a little bit of a game changer, like our panel said, because you got two very similar heroes, the Lina Drow Ranger, who both don't want you to be right in front of them. They get very uncomfortable with that, and that's where TA is really in her groove. But speaking of TA, though, actually, Supreme is farming right underneath a ward. Liquid are going to smoke on over to him. Boxy, his smoke will break, but he's not going to make the blind jump in with the tier 1 tower from Chicken Fighters being at full HP.
Yeah, they've been playing very much around their triangle, and as a proper aggressive team, if you're Dire, you actually try to take over the top part of the map. Your jungle is a bit better, and you can take over the Radiant Triangle, but that tier 1 tower is a big nuisance. And also this controls Roshan, which is important for Liquid, because you have a Slaughter Drow, right? In fact, it's actually important because Chicken Fighters also has a good Roshan taking lineup with the Pango plus TA, so you want to be able to secure that objective. It's just been a bit tough because the counter initiation from Chicken Fighters makes their triangle pretty much untouchable, and this hasn't allowed Liquid to move as freely as they'd maybe like. As you can see, the bottom part of the map has been completely ignored, and that's why Deuce is free-farming their own jungle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And then for Chicken Fighters, again, without like a blink on Pango, without this blink on TA, starting their fights is going to only rely on Nyx Assassin, and that expects your enemies not to have sentry wards in key positions, and that's not something you can gamble on in TI10 qualifiers, especially when it's a lower bracket elimination match. So for now, Chicken Fighters just continuing to farm up their next array of items. The DD rune active. They're going to go hunt in here for a pangolin, and they will see. Oh, now they've got eyes on Shibe. Taiga with the blink dagger here. Yeah, is not going to be able to catch up to him, unfortunately. Shibe is playing with them. He still has swashbuckle, so he shouldn't get caught here.
No, they also used the blink dagger. I think Shibe is fine. Yep, the nighttime vision really screwed over Taiga here. Shibe, oh Shibe, no. What is he doing? Is he looking to... Yeah, he's actually looking to bait them even further, to waste their time. The more you're wasting Tiny's time here, the more space you're creating for your team. Shibe doesn't want to give up this jungle just yet. No, okay, now they're going to hit him. Ice Blast, Shibe, you played... Or you flew too close to the sun, and now you're going to get frozen as a result. So goodbye to Shibe. Or shattered.
Yep, he's going to be shattered. Kisses in the mid lane, though, as they will find that kill onto Boxy. That's going to be Supreme's blink dagger being shown off now, so they're not the only ones, or you're not the only ones who can go for solo pickoffs, is what Chicken Fighters are saying to Liquid now, as right now both teams can very easily kind of just pick each other apart one by one.
Okay, there's a little... Now with Supreme, I feel like you can actually go and hunt the Lina and the Drow a bit more reliably, as you were mentioning. I think now it's truly, as you say, becoming online. Because now you actually have... I would say initiation. Until now, you really were only a counter initiator, unless Nyx got like a surprising impale, well, vendetted. So maybe Chicken Fighter is looking for a smoke, or will look for a smoke soonish. They might just not seem. They might not feel too pressured though. They might feel like, okay, we still have control over the map. We actually have been given a fair amount of control over the map because Liquid's been trying for these really hard aggressive plays. We can continue farming, so not much pressure. But as a Dusa versus Drow, I would like to. Sorry. If I was Chicken Fighters, I'd like to play a bit more aggressively here.
Okay, okay. Well, I think Liquid's not going to give him the chance here. Pardon me, because Quakefa's about to have his BKB delivered. The rest of the team is grouped up around him. I think they're going to maybe look for an aggressive play. There's the BKB online. One thing I wanted to very quickly point out, though, is that Boxy, it looked like he was going to go for the Sange, presumably eventually into the Heaven's Halberd. I still think it's a pretty darn good item this game, especially versus 2 ranged carries. But he's decided against it for now, so he's still have the money for it, but he's queued up instead the 4 staff after only buying the Belt of Strength. So we'll see what this develops into, as that's going to give us a good insight onto how Liquid are feeling this game out, if that makes sense.
I think that's also partially due to the fact that Lina is going for the BKB. So if you notice on Liquid, I mean, wait, Insania is going to die first, I think. Yeah, you're not getting out of this. Well, oh, maybe not with a counter initiation. Insania actually uses the Ice Blast here, and that might be a Nyx dead here thanks to the Laguna Blade. BKB has been used also by Quakefa, but Quakefa almost died to the physical damage from Supreme alone. Not that big an engagement, only support for support. Insania actually bought back for that. It might be that Liquid is looking to fight this again. Mickey gets surprised with a trap. Quakefa, he does have the regen rune. We're fine.
Okay, I was about to say that's a pretty big win for Chicken Fighters because now they can just like push a tier 1 tower. You don't have BKB on Lina. AA bought back, but he doesn't have his spells right now, and I don't think you're too afraid of them because literally all we used there for Chicken Fighters was just a Nyx Assassin Impale. That was the longest CD used. Yep. Now with that regen rune, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to do much about it. Still a good win here. Again, the Supreme showing off the power of the Blink Dagger, right, immediately into the face of Lina. Lina wants nothing to do with that. BKBs still almost dies, but manages to at least escape with her life, only in exchange for the Nyx Assassin. So, yeah, Chicken Fighters still holding their own very nicely.
So on the point that I was making earlier is because Lina went for the BKB, Slaughter feels like you need to be more of a frontliner, also initiator. Oh, Shibe might just die. No, Shibe actually surviving here, Rolling Thunder, but he was going to hit the wall immediately, so he decides, what's the point of wasting this ultimate instead? They're going to lose Taiga alone. So, as I was making, Slaughter becoming more of an initiator, because Lina has that survivability, so she's not as valuable or as easy a target anymore thanks to the BKB, and now going for Shivas. So not as much of a glass cannon as we're talking about, but not quite protection utility, as we can say. So she's not going to become the second target to go with a Drow, but she'll make sure that Slaughter only needs to save Drow. So the Force Staff, Blink Dagger allows Slaughter to actually be more aggressive. This allows Drow to hit. You don't need to go for Heaven Salver to save her, because you already have the Force Staff in any case, if you ever need to save the Drow, because you only need one save. So
Yeah.
I like
I
this
think that makes
optimization
sense.
by Liquid.
I think that makes sense.
You can see the team itemizing together, which is what I like the most about them.
I agree. I agree with that. I think that's kind of a succinct way to put it, right? They're itemizing to play as a team together in these fights. Box is going to be a little bit like the Coast Guard here, right? Just sailing on over to you and getting the Force Staff and maybe even going for a couple of kills. Pexu's real darn fast here on the Spiked Carapace, but unfortunately the stun's not going to last long enough to hold down Boxy for too long. The immediate smoke play, however, out from Liquid is maybe they're going to look for Roche. Maybe they look for a +1 here, but Chicken Fighter's in position, ready to break smokes on the high ground, as they've already done so to Koinkva. Liquid, though, still trying to sneak around. Supreme still regenerating up. They're going to make the jump onto him. Era is patient as ever. There's the Rolling Thunder, the counter initiation now coming through from Chicken Fighters, as Charlie is going to prevent Koinkva from walking uphill thanks to the Stone Gaze. Boxy now running for his life in the river is going to be able to escape. That's an eye. Scotty just finished up for the Dusa now. I think that makes you reevaluate this fight for Liquid, even after this tiny buyback. That's a big item here.
Yep, you want to go for the Roshan instead. You know they just used the Rolling Thunder. They still have Mortimer's Kisses to go into the pit, but Rolling Thunder is their biggest pit ability. So I do feel like Liquid can take this Roshan. We'll see what Chicken Fire tries to do. They did use the Stone Gaze as well, by the way, so those are the two, I would say, that you can defend the Roshan with. They go for a smoke here, Chicken Fighters, just trying to get into position. That's an illusion, Charlie, but it's fine. Kill the illusion so they don't get vision. And Charlie has been tossed back. This time, they don't have an ultimate. Charlie could be in trouble, but they just don't have enough damage to kill him. In fact, the first person to die here is going to be Mickey, who did take the Aegis and a second life. Can they kill him a second time? He has a Hurricane Pike to get back up to the high ground. He's perfectly fine, and Taiga still looking for Pexu. Always the kill Liquid wants to kill first. And they're going to get Pexu quickly, but maybe an exchange for Taiga, or perhaps an exchange for Koinkva. That Yule Scepter is going to keep him up for a bit, but Koinkva will eventually die, only get Laguna Blade off, and the Cookie even saves Shibe here. They need a little bit more damage. Avalanche will do the trick, but you lost Koinkva, you lost Insane now, you also lost Boxy earlier. And Mickey could be the last man to die here, as he does get Supreme before he dies. Mickey with the Hurricane Pike. He's actually might find the Dusa with the Cookie. Dusa getting close to Mickey. Up close and personal is not going to work out. Koinkva comes and helps his ally here. There's no more stuns, but the Yule Scepter will keep the Dusa in place. Era trying to stop a marksmanship, but Mickey will be able to get enough space to get away. Charlie now in trouble. He's out of mana. Koinkva needs to chase after him, or perhaps Taiga. Blink Dagger in just 1 second. We have Avalanche toss. They're going to keep Charlie in place, and that should be a kill. Liquid did it. What a game by Mickey. Oh god, his positioning this fight was on point, and that's what thwarted Chicken Fighter's plans.
Yeah, really, really great positioning there. Just kind of calculated. He knew he could get that kill pretty easily there onto the Templar Assassin. Continues fighting around, and then, of course, the Force Staffs. And that went so much better for them. I think, you know, if this was a weaker Drow player than Mickey, I think they probably still would have lost that. I think that comes down to Mickey just being really darn good at Dota 2. But because you could tell how difficult that fight was thanks to the Eye of Scotty. This 50%, what is it, 40% attack slow or whatever, 25% movement speed slow, sorry. That's huge for a Drow Ranger, especially when you need to get away from these heroes. You can see the damage pre and post that marksmanship passive being active. It's a whole different world, but Mickey definitely recognizing this and managing to live through the whole darn thing. Does lose Aegis immediately, but it's still such a huge win, especially because you get the Dusa, you get the TA. Pretty sure you get everyone in that fight from Chicken Fighters. So Liquid in a very good position here after this fight.
Here you notice one of the weaknesses of the core-to-core matchups, which is and why they're actually going for Nyx all the time. If Nyx is dead, and also Pango, who is actually going to go and stop the marksmanship? You saw the Dusa having to do that, you saw the Snapfire having to do that, but they're ranged heroes. They don't want to be up close and personal with the Drow. They just have to, because that's the only way they win this matchup. And when they do that, they become vulnerable to Taiga, they become vulnerable to Koinkva and their Tiny and Lina, because they're actually there where they can be hit by those stuns and by those combos. So it's a pickle for Chicken Fighters. It's the biggest puzzle for them this game. Who is going to get close to the Drow to stop the marksmanship?
Supreme's going to get close to the Tiny to kill him. That should be relatively easy.
Nope.
In fact, Urn might kill him. I think he's going to die to Urn.
No, he's actually going to survive.
Wow,
okay.
11 HP.
Even the Swashbuckle, they attempted everything. Taiga. Second time he does this where he just barely escapes.
Yep. And now Boxy's going back for the Sanj, presumably into the Heaven's Halberd. Now we're kind of recognizing, okay, I have Scotty's really annoying. Let's go ahead and make sure that Charlie can't hit us all with that debuff, or make sure that Supreme just has to stand there awkwardly for 5 seconds, because, you know, he's not going to be enjoying that. BKB is at the ready, though, for Supreme. So it's not like Chicken Fighters are without resources to take fights here, especially as all their ultimates begin to come back off of cooldown. So Liquid are just going to have to acquiesce that tier 1 tower and look for a fight at a different time.
All right. I think Liquid has beaten the biggest hurdle, which is the Dusa and TA timing, and now you're actually starting to look pretty good. I mean, you still have to deal with the TA until she really does fall off, but Drow, like I said, the core-to-core is pretty solid on you, and now it's up to Chicken Fighters to make some really solid plays. I don't know, Butterfly is the best of options here for Supreme. I like the movement speed it provides. I don't think Evasion is that great against Drow. But I can't imagine what else. I mean, I don't know if Hurricane Pike is even valuable here for the TA, just to get close to the Drow besides the Blink Dagger. Because you might need to play as a melee hero this game as TA. Nope. Talk about TA. He doesn't have a BKB, but the Ice Blast is going to hit. Rolling Thunder protecting her. In fact, they're going to go for Taiga. This time they really want Taiga. But can they get it? Is Taiga just immortal here? They helped him with a Glimmer Cape. Shibe actually dies immediately to make it. They're still trying to kill Taiga, and they've lost Shibe, they lost Peksu. Finally, Taiga dies, but in exchange for 3 already. They're going to continue this fight. Air is the target, but the Stone Gaze actually stopping the Lina and also Mickey. They know they're still stronger, so they're going to fight through that Stone Gaze, but Liquid doesn't want to dive this tower too hard. Still a great trade for them, though.
Oh, yeah, fantastic. I mean, basically, Ghost Scepter ruined that fight for them. Supreme went into the meld, ready to meld strike and absolutely murder the Tiny and then move on to anyone else in the fight. But he actually messed up the meld strike, and I think that kind of threw off his tempo. He was expecting to meld strike and then further attack, and then he just kind of awkwardly moved out of meld because he couldn't attack, obviously, someone that was in the ethereal form. Good force staff out from Boxy as he just procs a couple of reactions here. But it's going to be Chicken Fighters still holding on to their tier 2 tower despite losing that little fight. Once again, though, having used just about every single one of their big ultimates, right? In fact, all of them. We're going to have Rolling Thunder back up in 7 seconds, so Chicken Fighters eager to try and find something here for their time, but a kill onto Boxy in the river is not the easiest one to come by. Drow Ranger now has the Frost Arrows. Just want to point that out real quick for Mickey.
You mean the Shard?
Yeah. The Shard, yes, the Hypothermia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of actually pretty solid this game because I think the explosions really help you, first of all, cancel a couple of Blink Daggers. Might be an issue against the Nyx. And also help you deal with the Dusa or TA if they want to start building lifesteal or anything like that. So that's important. I think they help you farm a lot, so you can actually rival the Dusa. But I'm very impressed with how Mick has been keeping up with her. I mean, you have Split Shot, and you're a Drow. Marksmanship is decent, but it's no Split Shot, it's no Glaives. It's actually really, really impressive that you've been able to keep up with her this whole time.
Yeah, I'd agree. Marksmanship's pretty darn good, but it's not as good as it used to be when you could just one-shot Ancients at level 6. That was pretty ridiculous. I'm glad they made that change. But so yeah, it is pretty incredible actually because Charlie has had what split shot since minute maxed anyway since minute 8 or whatever, right? And he's still actually unable to keep up and farm. Even Qualifier actually is doing well to keep pace with the Dusa. That's really the power of BOTs though. That's why this item helps you scale like this. Not only does it help your team by pushing all around the map and making sure you can just send someone back to deep push waves, but it also dramatically increases your net worth here into the late game as we're now, or into the mid-late game as we're now starting to enter.
They call it the mid laner's Midas, right? You know, and some mid laners go for BOTs and Midas. You're like, why are you buying the same item twice? I don't understand. And that's called being Arc Warden. So
it is true.
Dusa does get a dataless here. The only thing that I've heard as a criticism of Hypothermia is that, or the shard for Drow, is that it doesn't beat BKB. Like obviously, as opposed to Scotty who goes to BKB, that doesn't. So it's like, why would I buy this if I can just buy Scotty? Obviously, one is much more expensive than the other, though. But that aside. But I think that in this game, when you have a Dusa who doesn't really want to buy BKB, honestly, TA yes, but Dusa certainly doesn't. You don't really mind that. Hypothermia will bother her. It might even force her to buy BKB at some point if she really feels like those stacks are piling up. And she doesn't have the option of avoiding the BKB, going for something like Satanic, because Hypothermia will cancel that too. So I actually like that very much.
Nice little ring around the rosy, or as I like to call this, the toilet bowl rotations. When they smoke and then rotate the same way around the maps, they're just destined not to find each other. unfortunately
So-
for the viewers. But good map movements by both teams, kind of recognizing enemies are missing off the map, waves are pushed in a neutral spot. Let's go looking for a fight. They're just not going to find it.
I hear that when these rotations happen in Australia, they rotate the opposite way. Is that true?
I believe so, yeah. I believe that
Okay.
is true. I mean, it's the same thing in SA, isn't it, right? I mean, you'd
Yeah,
be
it's
able to
true.
tell me that as well.
Well, in SA, they don't really rotate. They just, you see the team spreading in 5 different directions. They just scatter like the wind, and you go, oh, okay. That's a fight. Let's see. They're going to go in for the smoke. Chicken Fighters, look, they went into the high ground somewhat safely. I feel like Liquid is well positioned for a pincer movement, but Chicken Fighters still with a good counter initiation. They actually got Liquid here, and Taiga blinks in time. Shebe once again, not getting the Rolling Thunder he was looking for. Taiga just trying to divert the attention, but this time, Taiga will die a bit sooner. Liquid acknowledging that Taiga didn't last for 13 seconds.
In trouble.
They still want to fight?
blink.
No, Supreme blinked in time there, thanks to the refraction. Taiga, he did buy back for this, but he doesn't actually, he's not going to die a second time as Boxy's covering his initiation for now. They actually forced a Stone Gaze. Not bad for Liquid. They know they can continue. They're pretty free right now as they kill off Pexu. Next target is Charlie, who's quite slow. They toss him back. The Cookie's not going to help him too much. They got the Drow hitting him, and Charlie's going to fall immediately. Shibe needs to get away, but Shibe's not going to last against the Slaughter either. They do save Supreme at the very least for now. Era has been slowed, and the Spider likes to get away, but Supreme, they know where you are, Supreme. This smell is not going to help you. They have enough area damage, Avalanche, Gust, everything on Supreme. That's all 3 cores dead. Liquid got the fight that they were looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to give huge props to Taiga in that fight. Again, making this initiation so awkward for Supreme, he eventually kind of ends up kiting him out of position because Supreme is actually the only hero. By the way, that Roche died immediately. Holy moly. Second Roche already. Let's just acknowledge who took the shard. It looks like it was Boxy. Boxy's now got that Aghanim shard here for the Slardar, which is going to make your crush a little bit easier to hit, actually by quite a bit. A radius increase of 75. You have to remember that's 75 squared times pi. Of course, for our math fans out there.
Of course.
But it's a pretty big one. It's really nice for him, especially because he's already hitting all of these multiple hero crushes anyway. But just to highlight Taiga, again, this Ghost Scepter is such a pain in the butt for Supreme. He's the only one who blinks down to the low ground. The fight looks good initially, but once again, he doesn't get any kills off from that. They end up picking off Taiga eventually, but he just buys back and he's in there again. And now Supreme's out of the fight. He had to rotate all the way around the Roche pit while the rest of his team was still right next to that dire outpost. So Liquid, they're just playing these fights not quite perfectly, right? But they're kind of abusing the eagerness and the explosiveness that Supreme wants to throw out and using it against them. It's really quite nice to watch.
The fight's just so tough for Chicken Fighters, honestly, because of the Drow existing. You really need someone to jump her, and this is what leads to this eagerness or to the degree of desperation of just how do we kill this Drow? How do we get close to her? And I feel like Taiga is the best at abusing this right now. He's like going into the fights early. They know they have to kill Taiga because otherwise he's going to save the Drow or he's going to push someone back or toss someone back in the wrong position. And if they don't kill him early and with, honestly, his tankiness, they just struggle. So Taiga diverts the attention, separates the fight. Boxy does the same. They create a chaotic team fight. And by then, your counter initiation, however good it is so difficult to use. Rolling Thunder with spread targets doesn't look that great. Stone Gaze, you just look away. You're fine. You can always re-engage. And the Mortimer's Kisses, we haven't really seen a moment to be able to use them because there's always a stun ready to cancel them. Or a silence.
Yeah, or silence. Yeah, that's so far so good then. Oh, and one of my favorite interactions, you can gust a TA out of her refraction. Or her meld strike, sorry. Yeah, so that's always really funny to see. You just kind of blow some pocket sand over her, push her back a little bit, and out she goes. So that's what they use to pop that Weasel. Mika, by the way, already up to level 25. He's gone for the CDR. It's going to help him greatly now. Lower cooldown on the BKBs, lower cooldown on Hurricane Pikes, which is great because the rest of your team also has really low cooldowns, and you're really only restricted on fighting whenever your BKB's online. So this is going to help Mika and the rest of Liquid just continually apply pressure and really put their foot on the gas here.
Yeah, now they want to take over the triangle, I would say. Then you push mid and top, honestly. And this allows you to have complete control over Roshan. I mean, obviously taking over the triangle is always useful, but in the current state of the game, you push the top and mid lane. You leave bottom to push alone, because that's going to be... like that's the dead lane for Chicken Fighters anyway, usually. So now you exert pressure to the whole map anyway, but due to the nature of your rotations, and you keep control over Roshan. So when it spawns again, they won't have a chance to take it. It's so difficult for chicken fighters to contest this because, like we've been harping on the whole time, they lack an initiator. They really only have Shibe. And now we're starting to see the biggest issue of playing Pango against ranged heroes, which is, oh, just get on top of them. Easy, right? But if you don't, if you happen to miss that initial stun, Drab will kill you, like, in a matter of seconds.
Yeah. This is going to become very similar. Oh, this is a Satanic. I was like, what are we doing with a Reeve here? Okay, Satanic, of course. This is going to be very similar to like a TB where, oh, there's a Pangolier rolling at me. That's adorable. And he's just going to kill him before he can even get halfway there, pretty much. It's the same exact thing here with the Drow Ranger. Charlie, there's going to be the stun onto 2. Mickey starting to pump up the damage here, but Boxy needs to go back himself away. My goodness, Charlie already down to half HP and mana, so that's why he's going to go ahead and pop the Stone Gaze. But Liquid will just take this opportunity to go ahead and heal back up a little bit and get ready to go right back on in. We still have half duration left of this double damage rune for the Lina, who's taken the plus 150 attack range talent here at level 25.
The Rax did regen. Oh, they don't care about the backdoor protection whatsoever. Oh my god, Drow. Oh lord. Alright, backdoor protection doesn't matter. It did disappear towards the end. Make it takes Elena Rax for free. And, I mean, now you're waiting out the Aegis, but because of the control from Liquid, I think they'll still be able to take the next Roshan. So what Chicken Fighters need to do is wait for the Aegis to expire, which they definitely have calculated, and between that timing and when next Roshan spawns, force a fight with a smoke, and ideally flank them. Or here, time it so well that you kill them right before the Aegis, unless they actually toss the Deuce back. The Deuce is in trouble. She has no mana. They hit her with the Ice Blast as well. The Cookie's not going to help her. They don't care about the Lotus Orb. Charlie's going to die. And they even saved Taiga thanks to the Force Staffs, and they catch Shibe. No more Pangolier, no more Dusa, which means no Initiator, no damage, and no big AB on TA. How's she going to get in?
Okay, well, there's Aegis being reclaimed. Chicken Fighters, if there's a time to fight, it's going to be now. They're on top of the TA, but a huge crush up from Boxy. Catches 3. The Cookie, though, and the Rolling Thunder. That's going to be a dead Drow Ranger for 100 seconds. Koikva now in a bad spot. Does not have the BKB. Has a Yule Scepter, but no chance to use it. As Chicken Fighters, they have to buy back and throw whatever they've got at Liquid, and it's going to net them 3 kills here. Nice job out from Chicken Fighters. I mean, hey, it was difficult to get in, but Shibe with the Blink Dagger, he was huge there.
And look, Liquid was thinking the same thing as me, and then like, right, buybacks. That's a way to deal with us. So yeah, good job, Chicken Fighters. That was really on point for Shibe. I think there was a moment of like a lull of happiness for Liquid that Shibe took advantage of by being able to roll in, as they had. Usually their line is always the slaughter of the Tiny in front. You know, Taiga and Boxy protecting the Drow Ranger. This time you actually saw Mickey kind of being the frontliner, not on purpose. And Shibe took advantage of that really well with a really quick buyback. On point. I think that's the way you want to come back into this game. Still tough to do this consistently, but it's a start if Chicken Fighters wants to win this game.
Yeah, it's a start. Something I really want to mention very quickly, because I've been very keen to call out Taiga, or not to call him out, to praise Taiga is a better word, on his positioning and on his hijinks here, and just kind of generally ruin Supreme's game. Supreme has got the nullifier for him now, so he's not going to be able to do that any longer. This is also a huge item, because as you're very keen to point out, we've got, what, 3 Force Staffs already available, right? Maybe even more. 4 Force Staffs, I think. Everyone but Lina has a Force Staff on the side of Liquid, and with nullifier, those aren't going to do anything, right, with the nullifier active on. So that's a really huge item here, not only for securing these kills onto Tiny, but making sure that whoever is the nullifier target can't really get too much assistance from the rest of the team.
That's a good point, because Taiga has been saved by the Ghost Scepter, the Glimmer Cape, and the Force Staffs, right? So you pretty much, that's the catch-all for any sort of save for Tiny, so I agree. And killing Taiga in the beginning is very, very important for these teamfights to go well for you.
Yeah, I'd say killing him at least before he can get off a second salvo of spells, right? Because that's what Tiny wants to do. He wants to go in, get off his spells. He's going to try and walk away. If he dies, he dies. He shrugs. But if he can walk away, get Blink Dagger, Avatos ready to go again, he's going fishing again. And you don't want that to happen.
Yep, and you're screwed if that happens, honestly. Because then, on top of that, you've also wasted a bunch of time on Tiny that probably Liquid used to hit the rest of your heroes or to initiate, right? It's not like they're just giving you a freebie. And now the choice for Boxy here is, do I want to go in and save my Tiny by maybe potentially sacrificing myself? You know, by slithering, crushing the enemy team and saving the Tiny. You have a Heaven's Halberd. There is a chance you can accomplish that, but it is a risky play for sure for Liquid.
Okay. Real quick, we'd be remiss if we didn't address this, and you'll know what I'm referring to pretty much immediately. If we take a look over pardon me, in Medusa's inventory, we can cheat. She's got the item out, though.
Oh,
The
no.
Flicker. Ready
GG,
to
Liquid.
go.
I'm so sorry. I think you guys played a really good game, but yep, the gods just wanted chicken fighters. No,
Well,
I
hold on.
think
We
Flicker
We
is
still have a drop. Item to
useful
drop
this
here.
game.
We still have an item to drop. What'd they get? Oh, they got
Minotaur
Minotaur
Horn's
Horn.
pretty good.
No Flicker.
Look, Liquid got spider legs. Liquid got spider legs. It's not like they're at a disadvantage here. I think the Flicker is actually really solid to deal with the hypothermia and actually allows you to not get BKB, which is what the Dusa wants to do the whole time. But
Yeah.
it's not that great this game. I feel like they're... well, I guess you
don't
dispel
know.
Corrosive Haze.
I think it's pretty darn good. It's
Yeah,
like
it's pretty
the
good.
item to annoy a Slardar. It gets rid of cold feet.
You're right. If you are ever considering going for the other talent at level 25, Boxy, don't. Corrosive Haze and Dispellable is the way to go.
Oh, that's the way to go for sure. Yeah, 100%. I think that talent is so darn annoying to play against.
Like Slithering Crush minus cooldown is really good for initiating, but this time against Flicker, you just have to. Well, Split Shot uses modifiers, of course. I mean, I've never seen someone. Well, I've never seen someone successfully take the 75 intelligence talent. It's very underwhelming.
Yeah, usually that's a level 30 talent for sure. My goodness, Mikke is hitting like a Big Mac truck here, isn't he? 332 base
Big Mac
damage, of
truck.
course, plus the 104. 50 base armor. Whew, so many stats.
That is a huge amount of armor, actually. And Dusa is not good at dealing with these kind of things, right? Dusa is great at dealing spread damage, but when this comes to a single target, you struggle sometimes.
Yeah, I'm wondering even like with this Daedalus, with the Meld Strike and Adesso on top, that's a lot of minus armor, but with what? What did I say, 50, 40? Yeah, 50 base
It's 50,
armor.
it's 50.
Like you need to really get armor. What is it like? The closer it gets to 0, the more damage it does. But like from 0 to 20, you're still pretty darn good to go. So I don't know if that's going to be too much. There's Pexu. He's actually going to be found out as Roshan is just immediately murdered. Mikke's going to be the one to pick up the Aegis, but Quakefa turned to stone here by Charlie, who pops his BKB, wants this kill into Quakefa. In fact, Charlie flickering forward, gets the max distance, is going to be able to pick off the AA. Down goes the Lina now, as back behind the Roche pit, Shibe is having a fun time rolling around. Mikke not having such a fun time, especially as Supreme right on top of him, disarmed momentarily here by Boxy, allows Mikke to get off a little bit more damage, but without marksmanship procs, he's not doing all that much. Supreme now has to be keeping himself away. A good lucky shot out from the Pangolier means that there's not a bash here coming for Supreme, but the buyback out from Quakefa. The LSA is going to find him, stunned up in place and killed off will be Supreme. Era is going to be next to go. We did get the buyback out from that and the Aegis out from under Mikke. Both heroes on Chicken Fighters have buyback, and I suspect Liquid are going to look to force that now.
Just because the position Chicken Fighters is in, I'd argue that's kind of a small win for them, right? Because taking the Aegis is very important here, and you did force that buyback. Quakefa is a killable target, so I'm assuming that's what you're going to go for first in the fight now. I mean, you can't really ignore Mikke, but if ideally Nyx can just hold on and just like grab onto Mikke's leg and stop that marksmanship, and then afterwards you hopefully try to kill the Lina with that. Oh look, he's doing it. He's impaled her. Oh, Taiga saw the Nyx, wants to kill him. He gets Force Death, but Taiga is actually too far away. They didn't use the nullifier. They don't have the TA here. Yeah, so the Force Staff is gonna save his life there. Taiga felt so free for a second.
What was the third item? It must have been an Ag Shard, right? Because I don't see anyone with a refresher.
No, it was an Aghanim.
Aghanim Synth, sorry. Aghanim's Blessing, whatever.
I don't know.
It's gotta be. Aegis went to Drow. It was taken. She's now holding on to the cheese. I don't see anyone with Ags. I don't know if someone just ate the refresher immediately in the fight. I didn't catch it.
I thought when I looked at the Roshan that it was Ags, but to be honest, I was looking at the Observer, so I'm not entirely certain.
Okay. I'm not sure.
Could have been the Shard, and I just didn't. Well, there's no new shards either.
There's no new Ags Blessing. That was third Rosh for sure. So it was either the Refresher Shard or the Ags Blessing. I don't see anyone with one. So maybe it got denied. Who knows? We'll have to check the tape for that one. We'll have to check the tape and get back to you.
We apologize for that. I'm sure chat will correct it. So just give it 10 minutes and they'll figure it out.
Yeah, of course, as they always do.
I don't. Why do you even mention these things when they can just see everything for us?
Honestly.
There's a Swift Blink coming out for Drow Ranger soon. The MV build, famous. I'm playing a ranged hero, so Blink is my first time. He was the inventor of this on Clinks and Drow, dude. Credit where credit is due. FPS. All right, look, this is enough time for chat to catch up so they can read it and then find out what happened.
There you go. I mean, to not only envies, but your credit for calling this out, and also the RNG of Liquid. When you get spider legs, like, of course you're going to get rid of your boots and go for a Swift Blink. Like, Swift Blink, it's not as busted as it used to be in 7.28 or whatever the last patch was, when it was like the item. It was like second item on everyone because you would break the move speed and run around at the speed of light. But it's still pretty darn good, especially when you have spider legs good to go, because we don't really need power treads. The 10 stats, Drow's not going to really be hurting too much for those, because Mickey is now at the very plus 322 base damage without them. So he's going to be able to just about one-shot the entire game here with that amount.
Our wonderful production team told us it was Ag's blessing, but I love this phrase. No idea the fate, though. What was the fate that befell of the Ag's blessing? We do not know. They must have denied it. I swear I saw the Ag's blessing as well, and then I'm like, it's not there. So, yeah, okay. Must have hit it. Someone must have hit it.
Someone must have hit it.
Who needs Ags?
Who needs eggs? I mean, what? We don't have any eggs in this game, I think, actually, right? Just
no,
a bunch
exactly.
of sharks.
That's why.
Yeah.
I think Liquid wants to. They have like a little challenge, you know. Blitz is like, guys, if you win without Ags, I'll cook you the best meal.
It's
we'll all go to the gym together.
It's a disarmament treaty, you know. Before they met, they had like a nice little summit where, you know, it was beyond the summit even, where they met.
It was
and
the two
had
generals.
salty 3 talks, you know, for our history fans. Yeah, and then they decided, you know what? No Ags are allowed. They have to abandon all the stockpiles of Ags, and for that reason, you know, if a Roshan drops an Ags, it has to be denied. That's just the way it was.
If there's any people I trust to actually uphold this treaty, it would totally be Northern Europeans. There's no more wholesome people. Like Chicken Fighters and Liquid that just met up. Era's like, yep, for sure, we'll do this.
Yep. Absolutely.
And you ever met Insania? I think that's the first that comes to mind as well. He would totally go for that and be like, yeah, that sounds appropriate for a game that TI is on the line. Yeah, that seems appropriate. If we promised it, we can't break that promise. Yeah.
No X. This is a no X zone.
There's gonna be Chicken Fighters going for a smoke here. I think this is the best choices they have now, by the way, to expand your map. You go for the smokes. You ideally take over your triangle again with the smoke, by the way, which is the most important part for Chicken Fighters, because this is not only the Roshan, like I mentioned earlier, but also making sure you don't get choked to death. And if you could sweep the enemy jungle, that'd be ideal, but I think that's a bit of a tall order right now for them. Maybe you wait for the Swift Blink on Supreme. Maybe that's the next item that you really helps you out.
I think so.
It's tough.
I think so. The thing is, you really want buyback though on Mickey right now. The game is very much in a balance. I mean, with TI10, like these are building shredders. Absolutely, like obviously, right? You don't just wait for them to go. I mean, really, any lineup at 50 minutes in is going to absolutely shred your base if you don't have buyback. So it's just out of the question. I know for a lot of people who play Dota, that's like a wild concept, but for Mickey, he's very well aware of the consequences that a death without buyback at this stage would entail.
Yep. I mean, I don't know. I've seen Liquid. Liquid does some crazy things in the late game. It's partially why they're so fun to watch, right? Sometimes they are aware of the consequences, but it's almost like they have a mentality, which I think is appropriate, of we shouldn't care too much about it, because that just stops whatever progression you can have. That's why I think the smoke is appropriate. Like, don't play too defensive. Don't let the Indian team come back. But Chicken Fighter is well positioned here for the smoke. You can guess where they are, Charlie. Okay.
Charlie?
What? That blink? Charlie? He wants to become a ward there for a second, but he has a flicker. He has a flicker, so it's fine. In fact, Charlie, he's not fine. They toss him back. Taiga, they hit him with a nullifier. They can't force him any further. Taiga might just die to this. Yeah, Taiga's dead. And Liquid,
what?
They need to... Oh, shit.
What?
What just happened to Shibe? Oh, no. Shibe, he's going to be killed between two walls. This can't happen, Shibe. Not like this. Not like this, Shibe. He's actually going to survive. No, the last hit by Drow. Finished him off. Mickey has to get away. He's been slow by the Scotty. Has the BKB. They hit him with a nullifier. They can't force him to safety. The Mortimer is on top of that. Mickey is going to die. Buying back immediately. Qualifier needs to now take over the role of Mickey. Taiga even came back into this fight as well. Want to regain the high ground here. Qualifier using that Shiva is trying to slow down Era. At least getting a cheeky extra kill on the support. But
they need
he's been
something.
slowed by the traps. He can't get Era. Those traps are too annoying. Era's going to be able to TP. Boxy, can you guess it? No.
That was huge. That was huge. That's absolutely huge for Chicken Fighters. We did have to expend the buyback there for Shibe to get back into the game, or to kind of still make the fight. But Mickey buying back is absolutely huge, because Roshan's not going to be up for at least 2 minutes, maybe an additional 5. We still have buyback on Dusa and TA. So right now, Liquid, they just have to stick together and hold each other's hands as they move around the map. Because if Mickey dies, the game is over in these next 3 minutes.
I honestly would say that Taiga buying back is also pretty huge because now you don't have this reliable suicidal 4 that can go in and you know, even if it doesn't, like you said it before, oh, if I don't survive, who cares? It's fine, I'm a 4. But that's only because you have buyback. Like at this point of the game, you losing that Tiny is huge, and with a nullifier, you no longer have save for this Tiny. So, I mean, that nullifier, it's paying dividends. It actually stopped the Drow and the Tiny from being saved. It's the best counter to the 4-step. It's honestly such a good pickup here. Supreme might have won in the game with that pickup. That fight was won by the nullifier for sure, against Drow and against Tiny.
Yep. Yeah, the fight's, again, really awkward when Tiny's not there. Poor Pangolier, though. Someone submit a bug report on that wall. In case you're unaware, in the Roche pit, and we'll do this very briefly, these walls and these walls don't exist. You can't pin anyone with a spear. You can't bounce off of these. It's only this lava kind of waterfall wall on the back lines, or on the rear end of the wall that actually counts. I've never seen anyone get stuck like that in that specific area of Roche, so that's a bit unfortunate, because he literally almost died. I mean, he did die because of that, really, but he almost died while he was bouncing back and forth. He was just like, what is going on?
This game, Shiva's playing against 6 people, right? Like, he's playing against the 5 Liquid players and the map, which is against him this whole game. It's so difficult for the poor guy. And as Pengo, I think you're the best bug reporter, because you are the one that's going to find all these terrain bugs every single game. And Shibe, I mean, it ended up being a really good bait for them, though, so kudos to that. Maybe Roshan wanted to bait Shibe.
This map is the evil cousin of Dora the Explorer's map. It's not really too nice.
It's true. It's alive and it hates pangolins.
Yeah,
what do you mean in danger of extinction? No, I'm going to make you extinct.
Is up here. Good vision on Charlie, of course, but he's being escorted by the rest of Chicken Fighters. We're missing the Nyx Assassin. They're going to scout him now, but we need the Gem of True Sight on over to really see where he's at. There's Boxy going to make the jump on over. Charlie, though, Swift Blink on in. He's going to look for Koikfa. Koikfa not wanting to pick up the BKB yet. He's going to just die, actually. The roll-up right on top, and that's a dieback, Avo. Supreme still has BKB ready to go. They're going to try and kill Taiga before he gets TP away, but the map stops Shibe from doing so. Boxy now pops his BKB, still being slowed to a crawl, and they might even have the damage through the BKB TP. No, he's going to be able to live, and pardon me, that was not a dieback on the Lina. She now has the buyback ready, but it was a very stressful period, especially because, Avo, it's a fast row. She's back in 20.
Yep. I'm sorry, I can't take Shiba seriously. This poor game, he's bonking everywhere. The poor guy is not, like, he's not even making mistakes. It's just he's fighting all the corners ever in this map, dude. He's found out this map is truly square. Anyway, so Liquid, they do lose Lina, but I said they have buyback. I don't think it's that big a deal. This Roshan, though, it's what matters the most. This might give Chicken Fighters the edge, and Liquid doesn't want to fight this. They can still defend this even with the Aegis, but it becomes harder for them for obvious reasons. And yeah, it falls too fast. It falls too fast. If a Pango and a TA, it's impossible.
Charlie now with Ag, so he's got the cold-blooded. Yes, in its weakened state for sure, but guess what? Now that we're level 28, we're taking the talents anyway, so you might as well, right? So it's going to be pretty nice for him here. He didn't have to buy that Ags. With Refresher Shard, I believe that
he broke the treaty, though. He broke the treaty.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going to get double Stone Gaze. I mean, I think I was considering this is the 4th Roshan, actually. The Roshan is quite major. Getting the Refresher here is pretty big. More so than the Aegis, really. Double Stone Gaze, and Liquid no longer can do these re-engagements in the fights. I don't know if Chicken Fighters have the best high ground push, but we're going to see now in a second. At least they'll be able to not use the Lina's buyback.
They've got it. Look at how they're going through this tier 2 tower with back.
No, I don't mean as if they have push. I mean as if can they get close to the high ground, right? Like with the defense that Liquid has. Sorry, is what I meant to say.
I think so.
Drow is a hard hero to kill in the high ground.
True, but Pexu's got Ags now, so he can just burrow and be a disgusting, annoying bug on their clips, right? I mean, like, how do you initiate into this? It makes Boxy's life, it makes Taiga's life a lot more difficult now that you have to deal with this burrow, an AoE stun on Carapace, just these massive impales coming through.
Yeah, no, I take it back. That Lina kill was actually major, because this led to the like, it's just a domino effect here for Liquid. I was giving it a bit more credit towards this late game, but it does feel like Dusa now has started to really it just seems unkillable, even against a Drow. And I was expecting Drow to be able to deal with her nicely, but it's just there's so many things that Drow has to deal with right now. And just because you have a good core-to-core matchup doesn't mean you can kill the other 4 heroes. And the rest of Liquid is falling off a bit. Koikva needs to be able to be that utility that they need to secure the Drow's safety.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was referring to with the parabola of can we kill Dusa, right? Mid-game, it's a yes, it's a yes, it's a yes. Now that we're getting into the late game, I kind of still hesitate. We can see Charlie obviously recognizing there's an AA, not bothering for the Satanic, even though the second Dispel would be really nice. The lifesteal aspect would be completely wasted, and therefore it's just unnecessary. It's just a lot easier right now to kill AA, considering he really only has a Force Staff and a Glimmer. So if Supreme can find him and apply the Nullifier, Insania just has no recourse. He's just dead, to be completely honest. So that makes his game very difficult to play. But Charlie, man, he is real strong. He's about to eat the Moon Shard, and then he's just about completely 6-slotted. 7 or 8 or 9, however many we have.
It doesn't seem to be useful right now. What is the utility of Ice Blast? Against Refraction does nothing, now with the extra charges. You don't do anything against Dusa either with the Ice Blast. Nyx, who cares? Snapfire, I guess? And Pango's somewhat annoyed by it, but he has Shield Crash. Like, it isn't the greatest AA game right now.
No, it's not. It's not, but I would say that's because Charlie is obviously a G, right? He's like, I'm not building Satanic. Like, the whole point of AA is, guess what, Dusa? You can't build Satanic. Now you can't just infinitely fight us, right?
It just doesn't matter as much for Dusa, though. That's what it is. Like, Dusa rather... Like, if she can, she'll either build the damage or the stats. Like, Satanic is an option sometimes, but it's not like it's a core item on... You don't see it every single game on Dusa, right? It's good, but it's not the be-all, end-all. So, if you're telling me, like, oh, Gyrocopter can't build Satanic, that's pretty major. Dusa? Okay. Itemize with intelligence instead. Eventually she'll get the 75 intelligence talent, and then good luck getting through that. I don't know, it's tough. I feel like Insania is going insane this game. He's not finding too much utility for his hero as a whole. Maybe when he gets level 25 with the AoE Cold Feet, he might have a small power spike
We're so
again.
far from that, though. I mean, I know it's late game, but like he's still 5 levels away.
All right, the one chance Liquid does have here that's like a really solid chance to be able to come back and dominate the game again is Ballista. 2 minutes from now.
Yeah,
They can get Ballista. Yeah.
Who do you give it to, the Drow or the Lina?
I think Drow, just judging by the Lina's items. Like, Quickva has damage, but I think Quickva's also like a bit of a tank here, so I would rather give her some like Mirror Shield, actually. As you can see by the choice, she went for Paladin Sword, right? Like, it's clearly the Drow that's going to be your main damage source. And Ballista allows Drow to be uncatchable, essentially. You even push the... Like, you hit the Pango, you kill him immediately before he can even roll onto you. Rapier's huge, though. Thank you for pointing it out, Observer. Rapier's huge for Shark.
Yeah, I was about to say I wanted you to finish daydreaming about Ballista because yeah, that item's pretty crazy. Okay, yeah, just Charlie's like, what do I want now? Oh, right, just more divines, please. He's consumed the Moon Shard, of course. He's got 3 permanent passives now, always running. So he is quite strong here, and of course, holding on to the Flicker. What's the dream item then for the Dusa? Is it also going to be this Ballista? I assume.
Yeah, I mean, if you get Ballista, I think Dusa's a bit more useful because Dusa kills a whole team, right? Whereas Drow only kills a single person. And she has Rapier, so I think that helps too.
Yep.
I don't know, I mean, is Flicker good enough? No, I think you forego the Flicker if you get Ballista. Ballista or Apex. Otherwise, I think most items you still keep the Flicker, not gonna lie.
Okay, okay. You would be kind of crawling around the map here is the only issue. That's the problem.
It's like Kabos Dusa. You ask your teammates to buy you 4 staffs, and you 4 staff her fat body across the map, and it's fine. Boxy, he actually revealed, Shibit revealed himself because of the Stormcrafter there. So they knew that was that was a lucky draw by Liquid. They missed the Gust there. They wanted to ward first. That's good. And Charg's like, guys, I have Rapier. We fight.
All right, tier 5 is up in 5 seconds.
As well. Okay, so they're all fighting around the Ancients now. This is the big objective because the Ancients provide these tier 5s. Quick, go! So they're in Crush, okay. Supreme, missed that hit on Boxy. And they actually have the Avatos. They're going to bring Supreme back. Supreme is a kill, possibly. Shibe trying to go for Mega. Mega has the BKB, and now Supreme is going to die. Shibe is in the same position. That's going to be 2 quick kills for Liquid. They protected the Ancients just like they wanted to. This game is not called Defense of the Ancients for nothing. Oh, they actually blocked the camp.
They blocked the camp, but guess what? That means the Ancients get to live. It means that they weren't immediately cleaned up, and that's a huge pick for Liquid as they're able to just pretty much uproot Chicken Fighters. Chicken Fighters, since 4th Roche, were just kind of sitting on the chest of Liquid here. You know, they weren't letting them breathe, really. They couldn't get out of their base. They were only getting whatever waves they could. And now Liquid are finally free to roam around the map and look for fights of their own. And they know there's buybacks here to be forced out from Chicken Fighters.
So you see my point about the high ground point. Like if you have high ground, like you have the right positioning on Liquid, I feel like you're still stronger, right? That's why I thought the push by Chicken Fighters wasn't ideal. I was kind of feeling into the narratives like, okay, sure, Chicken Fighters, yeah, they just won the Roshan. This is the way to come back, but the Drow's still a bit too strong. And this shows by Liquid's confidence. They're not even going for the tier 5s. They're just going to go straight for the racks. Better use of the time, I would say, at least a tier 3, and then go back to the jungle, yeah, retreat, and now farm the camps as much as possible.
Mhm.
Oh, make it. Oh, no.
They wanted more buybacks. They wanted more buybacks there. Okay, there's Giant's Ring. It's the first one.
For Lina. It's okay for Slardar, I'd say, maybe this game. It's not the biggest thing, honestly. Giant's Ring, it's okay. There we go.
Yeah, they need something. I mean, all 3 waves are pushing in. Oh, it's a big old stack of ancients. Yeah, Mickey, I was about to say, there's no way you could resist farming that stack of ancients. Book of the Dead, welcome back Necro books. And there's going to be Book of the Shadows, so lots of books here for Liquid to read.
Honestly, the books are not that great. I would say they're the weakest tier 5 items, and not just because I'm illiterate. It's a bit tough. I don't know. Those weren't the items you were looking for. Book of the Dead might be useful in the beginning, but if this game goes a bit longer, you'd much rather have Apex or Ballista or even Mirror Shield. Well, there they go.
Book of Shadows is pretty legit, I would say. It's a really hard counter to... Actually, wait, can you dispel Book of Shadows? Because if you can, then never mind. It's nullifier, and you just lose.
Well, it applies the basic dispel when you use it, so it gets rid of that null. And you can't hit him, so it technically can't. I'm not really sure how it would work, the interaction, to be honest, but you technically can't, so... Pretty good for the Tiny, I agree. Book of Shadows might be pretty useful. Book of the Dead is like, okay, and Mirror Shield is pretty... I mean, what does Mirror Shield do this game,
Ex Machina? Ex Machina drop for Chicken Fighter?
That's pretty great. The extra armor is actually a huge part of this item now. Against the Drow. Nyx with still the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, Taiga has a Book of Shadows this time. Nullifier. And he's not going to get to use anything.
No, he is not.
So oh no, he didn't have the Book of Shadows. Sorry, they gave it to Insania.
Yep. All right, so the pick off there onto the Tiny, but Chicken Fighters are going to have to go back and defend against the super creeps pushing in through the top lane. I don't even remember when we took those creeps. That was like half an hour ago already, it feels like. Divine Rapier number 2 being queued up by Supreme. That's what he's going for. Our Lina now pretty heavy into damage now with Satanic. Oh, she found a Mirror Shield here for the Lina. That's pretty clutch. It's kind of exactly what you were looking for here on our Lina. Seer Stone then drops for the Chicken Fighters. It's not a bad item here, I'd say, for the Nyx Assassin if he ever wants to get rid of this Philosopher's Stone.
I mean, you get rid of it in the middle of the fight, right, for full efficiency. Oh my goodness. Flicker, then Ballista. I mean...
Oh, she got Ballista, did she?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, they got... Oh, man.
I guess this is like payment for what happened to Shiba earlier, and the map's like giving back, you know? What the map gives, the map...
for Pango? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. Yeah, these look like better items, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what about the books being kind of good, blah, blah, blah. Now you get the Ballista and the Meteor, or the Fallen Sky.
They got 2 books. That means they've got 20/20 now, you know? It's not bad. They have a couple. It increases their DPS. No, I mean, yeah, I'd much rather have a Fallen Sky than 2 of the books, to be honest. Like, if you could trade them in, that'd be nice. Maybe there's going to be some recycling or recrafting system. Who knows? Either way, it's time for Roche to get recycled again. Roche on number 5.
That'd be good, actually. I like that idea. Next patch, Dota goes green, and you can recycle neutrals. Even have Seer Stone, which is actually really, really good.
Seer Stone active. It's basically Terran Scan, if you're unaware of what it is.
Yep. And also the cast range increase is huge. Okay, I hear it. Stone Case is for Starling.
Yeah, they're just to secure Roche.
Yep, they take everything. Supreme even gets an Axe, which is pretty solid, actually, for TA. Now you can go around the whole map. I mean, to be fair, there was this one game in the Major where Liquid was playing against Na'Vi, and I'll never forget this. And they won in a big part because they got Morphling Apex on that game, all right? They did well, and they held out well, but that was a big reason why they managed to come back into this game. So it might just be the Liquid, like, they were... the map was saving this for Liquid, and this is the game where they don't get the lucky neutrals. And it's going to be Chicken Fighters receiving that instead. I still think it's difficult for Chicken Fighters, but with double rapiers, it's definitely possible.
It's possible. Okay, so this is just the backup rapier for Dusa. It's going to sit on the courier. This courier now with plus 350 damage. Don't worry about it. But he just needs all of these items. I think at this stage, it's not more rapiers is not more wins. For him, it's going to be all about still having items to be able to move around in these fights. But we're getting here. We're getting pretty towards the end game of Dota 2, and for now. We're at this kind of awkward impasse where Chicken Fighters, they don't really want to push up towards high ground, and Liquid, while this Aegis is up, they don't want to go looking for fights.
People were asking to nerf Arc Warden because he makes games too long. Teams make games too long.
Where you guys
Has
at
nothing
now,
to do
huh?
with the heroes. Yeah, exactly. What all long games, even the ones that Arc Warden have something in common. They have 10 players, right? That's what making games long. It has nothing to do with the heroes you're picking. It's really just the players. And here we got to the point where I think it's absurd, and I want to point this out that the Dusa is still holding on to Spider Leg despite them having tier 4s. Like, come on.
She
If
is
there's
still holding
ever
on to Spider Legs.
If there's ever a sign you needed that there's an item that might be a bit too strong in the tier 3s. Oh no! She wishes he wasn't. The Spider Legs didn't do anything to save her there.
Okay.
They even
Because,
took her rapier. Dusa, they're gonna go for Pexu. Coming back in. They don't buy back on Dusa, so it seems like they want to fight back here. But Liquid is retreating. Insania might not be so lucky. Use the Book of Shadows to retreat. Supreme can't hit him, but they kill him with a Fallen Sky. Beep beep, says the Pango, as Taiga is gonna be stopped. He doesn't TP thanks to that Scatter Blast. That's gonna be a win for... I'm not really sure, actually, because that kill on the Dusa was insane. I still think that's good for Liquid, but good counter.
It is good for Liquid. Yeah, free Divine Rapier is always very, very nice to have, especially when you've got plus 12 marksman. I mean, this is just huge. And speaking of huge, I've neglected to mention how large Boxy is. This is like, you ever see those like pictures on Twitter where people like, oh, this guy caught a world record fish, and they hold up a fish that's bigger than the boat? Yeah, we're gonna need a bigger boat here for Boxy. He's quite large and in charge here. 20 armor, 5k HP. Yeah, he's just jumping in regardless or not if he thinks he can kill you or not, just because he can live through it.
Yeah, Giant Ring makes it so that Boxy, the whole world is water for him now. You know, it doesn't. And I mean, I was thinking more of the before and after pictures, where you see a picture of Boxy level 1 and then a picture of Boxy level 25. It's like, look at my training regimen. By buying a simple Giant's Ring, I managed to increase my body mass by a whole 200%.
Of course, yeah, it's a mobile game ad where you have Slark at level 1 Crook, and then it's level 30 boss is Boxy.
Yeah, idle Dota heroes, farm neutral items, get this fat. You don't even need to be good at
That's
the game.
just called NA pubs. What do you mean?
All right, that's true. All right, let's see. Chicken Fighters. At this point, I do wonder what the comms are like. Like Chicken Fighters, like guys, what do we do? Can we look at Charlie's farm for a second?
What Charlie?
Okay, he's okay. Charlie's not that big a deal. I would say Mickey is the big one, where he has I think 10k in the bank and doesn't know what to do with that gold.
Oh, like current golds.
Yeah. Look at this. Yeah, not the net worth. I mean, like, what do you do? He's like, what do I invest this in?
Yeah.
Mickey's looking into cryptocurrency options right now. It's like maybe.
Hello, please buy my Mortimer coin.
Yeah, exactly. He bought a Hurricane Pike now because I think it's a pretty good item, much better than Manta Style, because you need that mobility. Now everyone on Liquid, I think, has 4 staffs.
Actually, I think you're right.
Oh, sorry, no, he bought the Manta Style over the Hurricane Pike. That's what I mean. Because Naya does a spell, so he can use the dispel in the middle of the fight. Ideally, I think that's the idea. Because that way you can get rid of the nullifier.
All right. Well, Aegis is reclaimed in 30 seconds here for Supreme. You got a DD rune. You have a Divine Rapier. And a Ballista.
Who cares about the Aegis?
For now, though, I mean, they're just hitting. They're like, are there tier 6s, guys? With 69 minutes, the tier 6s spawn in, or I mean, for right now, Chicken Fighters, they're not really too aggressive, and I understand. You just bought back on the Deuce, so you're at a scary moment, but Aegis is about to be reclaimed, and then I'm not sure what stops Liquid from going in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they can go on. I mean, I think that the items do stop you to a degree, because you want to hold the high ground, right? If you go in and you play haphazardly, the Pango can totally cancel you, right? At this point, I feel like Shiba has enough to be able to last a Rolling Thunder, catch the Drow, and then you just jump on her with a Rapier. I mean, I think that's the strategy by Charlie. He even has an Aeon Disc, thank you. Because at late game, everyone has to have the Aeon Disc. It's like a necessity these days, so you don't get bursted immediately.
Yeah, and
this allows Charlie to jump. Yeah, this allows Charlie to jump on the Drow, which is what he's looking for anyway. And ideally, I mean, it gives you more liberty to go and do these plays where your ranged heroes become melee temporarily just because you need to get close to the Drow and someone needs to hug her.
Yeah, Andis can be a bit of a concern, though, because at this stage, when the fights are so explosive, and it's these Dota late-game team fights that we all know and love, where we watch the fight and then it ends in 3 seconds and we go, what the heck just happened? Andis is a problem, right, because you don't do any damage during that buff duration. And Dusa, she'll be hitting that and debuffing people with Eye of Scotty at least, but the damage output from her is going to be 0. So we'll see here if Liquid are going to be able to do something through that.
But it's all about stopping the marksmanship, right? So if you ideally kill Taiga in the beginning thanks to the nullifier, and then you go and jump on the Drow, then you have nothing to save her with, right? So that's what I'm thinking. I mean, I guess you need a second nullifier. Maybe many chicken fights to consider nullifiers are more heroes, genuinely. That might just be the highest value item right now to cancel this 4-stats. Oh my goodness. Oh, right, I see that ballista on TA now. I forgot about the side blades thing.
Yep. Yeah, that's why Boxy was getting pushed in his TP or Taiga when he was TPing away.
No,
yeah,
I knew the ballista, but I forgot about that adding to the side blades range as well.
Oh, true.
So now, yeah.
Oh my
so
goodness,
now
yeah.
wondering...
She still has Hurricane Pike and the talent. I mean, what is this side blade? What is she gonna? Oh, okay. Well, she wasn't lined up, I think. Otherwise, the entire wave would have been one shot. So you see, and that's why you don't march in formation column, guys.
I'm kind of curious how far these side blades reach. Genuinely, I want to see in the fight. Like maybe AA dies. He doesn't even know what's hitting him, and it's just gonna be the ballista side blades.
Maybe I'll go check it in lobby, and then by the time I come back, maybe we'll be fighting. Who knows? Liquid are.
I mean, we certainly have time. Don't worry about it.
Okay, another smoke. See if Liquid are gonna sweep across the map. Once again, top lane constantly shoving in.
I hear if this game goes long enough, Black suddenly appears to start casting with us, so maybe we can reach that point.
Yeah, that's right.
Black
and BCOP, they join. The streams get crossed because all the Chinese games. I think they had a 102-minute game yesterday. I don't think we're quite on pace for that, but if there's a game to happen, if there's a game to beat it, it very well could be this one.
Liquid was offended by that. It's like, what do you mean the longest games are in China? Because Liquid is definitely the game of the a team of extremes, right? They either go for like these really fast games, or sometimes they'll just struggle to finish the game, but they will never quite lose it, right? That's what's so impressive about it. A lot of teams are early game oriented. As soon as it goes to the late game, they start like faltering and they don't know what to do and they just lose. But Liquid just holds on endlessly until they just win by a war of attrition.
Roshan, number 6. About to respawn here. It's going to be a 1-minute Rosh. I believe that's Roshan number 6. It might be 6 or 7, to be honest. I think it is 6, though. 7 would be a bit ridiculous, I think, actually, even in 73 minutes now. So,
my bad, by the way. Nullifier cannot be dispelled. That's my bad. I was working with the... I don't know why I was working with that impression, actually.
Okay.
So then I guess it does take out the Shadow Realm. Or the...
See, and that's what I think Bloodthorn should do, right? I think Bloodthorn should not be dispelled. By the way, a moment of silence for our position 5 support Insania, who's still only level 23, 73 minutes into the game. Don't worry, he's gonna eat this next book, and he'll be as smart as a cookie. But until then, he is not going to have this 500 cold feet AoE talent. Any other really big level 30 talents you think are noteworthy here?
Anything. I guess a Slardar some more with the axe as he becomes a tertiary carry.
Okay.
Can't think of anything else. Maybe Shibe. Actually, Shibe might be a point where he actually just rotates into becoming a true carry, right? You can do that. That's an idea.
Okay, I like the sound of that. Ira now is got these kisses, so he's really. It's like when you go over to your grandma's house, you know. That's what this is like if fighting against this.
Oh right, the slow is the dispellable. Oh, okay. Okay. That's why.
Yeah, the slow is, but
not the mini slows, but not the actual dispel. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's where the confusing came from. Except for BKB.
Okay, Roshan is up, out of the pit. Roshan clocking in at 14,510 HP. He's punching for close to 500 base damage with 50 base armor. How long will it take these heroes to kill him? Probably like 3 seconds.
Yeah, genuinely.
Yeah.
How valuable? I mean, yeah. I guess this is the call for Liquid, right? Oh, smoke? No, they tried to do an alliance play there for a second, but I guess not.
They got it. They got it.
They can't defend this. Yeah. I don't think there's a chance for you to defend it anymore. And now it's just up to Liquid to go and push, really? But, I mean, Liquid's like, pushing is nice, but what if we just farm for 20 more minutes? Maybe we get level 30 on Slardar.
Ice Frog watching this game going, guys, what do I need to put in the game for you guys to end it? This is tier 6 neutral items. It's going to be, they're going to put the Rift Herald in the game. Where once you do a Roshan, he joins your team and he charges out the enemy Ancients. Maybe that's what we need.
It's not even a hero here that I would say elongates the game a bunch. Like, you're not playing against techies, Arc Warden, or even Protector.
A Treant, a Lich. Who else is really annoying it? Yeah. No, it's it's just the patience, right? I mean, and let's acknowledge what's at stake here, right? $40 million. Neither team wanting to take a chance at that. Losing out on that, rather.
Yep. The Swift Blink now coming in for the Slardar. He is really becoming the carry. The more attack speed you give him, eventually.
He might be able to permabash someone here, especially after the Swift Blink active. Like, he might just be able to 100 to 0. I don't know about the Dusa, but someone else.
Yeah. I mean,
look at all these luxury on Tigers. Like, this game's great, man. It's like playing in demo mode. I got an Octarine core to BKB. He's going to go for POTs next.
Look at this, dude. Insania is actually going to reach his level 25. I've never... Look, he's going to get it. He's going to find a second bout of utility with that AoE cold feet.
It's pretty big. It's honestly pretty big. Like, this makes him so much more annoying in the fights. I think for now, chicken fighters have been kind of able to ignore the AA. Like, but now it's like, dude, all these cold feet AoE procs are going to be super annoying. It's going to be great at getting through refraction procs. You know, Dusa, a hero that normally likes to stand still in fights. That's why you draft her usually into Enigmas. You draft her into Faceless Voids because you're like, I don't care. I'll stand still and just kill you after. And that's something that AA is going to be very strong against.
I'm wondering, does Dusa have a... Assuming she does, right? Oh, yeah. She does have a 7-second BKB still. Actually, pretty decent. 7 seconds still.
Last time Liquid went up to the high ground was about 35 minutes ago. Boxy's just going to sneak on up. Doesn't need to take the stairs. Supreme, okay, going to try and punish him. Actually gets a bash here off from the Melt Strike, but now Supreme could be in some trouble. My goodness, getting through the reflection, but Charlie as well as Shivit back on down to the low ground. They turn Mickey to stone. Pexu is going to try and pump in some damage here along with the Dusa as the kisses begin raining down. Taiga unable to get up to the high ground as Supreme will be able to finish him off. They also managed to catch Koikva there. I think now it's going to be 2 more weeks until Liquid go back to its high ground. So they just saw their own shadow as down goes Insania.
Yep. All right, that was... I say the Rapier is pretty major, but I feel like you could just buy another one, right? It doesn't seem that big a deal at this point, losing the Rapier. I know that has double... Maybe you just fill your whole... Is there a point to just leave Hurricane Pike out? You just go Swift Blink, BKB, Nullifier, Rapier, and then that's how you win the game? You fill your whole inventory with Rapiers?
How many do we have right now on the fields? 2 on Supreme, 1 on the Dusa,
2 on Supreme,
and 1 on the Drow.
Dusa, 1 on Drow.
By the way, real quick, just shout-outs to Pop-Tart observing, I believe later on today, he tweeted at me saying that Dusa indeed, remember about an hour ago when someone denied the Ag's Blessing? Yeah, that was Charlie. He denied it before leaving the Roshan pit. Thank you to Pop-Tart for that information.
Shout out to Pop-Tart in general for existing. I think this guy is great, so thank you. Thank you for being a person, Pop-Tart.
And of course, shout-outs to our current Obs, Yosin, through 80 minutes of games, you know, just having to listen to us talk about items and neutrals and whatever else we could fill with here in between the lulls.
You're a very hardworking observer, Yosin. He's up to 9.0 now, so imagine, like, he's only getting better and better the longer the game goes.
Yeah, he keeps getting patched between events. It's great. It is
he does
great.
not seem very happy about this long game, though.
Well, it's an unfortunate push for Liquid. I think that they still have 40 seconds left of this Aegis, and no buybacks were forced out. So not too bad, all things considered.
You know the biggest thing right now, genuinely, besides items or whatever we can possibly talk about, the neutrals experiences, is really who holds the high ground. Like, whoever holds the high ground has better position here is going to win in these fights. That's why it's making it so difficult for them to push ever. Because whenever you push, you lose that advantage no matter what, right? So you have to get pick-offs before you can push. And we've seen Liquid just falter because they just don't have that high ground. Whenever they push from low ground, it's just so difficult for them. Yeah, Fallen Sky is a great thing, but Fallen Sky is only useful because you actually get to jump with the extra vision you have from being in the high ground. So that's really the name of the game here. That's why both teams are playing so defensively.
Real quick, by the way, pretty big pickup for Supreme. My goodness, he was zooming with the Swift Blink active. He's got now the Ag's Blessing, or the Psionic Trap Shards, which allows him to TP all around the map. So now the Rat play is not really too viable here because he can just have a trap back in the fountain, which he doesn't yet, surprisingly. I think he should, in case he just needs to get out, because it's a 1.5-second channel TP. And, like, you're just gone. It's so hard. That's a great way to recover your rapiers, or at least make sure you don't have to maybe buy back. So I think that's a bit shocking to me.
Recover your rapiers.
You know.
With 17k gold in the back for TA. There's going to come a point where Boxy considers the rapier, you know? We're getting to that stage.
Oh, wait. Hold on, everyone. Please put your hands together for Insania, position 5. He's now taken the level 25 talent of Cold Feet AoE. I think he needed the minute 80 tome to get him up to level 25. That's the life of an AA.
Pretty big deal. I'm assuming, because I think Pexu had it for a while, the level 25. I think he's level 26 now, right?
Yes.
Not that Nyx's level 25s are that impressive either, by the way.
So this is a lot like, you know, back in the
the
age
net worth
of
chart.
yeah. This is back like in the age of like the Roman Empire Republic when Caesar would go conquest. Oh, hold on.
And when Caesar go conquer and there'd be a giant fish jumping at him, it was so scary those times. There's the Fallen Sky used.
Bash.
Actually, the melt hit Bash, hitting Boxy, the Ice Blast as well, and Liquid immediately retreating. This was not the fight they wanted to take. Chicken Fire just a bit too fast. And Boxy, he has TP.
He's just into the trees.
Can he get away? Thanks to the giant swing, but hey, Shimmy can do the same thing. He's gonna destroy all the trees so Boxy can't get away. The sprint, they hit him with a trap. Is Shimmy fast enough? Boxy. Giant swing, best item you can get right now.
So there we see, once again, nothing real happening as no one dies. A couple BKBs get popped, but they're all 6-second BKBs anyway. Basically, what would happen a lot of times is Caesar would just show up. They would you know, build forts on top of each other's hills, and then they would just sit there. Except in that stage, they would try and poison each other's water sources, and eventually someone would survive. Unfortunately, there's no such mechanic. Maybe after like minute 80, everyone on the map gets like permanent battle hunger, and you just need to go. Like I mean, because right now it's what, Roshan number 7 in this game is about to respawn maybe in 30 seconds.
Yeah, but that would take away the look at the tactical plays made by Liquid. Like, would you understand? They're farming their jungle right now, their camps, because they understand that if they take these camps away from potential chicken fires, when they go and rotate the jungles again, they won't have them. What an increase in gold! How could you take away these incredibly minute, detailed, so well thought out plays of an 80-minute game?
What it's really about is at this stage where Liquid are afraid, and so are chicken fighters. They're all afraid that after sitting and just being killed for 82 minutes straight, the neutrals might gain some semblance of self-determination and start rising up and actually trying to end the game themselves. As Peksu, okay,
they actually cut
back.
Nyx.
Seer Stone, a little bit. He's back down to the low ground thanks to the Vendetta unobstructed pathing. Ex Machina active for the second Force Staff away, and once again, there's going to be no opening, but Roshan now alive yet again, plus 500 damage here. So he's clocking in with a couple of rapiers. Not like that'll help him.
I wanted to say that this does become a point of the game where some things outside of the game start mattering. Not only your ability to keep the patience to actually keep playing this game and keep control of the game. Your bladder control is very important right now. It's 80 minutes, you know, that's a long time. So there's a lot of things that are coming into play here that have nothing to do with Dota whatsoever. As the Dota becomes minimized, because let's be honest, like they're just farming camps to have something to do. It's not actually the need to farm. Look at TA; she's collecting rapiers. Like Supreme, I think has 3, actually 4 technically. One disassembled.
He's got 4 rapiers. Yeah, it's kind of
5 actually. 5.
Wait,
2 disassembled rapiers.
Oh, he just got
2 disassembled rapiers and 3 normal ones. Oh my goodness.
Oh god. At this stage, I think even the carry players are like, okay, guys, I think I've had enough. I don't want to hit creeps anymore, please.
Yeah. This is the way you teach your carry to be more active. But there's a smoke. Chicken fighters are done. That's why they're called chicken fighters. They're going to go up to the high gun. This might be the fight that we're looking for this whole time. What an impale!
What?
But is that going to be a follow-up? Yeah, they got to make it. Mick is dead. They did it. Tiger's also going to fall. Charlie. He actually broke the lull of this game. They fought against Liquid. They take down 3, 2 of which have buyback though.
But this is there a sniper in this game? Supreme killed him from the outpost all the way to where that gem is standing as a Templar assassin. TA with the lowest base attack range in the entire game.
Yeah, but now she has Ballista, Side Blades, and the Hurricane Bike. Look at this. She's hitting the creeps from the Roshan spot. My goodness, Supreme. Oh, chicken fighters. They're done. They have the lesser bladder control. They want to finish this game immediately. They don't even need these items. Oh, actually, Axe for Pango. No, pretty big deal.
Liquid are going through bottom. What are they doing here? Quick on Boxy.
The Rat Dota play?
Looking for a sneaky play. Smoked up. There is going to be a Snapfire coming out here to push the waves. This should be a pretty easy kill. As Era might not be expected. Oh, he turns around for the little shredder, and it turns out he is the one to be shredded as Boxy will tear right through him. That's pretty huge here. That might save the buybacks out from Liquid, which means more Dota. This is like extra innings in baseball, guys. It's more free Dota, too.
It's not no longer baseball. This is a tennis match at this point. This is... Oof. Chicken
it's
fighters,
a cricket test match.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Charlie trying to push out these tier 3s and hopefully force out the buyback. That's the real goal here. As Supreme can just stand far away. Oh, I mean, Boxy is keeping this somewhat alive. Boxy is the king of base defense. We do remember that Virtus Pro game where Boxy and Taiga pretty much solved the game for them. But Boxy alone cannot beat this incredible Chicken Fighter squad of ranged heroes and a Pango. And a Nick, sorry.
So many rapiers right now. All right, there they go. They're going to back up. I mean, side lanes are pushing in because we have, what, both melee barracks, or we've got melee barracks top. Well, all the barracks top and range barracks top. So still, even down bottom, now that there are 3, well, how many times have these waves been upgraded? My goodness, these like, this melee creep basically could 1v1 an Ancient's Apparition at level 1 and still probably beat him. Like, these creeps are so strong right now. And that's a bit of an issue, right? Because when they're upgraded, they get even stronger. And since they've been upgraded, creeps upgrade every 7.5 minutes, which means they've upgraded like 10 or 11 times by now, or maybe more. That means that the waves push super hard if you don't have barracks. So the fact that we're able to at least equalize pressure in the mid lane means that Liquid are going to have to be taking care of waves now a little bit themselves.
This is the perfect time for... Oh no, that's the Viking GG line, never mind. Oh yeah, it looks lost, but I think we could still do this. That's the Liquid line, right? I think this is the perfect moment for that. They are struggling in these fights, particularly because Shiva is doing such a great job of these initiations, honestly. Like, Taiga was the king of initiations in this mid-game, but now we're seeing Shiva really carry his team hard here. And they're all able to jump on the drow. And one of the advantages, actually, that Chicken Fighters has, 2 advantages, particularly in this ultra late game. Not usually analysis you get to make, but they have a global presence with the TA, and actually to some degree the Pango, who has great mobility. So those 2 heroes, plus of course the Butcher Travel at this point everyone has, really help out pushing out these lanes and making sure the creeps are not as impactful, first of all. And second of all, your team fights, even if the team fight, like the actual spells are more or less similar, the fact that you just need to get on top of the drow, your execution for team fights is quite easy in a very chaotic late game.
Okay.
It's Boxy, it's fine.
Yeah, I don't think Liquid want to take that fight anymore like that. They're gonna have to fight around this ward, but that one's just expired. So yeah, I don't think they want to fight here whatsoever. Charlie's gonna nab this outpost, and the rest of Liquid are going to leave. BOT's bottom is going to be Boxy as he wants to push this wave right back out, but it looks like Chicken Fighters prepared to finally go up to the high ground as they look to push a second lane of barracks.
Yeah. So at this point, that's what I'm saying, right? The Chicken Fighters actually has an easier execution, which, when it comes to this point in the game, it matters a lot because team fights become incredibly chaotic, and even the most veteran pros will make mistakes just because there's too many things to do. And that's when I need to get on top of the drow. That single target mindset becomes a huge advantage for you. Whereas in the mid game, pro teams usually can make up for that. This is harder. Liquid has to do a lot more in these team fights to be able to, like, it's not just I protect drow. There's much more to it, especially with nullifiers not allowing you to do that.
Yep.
So now it's pick-off game for them, I think. That's their best asset, actually, with Lina and Tiny, so yeah.
Whoa, hold on. Supreme's down bottom. Okay, might go hunting for Koikva. Koikva might go hunting for him. Koikva, by the way, he's like, oh, everyone's picking up Divine Rapiers. I don't mind if I do. So now this Lina,
he's had him for a while.
She didn't have damage before, definitely has damage.
No, he's had one for a while. He's had one for a bit. Koikva. Yeah. He just keeps it at 1, though. He's not like the TA, who at this point is literally littering with these rapiers. Look at that. She's keeping the 5 rapiers. She's now thinking of going for refresher, but why?
So much gold.
Yep.
So much gold.
I love it because at this point, I bet the support's like, "Guys, can I have like
hold
a
on,
no?
Supreme?
What is it? I'm only at 14K."
They're gonna go for Supreme down bottom. Oh, they thought about it. Boxy canceled the TP instead, though. They didn't want to go for it.
Supreme's the best target because he's the one with the global presence. If you go on anyone else, he can just appear with a trap, right?
Yep.
So Supreme's the best target. But now we have Butcher Travel level 2 and a couple of heroes, I imagine. And it's not even he's an easy target to pick up.
Okay, Aegis is about to be reclaimed. We'll see what Chicken Fighters, if they react to this. I think they will. And perhaps they're going to back up. There it goes. All right, Hurricane Pike into the inventory. More attack range, please. Thank you very much. Another Rapier. I'll take that. Okay, Pexer, though, he snuck behind the base. Chicken Fighters, they're going for a little bit of wraparound, but they've been scouted out here. The blink back. Oh, no, that's a 2-for-1 special, but Shibe's in with the Fallen Sky. He's going to stun up 2, and that means Boxy's going to be perma-stunned to death. Taiga, his BKB duration is running out, and Charlie is actually blinking on forward, preventing anyone from supporting him. Means that Chicken Fighters have blown through Liquid early on, but that's only stage 1 because out come the buybacks. The Hex Machina to get Pexu back as they just continue to force staff him around. There's going to be another one. The Cookie to put him out of position. He's going to get another stun out, but down he will go. He's the 1-for-2 trade. Liquid now, they're looking for more as on the chase they go.
Okay. So Liquid, they defend this, but obviously they cost 2 buybacks though, so they need to get a kill out of this. Boxy is the one leading the charge right now. Bucks here decided to go for Bloodthorn finally. It takes 90 minutes of game for a hero to decide and consider the Bloodthorn as an item.
Yep.
Pretty good on Slaughter, though.
And what did we do there, by the way? What got accomplished in that fight? 2 buybacks, right?
Buybacks.
1 out of Boxy,
Yeah.
1 out of Taiga, and what is this? 275 damage to the Tier 3 tower.
102 minutes, man. This is the goal for Liquid. They're just waiting it out. Both teams, like Chicken Fighters and Liquid, they have a master plan, but they have to wait for the 102-minute game. They saw the Knoxville stats, and they want Knoxville to tweet about them, too. That's the true honor of most Dota teams. Yeah, honestly, if Knoxville tweets about you, you've done something great or something really bad. So you know.
Yeah, it depends. It's noteworthy either way, right? Noteworthy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's take a look. Anyone else joining the level 30 club right now? It's
the animation for TA is not meant to last this long. What are those projectiles, man? It's just not correct. It's broken. Just 27k gold. What is this? Why?
She still has a bottle. I love.
Full efficiency. She keeps it in base though. This is like talk about the Roman times. This is like the Roman baths, right? You just get the bottle, you wash yourself a bit.
I feel like this is the kind of game, if you could still buy couriers, where both teams would just have like a ring around the rosy of the couriers around their fountain. You know.
Oh, I was thinking of a time where the couriers could use the Dagons, and you'd just have these bombing squads of Dagon.
Oh, that was
couriers.
so cursed. No way.
Right? Yeah. At this point, isn't it useful to play like the old Dota where you have the courier next to you and he gives you items in the middle of the fight? Like, is that even a thing? Can you do that anymore? I know you can physically, but like, is it something they consider?
That's only a strat, you know, past. Just 112 minutes, because by that stage you will genuinely be 12 slotted, right? And I mean, we might even get to see the very rare, because remember guys, couriers have backpacks too. So what, you have 6, 12 plus another 6, you have 18 total slots to play with, plus 2 neutrals, which of course couriers can also carry. So we're gonna get to see the very rare 20 slotted TA swapping out Divine Rape. Well, you can't swap for rapiers and fight, but you know, getting the refresher in.
Well, you can do it though. You can from the courier. That's the point.
I think as soon as like the courier gives it to you, you can't give it back though. As soon as it's in your inventory, it's locked in there, right?
Right. But here's the strat, right? You get a TA, right, and you only have Ballista and Hurricane Pike plus Nullifier. Sorry, you only have Ballista and Hurricane Pike in the inventory, and then you throw your hits with your insane range. Before they hit, you give her all the rapiers, like from the courier, straight, like 5 rapiers, and then all of a sudden it's like, wow, I never expected this much amount of damage, and that's how you win the game.
You're right. This game, by the way, has turned into who's gonna blink first and to who falls asleep first. I'm pretty sure. It's like, I mean that in like a real way, where it's eventually someone's gonna be caught snoozing here. Like it's gonna happen. There's only so much serious Dota you could play, and perhaps this is it. Boxy, normally he's the one getting the jumps, but this time he is going to be the jumpy, as there's not enough damage onto him thanks to the and is getting procced. Charlie though looking for more targets as Pexu can't even catch up to him. Lina as well is able to evade. Oh no, she's not. She's not in blue base. That was the Drow Ranger.
They caught her in the trees. Koikva was not expecting Shiva to just jump on her, but there we go. That's the rapier on the... They don't even need it. They're just going to leave the rapier on the floor.
Leave it there, honestly.
Honestly, yeah. And now at least you force this buyback, right? Lina buyback has actually got a major.
Yeah. First, though, Roshan number 8.
This
This is like...
I'm glad you're keeping track, because I am not.
I think it's actually 7, I believe. Hold on, our overlay says. Oh, it is 8. Holy moly. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Oh, okay. Thank God for this overlay. All right, so now you take the Roshan.
We need like Mambo number 9 here eventually for all these Roshans that have been taken down.
Era got the Ags. That's the last Ags, right? I don't think you have any more Ags.
Now it's just more money, dude. It's more money for more rapiers.
Oh, you sell the yeah, you sell the Ags for more rapiers. That's true recycling.
Okay, I mean, let's talk about this. Snapfire Ags. It's still really good.
Buy the refresher. It's bothering me at this point that you have the refresher in the quick buy. Like, you just keep it in your base or something, or give it to your courier. You have 35k. What is this quick buy even for? In case you have to replenish, I guess, like the 3 rapiers in a go. Maybe that's the idea.
This game is such it's going to be such a statistical aberration. An 80k net worth lead right now for Chicken Fighters. My goodness.
Which does not matter, honestly.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. That's the thing. It's all fake, man.
Currency's fake. It's all pieces of paper. In this case, it's all yellow coins, I guess.
Not even the.
I've
not
never
even
actually
the shopkeepers.
considered.
This would make for a good raunchy piece, wouldn't it? Where it's the shopkeeper 30 minutes in, where you start off and you don't even have money for a TP scroll, right? And then 95 minutes later, you just buy 6 divine rapiers at once.
Yeah, everyone's hanging out like it's like it's inflation Germany, like post World War I. Just carts of money, just going to the shopkeeper. And even then, I mean, they don't get heavier. Only Slaughter got heavier this game, which is good. He's the only one that can physically keep the gold inside him. Anyone else, I don't understand.
He was somehow tankier 30 minutes ago. He's lost 300 HP. Not that big of a deal, of course, but like.
The change in his items. The change in his items. Oh, Mickey. Okay. Oh, the Fallen Sky. That's very big for Mickey. They use the Stone Graze as well, and the Mortimers gets raining down. Some hit. Mickey actually has to force himself to safety. He uses the BKB as well to save himself from being nullified, but he's been turned to stone. Mickey, you need to run away. He's not dealing any more damage. They actually even have an Abyssal Blade on the Pango just to stop him. Mickey trying to go back to base to hit the Ice Blast just to retreat, and it does seem like Chicken Fighters will not get what they're looking for. In fact, they might even lose Supreme here to the Lina. He does die. They have the Light Strike Array, but Supreme should be able to get away here. There we go, the blink immediately. Rolling Thunder yet again from Shibe. Another round of Mortimer's Kisses, and this time Taiga's the objective. Taiga is still alive. Taiga's gonna live. In fact, the counter initiation of Mickey, he's dealing too much damage. He's bursting Charlie down. They're taking down Supreme as well. There's so many rapiers on the floor. Pick him up, divide them among yourselves. The spoils of war. Liquid actually take a fight. And as I said, Richie, the only thing that matters is the high ground. They're gonna get Era.
Yeah.
This is not your chance. This is his 4th TI qualifier. It's not gonna matter. Era, goodbye. Liquid. Liquid's doing it? I think the high ground's doing it.
Liquid are doing it. It's the map. The map is the biggest problem. And even though they have Seer Stone, what an initiation. Okay, all 5 buybacks. Chicken Fighters, they're going for it now. I mean, why not? They've got, of course, backup rapiers for days. Everyone's good to go yet again. But what a great play. I just want to highlight the great usage there of the Terran scan because they went on in, and then Shibe was in immediately with Fallen Sky, controlling the Drow Ranger. Unfortunately, just off the mark. Surprised we didn't use the Wind Waker there just to make sure they could perma-stun him because we were able to pop the BKB. Great play from Charlie. I didn't have the catch they needed.
I think it was the moment that Mickey sort of turned to stone and realized, oh, she's still screaming. That was the moment where it seemed like Liquid decided to retreat and re-engage in the fight. And in this whole game, honestly, it's been Liquid's re-engagements have been saving them. And that was actually a 70k net worth. Oh my goodness.
That was a 70k
that might be one of the best
swing. Yep. Okay. Be careful.
Oh my god.
Supreme.
I'm waiting for the Knoxville tweet here. You have Rapier on Taiga at this point. They have no more slots. They gave the Rapier to a support. This is your chance to shine, Taiga. He actually hits the buildings for a lot, to be honest.
Give him Axe, dude.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. He's still so slow. Yeah, give him Axe. Give him Axe. That's the name of the game. Who cares about buyback? No, buyback is much more important.
Buyback is, at this stage, you need the buyback. And speaking of buybacks, of course, literally everyone from Chicken Fighters buying back there preemptively, I guess. But everyone with Liquid still having buyback. Chicken Fighters, despite having just about everything that Roche could drop and more, unable to really get even a single kill there, which means that Liquid are in a position here if they want to really go high ground and have 2 lives each. By this stage, even Ancient Apparition has the BOTs. So it's definitely doable for them.
What I like about Chicken Fighters is right now, they're not deciding to go and stay in the base and, oh, we're just going to wait for them to go and fight us so they can give Liquid the tempo of the game. They want to recover it, and the way they recover is by going outside. However, if Taiga surprises you, they might still be able to turn us around. They're going for the next first. Charlie is keeping Mickey at bay. Mickey is riding to the high ground yet again. There's too many traps along the way, but the Mickey is keeping him safe. But Mickey, he can't get away. They're too stuck to him. They're holding onto his legs, and Mickey's going to die. Buyback immediately, though. Koikva is now the second Mickey, but Koikva's been turned to stone, and Koikva's going to shatter immediately. Taiga, not even a chance for him. Liquid buys back with as many people as they can. Insane is somehow alive. Boxy will die as well. There's rapiers all over the place, but they don't need him. They have the damage without him. Era is the target now for them as Koikva keeps the rest of Chicken Fighters at bay. They're going for the supports first. They're the easiest targets, but Era will survive. Pexu trying to go into the trees of the Vendetta. He does have the Vendetta of unobstructed pathing. The rapiers don't matter anymore.
Yeah, well, why not?
They just found it. There we go.
Okay,
I think that's the one. That's the one he lost as well earlier. That's the one he lost.
It actually is the one he lost. Don't expect me. Oh my lord, this game.
4
buybacks out from Liquid. Quakefa's bought a second rapier. Dude, Quakefa actually almost killed Dusa there. It looked like Dusa didn't have mana shield on, but Quakefa was just critting like crazy, just had so much damage. Luckily, he was turned to stone, and this time, I mean, God Gamer Pangolier over here, Shibe was right on top of it. Didn't screw up the control this time whatsoever. Perfect counter initiation from the Pangolier. And even though Taiga lives, or Boxy lives, I think thanks to, now it's Taiga with the Book of Shadows, he's still turned to stone. He still actually can't get in there. And that means that, you know, without much support, Liquid, they ended up just dropping one by one. And speaking of something that's dropping one by one, once again, we assume the Roshan positions. Roshan number 9.
Another big swing, which doesn't really matter. I want to say, by the way, Chicken Fighters, you listen to this cast. If you guys happen to stay together, which I hope you do for the next season, please add "Don't Spank Me" to your supporter pack. That needs to be a line on the supporter pack here. Rapier for Insania. There's 2 more rapiers right next to him. Oh, he's like, oh, guys, don't litter.
Oh, okay, he's got to go double rapier. Why not? The Glimmer's not doing him any favors right now. Why not?
Actually, at this point, Biomax, look at this Hurricane Bike. Yes, Insania. He's realized. There we go, 3 rapiers. Insania is gonna be the true sniper. Look, you're gone to. Sweden is a very clean city. They don't litter. I think Insania is doing the right thing here.
Absolutely.
He's picking up all the trash in the map, and he's gonna clean the trash on the map as well with these rapiers.
I love it. Yesterday during our ITB game, Spider Pigs, I made an off-the-cuff comment.
There we go.
Yeah, about how, you know, Ancient Depper. You know what? Go for X. Go for X. Get this chilling touch bonus.
Yeah, he did it. He just got it. He just got it, dude.
Dude, this is amazing.
Insania's gonna become the true carry. Look, I understand now. Liquid sees the future. This is why Insania was playing carry during ESL 1. You thought it was just a fluke. It was not. Look, now we're gonna see the power of Liquid. Let's see if it happens. There's gonna be an Ice Blast hitting. Charlie in the middle of the fight. They're positioning Chicken Fighters, doing well.
Got the
They don't want to lose the high ground too early. They're forcing it on Drow, and they're gonna murder Mickey. No chance for Mickey. That's a dieback. Chicken Fighters not gonna give Insania a chance to scary. Oh, Insania dealing so much damage, but he's alone. He's gonna burst it down. He does take down Charlie. But that's not gonna be enough.
What?
There's so many rapiers in the same spot. 5 rapiers concentrating within one another. Liquid just lost 3 heroes. However, they did take down the Dusa, but Chicken Fighters has Supreme. It's the fight of the mid laners with Insania here helping out. There's 2 rapiers on the Lina.
It's still holdable. It's still holdable, though. Unfortunately, okay, Supreme, yeah, just blinking away from that. What a counter initiation on a Quakefa. Go. He does not have BKB. He's got Satanic, though. Now I'm going to start laying in the damage. Good damage, but not enough here onto Shibe. He gets plenty of assistance. Supreme now in a bit of a tough spot here. If he goes down, he does not have buyback, dropping 2 more rapiers. Here goes Insania with the damage. He's the carry now. It's not CK. It's the Ancient Apparition. That's what they needed. He's going to recover the rapiers and continue running at him. Era trying to counter initiate. Gets the stun, but Quakefa now in trouble as Shiba is right on top of him, but they don't have the damage. Insania's actually killing them both. He's got the Pangolier, and he's got Era too.
Oh my goodness, Insania is actually legitimately going to carry the game. He's doing it. A raffle comes out, and they're going to finish this. It's Insania who wins the game for them. Liquid win in a 103-minute game, all because they realized their 5 was the carry the whole time. What?
This was the most Liquid game I think I've ever seen. 103 minutes and 55 seconds. Almost 9 Roshans. 15 Divine Rapiers. 2 Aghanim's Blessings denied. But eventually they got the job done. Insania, what a performance out from him. He has to spend the first, literally, he spends the first 100 minutes suffering, in pain, unable to really get much done, and then he decides, you know what, screw it. What if I just become the carry? And sometimes, guys, that's what you need to do to get yourselves the win. That's what you got to do to get yourself in a position here, and it's a 1-0 lead for Liquid over the Chicken Fighters after almost a 2-hour-long game. Now just a 1-minute break before we throw it back to Daniel Offen and our great panel, who are going to try and break down this game just a little bit more for you.
Well, at TI7, it took Team Liquid just 106 minutes to win TI over Team Newbie. It's taken Team Liquid about 104 minutes to breeze past Chicken Fighters in this game one. T-Governor, why don't you very succinctly summarize that entire game for me?
The absolute unit, the absolute Chad, and I don't know, Insania with his very clutch. This is what Liquid was doing. You know, they drafted this. They very much knew that once Insania hit his timing of the triple rapier, of the Aghanims, that's when they were going to win the game. So I love the fact that Liquid, they played this very long game just so Insania could hit his timing. Calculated from minute 0. They knew this interaction would occur. They knew how to win the game cleanly.
That's the sort of next level thinking that Liquid are known for. Sheep, what are your thoughts on what we just witnessed?
What did we just witness? That was just insane. I had all these notes written down about the early game. So like, wow, Tiger moved really well through these lanes in the early game. He made so much impact in the first 10 minutes. 100 minutes later, it feels like that doesn't matter anymore. It was...
Yeah, let's break it down minute by minute. What in the early game? What ended up going so well for Team Liquid?
All right. Okay. I guess the real thing that we have to talk about here is that Chicken Fighters, the reason why this game looked so good for them is because they were able to fortify their top tri-camp so well. They utilized traps, they allowed Medusa to farm, they played this kind of fortified style of Dota really well, and Liquid was running into it head on so many times. So Liquid had this lead, they had to adapt, they took some racks, they then kind of ran into another fortified area which was high ground, and Chicken Fighters kind of just dominated these easy to control areas. But in the open space, Liquid's ability to team fight together, their ability to kind of utilize their spells and min-max just allowed them to keep themselves in what was they were down by was it 80k gold at some point? Yeah. This was a demonstration of both teams kind of playing their styles. Just I don't know. It's way too long of a game to try and find these smaller points.
I want to bring out one quick stat, which is I think the biggest gold swing I personally have ever seen in Dota, which was a 69,000 gold swing in one fight in the Team Liquid base. I know this is very hard to summarize. We don't see a lot of late game Dota sheep, but why don't you talk me through, I guess, what Team Liquid did quite well at the end to win that game?
Well, I think the most important thing that Team Liquid did was Insania was taking a stroll through the enemy jungle, and he happened to pass 3 rapiers lying on the ground, abandoned to the trees, and he said, huh, this looks kind of nice. And he just picked them all up. Honestly, it was so funny afterwards because they took this fight in the mid lane, and Mickey is just dying on Drow in front of him. And I'm thinking, damn, it sure would be nice for this AA to have a Glimmer Cape right now. But nah, we got 3 rapiers instead. I mean, he carried the game. Mickey who?
The Medusa is as well, it's doing pretty well, and the AA just randomly starts chunking through. It was. Whew. I just love this game. Honestly, I think Dota is it's amazing to watch these teams play in 30-40 minute games where they've got this plan, they've scrimmed, they've executed, but we rarely get to see these pure games of Dota where you get to the chaos where it doesn't matter if you're a pro player or what, you're not going to be trained for these types of moments, and it is just beautiful seeing the AA with the rapiers, how they play in their base and just AFK farm for 40 minutes because they're discussing how to do it. This is just beautiful Dota, and Woo.
I've interviewed a lot of professional players, and many of them say that the most heartbreaking games to lose are these long games where you think you could have won and you lose so much gold, and you just expend so much mental energy and almost physical energy in these games, and then to lose is really heartbreaking. Sheep, why don't you talk to me a little bit about what Chicken Fighters might now be doing to try and pick themselves up into this game too?
That's a heavy question. I mean, first they have to mentally reset, right? Hopefully they have a player on their team who's able to keep it calm, keep the team together, redraw them back, and refocus. It's hard to... I think it's very difficult in these situations, mostly because what do you say, what went wrong? You can't just say, oh, guys, we executed a little poorly, or our lanes went a bit bad when the game goes for 100 and so minutes, and all that. There's just so much. Both teams were so patient, which was an incredible display of their skill to take it that far. But yeah, I think it's very difficult. I think they just have to do their best to reset mentally because they're good players. They've been stomping through these qualifiers so far. They clearly have the skill to win. So it's not a question of whether they can or cannot. It is just a mental thing, I think.
It's also notable that that's the first game they've lost in these qualifiers, and it took them 104 minutes to lose it. So hopefully the next game they lose will be slightly shorter, or they'll win it in a slightly less time. We're going to go to a quick break now, but we'll be back very, very shortly for Game 2. We've got a little bit of time before the second game here, as I believe probably both teams need a touch of a rest, maybe a quick shower before they go into this game too. So Sheep, why don't you, now that you've had a little bit of time to think about it, talk me through the key moments of that game for you?
All right. Well, there were a lot of key moments, but I will talk about what I enjoyed the most. First of all, Tiger's play in the first 10 minutes was very impressive to me. I think he had one of the most effective 10 minutes on a tiny that I've ever seen. He dragged the creeps in the off lane, secured his level 2. Then he went mid, helped get war runes for his mid, blocked TA's small camp, which is a big thing about the mid lane right now. These mid heroes that are able to shove the lane and farm this small camp and accelerate their net worth. It's very important for them. So I really liked his movement to mid to mess with that. He ran at TA under a tower, kept going, went top, got a kill, went to the enemy triangle, stole a last hit from a big camp from TA, stole their bounty rune. He was so good. I loved his movements. I loved his whole gameplay throughout. His buybacks, especially in every fight, were incredible. He was able to jump in, burst someone or throw them in, die, buy back, and then come back and do it again. Throwing Medusa out of position constantly. I think Tiger was absolutely the MVP of Liquid this game.
Do you agree, Tia, or is there another MVP you'd like to point towards?
It's a 104-minute game. You know, with there's so many. It's just beautiful. I think Tiger for sure. The entry to the game was pretty good. I still want to highlight Chicken Fighters, and even like Liquid take the win. The way in which they're able to play around their vision and that kind of just understand what the team needed. Like they sacrificed map control and just general play on the map so that they could enable the Medusa to find farm. Like you see Liquid with these early moves like Sheep mentioned, but like they did run into a brick wall. Like Liquid did have issues breaking down Chicken Fighters, and it was then Liquid who had to adapt throughout the game, be it 104 minutes. Like they stopped going topside. They had to think about moving around the map. Then there was that moment, if people still remember, but they perfectly, both teams smoked like this, right? They were like, like they didn't find each other, right? Like this game was just a beautiful kind of macro level play of just how they wanted to try and play around the map. And it's why it took so long, because both teams were so equally skilled at trying to kind of find that little extra from the map and try and break each other down. So like, yeah, Liquid, they take the win, but this was just so much respect towards both teams. And if anything, if you want to find a point where Liquid are going to review this game, it's when they have the lead, they're taking another mid-rack situation, and they die with the Aegis. It happened against Tundra game 2, it happened against Chicken Fighters game 1, but this time they had a little bit more kind of runway in the game to kind of find the comeback from that potential throw. So I think Liquid, they take the win, but they will still be like, wait guys, we just did what we did yesterday, and now we win? All right. So yeah, Liquid, they're looking scary because they can recover their throws now. That is a hard thing to do.
It is a hard thing to do, but I imagine they're probably not wanting to go through that again. They're probably wanting to win games in normal time, not necessarily having to go through hell and back. Are there any particular players on Liquid that need to step up for you, Sheep, in this next kind of game to solidify a win? Is it just about team play, or is it about particular moments or anything like that?
Call them out, Sheep.
Liquid.
Call them out. Go on, call them out. Yep.
For Liquid, I thought Liquid were pretty great. I mean, I think their gameplay with these 4 staffs is really good, which is why I thought Supreme was so great with that Nullify pickup. I think that was honestly a extremely key point of Chicken Fighters and their ability to draw the game out when it did look scary for them when Liquid were approaching. This Nullifier allowed the Medusa and the TA to both pile onto these cores on Mickey's Drow, on Lina. They couldn't be forced off the way, they couldn't be saved. It was super, super clutch. And I think it came at around the time when they were messing up on that mid-high ground push. So it feels like the timing all came together for Chicken Fighters just at the right time. Because, yeah, I mean, Liquid, I was worried when they did throw on there. But I think, as opposed to Tundra's last game, where they then went to Roche through the Roche fight and then lost the game off the back of it, this time they didn't do that, like T said, recovered spectacularly. So I like Liquid's mentality of this game. I think they handled it much better. Did go a bit long though, because of it.
Yeah, it did go a little long. It's somewhat of an understatement. Yeah, I hadn't seen you guys in so long when we came back to that first panel. I want to talk about Qualifier as well. Yeah, I'm an old man now. I've cashed in my pension. I don't need to cast Dota anymore. I'm getting getting 60 quid a week from the government. I want to talk about Koifer briefly. He felt like a lot of the damage center coming out from Team Liquid. Obviously, Mikke was able to do a huge amount of damage, and then Insania was able to do a huge amount of damage late. But it felt like there were so many pushes into the Liquid base that Koifer was able to return back and just destroy certain heroes. And it feels like he's really stepped up in this game. Would you agree with that too?
Yeah, for sure. Like he ends the game, 27 and 18. He shares the same amount of damage as the Drow, both sitting at 55.7k. Like these heroes, like the ones they're playing, they become these turrets into longer games. So it's one of those rare moments where we get to see, like, if they're not instantly jumped, they get to just go pew 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 pew. They're like role playing sniper. And outside of that, yeah, for sure. Like Koiker, again, it's such a long game. I won't lie. It's hard for me to try and pinpoint a moment where I'm like, damn, Koiker did well there. Because like these long games, it's all about the team effort. It's like the camaraderie, not getting picked off, not being the one that's like, I had to waste buyback because I was being too greedy, because I got too comfortable. So yeah, like Koiker has like the best score at the end of the game, but I think we just have to attribute this to the discipline of understanding how to play longer games. And like I wish we just had like like heart monitors during these games. Like maybe not for the players because but like at least for like us watching. I'm still feeling the repercussions of watching this game. I'm sure everyone in chat as well has probably got like the same thing where they're like, oh, I love Dota, like that type of thing. But I'm still I need a new draft to reset because I'm like, oh.
And if we watching from afar are struggling to reset after that game, I imagine both teams are struggling to reset. So let's talk about what they can do next. Sheep, what sort of stuff would you like to see Chicken Fighters pull out to bring this to a game 3?
Well, we talked a lot about their previous drafts before the first draft. They didn't really go any of that route. Their Viper and their Phoenix got banned out by Liquid, which I think is fair. Great heroes. They chose not to go for the Faceless Void. Maybe if they have the second pick this time, they might try and take the Void Snapfire like they've had success with in the past. I would love to see that personally. I also wouldn't mind seeing a Phantom Assassin again because they executed that really well yesterday. They had these super high tempo cores. They had Razor, Viper, stuff like that enabled this space on other lanes to keep the heat off of their PA, and then she was able to burst these squishy heroes down on the enemy team. So maybe if the draft goes in that direction, I wouldn't mind seeing that again. I really like Chicken Fires. I think they are a bunch of players with interesting hero pools. I think Supreme has some pocket stuff. As early as a month ago, he was playing Shadow Fiend in an official. Imagine if he pulls that one out in this series. That would be really cool because we don't see that hero much. So
I was gonna say I'm like going off of Sheep's point that she made around about, I think it's like 200 minutes ago maybe. This offlane Void. Like I know you just mentioned now as well. Like I'm excited to see this come into the game potentially. Like now Chicken Fighters might be second pick. They might be able to pick it up themselves. And just to be very clear, like this offlane Void, he went like Hood, Echo Saber, Sanj. Like this wasn't like some Ags Shard style Void where he's poking and prodding and being. He's literally just being like some would say even a griefer if you're in a solo queue game, like, and I want to see that in a competitive game. I want to see it myself with my own eyes, like how it actually works, because he popped off when he went the Hood Echo Saber build. So I want to see Liquid maybe let it through. They have the game 1 advantage. I don't think that really helps nowadays, because like after you play this long game, Liquid probably want to get out. They're not going to probably be like, they're going to go at it again. So, but no, I think I really want to see an offlane Void from Chicken Fighters. Like show us something that you've invented.
It also makes sense to me that both teams, I think, especially probably Chicken Fighters, want to play something quite different this game. They don't want to be playing the same heroes. If Insania has to play AA again, imagine that.
We love AA.
Why did you say that?
Yes, but like playing it that long.
All right, Dan, if this happens, all right, if we queue up into this game, Chicken Fighters a first pick, Liquid a second pick, and we see the same 4 bans into the same 4 picks, and then it goes the exact same length of time, the same throws, that would be one beautiful. Okay, cool. We're in the clear. It's not happened.
They picked the Lina though, so someone is going to be playing that Lina again. Probably Koifer.
Come on, Faceless Void. Faceless Void.
I'm going to do my Void.
We're sweltering in anticipation, but they might take a little time on this pick, and who can blame them?
They're on an RN.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about this Lina while we're waiting. Would you definitely say that Team Liquid are a mid-Lina team, or have you seen a Tiger player?
has he played it recently? Of course, like he can play it. You know, Tiger is an exceptional player. But in the last,
There we go,
the
that
games that he's
void.
played so far,
I don't think so. Oh, they did it!
Yes!
Let's go! I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
but they can still flex it, Sheep. You know, like this still
Yeah,
could
that's
just be a
true, yeah.
carry, and then we're bored, all right?
Yeah.
Because like carry void's like whoop-de-whoop. Off-lane void, that's where the the stonks are at. But
You're right.
Early
But they
days.
did stomp with the carry void too. So
That's
that
true.
my problem with void is when they do no damage for like half of
Hmm.
an hour and then they just lose the game. But I feel like Chicken Fires, they know how to make this void work. So I'm down.
If I'm
What-
fighters
what-
right now, though, I'm putting this to offlane. Like, if I'm seeing a
Yes.
Slardar potentially leaner offlane duo
Mm.
into my void, like,
Yeah.
So I hope because of this, it actually is an offlane because, like, laning purposes, you don't want to lane into what is Slardar leaner or Slardar plus any range. Like, if Liquid go Willow or something as well, like, it's you hate playing void like this.
Mm-hmm. What sort of telltale picks are we looking around this offlane void? Because that's, to me, that Snapfire points to an offlane void because that's strong damage outside the chrono. You don't need the void themselves to have damage. So what else are you looking for them to pick up that makes you go, this is definitely an offlane void? Aside from like a Terrorblade or something that's obviously precludes it.
They have played when they played it before in the previous series. They had a Drow carry, so that was their source of damage for that. They have the Snapfire obviously to do chrono damage too. So I would like some ranged cores to complement it a lot.
Yeah, 100%. Just like you don't have to have that classic form of damage through magic damage into the chrono. I think you just need that reliable damage that will scale throughout the game. So ranged cores, play behind the void, and just play normally.
Team
Ooh,
Liquid, so
Supreme
far so
plays Invoker.
familiar.
Invoker?
That is one. Yeah, Supreme plays it. He's played it
Yep,
in
that's true.
these qualifiers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He does.
He does, yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
TA, Invoker, Puck, Shadow Fiend, maybe during DPC time.
Mhm.
Yeah, sounds about right.
It looks like Chicken Fighters don't think this is a mid lane leaner because they're banning out that TA and Lone Droid a Qualifier special. Both fair enough, fair play to them. Team Liquid banning out that Terrorblade, as you might hope they would and should have yesterday.
but this Terrorblade ban, this is the respect that Liquid has. Like, this void will just probably be offlane, right? Like, when Liquid picks Slardar like this, they're forcing the flexibility of a hero. Because, like, in this scenario, it's a little bit more, like, wonky because it's a void. But, like, imagine if it was a different type of flex. Like, you pick the counter to where the flex can go. So then, as a team, you're unflexing the hero, right? And this is exactly what Liquid did with the Slardar. It's like, all right, now you've picked this cool void, but we know it's going to be your offlane. So now they just ban out, like, these bigger carries, and they're going to have a pretty nice time. So, yeah, Liquid just... They're very much ready for the creativity of Chicken Fighters.
Chicken Fighters banning up. What sort of carry do you want to go into an offlane void? Do you want something tanky that can't get burst down, or is that not a concern?
No, I think
No.
Faceless Void is probably giving your carry a free lane, right? Snapfire is quite aggressive. It's kind of difficult to play into her, especially with the Shredder Max build. But Faceless Void is not scaring you. He's a notoriously low damage hero. So I think if anything, you're quite happy that you're safe lane. You can pick relatively freely what you want.
Greed is good for sure, yeah. And then they go for that Invoker on Chicken Fighters because it's now just like you go Quads Works as well. You have this Alacrity eventually, and you just throw onto your carry. So now you can have the setup from the Chrono. You've got the damage from the from the Snapfire and the Invoker with Sunstrike, and then whatever carry they pick will just be able to play a normal game. But Chicken Fighters might still be confident and decide to put the Void carry if they see some like Zibe offlane to punish, because once again, Chicken Fighters are second pick. They are going to be able to keep their carry and offlane covered until the very final moment. So even though we're now talking about offlane Void, they might do different laning setups, but pick an offlaner. So it's still up in the air. But yeah, Chicken Fighters are ticking the box of making sure that the Void can play a game where if you use Chrono, someone will die. Ooh,
IO for Team Liquid.
IO.
That's a classic one.
Oh, then they pick
Okay.
Wyvern counter to the IO, but then you just go. Is it Gyro now for Liquid?
I would say Gyro. Mickey likes the Gyro.
Yeah. I'm just.
But is it
bated breath, you know?
because most people are picking Wisp with Gyro, but Gyro not necessarily with Wisp. Are there any other heroes that get like to pick with Wisp at the moment that you like?
Yes, but like because you see Void and then you see Wyvern, these other heroes that aren't Gyro who can't farm as quick don't feel so great. Like you wouldn't. They just go for a Slark.
okay.
Ooh.
What?
Okay, wow.
We've
Like,
not seen a lot of Stark sheep.
Alright.
Tell me why.
Slock is, in my opinion, I can't speak for much pro games because he doesn't get picked in pro games.
Say it,
so
Sheep. I know
it's
what you're
hard
gonna
to
say. Just say it. It's good. Don't worry.
I don't think he's a good laner. I don't think he can apply pressure. I mean, this is what we were saying, right? The Faceless Void offlane is going to be such a weak laner that they might feel comfortable to pick something on the weaker side. I think Slark is on that weaker side, but you're also in the situation where Faceless Void is quite famously a hero that has been picked against Slark to counter him because you just chrono him and he can't use his Dark Pact. So I think it's pretty sus from Liquid to want to play it here. I guess they're more confident because it's off lane, so it's not going to have this big advantage items to kill him in the chrono. But I mean, Chicken Fires have more than enough spell damage to kill him in the chrono, so I'm assuming they're hoping that this IO will be able to keep him alive through it, relocate him out, whatever. So
because Team Liquid are obviously a clever bunch of boys. They know what they're doing. They're not randomly picking. Well, I mean, they have done that once, but they're not randomly picking heroes with no reasoning behind them. So would you say the reasoning is that they feel they've got a strong enough lane for the Slark and they can keep him alive through the chrono? Is it that, or is there anything else here that you think is an advantage of this Slark that they might pick it up?
I think the point is like they don't really want to go for the traditional IO partners, and in this type of game, if they have Slardar Lina in one lane and then they have Slark IO in another, because Chicken Fighters have this Void, like he's not going to have a good time playing either side lane now. Like they've doubled down on removing him from the game. And if you look at the style of draft from Chicken Fighters, it's like Void plus the lads. If Void doesn't have a game, his chrono, it doesn't matter if you have this because like you're not going to be able to kill heroes. Like the support duo of Wyvern and Snapfire, it's good later into the game, but early on, it's the same story as game one, right? It's like Chicken Fighters support duo don't really do much, but once they scale to a decent point, they're devastating. Exact same thing here. Like if Void is shut down in laning phase, there isn't a recovery plan from Chicken Fighters. They have to turtle, and they don't have that farming accelerant, be it the TA farming jungle or Medusa this time. So there's a lot more emphasis on if Liquid win lanes, they can just fully choke out Chicken Fighters from the game. There isn't going to be that fortified like jungling from them. So I can see why they go for a Slark, because they just want to win lanes. They just want to run at Chicken Fighters.
Team Liquid banning out carries here. They banned 4 in a row. One last ban. If you're Chicken Fighters, what sort of carry do you want here?
Yes, the beat Slark carry.
Do you think they go Bloodseeker? Or do you think he gets bopped too hard by
Bloodseeker,
Slardar?
as I was thinking.
That's a classic. Oof.
Yeah.
They do have last pick again, right? So
that's true. I'm only concerned because there's for Chicken Fires, because the only hard lockdown they have for Slark is Wyvern ult and Chrono, which are both these huge long cooldown teamfight ults. Otherwise, we're playing into Invoker, Snapfire. They're not gonna shut down. They're not gonna catch the Slark. So it does seem like a pretty sick game, especially when he's buffed up by this IO. So they need something that maybe a little bit shorter cooldown to flame.
We need to see what Liquid picks here, though. Okay, they go for an Oracle. So it is going to be IO Slardar offlane duo, Lina mid, and then Oracle Slark actually. So it's not even going to be the IO Slark lane. Maybe they do setups different, but
it's Insania's comfort hero, very much so. He's always, whenever I speak to Insania, he's always telling me how much he loves Oracle. So that's a very comfortable pick for them, I think. Would you agree, Sheep?
Yeah, I think these are good as well because whatever lane they put it in, the Oracle is going to be good against both supports from Chicken Fires. You can remove the debuff of the minus armor from Little Shredder against Snapfire. You can remove the Wyvern's Q, right? It's just, I think either way they're giving their cores these good safe lanes in the side. I don't know what aggressive carry Chicken Fires could possibly pick here to provide a threat, especially into Slardar, and all these range heroes have been banned out like Drow, Luna. It seems difficult. Medusa's also gone. I feel like Chicken Fires are kind of in a corner here draft-wise.
Could they... I think, yeah, like, even... Morphling doesn't even sound that good. But, like, yeah, they're in a position right now where they either go for all-out winning the run at you, like go for, like, a Leshrac style of carry, but that's not what Charlie plays. And that would be, like, a counter to Slark. Like, when you have Oracle IO as your supports, they are always propping up cores to do damage. And, like, Liquid's lineup is about damage over time, like chipping you, poking you, resetting the fight with Pounce, reaching back up, going in, relocating out, coming back in. Whilst Chicken Fighters is very much like, we fight or we don't. Like, we curse and kill you, we chrono kill you, we don't. So I think, yeah, Chicken Fighters, they need one more hero to run it up in front and do some damage to enable everyone. So, go on.
Maybe PA. No, mine.
Beastmaster, apparently.
They're actually
that is a Void
Carry Void? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
fair.
This is a very anti-void game, to be very clear. There's a relocate from IO, there's an Oracle, and then there's the laning threat of like Slaughter. So chicken fighters need to make sure Void gets into the game, otherwise it could be difficult.
How about you, Sheep? Who do you think is going to win this?
I'm so unsure about the Slark that I'm not confident on Team Liquid, but I do like overall the fact that they've doubled down on the save against this Chrono, which and even Raw, they picked Raw into Oracle. They're pretty much always going to get saved when they get gone on, unless they're able to jump this back line. So it feels very difficult for Chicken Fighters to execute, but if they can, they have. If they can get this perfect Chrono on the supports or something, get this Cataclysm going, I can see a Chicken Fighters win here. And they're playing Comfort, so I like that a lot.
Okay, well, we are feeling good about this Team Liquid draft, and can they flow their way into a 2-0 victory? We're going to hand over to Avo Plus and Seek and Strike, who hopefully have calmed down and reset their voices for this game 2.
I calmed down so much that my voice went away. What a tragedy. I'm very excited for this game number 2 between Liquid and Chicken Fighters. It's promising, as Sheep said. A lot of comfort picks for Chicken Fighters, but frankly, a difficult Void game. I would also say the same thing. So we're gonna see what happens when we get into the game. There's been an immediate disconnect. Oh, Boxy can't reconnect. Oh, okay. Great.
Okay.
Lovely.
Yeah, so you're
so
gonna
we're
have
gonna
to stick with us for a while, guys, because I think we're gonna have to remake the lobby here. Just waiting for confirmation with the admins. But yeah, I mean, I agree, right? Because that's what I was thinking. Because this is one hell of a Slark game, right? We've got 2 great supports to buff you up or relocate, if even a hard dispel or the false promise isn't enough, right, to relocate you. So I think that the plan is here. I think like T-Gov, I think mentioned, or someone, is to look for the supports. I think that's actually pretty key here, because I don't think you're really too scared of Slark if you have at least taken care of the Oracle and the Wisp. That's a big if, of course. But I think we do have tools of pretty easily taking care of these 2 heroes, because I think no matter what you throw at Slark, if Liquid are behind this Chronosphere or behind the initiation, they've got answers to everything that you could possibly throw at. So I think you have to take a different approach here, and that's where I think Chicken Fighters are going to have to kind of take some creative Chronos and take some creative fights. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing out from them.
I agree. I would give us a benefit to Chicken Fighters that while it is not an easy Void game whatsoever, it's a pretty great Cataclysm game for Invoker. You have some great setup for the Cataclysm, some relatively weak heroes. A lot of your your healing and your damage mitigation will help a bit against Kata, but it's not going to save the Io or the Oracle. They're stunned. It's not going to save the Lina. Slardar might be the only one to survive it. Slark is also not a hero that tanks up a lot, right? And also a hero that has pretty poor stat gain. They're all killable by the Invoker. So maybe if I was Chicken Fighters, I'd consider... You build a Void that's being built all the time. Thank you, this is great. You build a Void that's being built all the time, which is more of a carry Void that can fight outside of Chrono, right? And the only thing you use Chrono for is to use the Cataclysm or the Mortimer's Kisses, right? And the Chrono is just an extra, because as the panel said, I feel like the Void's Chrono is just very cancelled. And even what he can do in Chrono is cancelled. From Relocate to the False Promise to even the Shadow Dance or the Shard. Like, you have so many ways to just nullify him dealing damage inside that Chrono. Even a Fate's Edict will annoy him in this Chrono, honestly.
Oh yeah, for sure. And on that quick note, because I think Cataclysm is actually pretty key here, right? Because I think obviously everything is Cata Chrono. It's going to be this huge team fight wombo combo spell, and absolutely that's the case. But let's talk about some of the secondary effects of a Cataclysm, right? Is it creates a lot of panic. You see 2 Sunstrikes on your location, and you're immediately looking to click elsewhere. If you can imagine in the chaos in the middle of a melee, right? Especially when there's so many important abilities to make sure that you get off, I can imagine that could cause a little bit of confusion. And unlike a Disruption, right? Because Shadow Demon Disruption will not spawn Cataclysm Sunstrikes around it. You are still on the map during a Shadow Dance, so you will actually spawn those Sunstrike. So, for example, if Slark is split pushing and he gets chronoed but gets off the Shadow Dance before, that Cataclysm still can be quite a problem for him if he doesn't have, big if, of course, if he doesn't have anyone to save him. So there is still a little bit of counterplay, and if Supreme plays this Invoker like he did yesterday, I would expect him to go for, I think it was third item, right? It was Midas, no, it was Vessel, Midas, and then Ags, I believe, for Supreme, is what we saw in his Quaswex Invoker.
Genuinely, I think this game though, if you're Supreme, you go and you're in lobby by the way. You
got
go
it,
in the build that Borania did in a very similar game to this, where he was playing against. I remember at least it was in a bad and it was +1 to spell. I don't remember what else it was, right? But he was like, all right, I'm not going to use my Urn. I'm not going to use my Cold Snap, let's be honest. I mean, you have Oracle to dispel, the Dark Pact as well. Occasionally, I will just save you. It's going to be a tough game for you to be able to use the Cold Snap kills early. So either you just go Urn and you don't go for the Spirit Vessel, which has some uses this game, but also there's a lot of dispels, like I said. Or alternatively, you just rush the Midas as soon as possible, and you go into the Cataclysm as soon as possible. That's what Borania did in that one game. I thought it was pretty clever, and it worked out really well for him. He actually won that game, so I think it's an option for Supreme. He is an incredibly good Invoker, so I do trust that he's probably considering this as an option.
Yeah, and I think something that's a little bit unique to the Invokers is, as I think both East and Western Europe have a lot of really strong Invoker players. Something that I noticed about him that we'll get into, and we'll get into a little bit more when the game starts, is that he likes to go for points and exhort a little bit earlier than most other Invokers, especially with the Quaswex playstyle. People like... who am I thinking of? Rabel, who is a really great Invoker player in Eastern Europe, but also, I forget who else. Usually they'll go for the first point in Exhort at level 10, but I think for Supreme it's I think level 8 or even maybe 7. So that does leave you with a little bit less control with less Quas Orbs and whatnot. But yeah, other than that, it's... gives you more damage early on, and we need this damage early, right? Because if you can get a nuke off, if you can maybe get a kill before the relocate comes out during that little cast animation or whatever it is, the delay, or if you can get it before the promise comes through, then I think you're going to be in a good position here. As we're just now remaking the draft. Second lobby is launched, so these bans. Oh, we get to predict the bans. Okay. Hello guys, welcome to the draft panel. We are now getting underway with game number 2. What do you think we're going to see here, Alvaro?
I think I would really like if Liquid went for like I don't know, let's say like Lina. I'd really like a Oracle, Io, Slark. I think are really solid, and then a Slardar as well.
Slardar. Slark is good too, though.
Lina, Slardar. Slark is good. Slark, Io, Oracle. Yeah, I would say that. What do you think Chicken Fighter should go after this Snapfire?
I think they need damage in Chrono now, right? Because you've got Snapfire, but Slardar's a pretty tanky boy. I think he can actually live through probably a Chrono level 1 and some kisses. So there it is, right? Invoker going for some Exhort. I think this gives you great late game potential. But there's the counter from Liquid. A great answer immediately with this Wisp. We're still flexing this Lina, so be aware of that. And a Slark to go with it. There it is. So not only the Prisoner, but the Guard here are going to try and break their way through the Chicken Fighters. Big strength on this hero, though. Oh my goodness. Look at that. It's an Insania Classic.
Yep, and now you get the Beastmaster's last pick, also a Shibik Classic. I'm excited for this game, Richie. It feels like I've seen this draft somewhere before, but it just feels so familiar. I like it, though. I think, I mean, in all honesty, though, I do like the Liquid draft a bit better. I feel like Chicken Fighters would do a lot for this to work. But frankly, seeing Chicken Fighters in the past games, like even in the last game, I mean, last game was not their most solid performance compared to what we saw against Hellbear Smashers or what we saw against Viking, but in those games, they looked strong. And whereas other teams I might not give the credit where like this is too hard a draft to execute, I feel like Chicken Fighters are able to do it. Like they really have been coming on strong. In Spanish, we use a word when a team is strong, which is empilado. You know, it means like you're coming in strong, you're confident, you're powerful, and that makes your Dota 10 times better. I feel like Chicken Fighters empilado right now, and they can totally make this work. So,
not to be confused with an empanada, which is a very delicious Mexican dish. Or yeah, it's they're powered up, right? Is essentially what it is, and I think you're right.
I'm glad that's what you said. Okay, go on.
You gotta be ready to go with this lineup because I think it's really execution based. I think you have given yourself the tools to get through this Slark. And I think once Slark is dead, unless it goes 90 or 102 minutes or 104 minutes even, which, I mean, that never happens to Liquid. I think, like, we shouldn't even talk about that because that's, like, such a low percentage. But if it does go late game, like, maybe you have a problem because then you have secondary cores online, like this Lina was last time, like Boxy was especially last game. But for now, it's like Slark, and then that's it. And then you're not really scared of the support duo too much. So we'll see here how they're going to be looking to execute on this, because it's going to be tricky. And there's no one checklist of a team fight here, Avo, that is going to always get them the team fight win. It's really going to depend on where the supports are, who you see on the map, what the levels are looking like. You know, it's going to be a difficult one. A lot of flying blind here, flying in the dark.
That is very cute. Hearts for Samael. Oh, big love for Samael. Nice Liquid. Hey, look at that. Aww.
That is very nice.
I wonder if they'll do that as well when they're playing against OG. Or if they get to play against OG. I guess that's the question.
First they got to get through the Chicken Fighters, right?
Yep. And Chicken Fighters, I'm very happy to see them doing well. Like, they talked about this. I think a lot of people, based on the results in the last season, they were kind of surprised by the results here, and I think that's fair to say. But at the same time, Chicken Fighters, they're no noobs to the Tier 2 scene in general. We also have some veterans of the Tier 1 scene in Europe as well. And they've always been, like, I think these players have already proven themselves. That's definitely not in question. Sometimes are they good, like, are they having a good mental moment? Is this the right draft? Is this a team that mixes well? But you know these players are bringing their A game here. I mean, the only player I guess might be the least known perhaps would be Supreme, but he was styling on Hippomaniacs for like a solid 2 years, particularly on his Invoker and his TA. I am so happy we get to cast Supreme Invoker. He is a beast on this hero.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Lots of really great Invoker players here in Western Europe, especially on the Tier 2 scene. Stormstormer, of course, formerly of Hellbear Smashers. Look at this block from Quakefa, actually. Speaking about the mid lane matchup, already underneath the tower. I don't know if he meant to do this, but with Dragon Slave level 1, he should be able to pick up the CS. Not to... Yeah, nicely done. Okay, I think this was on purpose. He wants an early level 2 here versus the Invoker. Oh, but a nice deny from Supreme.
All right. So Dragon's level 1 for securing the range creep as opposed to harassing the Invoker. I'm assuming because Invoker being ranged hero, the harassment's probably not going to come out, and also he has quads to heal himself. The lane though for Mickey, actually one thing that Beastmaster is really good for that we didn't really mention is the lane, particularly against heroes like. It's just a solid laner against Slark. And Oracle, he can kill the boars, but it's not as easy, and a good Beastmaster can deal with him as well. And Oracle usually uses a lot of mana to deal with the boars, so the laning state should be actually quite strong for Chicken Fighters. And if they can snowball off this, especially if they deny the Slark, they're not going to get the snowball effect that Liquid tends to seek in the early game.
Mm-hmm. We'll see if they're going to be able to strike out there and accomplish on that, because it's something that Tigov kind of said off the cuff that I think is actually pretty huge and instrumental to Liquid's possibly game plan here if they want to go for an earlier win. Hold that thought. Era in trouble. They're going to hit him with the root now. A couple of axes thrown out over towards Mickey, but it's not going to stop him from getting that first blood and that first stack of permanent agility stolen. Is that we don't really have great recovery mechanisms this time, right? He compared it to last game with a TA Dusa. Those guys can farm in the jungle forever, right? And they'll come out going even with some of the best farmers in the game. That's not the case here, right? With a Faceless Void or with an Invoker especially. So that's going to be possibly a big concern. So if we can get a really great start here for Liquid as well, that could put Chicken Fighters in a very difficult position.
Ty guy's a tether, but he's hoping not to get a lock, and he's also destroying the sentry ward along the way, and he's going to be fine. In the top lane, something Liquid tends to do, which I love as well, is that when you have a technically losing lane or a lane that's not as strong, or the mid team looks pretty good in the lane, you go in and bait them to see if they are going to overextend, try to look for the kill, and indeed Era did, and then you know that you have kill potential. Like Oracle Sark is not a bad lane for kill potential. And it tends to happen, we see this a lot with other lanes, like say Magnus Lina is also very similar, or even Magnus Slardar, any lanes with stuns. In fact, there was a big point with the... that actually we saw in the major. Oh, Boxy, sorry, fighting in the bottom lane. Charlie, they're gonna get the stun here. Charlie, close time, but has a time walk. He's gonna save himself very far though for Boxy, and the Splitter Blast will kill off Boxy. And Io gave him a lot of chances, but unfortunately he dies. With the creep wave pushing near his tower, hopefully not too many creeps die before he gets back.
Yeah, that's a pretty big win for Chicken Fighters. Like it's just a kill in the off lane, sure, but like this combo, like this lane is not meant to lose. You don't pick Wisp as a position 4, you know, and lane him with a Slardar with you know, obviously an attack-based passive to then die first, right, in this matchup. You want to at least trade him away, and the fact that they're not able to do that is not very it's not a great sign, but it gets stronger, right? There's still plenty more opportunities. But it's like losing first blood with like a Tusk and a Stardar lane. It's like, ooh, we didn't really draft this lane to do this, so hopefully they can recover that soon.
Yeah, is the overzealousness sometimes in the fact that having kill potential in a lane matters so much. I was not expecting the Void and Winterwire to be able to do this, but 1 or 2 lucky time blocks, and of course a good usage there of the time block. It's something that you talk to a couple of carries nowadays, and many like pro level tier 1 carries. I'll tell you, Void is just great because of time block, not even because of the chrono. Like that's what they love about it, you know, especially with the Shard and the Axe. He actually has really good core-to-core matchups, even when the chrono's on cooldown, because he has a stun, he has heal, he has backtrack, which is technically another source of healing, really, rather than evasion. Like it's amazing. It's really, really solid. And hope that's what I'm thinking Chicken Fighters is just hoping for. Get to a point where even though Slark is stealing essence, Void just bursts you down, and you can win with a time block strats. As long as you don't get leaped, of course.
Yep. Sounds good to me. Top lane, by the way, something I really want to comment on is how Insania is laning here. He's going for the very, very standard Oracle build, of course, maxing the flames as Mickey is bullied away a bit. But Oracle is one of the best lane supports, actually, versus a Beastmaster. Because although it sucks to have to use all of your magic damage against boars, it does really weaken the Beastmaster's normal, like, big power spike in lane, right? He's back after the Ags were nerfed. He's back to just playing around boars mostly in lane. And Oracle's going to do a great job of taking care of those as they get the kill down bottom onto Peksu.
But this is a lane matchup that Shiba knows how to play, and you can tell, because if Oracle goes a bit too far, he's not a hero with any save for himself, right? So he just dies. So if you can see Shiba's positioning with the boars, he can't play a free lane, but like I said, a good Beastmaster knows how to play against Oracle these days. I mean, it's not like AA, but you don't have the free kill on, like, say, a Stifling Dagger from the PA or something like that, right? You see, immediately they see Insania, and they just retreat the boars, and they continue to harass the Slark. And Era is always keeping himself between the boars and Insania, so he can always threaten this kill, which I like. I think they're playing this lane well on Chicken Fighters, honestly.
Yep. And of course, the drawback for this is then you don't have a lot of that magic damage just for the casual harass to allow Mickey maybe to pick up a kill, right? Like, you're not going to be seeing this combo too much on the Beastmaster. One, because he's super tanky, especially going for the crown first. Seems like we might have a...
Oh, he's going to dive blocks him. Nice kill. I don't think he was expecting the time block there.
Nope.
Yeah, that deserves some laughter. I don't know what else you do. Like, that time block just killed him, really.
Is there a Dom creep that you think is like really good this game for Shibe? I know it's the build right now for Beastmaster, but I'm trying to think if there's like a specific one he would want.
I think Centaur's awesome in this game, honestly.
Okay.
Like, because you can just use the Centaur to get to the backline, stun Oracle before you can get False Promise off or something. And what is Oracle gonna... Like, does Oracle have to care about the creep that's coming at him? You know, it's tough, especially when the team fights become hectic. I think anything with a stun that can prevent Oracle is useful. Another option would be the, no joke, at least in the earlier, the Mana Burn creep has some utility here. The, what is it? What the hell call it? Mind Stealer,
yeah, the Satyr Mind just Flesh or Flayer or something. I think it's Mind Flayer, I don't know. Taiga is going to escape down bottom again with the tether. Nice job.
Yeah, so there's some use of that, especially against like a Slardar. Well, I mean, he has the IO, but you can actually take away some of the Oracle's mana. Usually they ignore that creep, so you can get a lot. But I think Centaur is just the basic thing you can do. Centaur is just too good.
Perhaps the Purge creep this game. What are we purging? I guess just Guardian Sprint, right? Not much else. Might help you pick up a couple of kills.
Yeah, Fate's Edict, right?
Yep, good point. Fate's Edict, yep, completely dispellable. Yeah, okay. There's a couple of use cases here.
And Purifying Flames heal, actually. There's a couple of things, right?
Yeah.
That purge should work like that. Yeah. So I think that's decent. I think you got a couple purges, but I do feel like it's a Centaur again. It's just too useful. And as a Beastmaster, you want to run at the enemy. You don't have to you don't want to try playing 4D chess. Like, what's the best creep? What's the optimal thing I can find that nobody's ever thought about? Just get stunned. Get stunned. Win
TP
game,
bottom.
Right?
Supreme's going to be ganking. Has the urn, but no charges. Boxing needs to get in range of a tether, but Taiga can't get away.
So we've talked about it. Usually the mid will try to gank top first, or if you're radiant, of course, you'll try to gank the safe lane first. But obviously here you have an Oracle, Dispel, so there's no point in doing that. Instead you go for the bottom lane, get your urn charges, and then later on, if you see an opportunity top, go ahead and go for it. But ideally, just keep harassing bottom and make Slardar's game just impossible.
Yeah, top's really hard. I think we need like a Chrono top, maybe even onto Oracle. Just let Mickey go. I think right now with Shadow Dance, he's a little bit unkillable. So I think you just look to boot him out from the lane, take his tower, and start to try and close off his map. Oh, speaking of Chrono, it was mid lane. And actually, it's a good one. It's going to pick up the kill onto Koikva.
Okay. Actually, very important kill on Koikva, honestly. Lina has this issue where you're really easy to kill early, and you can abuse that a bit with the Invoker. Tornado's easy to put her out of position. You have some decent stuns. And then this Chicken Fighter starting to recover from an early game that was just... It wasn't great for them, honestly. Despite the kills they got in the lanes, they still falter in terms of net worth. But with these kills, they're hopefully recovering, and they can take advantage of this early Beastmaster power spike. It's just difficult on the Slark. I guess you only have a small window opportunity before False Promise comes out, with Primal Roar might kill the Slark, but you have to bait at the Dark Pact first. So it's a really, really tough lane kill here for Shiba. He might want to rotate mid and get Lina instead.
He is going straight for this Helm first. Yeah, I mean, you can look to go mid. Yeah, you need the Tornado
I like this,
to
by
connect,
the way.
though. Okay, I like
this. Is the earn Midas as opposed to going for the Vessel, because there's too many Dispels, no point in the Vessel. It does stop healing, but it's just not worth it for the gold, and you go Midas, and if you want Vessel later, it's an option, but right now I just want to farm and get Cataclysm as soon as possible.
Quakefa's ganking bottom. Unfortunately, there's no core here, just a wild Peksu here flying around in the trees, gathering whatever experience he can, trying to get up to level 6. Quakefa's going to go hunting. Peksu's got Arctic Burn ready to go. There's no LSA for 4 more seconds, but there is a Laguna Blade. Hey, that's enough damage.
Quick was why do I need to stun you? I have damage. The best stun is death. Now you're stunned for 20 seconds. And then they go and kill and try to take the tower. I feel like Chicken Fighter should have been maybe rotating. I guess Beastmaster now has freedom to take the top tower, but he's being a bit slower. And Liquid, as they always do so well in the early game, they're proposing the tempo, despite the fact that they really shouldn't be the ones doing so. And now they take a tower in return. You're too late to respond to Chicken Fighters. You don't have that. And you haven't gotten any kills either. So well done by Liquid. You can start opening up your map and continue to get these little pickoffs.
Yep. Oh, Didirin. It's a nice one for Quakefa. A little bit low on the mana, though, so he might go home and regen, farm a little bit more. Yeah, he's about to finish up BOTs. I'll just pop it now and keep farming. Is there a stack for him? There isn't. Well, whatever. Get farming with it. Just stay out on the map and regen up a bit more. That's going to be BOTs finished up then. We almost have Midas finished, and real quick, Supreme's first point in Exort is going to be here at level 9. I believe usually he just starts to pile on the points now, especially when he gets Midas. The XP is going to be flowing on in.
Yep. And this is a pretty good time for Midas, considering you got Earn as well. Like, 11 minutes is not bad. Especially against Alina, who's usually a pretty good laner. Shiba managed to equalize the map control. He went for the Hellburst Smasher early. Best creeper actually pushing because of the attack speed aura. Like I said, it's just, you know, creeps go burr, right? You don't want to 4D chest yourself. Yeah, you might be able to get kills with the Centaur, but right now, just do what you need to do, which is push and take the tower. Hopefully you can go mid and do the same. That's the... With that, you can take over the enemy jungle, and then as Radiant, you take over the superior part of the map. Roshan control, the better jungle, you keep your triangle safe, even though it's not that great of a triangle compared to Dyer's, and Liquid shouldn't be able to respond.
11-minute Midas, like you said, going to be looking real strong. And yeah, Shiba, you know, proving that if you lose to Chicken Fighters, they draft you for the team as in comes the Hellbear Smasher now. So who knows if they manage to get the victory over Liquid, what do they get? Do they get a big old horse?
That's a good point. What did they get from Viking then?
The Beastmaster? Maybe he's got a couple Viking skins, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Actually, they just Kezu. They just stole Kezu. Kezu's actually... He's currently whispering in Shiba's ear how to play the Beastmaster here.
That'd be great.
He did go for the boots now with a helm and taking over the enemy jungle. It's something you can do even without taking the tower when you have a strong enough offlaner, much like Timbersaw, right? You can actually play extra aggressive even if you don't have map control because you know you can beat anyone in the mano-a-mano.
Okay, so Charlie was looking for the Chrono bottom on a Boxy, but there was a stupid Wisp in the way. Insania's got level 6, he's positioned right behind, but a beautiful Chrono is just going to catch him. Kisses on top to secure the kill. Perfectly calculated here. Insania does not even get the chance to cast the ultimate. Too much physical damage anyway. Taiga is going to be here to party, but unfortunately he is only going to fall to the deafening blast of Supreme. I believe this tower is going to be the extra bounty on top as we get the double thumbs up from Artur Babayat himself.
They didn't see Oracle, right, in that play, or did they see him beforehand and then guess where he was going? That was an impressive Chrono. That was very good.
That's a good point. That's a good question. I can only assume they saw him because I think the Tornado maybe scouted him, but I could be wrong on that. I could be wrong.
It is daytime, so they do have extended vision. So I mean, that was a really good Chrono, catching the Oracle.
Still a damn good Chrono, regardless, for sure.
Yeah. If it was luck, you know, Shiba got stuck in the Roche pit last time, so I think it's fine. Like, you deserve a bit of luck.
Absolutely.
Okay, we see Liquid response though. They need to go for a kill. I think it's the right choice. If you go for the IO, you can't relocate with someone, but Boxy will start a bit stronger, so this should be working. Shiba, the target. He has a Centaur already. He does get a stomp off. Oh, trying it.
The neutral.
It's so difficult. The positioning by Liquid is good. However, Winter's Curse will try to reset the fight now with a Dragon Slave. Takes down Shiba before he can respond to this or even run away. Insania wants to kill the Helm of the Dominator creep, and he will succeed with the help of the Lina, who actually gets the gold here.
And really, they're still going for more, actually. Peksu in some trouble, eats the Laguna Blade, going to heal himself back up. Boxy in a rough spot, but he's got Taiga to keep him topped up. Mickey now, who was stealing Ancients before, is going to go ahead and pick up that kill. More agility for me, thank you very much, as he's looking to get that Echo Saber already fetched to him on the courier. Nice plays from Liquid, recognizing that, hey, the only threat is going to be the Curse, and they dispatch of him. Even going for Roche now. Love it.
Nice. It's good because as you know, this game, you're not going to be able to contest the top control of the map, though they're doing it to some degree with the wards, right? But ideally, just take the Roshan, get rid of this problem, and then even if Radiant wants to play the top part, it doesn't benefit them that much. It's the biggest advantage Radiant has anyway, the Roshan control. Look, the Mortimer skits from the triangle, too safe, but Liquid does have a ward there, so they could try to force a fight yet again. And with Slaughter, this Roshan, it doesn't take too long for them to kill it. Relocate? What is Io bringing back? Oh, it's Slaughter. Okay, that makes sense.
Chrono's up
Boxy's
soon,
like, hey,
though.
I want to join the fight. I don't have TP. Oh, they didn't come with smoke? Interesting play.
I think they need to get a fight first, because Chrono and Curse are all going to line up. We won't have Kisses for another 80 seconds.
Oh, they saw the ward.
But we still have a Prime Aurora that's yet to be used here. Tornado, there it is. It's only going to catch one, but Boxy already out of position. Mickey out from the Shadow Dance, not finding any kills
Chrono?
now, as there's going to be a little bit of healing. Chronosphere is going to catch two. There's Taiga going to try and get the relocate out, but can't in time, as Slark is already a dead fish. Insania is going to be next to drop, and that just might be Chicken Fighters then taking the first Roche instead of Liquid.
He just used the relocate. They had a relocate. It was just the healing from the
thank you.
That's why Charlie... by the way, commending Charlie yet again for these Chronos. My goodness, his voice is good. He's always being... Like, you think, why doesn't he use the Chrono on the choke point? It's because he's waiting for the Oracle. If you don't catch the Oracle in the Chrono, you got saved. That Chrono feels useless, especially with a double damage. But if you catch the Oracle, you're done. You can kill the Slark so easily. Charlie's performance in the Void for now has been really, really impressive. And I also like that they saw the ward from Liquid, and of course they knew they had to de-ward it, but they were prepared in case Liquid decided to go fight them there. They knew that Liquid would be desperate. It was the ward in the high ground, but yeah, the ward in the ward spot in the triangle. If Liquid wanted to go fight that because they knew they wanted to take advantage of that ward and the high ground advantage, they couldn't because Chicken Fighters was prepared for that. So they forced a desperate play from Liquid and punished it. That was really forward thinking. I like that by Chicken Fighters. They're playing a really good game.
And it's these plays are going to get a bit scarier now. Maybe now, not by the next Chronosphere, but perhaps by the second to next Chronosphere. We may have Cataclysm ready to go with plenty of points in the in the Exort, because Invoker with the Midas is quickly accelerating his farming speed.
Regeneration.
And I mean that Cataclysm is crucial, I'd say, to really take advantage of these Chronos, because then I think you lose the option of Slark saving you, and maybe even the False Promise might not save you in Chrono with Cataclysm damage. It might just be the relocate from now on.
It's going to be close. It's going to be a bit difficult. Taiga now tethered to Mickey. He's going to be coupled with him as he looks to just get more farm around the map. It's the best way to utilize the Wisp, just constantly overcharging your allies to make sure that their farm is as efficient as could be. The Scan's going to see one here because they know that Mickey's not alone. They just don't know who he's with.
Yeah, Taiga does see the creeps here. So he's like, alright, maybe Beastmaster's around. Maybe his creeps are on a mission to farm, but most likely Beastmaster's around. And I also like that he used Dark Troll Summoner, and he's like, well, I have a hero, the creep that can actually farm camps fastest, so I might as well use it for that, because like, he couldn't find a Centaur just yet. And taking advantage of whatever creep he can find. Very adaptable here. Sorry, FPS.
FPS issues
A lot of
here.
FPS issues, huh? In these qualifiers in general. Spider-Pix was having similar issues yesterday.
Yep. FPS, it's very difficult, man. It's you know 32.2 feet per second, natural acceleration, and you got to work in slugs. It's a whole thing here with the American system. But speaking of the system, Qualifier is going to have a killing system set up here pretty quickly. Just finishing up the Yule Scepter now. I'd like to see a smoke play around this. Chronosphere is now coming off cooldown, so I think now you hold your horses, especially with Aegis of Immortality on the Faceless Void. So get ready for a fight, and then if you can, withstand them, go just about even. I think you're still pretty strong here on Liquid if you can get a couple of these ultis out.
Yeah, so right now the Liquid wants to fight around the cooldowns, right? But that's the plan. As long as the chrono's on cooldown, you go. But with the Aegis, you stop that from Liquid completely. At least in these minutes. So Chicken Fighters has a considerable advantage here. Slark is also not online, and it wasn't this panel that said it, but I remember, I think it was AUI that was talking about this. Like, Darkpact is okay for some recovery. It kind of farms, but it's nothing compared to, say, a Luna or a Medusa or any carry in the meta right now. So as you can see, despite Void being called a slow farmer, the Slark is not beating him by a lot. I mean, he has Maelstrom, though, to be fair. He does have Maelstrom.
Yeah, he's got Maelstrom.
I will give that little point to the Void, but still, the Slark should naturally have a bit more farm with the Dark Pack, but he's just not, because the hero's just not that great.
And speaking of farm, I do like that, of course, naturally on a Wisp, when you're just tethering people and following them around and giving them overcharge, you're not going to have a whole lot of farm for yourself. But I like that Insania is then stepping in here naturally and just picking up all the farm that's left over for him, right? He's going first for the Holy Lockets. I kind of would prefer to see maybe a Blink Dagger, because unlike like what else is, like unlike a Spectre game, right, when you're playing Oracle, if you stand further away from the Chrono, further away from this Invoker, further away from etc. XYZ, right, you will actually be able to blink back in and maybe get off a false promise. I think Holy Locket's great, and if there's someone who knows what to build on Oracle, it's definitely Insania, so I'm not questioning it, but I think I would definitely like to see a Blink Dagger from him this game.
Yeah, there's a point to be made. Like, the Beastmaster is the only one that can truly cut the fight and go and jump on the Oracle, or even with a creep, right? Either or. So either Aether Lens or the Blink Dagger, even the Force Staff would help him in that sense, right? But if you sign for the Holy Locket, it might be that, again, he just wants to amplify his healing and the False Promise. He might be looking at the Cataclysm and being like, I can't heal enough for that Cataclysm to not kill anyone, even if I have False Promise. So all my efforts to survive will be useless because I can't heal him back enough. So maybe that's the boost. Maybe he's trying to boost up the IO as well. Holy Locket is very broken with an IO on your team. We'll see. Koikva in the wrong position. They hit him with a Cold Snap. There's immediately the Dispel.
We have Chrono.
Tornado will stop him. Ice Wall on top of that, then there's the Relocate. They hit him with the Primal Roar right as he got Relocate. I think he should be fine with the Fountain healing. Yep. But I don't think Taiga will be in the same spot. Can he tether to anything? No, his teammates are leaving it behind. Taiga, good luck. Thank you for saving me. I'm going to go farm, and good luck with your life.
Yep, we'll use Primal Roar. So it's not like a free kill there for Chicken Fighters, but all things considered, not too bad either, especially because they still can fight. Level 1 False Promise, super long cooldown, great Dispel there, coming through from Insania, as Boxy still needing to try and escape here. He's got to blink in a second. We'll use that to go ahead and increase the gap, and off and away he goes. Pretty key there, because of course there's no save for him anymore, now that Wisp has both used Relocate, and that Oracle has used False Promise. It's a really spooky time right now for Liquid if they wanted to, say, for example, defend a Tier 2 tower, when Charlie still has Chronosphere. And Aegis.
Yeah, you cannot fight here right now.
Ooh.
I mean, they can delay this, but Boxy, you got the spell here. They do have Chrono, but without the Oracle, oh, okay. The Oracle has no False Promise, that's why you don't need to catch him in the Chrono. That's true. You did not save him with the healing from the Tether there. Taiga might still be in trouble as well as Mortimer's just coming out. They actually used the Winter's Curse just to try to punish Taiga. Boxy did bite back though, and now it's time for them to re-engage. There's no Chrono. They do get a nice Fortune's End, but Mika has been stunned. They're trying to finish off Charlie, but the Fate Seed actually saved him for the Laguna Blade damage there. So Charlie's gonna be fine. He's going for Koikva next. They've healed Supreme thanks to the Cold Embrace, and now Boxy might actually be forced to die back. That is not what Liquid was expecting to do. Chicken Fighters turned this supposed counter initiation into just more kills for them.
Yeah, man, what did I say? Again, without Relocate, without False Promise, you're free to just play whatever kind of Faceless Void game you want. And he woke up today and he chose violence, killing Boxy twice. And that's the move to make. And guess what? You still don't have anything to stop them getting off your high ground. All 5 heroes fully healed. Once the Laguna Blade was out, Pexu could just freely throw down the heal onto Supreme to keep him alive. And Slark just knew he had to back off now. Good damage here onto Charlie, but they force Staff Insania forward, root him down, hit him with the cookie. Down he goes yet again. We've at least cut the waves here, but the mid lane barracks have gone down. And I mean, all Liquid had to do was just give up a Tier 2 tower. They take one fight, and look how much they lost. It's so punishing here. Great job by Chicken Fighters to recognize this.
Yeah, that's true. Chicken Fighters doing a really solid job of just maintaining the lead into this game, not letting Liquid really get ahead, which nullifies kind of the Slark pick in general. I like this. I think Chicken Fighter's playing a very solid game with not many mistakes, really. And I don't think that's giving Liquid any opportunities to go and engage. Their initiation is decent, but it's much harder to initiate with a Slardar than it is with simply a Primal Roar, even if you have to catch the Oracle. And all these execution things we talked about from Chicken Fighters, they're doing them perfectly. They're catching the Oracle in every one of these Chronos, or they're messing up his false promise beforehand. They're not letting the IO relocate anyone to save him. It's very, very, very well played by Chicken Fighters.
Agreed. I think you can tell they're quite used to playing with the Faceless Void. There is a lot of counter synergy in this draft with Pexu having Winter's Curse, which could absolutely ruin a Chronosphere or a Cataclysm or both. But for now, the way I see Pexu playing this game, he's very much the healer. He's here to try and save the ulti if they need it in a team fight to turn it around for like a reset, or he's going to try and save his ulti to try and dissuade Liquid from fighting if they use Chronosphere and Liquid respawn fast enough to take a fight before the second Chrono is up, right? That's their concern, I think, and he's playing excellent with this. Oh, Insania, he's been found, doesn't have a Force Staff here, going to try and get himself to safety up onto the high ground. Boxy, Blink Dagger available in 4 more seconds. Oh, an aggressive Time Walk is not going to get him a bash, and in fact, out comes the Chronosphere. Kiss is now raining down, but there's no relocate either. Insania's going to buy back just to be able to get back Boxy here, because another death on him would be really putting him beyond the 8 ball, but Supreme actually wanted to go forward. They even Force Staff him up, Avo. Now, as Insania is going to find himself in a bit of a difficult position, but he's going to keep himself nice and healthy with the Fate's Edict. But up towards high ground go Chicken Fighters.
Oh, well done. Chicken Fighters now retreating though, and Liquid wanting to get some counter kills. There's the Cold Embrace to save from the physical damage, but they might be able to go for the supports anyway. Oh, the Primal Roar with a Cataclysm, gonna burst down the Lina, trying their best. The healing's gonna keep Koikva alive. Charlie now fighting against Koikva, nice light strike array. They need a bit more physical damage. Deafening Blast will actually do the trick right as BKB ends, and they caught the Oracle as well. Insania is not gonna be able to survive. Mickey trying his best with the Shadow Dance, but he just doesn't have the damage. Winter's Curse even stopped Boxy from trying to flank him, and Boxy is going to fall together with Mickey, who's not capable of getting out. Oh, the relocate last second. I spoke too soon.
Spoke just a bit too soon, but still a huge win for Chicken Fighters. Boxy kind of getting kited around the fight, wants to keep Pexu out of this fight like real bad, for good reason. Unfortunately, he gets kind of kited around the cliffs, and the rest of his team just falls right around him. And here's the relocate back as they're going straight for Taiga. Now Mickey is super easy to kill, has no Shadow Dance. He's got the Dark Pact in a second, but is not going to be able to get it off. All 5 heroes dead. Chicken Fighters still in the base. As this time, it only takes a 5th of the duration as game number 1, and Chicken Fighters out for blood will close out game number 2.
If you still average both matches, you get an average of 60-minute games, right? So I think it's still fine. But Chicken Fighters, what a dominant performance, honestly. What else is there to say? Yeah, their draft was solid, and they knew how to execute it. They saw the weaknesses of the enemy draft, but it was just their mechanical execution was impeccable this game. I don't think you can fault Liquid for much, because I don't think Liquid got to play their game at all, honestly. I think it was just Chicken Fighters the whole time.
Absolutely. Like I said, you can tell that they know how to play with the Faceless Void. Like, it's one thing for a Faceless Void to be a really strong player. Like he knows how he plays. You know, he can exchange and trade in the lane very effectively. He knows when to chrono. But it's another thing when the team can also play with a Faceless Void, right? Because he's one of these heroes that kind of makes the fights all about him. And that's something hard to play with, right? He's not flexible like a Sven who can just run and stun and do damage. It's all about that Chronosphere. And it was all Chicken Fighters this game. They take it 23 minutes, 20-5, and that's going to send us over to a game 3, which sends us to a 1-minute break. We'll have our panel to break down game number 2 in just a bit.
Well, 100 minutes or 20 minutes, the wins still count as Chicken Fighters tie this series 1-1 with just one game to go. And the next game is an elimination game. Sheepstick, why don't you talk me through that void that you've been hyping up so much today?
Well, he lost his lane for stars. That's about what we expected from playing against Slaughter. I'm actually surprised they managed to get 2 cheeky kills onto Boxy anyway. A little bit of an overextension from him both times. I don't think he was quite expecting to die in both situations, but I mean, that was nice for Charlie, but yeah, he was behind on CS. He was getting pre-zoned in the lane. It felt bad. But I think the most important thing that Charlie did on this Faceless Void was he rotated really well with his Chronos when he hit 6. He went mid, he killed Lina, he enabled Supreme on his Invoker to have a really good game. After 10 minutes, Supreme was starting to top the net worth chart and was really able to help his team take over the game with this Beastmaster pick. So I think Charlie hitting these amazing Chronos all game was just incredible. Honestly, he hit the best ones he could every single time, I think.
Mm-hmm. I want to talk about the Invoker as well. 10-0 at the end of this game too, Governor. Was that just enabled by those great Chronos from the Void, or was that great play by the Invoker as well?
Yeah, I just think Chicken Fighters, they play with this level of discipline where if they're Radiant, this Tricamp, legit, like I've not seen a team hold this area better than like anyone else. They treat this like it's actually they're ancient, and if they lose this area, they lose the game, because like this kind of fortification of the area just allows everyone to play such a chill game, right? Like we spoke about how like Void loses game, they go there, and like Invoker as well. Like he's going 10-0 and 8, but he's itemizing to play with his team as well. Like of course he goes for the Ags for the Chrono. He's got a quick 4-star. Like yeah, they're just like they're on the same page, and I think fundamentally, this game, kind of moving away from your question now, the idea that Roshan is so critical for Liquid's game, right? And like after the laning phase, you expect them to be able to cleanly go to Roshan with this Slaughter, and that'll prop them into the game. You know, they waste a Chrono, they have Aegis. Oh look, Liquid gets to play their draft. But the way in which Chicken Fighters hold this Tricamp, like I mentioned, Roshan is like never an easy grab for Liquid, and like that's so rare. Like when you're playing at Slaughter, they always seem to find a way to like snatch it straight away. But like Chicken Fighters, with this Void, with this Chrono, with this kind of discipline and patience, they mitigate that problem. They get the Aegis themselves, and as soon as I see Chicken Fighters take that Aegis, I'm like, oh, all right, Liquid, we're probably going to a game 3 here. Like you've got this double save, you've got this Slark, but now you're playing into a Void. The Void has no issues farming now. Like yeah, I think they just knew how to execute with each other, and yeah, they are scary when they get to play in this certain area.
Sheepstick, we were suspicious of that Slark in the start of the game. There were too many S's in that sentence. I couldn't say it properly.
Yeah, don't worry, brother.
Talk to me about what went wrong for it. Was it just a bad pick? Did it not have time to get online?
Ooh, I think there are a couple of problems. A, we thought he was going to get free lane against a Faceless Void, but he ended up playing as Beastmaster. Granted, he still won that lane. It was fine for Slark. However, when you're playing into this Beastmaster now, the game becomes kind of difficult because you're going to get swarmed by these summons. You have an Oracle and a IO support who both can't clear these summons either. It becomes a very, this death ball that we saw happen that they couldn't really deal with. Your Slark is typically quite good against Wyvern because when you Cold Embrace someone, he can just farm Essence Shift stacks off them. But with the tempo that Chicken Fighters were doing this whole game, very fast, very clean, it meant that if Slark is there trying to hit a Cold Embrace target, it's not happening. The rest of this team is going to punish him. He's going to go on him. He didn't have time to do that. He didn't have time to be a Slark. I think his timing is just way too slow, and the Beastmaster really let the Chicken Fighters take advantage of that.
Well, impressively cool heads from Chicken Fighters in an elimination game, but the next game is an elimination game for both teams with high hopes on Team Liquid. Let's see what they can do in a game 3 right after this break. Welcome back to this Game 3 elimination match of the lower brackets TI10 qualifiers, joined as always by T-Governor and Sheepstick to take us through this Game 3. Sheep, what do you want to see Team Liquid do to bring this home?
Felt a little bit like their draft was super honed in on countering this Faceless Void last time. So maybe making sure they have a little bit more open space with their draft to do other things. For example, both supports were healers, right? Fine to save against Faceless, but when you don't have any hero to set up kills for your Lina or whatever, you're focusing mainly on having Boxy, Slardar, Blink, and I think it restricts what you can do early. It restricts the moves you can make. So I would like to see them maybe bounce out a bit more. I still think, to this day, Lion is so underutilized. These series that we have been paneling for, no one's picking it. What happened? I think that hero is super good enough to be first phase pick. I think he offers so much control. Yeah.
Because Lion has been the top pick of the qualifiers so far, I think just ahead of Hoodwinked. And it's very high win rate as well. It's very strange we've barely seen it. We've seen it in other series, just not in the morning. No Lions in the morning. The Lions are still sleeping. T-Governor, what do you want to see Chicken Fighters do to bring this home?
Well, the real question is, are they Radiant again? I legit think Chicken Fighters Radiant is like disgustingly good, just because even like game 1, it was 104 minutes. It was a product of how they played on like that kind of like top side of the map, that kind of triangle. And I feel they're Radiant again. All right, so important thing now. Liquid needs to find out how they want to break down this part of the map. Like their previous draft, it had this like cuteness to it where like if they get an Aegis, they can run over their opponent. That never happened, so they just lose the game. Cool. But like this third game, I think they need to like have aspects of either vision or just backline jump, because if like Chicken Fighters happily will play into this triangle for like 50 minutes of any game, or they'll crush you because they'll utilize it really well in the first 20. Like that needs to be a resource you take away from them, like because they honestly use it like the best out of any of the teams.
Team Liquid picking with that Kotl, not a frequent pick in the qualifiers, but they have played it once already, and they used it in Game 3 against Spider Pigs to great effect, played by Insania, I believe. Talk to me about this Kotl Sheepstick. People might not have seen it before. What's its purpose in a pro draft?
I mean, I think Keeper of the Light is a hero that's not picked up too much now by most teams. Liquid stick with it. I think it's one of their comfort heroes that they've had for a very long time. They have their ideas of how they want to play around it. I think it's a, whilst it's comfort here, I think it is another idea of how they feel like they want to address this void, because they didn't ban it. They kept banning the Viper Phoenix. They clearly think that's higher priority. So they've stepped back from last game, thought, how do we want to deal with this void if they pick it again? You know, they have second pick. They've picked it again. This Blinding Light is going to be helpful towards it, whilst synergizing with heroes they potentially want to pick here. It could open up a Bristleback. Liquid have played Kotl combinations in the past, so I think that could be something that they look at here. Maybe Chicken Fighters will ban it, but I think it fits a little bit more into what Liquid like to play and what they want to draft, whilst also providing a way to help counter this void.
Chicken Fighters going with the same 1-2 punch of that Void Snapfire at the start of the game as well. Team Liquid pick up an Axe. So quite a different draft into the Chicken Fighters draft, as she was talking about that. Kotl, what do you want to see them follow up this with Chicken Fighters T? The same things or something slightly different?
Yeah, to keep the kind of the same recipe. You know, you might not need the invoker or whatever, but like having that ranged additional damage into the chrono, like maybe if you don't have the invoker, you have an extra magic source, but just ways where if Charlie, or if it's still the offlane void, it could still be that. If you put the chrono down, heroes must die. And I think that's the key thing. And like a lot of teams, if they pick void, like if you're picking void in your first two, you're not going to miss this beat. You're not going to forget about the damage. Like you often have bad void games when you pick it like 4th or 5th, and you look at the other heroes, you're like, we forgot to, you know. But when you're picking it first, like in your mind, you're only thinking about void game. How do we make him have fun? So yeah, like range damage, extra magic damage, make it pretty clear.
Fair enough. Bans coming out here. The Lina and the Timbersaw for Team Liquid, and a wonderful TA for Chicken Fighters. This Lina, we've seen it a lot already today. Team Liquid picked it up twice, now they're banning it. Does that indicate anything to you, Sheep, that they don't want it again?
Not entirely sure. The Lina, I believe, is a great pairing with Axe because of... Sorry, they're banning it from the enemy team. Lina is a great hero because you can flex it between 4 and mid. It's a great mid hero. It's great magic burst damage. They just kind of want to eliminate that to give Faceless Void a harder game, right? They're taking out Invoker as well. I think you just want to limit the amount that this Faceless Void can do. If you're taking away these nukers, when Faceless Void rotates to the mid lane with a 6, maybe to do something if he loses his lane, then maybe this time when you TP in, or he doesn't quite manage to kill your heroes. And I think that's, if you can limit the amount of damage he can do early, I think this hero takes quite a long time to reach a point where he can carry by himself. So I like taking away the heroes that enable him to do well early. And I think if Team Liquid pick heroes that can match this Axe's tempo, because he's going to hopefully run over his lane and get this blink and make plays, it could be carry as well. But if you want to pick heroes that can match that, I think they can run over a Faceless draft.
This Lone Druid ban is one of the things I love about Dota. We've played well over 100 games in these qualifiers. The top hero has been picked 115 times, so I imagine we've played about 160 games. Lone Druid has been picked once in that entire span by Team Liquid. They won with it, and now it's considered good enough for a respect ban. It's amazing that just one team can make one hero look good for them, but it's so useless for everybody else. So it's always exciting to see stuff like that.
Specialties are always really good. I'd love to see Liquid maybe even go for like a Leshrac or something on mid. Like they cover themselves with a Nyx pick, and they have this cuddle, so with the shard you can bring the hero to you. So the idea is you can just have this like int hero on mid lane, just overutilizing it. Before they run it with like a razor on Koi cover, so not really like that style, but a more just constantly in your face. And I want to see that type of hero that will happily just tank up with 2 or 3 items and be in your face. And okay, they go for the Leshrac.
There's that Leshrac. What a prediction, God. Does that Magnus pick, T or Sheep, either of you can answer this question, facilitate a void carry, or is it not indicative of that? Who's going
to take it?
It's probably much more likely the carry void, because like T has been saying over and over again, their ability to hold this triangle is so amazing. If you're playing with this Magnus lineup, then clearly what you want to be doing in this game is stacking the triangle, stacking camps, farming as much as possible. So if they're able to do that, play with this void, play with this Magnus, farm them up super hard, that team fight should be pretty easy to execute. You're no longer just simply relying on a Chronos for every fight. You can also land this RP. I think it's great. But I do believe if they are running this as a duo core, they do need something slightly more active on the offlaner that can maybe take these early skirmishes while they're farming with Empower.
Honestly, I would really like to see, I think from Liquid's ban, like this casual Timber second phase, I think this could be an indicator of Axe carry here. Because like I mentioned already how this tri-camps are a really important thing for chicken fighters. But if like you have this mid-lesh taking your towers, you have this safe lane Axe who's able to run in and invade and steal stacks with a Vanguard, like you're naturally going to play into this area when you're dire safe lane. So like potentially this could just be a really high tempo style of game. You know, Axe runs you down, jumps this void, he kills himself on top of the core. Like could be an option.
We know that Team Liquid do like Axe carry. They picked it up quite a lot at the major. They weren't very successful with it, but it definitely showed that they at least thought it was good enough to pick up multiple times, and they've probably practiced it since. So I would not be surprised by an Axe carry. And also the heroes around it. These are classic Axe carry heroes like a Leshrac. You want those damage dealing kind of mids and stuff.
Just run at you guys. Like I think Kodo will enable Lesh and Nyx to have fun. You know, getting those layered stuns in, and yeah, like I wouldn't be opposed to an Axe honestly. Like it's a hero that really cuts through the greediness in some lineups because whilst you're still happily farming, he can run at you. But I think Chicken Fighters kind of dismantled that like kind of train of thought because they will happily still run at you when they're on a little bit more of a kind of a slower style of a lineup.
I
Picks and
see a
bans.
Wraith
both
King
these
here,
teams.
maybe for Liquid.
Yeah, that's
well.
true as well. Yeah,
I
that's
think-
very true.
Yeah, all of Chicken Fighter's heroes with the Chrono and the RP, they just want to kill you in that one go. I think Wraith King would really mess up their ideas here. And they just banned Razor, so maybe they want to pick a melee carry and give it the best lane. I would like
I've
to
got a
see that
little bit
anyway.
of time to think about it. 130 seconds here. Chicken Fighters banning out that Doom. So they seem to think it's probably an Axe carry if they're banning out a Doom.
They're kind of like dipping their toes into both, right? Like they take away a big win condition that is Medusa, and then they ban out like a Doom. So they're kind of respecting the flexibility here of the Axe, and like now Liquid needs to decide, like, do they want to go for like a Wraith King style of carry, which just solidifies your whole game plan, or do you want to fully go into the idea of let's just run at them, lads? Let's just try and get some fight going, and that's where maybe Boxy's hero could come into play.
Yeah, Mars is still in the pool, so that could be picked up.
That's true.
Very good Mars.
Yeah,
We've
it's
not seen a lot
like-
of Mars. I would like that Mars on Boxy. Boxy. Boxy's a great Mars. He's one of the people who's played it for so long, and when it's in meta, you really do expect him to pick it up a little bit more.
Carry
What do you want to see
Axe.
on Chicken Fighters?
I just want to. Sorry, Liquid offlane. Luna. Yeah, I was about to say
Okay.
Luna. Yep, sounds right.
Yes.
I wanted them to be
Venaluna.
I wanted them to be super toxic. Like Liquid, maybe not these players, but the brand Liquid. Have with
What
Venom
the
Monster.
hell?
Oh!
There we
I
go.
didn't want another 100-minute game. Chicken
Oh.
Fighters, that's very rude.
Era techies. All right, this lad, he had probably one of the best games of techies in the lower division DPC. It was very clean, very succinct, and on paper, it's not the best because of the Luna and the Leshrac push potential early, but yeah, it's a techies game. TI life on the line. You pick a techies.
It's, maybe they're
Well-
just doubling down on that triangle T. They just really want to
They are-
protect that triangle.
They're tripling down. This triangle will be impenetrable. If you want to farm it, you're going to have to run through remote mines, status traps, all the other mines, suicides. Oh, God. Oh, this is beautiful. I have nothing else to say, Dan. I just want to watch a techies game.
Just for anyone worrying this is going to be a long game, techies can be played aggressively. That's what Hellraisers do with it. They use it to shut out the game very, very quickly. So we could still be in for a short one here. Sheepstick, who do you think is going to win this?
I'm putting my money on Liquid. I think they have a lot of tools to be able to deal with this techies. I think they have just played against this Faceless Void, so now they are going to adapt. I think they're a good team. I think they got it. I like this lineup. Good luck.
Okay, well, it's go big or go home for Chicken Fighters here with a techies pick in this elimination game. But can Team Liquid's Axe chop through it as we go to this vital elimination game 3? We're going to hand over to Arvo Plus and Seek and Strike.
Welcome back. This is the second techies game for us, Sir Richie, in these close qualifiers. We did one EEU. I think it was Hellraiser that picked it. And there was also their qualifiers on the line. So something about techies, when you feel like you're about to lose, you just pick the hero. Are you ready for another 60-minute game? I got my bucket here. I got my food.
Yeah, I was about to say I got my pillow in between as soon as I got the techies game, just in case. I got to stay nice and comfy. Refilled the water, got some more mate, making sure we're all good to go. Because
dead.
who knows? I mean, the thing is, Zayat's fantastic techies players, right? He's quite literally the reason why the team No Techies exists. It's because of him, right? And I'm sure you've seen them quite a few times in Eastern Europe. But when they picked it, and granted this was a second pick techies, it was pretty heavily countered. This time it's a last pick techies, and I don't think we really do too nicely against it. Quakefa, yeah, you can split earth and break trees and give it a little bit of vision. Mickey, he's technically playing a ranged hero, but Luna, she can struggle against remote mines if we don't have like a Dragon Lance or at least the Dragon Lance, right, for additional attack range. So they might struggle here, like T-Gov was alluding to, right? They can kind of just fortify their triangle, get the farm that they need, and yes, they can flash farm absolutely with Empower and this Faceless Void. So you know, it's going to be up to Liquid to try and force fights elsewhere, maybe just try an uber push here with their mid lane Lesh. We've got answers to this draft and this tempo, but we don't have the best answers to the techies, so that's going to be the game changer here.
I would agree. I mean, we also have the Dream Techies lineup, honestly. Void, Winter Wyvern, Magnus. What else would you ask for? Even the Snapfire is kind of decent with Techies because you can cookie him a bit further, so you can lay down the stasis trap. There's like a lot of combination of the Techies that make him actually a really useful hero. And as you said, no really big counters. I actually really like the Chicken Fighters pick. I know Era is also one of the few Techie spammers we've seen competitive. As far as I know, the ones that come to mind are Zayat, Tio Licor from SA, Xing Xing from China, and then I think it's Era. I can't really think of anyone that I'm missing that is also a Techie spammer, and that will occasionally.
There it goes.
Well, I mean, I guess AUI you might have considered, but I think AUI hates Techies.
Alright, so that's going to be Pexi then TPing down bottom. Solo XP for Charlie for a couple of waves. This lane now versus the Axe. Insania, by the way, on his trademark Coddle. And of course, this Axe off lane, or even Luna, or even Lesh heck in the early game, we got plenty of people who can take advantage. Because in case you don't know, Insania, he is an absolute madman when it comes to stacking, especially on the Coddle. It's his bread and butter.
I mean, the Coddle, I would say, it's not just an Insania hero, it's just a Liquid hero in general. It just suits their style so much. I know that now it's a bit less so, because Recall, obviously, you have to wait 20 minutes to get it. But it's still the oppressive style in the early game, where Coddle actually is a decent laner. If you're a good Coddle, you can deal a lot of damage.
Taiga?
As you said, the stacking. Oh, Taiga. He's
Him.
going to die to the blast off. That's going to be an easy kill for Era. He wasn't really that difficult for him. He didn't have Spike Garpus there, so just killed him.
Yep. Shibe with a good skewer on back after the after the impale stun, and he had to cancel. Era had to cancel that blast off a couple of times, but he got it on the third time. No worries.
That's how you play Techies in the lane, by the way. You don't start mining it as soon as possible. You actually start to use a blast off early. It's a huge spell. In fact, with the skewer, can they actually get Mike? Don't have a blast off this time though, unfortunately, and the impale will stop him. the triple fairy fire, so it can actually deal some physical damage on Techies. Oh no. Got rid of Charlie's magic wand. That's gonna suck. But yeah, Insania is great in the Coddle. Now you slow down his timing a bit more because of the recall shard, but I still think it works well with Liquid. At 20 is still fine for Liquid. It's still early enough for them to fight it.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about this this Supreme mid lane Snapfire. I think we saw a noob Snapfire yesterday in their win over ITB. And he decided to go for stats. I believe there was a Kaya and Sanj, or was it a Sanj and Yasha?
They lost that game.
They did lose,
lost that game.
right?
Yeah.
That was one of those hour-long games with a 25-minute pause. So, you know, there's a lot of reasons maybe why we could lose this game. But what do you think Supreme's going to go for then on the mid lane Snapfire? Probably BOT's first, which, of course, he already has queued up. But we no longer really see this kind of Ags rush, do we, on the mid snaps like we used to?
No. I mean, you have some utility here with the Magnus. Like, there is an Ags rush that you could justify. I don't think it's bad. Techies to a degree as well, because Techies you just launch him, stun, and then he goes on with a blast off. He has the shard. It's like 2 stuns on top of each other. But I do like just the blink dagger snap, like the BOTs, blink dagger, BKB. You get the shard as soon as possible, and you just a massive magic damage dealing nuker. I wouldn't even mind the E blade's not too great actually in this game, but that's the build I would like. I wasn't a big fan of the Kai and Sanj, to be honest, on Snap. I get the point because you become like a pseudo tank, but I think this game you can deal with that. You already have Chrono and everything. You can use the kisses a bit more effectively, and you can even get an Ags a bit later to add to the stun time of the Chrono, right after the kisses. So I think there's a lot of good points here for the Snap. I don't think there's a single build that I'd say is good.
Insania is about to get to work here. Is he going to go for the Fable triple stack? I don't think you can now. He's got the Lesh to do it for him. So all the camps stacking over in the triangle, while Era is able to double stack himself. Big stacks right now already in the Radiant Triangle, as Insania just getting started, but Era's already spent the past 2 minutes stacking here.
Yeah, Coddle's actually a bit better in the Radiant Triangle because you can do a triple stack like this by using the Illuminate early onto the 2 camps, and then you get the small camp afterwards. But Dire's a bit more difficult to commit that. And top lane, Taiga, could be in trouble. They do have the blast off, but Taiga, has a spike carpet. That's why you don't ever use the blast off. Just kill yourself. Instead, it's going to be Shibe who gets rid of Taiga. Now, the blast off is going to be used. The silence is not going to do much to Shibe. For Mike, and Mike is going to get a double kill if you do that. So, you're going to let Mike take that kill happily. And support exchange for offlaner, not ideal for you as chicken fighters, but at least you're keeping up the pressure against the Luna.
Yeah, and Pexu with this value points in the Cold Embrace down bottom. Charlie is not having really a nice time, despite playing a Faceless Void into the Axe, where, you know, with this burst damage, you can time walk it off. He still finds himself pretty low in HP, especially thanks to the level 2 Battle Hunger. So this value point in the Cold Embrace early is really helping him out. He's got to be careful, though. We've seen this before, right? Too many points in Cold Embrace, not enough points in Splinter Blast, leaves you without really someone to deep push waves from a safe distance, and that could potentially be a really big problem here, as there goes Charlie's Courier yet again.
Oh. Interesting that he's taking these stacks, actually, Aaron, not giving it to the Magnus at all. I wonder if that's because he thinks it's going to be threatened, or because he just feels like him getting gold this game is massive. I mean, Ags this game for a tech is a pretty big deal, actually. You know, because you have the Chrono to set up the mines. You even have the Winter's Curse.
Well, it's split 50-50 here. Shibe taking most of the big ones. In fact, all of the big creeps are his.
And he'll take the Ancients anyway, right, with Empower, because like, he's not going to farm that, I presume, so. Or you can give it to Void, actually. Taiga sees the stack, he's like, guys, there's a stack here. I'm going to block it, because nobody can take it just yet. But in the future, we'll steal this.
Yep, and there goes Insania. 3-time stack now in his own triangle. Stack wars begin.
I mean, if you're a Kato, you want to
mid lane.
stack Koikwa.
This is for Koikwa. Ooh, they didn't quite get him, and he's going to be able to escape. The DD rune for Pexu's not enough damage. He's actually going to try and farm a stack while he's here. Why not? The bounty refill here. Pexu could ruin his day, though, but can't get within range for the attacks. No boots versus the Disco Pony with boots. Good luck catching up with him.
Yeah, no Splinter Blast, no Arctic Burn. It's just impossible there. But at least to give some time for Supreme to kind of push this lane, I was going to say, but then Insane just came by and stopped this completely. Now, when I was talking to Stinger yesterday, he was telling me that if you play a support like Coddle, for example, that has an ease of stacking, you do try to force the stacking as much as possible. And sometimes, even when you feel like bullying the lane is nice, you might take an extra stack or might go more time into the stacking zone, just because you feel like it's one of the advantages you have over the enemy support, right? So that's why Insania, I think, is playing a bit more, like, not as aggressive as he could in the lane, leaving the enemy carry a bit alone, and instead just trying to maximize Boxy's farm for a mid-game power spike.
It's a little spooky, though, isn't it? Because Charlie's basically going straight for a really heavy farming build. Of course, no Maelstrom, instead just Mask of Madness, which will help him a little bit in these Chronos. But also, he's got Empower to farm this game, right? So he doesn't really necessarily need that Maelstrom. So it's a bit spooky, as Boxy is clearing a big old stack of Ancients. That'll get him his Blink Dagger here relatively soon. They're going to go ahead and get him online early. So, you know, sure, we get Faceless Void set up for the long run, but this Axe is very, very set up already for the short run here. As he'll have Blink super early, definitely by 10 minutes here. 10 minutes is a bit difficult. 11, 12 minutes, I think. He'll have Blink Dagger and Vanguard and Brown Boots.
Okay. And you can actually start snowballing off with the Axe early. That's going to give enough space to Mickey to really just vacuum farm the jungle. Great hero to give space to Luna in general. That's a good Chrono. Just at the edge with Mortimer's Kisses. Should be a kill on Koikva. And at least Chicken Fighters has been managing to get like these small kills. But Liquid is still dominant in the early game.
He's going to use the RP just to escape.
He's going to be fine now. Okay. It's fine, but it's still Liquid taking control of the game right now with the insane net worth lead they have. So I want to be too happy about just escaping with RP. You need to do more here with Chicken Fighters lineup. Like Insania dying would be huge here. This would be pretty big. Just take down the Coddle, don't let him stack any longer, and lose that gold amplifier that you have on Liquid.
Yeah, he's going to die by the time he can stack, so that's going to be a little bit annoying. Just a kill, in addition to the inefficiencies of not being able to get someone to stack for you. So that one hurts. Pexu, by the way, is very, very poor right now. It's 900 gold, there he is at least, but he's going to be killed off yet again by the call down bottom and dunked underneath his tier 1 tower, trying to defend it. But Koikva, level 4 Edict here with the Axe to keep him in place, means he is going absolutely nowhere but back to the fountain.
Okay. And now Shiba's taking the stacks here with the help of Charlie as well. Or actually, maybe they're giving the main source of gold here to the Charlie. Hopefully getting the Void somewhat online. We did see the power of the Void last game. He's going for Mask of Madness this game, which it's interesting. The choice to go for this is because you know you can actually deal damage in Chrono. There's nothing to really stop you. So Void's free to hit within the Chrono. And you might be trying to use that to just get the early ganks that you're looking for. It makes your pickoffs much easier because you don't always need Mortimer's Kisses or Techies even with you. You might just be able to get a solo kill on a Luna if Mask of Madness is online and you have maybe like Maelstrom on top. This build is not very often seen these days, though, but I think it's still useful in this game.
I agree, especially because Mickey, he's going for just the max farming build now. Went 1-4-4, now at 10, he's going to skip the talents and instead go for the second point in beam. His lane was easy enough, honestly. I mean, just so long as you didn't die to techies, you're not too scared of the Magnus. You don't really need to bully him that hard as you would, say, a Timbersaw, for example, with the Lucent Beams. So he's able to farm quite a bit. Everyone kind of seems set to take this into the late game, but here is Boxy, indeed, with that 10-minute Blink Dagger already on the way. So perhaps he's going to be the one to try and speed this game up a little bit, or just create a bit more space for his Luna to get his items.
Let's see. Supreme. Tried to find the kill here on the top lane against Maker. At least the Starp is farming somewhat, while Liquid is just getting ready for Axe to come online. Koikba, unfortunately, has not had the early game that he was hoping for, so they might have to recover him a bit as well, which is why the gank squad only includes Boxy out of the cores.
Good lane,
They have
fight,
a chrono here for Koikva. Tough though with a blinding light. Charlie's able to outrun this, but maybe he still gets caught. The Berserker's call. There's a lot of mines. They don't seem to care. Calling Blade will take down Charlie. The power of Boxy started to show, and they even get Supreme as well. Beautiful and Bale. Actually, it's going to be all 3 cores dead for Liquid.
Oh.
The mines, however, finish off poor Koikva, but they want more. Liquid is not afraid of the mines. They're going to continue going for Pexu's life, and now proceed to take a tower.
That's the exact kind of Blink Dagger reveal you want. Not only do you get, what, a 2 or 3 man call, you get the call onto the person who is trying to lay down kisses and suppressive fire. Beautiful call. You get the tower off the back of that. Sure, the techies nets them the kill on the Leshrac, but now you can try and head into the triangle here and look to clear mines, look to steal any stacks that are here. As there goes Arrow, blowing up Insania. Oh boy. I expect a couple more of those here this game, Coddle. You are not really built for a game like this.
Cuddle, yeah, he's expected to die for a couple of these mines, but frankly, for having a techies that should be controlling the map, Liquid is playing quite fearless, and they managed to take a tower already. And the more map control you get in this game, the more you close in techies' side of the map, the less useful this hero becomes. He's great for these incredible high ground defenses, but at least in competitive, you want to use him so you can close out the map from the enemy. And the less map you have, the harder this becomes, of course.
We've got the points in Curse now. Maybe that was going to be something decisive that was missing from the last fight, thanks to Pexu just getting enough XP in the mid lane. Liquid didn't really use too big of cooldowns, to be honest. So yeah, they're already back on the prowl here. We have Eclipse now finally with Lucent Beam max, so it'll be doing some damage, but I don't believe it was max by the time Luna was joining the fight. It was really just mostly Boxy, and of course Leshrac doing damage while Boxy held him down through the call. But they're not going to find anyone to fight here in the jungle, and instead might have to defend this tier 1 top lane, or just farm and let it go instead. But Boxy is going to TP on over. Got the Nyx Assassin looking now to connect under the cover of Vendetta. He will be able to get the jump here. Now with Insania joining, but of course Insania without recall yet is not going to be able to call a second core on over, so the kills seem unlikely, and Chicken Fighters reading the map are just going to go ahead and make the safe play. Oh no, the core, you're not as lucky though. Taiga might even be able to escape here. Yep, there's the Carapace burn, Charlie giving chase, and with the cookie, he'll be able to close the gap, Mask of Madness, and perma-stunned kill going to Supreme.
Yep. Alright. Well, a simple kill for Chicken Fighters that might lead to a tower here, but Liquid's still controlling the map and getting the most out of the resources here. They might be able to even defend this tower if they choose to do so. They are TPing a couple of heroes, and we even see Luna farming nearby. There is the TP. Nice call from Boxy yet again. Koikva joining in. Mortimer's kisses though to defend, and Boxy, I mean, a pickle. He's taking a lot of magical damage. In comes Taiga, stops those kisses from coming out. Shib is already dead. Charlie has the chrono. It's been stunned. Charlie, at this point, is only going to be a defensive chrono. They're trying to retreat, may get to a point where mines might be there. Yeah, and Liquid this time is not going to follow after.
Yeah, plenty of mines already set up here in the triangle. They're going to look to try and fortify this entire top area like T-Gov suggested and implied that they would in the draft. So that means although they'd win a fight and there is an objective here for them to push, it's not a very ideal objective when there's a techies. Plus, you know, you got your Luna here. She's continuing to farm beautifully, even getting involved in that fight. Already has the Manta style completed, so the silence coming through from the techies, no longer too big of a concern here. And Mickey going next into the Butterfly. This was something I was going to mention, right? Because the issue with not going Maelstrom on Charlie, even though MOM is great for the... Oh, hold that thought. Dive into the mid lane tower. There's going to be a second kill here onto Shibe, as it's going to be the Illuminate to clean him up. Charlie still has Chrono, but the Blinding Light is going to give him a big old miss rate. Now even the Solar debuff to try and slow his chase even more, as Boxy attempting to escape, will get off the call. A couple of spins here, but it's going to be Era blowing through all that bonus armor there with the blast off to pick up the secondary kill.
That felt a bit unnecessary, to be honest, from Liquid. You went really far in, this time not even creating space for Mickey because he was already fine. You forced a fight. Boxy's been doing a really good job of just taking these fights and taking these pickoffs when Chicken Fighters overextend, thus making it seem like their map is smaller than it should be. But there, you're really just playing into the techie's hands. So that wasn't the greatest, and you gave Chicken Fighters a bit of breathing room now to recover. But it's going to be tough for the Void to ever equal a Luna's farm, but if these things keep happening, it's a start, especially with the Empower. It's not impossible. Oh, why is Mickey here? I guess he wants to fight this, but Axe is dead, so they know they can kill him. The RP's ready, and use all their damage possible. Mortimer's Kisses plus Blast Off, yeah, Mickey's going to die. Now the Winter's Curse might set up for the kill on Insania. In fact, he even catches Boxy here, and with a Splinter Blast at the Berserker's Call. Here comes Quakefa with a bit of magical damage. And there's also help from the Cookie to stun him. Ship has been saved by the Cold Embrace, but not for long. He's gonna die to the Cooling Blade. Liquid, they managed to actually re-engage, but now they're chasing after a team with techies, always very scary. They do catch the Void though. Fought here, got caught by the call. That was surprising by Charlie. Era in a similar position. There's the Battle Hunger. They hit him with Split Earth, and that's going to be yet another kill going the way of Liquid. So this counter initiation works well for them.
Yeah, I think both teams going a bit too far. They really want to match each other's aggression, right? Liquid farming very aggressively, I guess, on the Luna, punished immediately for that. They want the +1, but it's just a coddle, right? But it's a good setup with the Curse and Kisses, and that just extra amount of greed ends up trading away, what, 1 extra core for them? So not the best trade for these guys, unfortunately. DD Rune now out for Mickey. So he's going to go straight into Roshan. 30 seconds left until Chronosphere is ready to go. A whole minute for RP and 20 on the Winter's Curse, sorry. That means that Liquid are going to be able to get this Roshan basically for free. Once down, it will go.
Okay. That's a good advantage for Liquid. Also a bit of a safety measure here for Mickey. They want to go high ground. But they can't overextend. I mean, I would say that's for both teams, right? Both teams, I think, overextended a bit in those fights.
Yep.
I guess it's kind of hard to measure when you're strong in this game, because Chicken Fighters doesn't seem as powerful in these fights, but they're managing to get it off when Mortimer's Kisses and Techies is online, really. Whereas for Liquid, I feel like they're just stronger when these things are offline. So these things are just the considerations that both teams should be making. Chicken Fighters, they still have at least control over their jungle a bit. Liquid hasn't really been playing too aggressively there. In usual Liquid fashion, when you win the game, you try to play the top part of the map, control Roshan, your own jungle, especially if you're dire, and you try to pierce the tier 1 if possible to try to invade the enemy triangle.
They're gonna go hunting for Shibe. Shibe's not gonna show though. Luckily, he was very patient here with plenty of heroes missing off the map, and that will likely save his life. He's so close to the Blink Dagger now. He's been dying quite a bit here, of course, as the initiator. That's more or less expected from him. But Liquid have been doing a real great job in trying to keep him down, well below Supreme here in terms of net worth, and in fact, even almost Era is within 1,000 gold here of his own offlaner. So good progress here by the techies, as Shibe struggling still to get online with the Blink.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's going to be, some more remote mines for Quakefa. Luckily, he's got a Sanj, as well as the Hood of Defiance, so he's not too bothered. I believe there's now 2 hoods. Axe going for the Van Hood Blink, and Boxy is going to be looking to be now the tertiary core, as he's going to be going into the Manta style here after the Yasha.
Okay. Alright. See how that works out. Quakefa pushing a tower here. Boxy, I feel like you have a lot of strength here as the Axe core against a Void, really. Until he gets backtracked, there's nothing really you can do against him with the Berserker's Call plus the Manta style. Of course, you can time walk the damage off, but should be enough damage against this edgy core. So it really is the backtrack that's going to save you against this. I like the build by Boxy. He's also been really impactful this whole game. I like that Quakefa is kind of taking a backseat a bit. I mean, he's still farming well, but it seems like Quakefa is being more of a 3 as Boxy takes over the role of 2. at least in their builds.
Mid lane here, Pexu is going to drop a ward under the cover of the smoke. Right now, Chicken Fighters, they smoked up, but they don't really want to take fights away from mines, because we can see how annoying they really are for Liquid. Mega just being casually harassed, sending forth the illusions, though, to try and get the job done. Yeah, that's some pretty good mine sweeping right there. Don't mind if I do. Is going to make that a little bit easier for them to now look to invade the triangle. Aegis still available here for quite some time, actually. A full 2 minutes left. We've already got the bottom tier 2 tower and really great control here over the Chicken Fighters jungle. But Chicken Fighters are not going to let this mid tier 2 go without a fight, especially because they have all of their cooldowns. So for now, Liquid acknowledging this, just using the time to farm as much of the map as they can. I like Insania's ward here as well. That is going to watch over the jungle. If Chicken Fighters look to try and extend their portion of the map a bit to farm up top, Liquid could potentially look for some counterplay there where they know there's no mines, and Chicken Fighters are going to be hard-pressed to reinforce quickly there.
Let's see. Liquid, they're trying to play over the part of the map that I guess they don't have too many mines, or they know they don't have too many mines in, you know, which I think is their jungle right now. They took down Taiga, though, because he wasn't doing that. I mean, Taiga's kind of the scout to a degree. If they catch Charlie, though, this is much more important. I know they can kill him in time. Shiva actually helps out with the RP. And they still have Chrono, by the way. Worst kisses. Wow. This is going to be a triple kill. What a counter initiation by Chicken Fighters. Liquid bit off a bit more than it could chew there.
That was beautiful. Shiba just setting them all up there. It was like setting up bowling pins, you know. We had the 4-step play coming, and they just all got bowled over there, really. Kisses, and even Magnus empowering himself and able to get in melee damage, really showing how well placed, not only of a Chronosphere that was, but just the coordination between the two. And this is what I was talking about last game. It's when you know how to play with a Faceless Void, it's all these small things that really make a difference. All the trust and just counter-initiating perfectly there. My goodness, Chicken Fighters. Even fighting into the Aegis here, of course, Mickey not there, wouldn't have made much of a difference with all the control that came through from Chicken Fighters. So they're going to be able to claim the Liquid jungle now for themselves and go equal here in terms of map pressure.
Butterfly, nice little pickup for Luna to have a bit of survivability against the Void as well, but honestly, Void is doing a good job of keeping up with her. And that kill up top just set him up in net worth. Now only 3k apart from the Luna. Void is certainly a better carry if it comes to the mano-a-mano between them two, so it's essentially like being, like, it technically is like one item down, but it's a very cheap item, so you're really kind of equal between the two. You'd lose Insania in exchange for Era. Seems like an okay trade, as Era's already mined the whole map. They tip him. And Liquid can't really realize their style right now, because they know that the parts of the map they haven't seen Era in, or they've seen him like roaming around in, there's just a bunch of mines. They can't take over the triangle. Look how many mines there are in the triangle right now. You just can't go as Liquid. So you have to stay in your own jungle, you can't exert the map pressure you'd like, and you're letting Liquid, or you're letting Chicken Fighters get the farm they need on the Void to eventually be able to just surpass you. Their lineup is made for the late game. They have great team fight, a good core-to-core matchup. What else do you want?
Yeah, and this is what I was speaking about earlier before we got cut off by a team fight. Charlie not going for Maelstrom early means that he doesn't have, well, albeit a very small percentage source of accuracy, means that these blinding lights and now this butterfly for Luna is a real big problem. He's acknowledging this, though, as Luna has shown it off already. MKB in the quick buy here after the Eye of Scotty for the Faceless Void. So Charlie's still going to need a bit of time before he's completely online in that regard. Looks like Boxy, he just bought something, didn't he? Oh yeah, he's got the full manta finished. Okay. So we can now begin cutting waves. He's a little bit away from getting the shard online, but with the way he's going to be able to farm and split push waves, using illusions at no risk to himself, it'll be only a couple of minutes here until he's fully online and ready to fight. Then just needs BKB. Actually, he's not going for the shard. He's queued up the BOTs first.
Interesting. I mean, I think the cutting lanes is definitely important, but I think the shard is vital so you can deal with the Void, really, and just jump him. I don't think you have that much time to just lax around if you have nothing to deal with the Void. Time dilation is great against the Nyx, but I think he has to use no spells. Okay, he really hates Taiga. Okay, Chrono just for Taiga.
And a tip.
I mean, Taiga's been doing a good job of keeping tabs on the techies, so when Taiga's dead, Area is just like, he's a maverick, you know? You have someone loose with like a bomb somewhere in the map, you don't know where he's going. You don't know where he's putting these mines down. It's kind of scary for Liquid right now, because you don't have anyone to keep tabs on him.
We also, no, I mean, we've got Axe here to just run down, and the Nyx Assassin to hunt down, actually, the Wyvern. So, Peksu going for this first item here in the Locket. As we can see now, Techie's getting ready, setting up some vision in the Roche pit, as next Roshan might be up as soon as in 30 seconds. There's Ags now delivered for Era. So
you know the philosophy.
Finally, rather, getting put to work, potentially, here. Eager to see how he's going to use it, though, because Chicken Fighters, although this next Roche fight might, dramatically turn it, are not really in a position where, we need Era to be mining the base and get ready for the push. So I'm eager to see how he uses Minefield Sign, or if he's just going to save it for an eventual high ground hold. Longest cooldown of the game on that thing,
set up
6 minutes.
You can set up like special mine traps where you just see a minefield sign, right, and you go, oh, I'm just gonna die, right? But I think, yeah, maybe early, because there's no really reason to save for the high ground push. But Luna's so scary, right? If Luna wins a fight, just takes on your whole high ground. So maybe you want to just save it for that. I'm not really sure. The Ags, though, is very useful because now you have even more damage in Chrono, apart from Mortimer's Kisses.
And
what you do have on Liquid side, yeah, demining with their bodies. This is the equivalent of Ghost Push is Ghost demining, right? You use the Axe Manta illusions and Luna Manta illusions, and hopefully Techie stops being such a nuisance.
Yeah, and they're doing this now because obviously Liquid are aware, hey, we're in the Roche window. Let's make sure that if we need to take a fight on their high ground, that we're not going to be constantly stopped by stasis traps. We're not going to get ourselves blown up by random proximity mines. Like, this is really, really crucial stuff for them to be doing here at this stage. As well as putting some pressure down bottom and saying, yeah, just casually pushing here. Not quite the Ghost push, but it is going to be the Illuminate push. That counts for something. Is going to force Peksu back here to defend the Tier 3 tower from too much damage.
I mean, it is kind of a difficult game for Liquid to continue doing anything in because of these stupid mines. And even the Manta style way of clearing them is still going to take a while because you still have remote mines to worry about, right? It's not like this solves the problem for you. What do you do with your Liquid, genuinely? I mean, besides pushing the lanes and leaving the enemy team with as little options as possible, what is your pool of options here?
For
Roshan,
Liquid,
I guess?
mean, I think it's wait for Roche. I think Roche has to be, like, you just never have the confidence of playing against just like a Techies without Roche. Yeah, goodbye remote mines. That sucks. There's 4 remote mines here with Ags at level 2 here. That one's going to hurt quite a bit. And now the Manta illusions here. Ooh, might just get the courier, but at least are going to destroy the mines. So Liquid, again, just setting up for Roche. I would say this is the next best play they could do, other than just continue farming and waiting for Roshan. They'll only have to wait another 15 more seconds before we get Roshan number 2.
Yeah, and with Roshan number 2, you have an Aegis, so hopefully you could go up to the high ground. Charlie's getting scarier and scarier by the second, though. The Scotty usually is a turning point for most melee versus range carry matchups, right? Because now you slow down the Luna. She actually reduces her healing considerably. Oh no, Minefield Sign, the Roche pit. Now they pinged it. It's like, no, guys.
Yep,
what do we do? Ping Era? Someone needs to kill Era. Stop him from setting more mines and just play around this. Era will kill Taiga in the process, and he's actually being saved by the Cold Embrace. They have a Chrono. They're gonna go in. The target is Boxy first. They need more damage from Boxy, and they will get him eventually, but Mickey just wastes his BKB inside the Chrono. Charlie had to use his own. He's going for a quick for next. Last Mortimer Kiss slowing him down, but Liquid will win this, if anything, due to the buybacks. Now they have a superiority to go inside this Roche pit. No more ultimates for Chicken Fighters, except for Winter's Curse.
Yeah, Curse is a big one. That's a big one, right? We only have Eclipse to fight him here and the Axe. Buyback's out, though, so we've got the numbers advantages. There goes Boxy. He's found Era, wants to get this dieback here onto the Techie. Should get it, but out comes this Curse now. Taiga, he's going to end up dying back just to all the Axe illusions. No, still alive on a hair of HP. Gets the 4-staff on back. And that's going to be the Curse, not used for much here, as Mike is able to snag everything from Roshan, making sure that they can divvy the spoils of war safely when they know that no one's going to come in and steal it.
Okay. Win for Liquid overall. They had to use a couple of buybacks, but I still think the Roshan is worth it completely. And as we said, once the Chicken Fighters lose their big cooldowns, they lose their big ultimates, they can't fight just yet. Need that Chrono to deal with the Luna, especially with the build the Void went for, right? It's a build that's Chrono intensive. In the late game, this will be changed, but right now, you really cannot fight the mano a mano against the Luna. She's also hitting her power spike. You have no MKB either, a big point that you made earlier.
Yeah, I mean, for now, it's kind of like we've got this unstoppable force, which is the Luna, and Charlie is very much the immovable object, because he's really tough to kill, right? That's the problem for him. He's got Kai and Sanj, he's got a BKB, Eye of Scotty, and Power Tread's very, very tanky, and of course with Time Walk, okay, he's going to TP right into the Ignis. Charlie, okay, I mean, you're hard to kill. I don't know about this hard to kill. The Cookie, the Force Staff, and now into the Cold Embrace, healed back to full. He's going to be good to go.
The Cold Embrace, like, did you say movable object? Oh, Horn Toss! They actually bring the Luna back. Mickey has the Aegis this time, though. But they can kill her twice if she's far back enough. However, this time they had a solution with a Hurricane Pike. Charlie's still lasting this whole damage, and now this is what Luna does to your base. She just takes it. No chance. She actually might just kill Charlie with the Glaives.
Yeah,
don't stand near those racks. If you stand near those racks, you let the Glaives bounce, you actually allow Luna to push faster. So you just have to let her do her thing.
Yeah, Faceless Void, he's real scary right now for sure, but he can't just go in on the Luna, sorry, especially least of all because of Aegis. But there's a lot of issues he has. I did forget, he's got Empower, right? So even though he's got lots of stats, he's actually got a lot of damage thanks to the Empower. So that's no joke here. He just now needs to be able to consistently land these attacks versus the Luna, and then he can kind of go mano a mano. That's when we'll see this all start to break down a little bit more. But that's the bottom lane of Barracks for free. Chicken Fighters, they don't lose anything out from that at the very least, but no ulti is used, no BKBs forced, and Aegis still ready to go for Liquid, as they will now try and set their sights on finally taking complete map control away from Chicken Fighters, and that of course includes the triangle. Look at this, using the Ignis just to make sure he's not walking into any mines, as well as destroying the trees, as Supreme is going to be destroyed by Korkva.
Yeah, Sadie is done with his mining, and actually this just gave Liquid a really strong chance, because Techies he's probably not setting up mines in the base this whole time, right? You know that as Liquid. That's not how good Techies plays. You don't mine the base just in case. So by being able to surpass the zone that Techies was controlling until now, you just erased this whole work he's been doing until now, which means that Aaron now needs to start doing this, but you have an opportunity as Liquid to continue the push, especially with Luna Leshrac. Two good heroes deal with a Techie strategy, even if they're not good against Techies himself.
Yep. And on our... Oh, hold that thought, Charlie. Okay, gonna go for the Chrono, but he only catches one. And Boxy, he's still in range for the call. Out it will come. Can Charlie even survive here? Yes, he's got the BKB. He's gonna time walk back up to the high ground. Mickey giving chase, even stunning him here from the low ground for a little bit of extra damage, but ultimately he's gonna be fine.
Charlie's in trouble now with the Ignis. They still have the Cold Embrace. I don't know if they're trying to bait out Mickey, but Mickey's just gonna keep on pushing. Charlie just lost the one threatening tool he had, really, in that Chrono. To me, it was more surprising that he actually used the Chrono in general rather than how he used it or whoever he got it. Like, you had no follow-up there. You had no Mortimer's Kisses. There was no way you're going to kill the Luna, even if you catch her in the Chrono.
Oh, that was an RP!
Oh, that was an RP by Shibe. I think he was trying to blink in. It must have been cancelled by a Glaive, and now he just lost it. And now you lost Supreme as well, who just came back. He has to buy back Liquid.
What a call.
They're going to go and use the Eclipse on top of that. Shibe's down. Charlie needs to get away. He will survive this, but Mickey still has the Aegis. You haven't been able to do anything against him. And Supreme, he had to buy back for that after honestly giving up his body for free.
To go to Game 3 versus Liquid after Game 1 was over 100 minutes long. And now to flub a call with the ultimate's part of me. This Ignis, such a big problem for Charlie. It doesn't last too long against him, but without Chrono, without RP, without a curse for 20 seconds because the Wyvern's dead, what do you do? This is just Megas.
Oh, they cut the Void again. Can they actually kill Charlie here? Charlie going forward, hoping for Dysania, but there's only one thing that Mickey wants, and it's the Rax. He's not interested in anything else. Supreme will die as collateral, as Charlie just tries to kill Insania. He does get the kill, but it's only support as Mickey is taking your base behind you. Mickey's not concerned with the life of his supports. Mickey just wants the buildings. Charlie lost his life in the backlands, caught by Boxy yet again. I don't know if there's a chance for Chicken Fighters any longer. It seems like this is going to be their last game, Richie, as Charlie, unable to do much, jumps over to Mickey, hoping to get the skill. In comes Shiba as well, scurrying back to the base. Okay, but Mickey had the Hurricane Pike. Even when the Winter Scars does nothing, they're capable of destroying both Charlie and Shiba. Charlie will barely live here. That's his second life. He needs to survive this. Doesn't really matter. GG is called. Mickey even had the A on disc. Liquid will take this.
Very well played to Liquid, man. What a series out from them. Just mentally being able to take that Game 1 in the fashion that they did, kind of just demolished in Game 2. 23 minutes, super smooth play by Chicken Fighters at every single step. It never really felt like Liquid had a chance in Game 2 the way they were playing it. And then to just dominate this Game 3 like this, great stuff, honestly, from Liquid here. They definitely deserve the win, and they're moving on to the next round.
Yeah, Liquid played a fantastic game. Very happy for them, but at the same time, a bit sad to see Chicken Fighters go. They showed some really great Dota in these lower brackets. I think they limited a couple of the teams that came from the upper brackets. You know, they were promising to look like Empire of the Western European qualifiers, but unfortunately, Liquid was too big an obstacle for them. I know people will harp on this Techies pick and might seem unorthodox, but I don't think they played that too badly. It just so happened that there were a couple of like crucial misplays, particularly towards the end, where they seemed to start getting desperate. I just got to them. And keeping your composure when you're risking your chance to go to TI, when you also feel like you actually have a chance to go, like it's no longer, oh, I'm just playing this to see how far we can go. When you actually think, maybe we can do this, guys, we're doing really well. Sometimes you're not going to play optimally, and it's okay. Congratulations to Chicken Fighters for doing as well as they did. I'm happy to see them in next season if they make it to the lower division, to the open qualifiers, because this team looks as promising as ever.
Absolutely. That's going to do it for you and me here for the TI qualifier. So thanks for having us, everyone. We're going to throw it back now to a short break. And when we are back, we're going to be joined by Daniel Offen and our panel to break down this series as a whole.
Hello and welcome back. Team Liquid taking this game 3 to knock them straight into the next round. T-Governor is looking very, very different, but I'm still joined by Sheepstick, who is going to talk me through what happened in this game 3. What did occur that allowed Liquid to take this game so handily?
The Cottle pick came in super clutch with the amount of stacks they were able to make for Boxy's axe. I believe the 10-minute Vanguard blink was pretty impactful. They took it mid straight away, took an incredible fight, took that mid tower. We also saw the blinding light work its magic. There was a chrono. It didn't really do anything. I think this Cottle was just much more suited to their draft, what they wanted to do, and handled this faceless very well. They kept up aggression. They were a little halted for a while by the techies, but overall I think they just got their items out farmed Radiant really hard despite the Magnus and just did a good job of closing it out.
Although this, I believe, is the second techies elimination loss that we've seen, because it happened in the Eastern European qualifiers as well, with Hellraisers picking the techies in their final game of the qualifiers. Were you impressed with it here? Was there anything to justify its picking?
I mean, I think the hero, it seems like you pick the hero, you get out of qualifiers, right? But I do feel like Techies has a place in competitive. I could see why they thought it was a good pick this game, but I'm gonna follow on Sheep's points. I think she made some really good points here. Liquid didn't have the hero necessarily to deal with him, but they had the strategies. Techies reduces your map space by just putting mines everywhere. It makes it really hard for you to push. So what do? You maximize resources in the map that you have by stacking. You try to get a really early advantage by using the axe, of course, and just starting to get kills everywhere. And then you also had Taiga playing an impressive game of just follow the techies. Like, he has 7 deaths, it does not matter. The guy was keeping tabs on techies the whole game, making it really difficult for Era to do anything by surprise. And then Liquid knew where to play and where to not. And if you take away that psychological component of techies, especially a competitive team, will be able to deal with the hero quite easily. It's the whole notion of where are the mines that makes the hero strong, and I think Liquid played really well against that.
We're going to be joined by Insania very shortly for an interview, so we can talk us through that insane series. Sheepstick, talk to me a little bit about the Liquid's drafts and strategies, because it felt like they had a rough day yesterday. Do you think they pulled through mentality-wise, or is it just improvement in their kind of individual play?
Yeah, I think they've improved a lot, especially on the few throws they had yesterday. I think they tightened that sort of thing up a lot. Their roaches looked better today. There was a few scares with high ground pushes in the earlier games, but honestly, overall, I just think their discipline and their mentality and patience, especially taking these games, has been incredible. I think they tried to go mid aggressively on the Axe. They got punished. There was like a double chrono. Nyx died. Axe got blown up by some mines. And instead of just continuing to push into that and feed more, they took a step back. They went, look, it's fine. This game is in our control. They farmed their mantles on Axe. They farmed their mantle on Luna. I think she had at that point anyway. Cleared the mines as they could, and just simply with a stronger team.
Great. Well, I believe we're joined now by Insania on the line. Insania, hello and congratulations for your victory. You look very tired. You must be exhausted and also very pleased after that series. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty okay. It was a wild ride. We didn't like, our schedule was pretty set for like waking up late, but then we ended up playing at 11 today, so I don't think a lot of my teammates got a lot of sleep. So that first game was a good wake up series, I think. It was good that it dragged out, so we got to like fully wake up and yeah, come alive.
Great. You've been captaining this team for a long time. How did you manage to keep them calm through that 104-minute game?
Oh wow, I mean, I think we were all actually pretty relaxed. Like once we knew it had reached a certain point in the game, like once we were done throwing, once we'd done our high ground throws and we were still in the game, we were quite happy. Like we still have another chance to win. So I think at that point, like once it reaches post like maybe like 45, 60 minutes, it's just anyone's game and you just got to think about like what is the game winning move here. And yeah, in this case, it was just turtle and base until I get 3 rapiers, I guess.
And I want to also ask you about facing a techies and elimination game. Was that a pick you were pleased to come up against? Do you think you have a strategy for it?
I mean, I'm going to be honest. When they picked it, my heart sunk a bit. I was like, oh shit, techies. But then I looked at our heroes and I was like, okay, I mean, we do have like pretty decent heroes, I think. And we had the chance to play Hellraisers and Scrims like about maybe even a month ago now. And they techies left. So luckily for us, we had some experience playing against this hero in scrims, and Zayak's a very good techie, so I think like watching that replay and learning from it was really helpful for the series.
Certainly. Sheepstick, do you have any questions for Insania?
I mean, you just stole my question about techies, Dan, so I'm kind of mad. I mean, mostly I just wanted to ask, like, how do you... I don't want to ask you about your drafts. I don't want you to give anything away. So I'll just simply ask, when are we playing Game of Thrones Mafia, Aiden?
I don't know. We'll see. Maybe after we qualify to TI. Hopefully. That would be the right answer, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Aww. I really want to see you guys do it. I'm super happy with seeing you guys win this series.
Thank you.
Right. Arvo, how about you? Any questions?
That would be the bad Pam. I was going to ask you a bit about the drafts. I'm just curious. You guys are the one team that I mean, your confidence in the drafts always surprises me. You pick heroes that are considered off meta, and you pick them in the first phase like it's nothing, like the Slardar in the first 2 games and the Coddle. I want to know what guides that concept. Is it the notion that you might think that you are onto something that other teams are missing, or you just don't believe in meta, or your teammates are just awesome and you believe in them that much?
I mean, it's a combination of like everything, right? I think we've always been a team that kind of plays what we think is good, and the heroes that we think are good, and hopefully like our heroes match up decently against the meta. Sometimes we're forced to like bring some meta heroes into our drafts and stuff, but normally we try to make it work with the heroes that we think are good. And we try to like find answers for the heroes that people are picking a lot. I think that's maybe why sometimes it looks pretty clowny when we're for example, game 2, like it's just that draft just falls flat on its face. It was terrible. I don't know what I was thinking. But yeah, I think like you gotta take some risks and you gotta be willing to trust your ideas and stuff, and yeah, clearly it didn't. Game 2.
Do you ever feel doubt then? Like, how do you clear those doubts sometimes? You're like, maybe this philosophy is not correct, or do you just like cheer each other up and bring it back up?
I mean, I think we like always review our games regardless of how it goes. Like we'll talk about the heroes, we'll talk about how we played it, if we feel like it's like a gameplay issue or if it's like a draft issue and stuff like that. So we always kind of discuss it between each other and try to reach the right conclusions.
Great. Well, we're going to let you go. Thanks so much for joining us, Insania. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, and good
Thank you.
luck going further.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Lovely to talk to Insania, one of my favorite people in Dota. That's a wrap up, guys. We've had a long series this morning and we needed a lot of energy to get through it, which has been provided to me by Mate Mate, our energy drink sponsor for the qualifiers. We've all got some.
Yes,
You've
I
got
love
to
it.
imagine
It's
the
my
can,
favorite
which
drink.
provides- There we go. Any final thoughts on this series sheet before we go to break?
Honestly, I just think we got everything we could possibly have wanted. The 100-minute games, the quick stomp, the tense last game. I'm really happy with the Dota we saw on display. It was a good time. It was a fun time. We got the techies. What more can you ask for? It was some good Dota.
Great. Well, we're going to go to break then. When I come back, I'll be replaced by Shiva, and she's going to take us through the afternoon's game, which will hopefully not lead us to the early hours of the morning, but if it does, that's okay. We'll be right back. Thanks so much for watching.
Welcome back. We got ourselves another lower bracket series here in the Western European TI10 qualifiers. It's going to be Team Nigma taking on the Spider Pigs. I'm here with PPD and with Trent. And we saw Team Nigma yesterday, Trent, and they went head-to-head, toe-to-toe with OG, but they did end up losing. But do they still come into as heavy favorites here against Spider Pigs, you feel?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's not sugarcoat things. It should be a clear. I mean, this qualifier, I would say they came in at like 40 to 50% chance, at the very least, across the entire field of winning this thing. And as the games go forward, yeah, they drop the upper bracket series, but still fine. And Spider Pigs, I love these guys, but they are definitely up against it at the moment.
Come on, Trent. You gotta give Spider Pigs some credit. I feel like they've earned themselves the title of the dark horse of the tournament. Tundra also doing very, very well. Liquid looking a little shaky, I would say. But I feel like if there's going to be one big upset in this tournament, it's going to be this matchup right here. I feel like Funnick is playing some of his best Dota, and Nigma lost yesterday twice to Chen. So I feel like anything is possible at this point.
That is fair. That is fair. We saw techies as well. There is definitely a lot of crazy things coming out. Also, good that you're mentioning Funnick, because I thought it was really cool to see, Funnick versus Kuro. They played in 2 TIs together. They came second at TI together, TI3, top 8, TI4, a little bit less successful. But it's still good to see, these 2 veterans that have played so many games together on Na'Vi back in the day, still kicking it. And mostly for Funnick, I mean, we kind of saw him fall off a little bit. It's only this team that he really has found himself success again with Spider Pigs. And so far, Trent, yes, they lost their first series against Team Liquid, but they have been able to make their way through the lower brackets.
Right.
They did have every series go to a 3rd game, though, so there's a little bit of
thank you. All right, so losing is learning, sure, but I mean, talking about Dark Horse, Nigma is a very different beast than 2-1ing into the breach and Team Bald. All right, we're different scales of Dota 2 happening here. So
they almost beat Team Liquid as well.
They did.
Well, who you also just said is looking very shaky.
Team Nigma almost lost to the Hellbear Smashers.
That's true. That was a nice upset. Although that was also like the first game jitters, as they say.
Sure, but if you're gonna give Nigma a pass, you gotta give Spider Pigs a pass too.
The problem is I like a lot of these guys, and I've spent quite a bit of time at LANs with these guys, so I'm gonna be as hard as possible on the Spider Pigs. That's my goal here. I can't be distracted by the fact that there's some good lads. They're real grinders. If you guys, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people watching who probably don't recognize some of these players. I mean, specifically like DNZ and LeBron, I feel like have been trying to get a lot of stacks together for a long time now, and they've gone through several iterations of players. Sometimes they pick up this player and they seem really good, and they like end up kind of getting the Cinderin effect of being escalated out of their team into something a little bit higher tier. So they just keep on grinding and churning out matches. And as much as I'd love to see them get that success here, this is kind of the wall where they typically hit, right?
Well, I mean, but that's what it takes, right? Like, you got to give LeBron a lot of credit. Like, he's always a guy like who's putting together teams, playing in qualifiers, playing in other tournaments, just constantly grinding, always trying to get better at it. You're just waiting for your one big break, your one big qualifier, your one big tournament, and then everything changes. So definitely got to admire his dedication to the game.
Absolutely. He's also, I believe, the oldest player we have still left in the qualifiers at 31 years old, and the only Serbian, I believe, as well. He is definitely grinding it, and he's found himself success with this team. Obviously, former Level Up, they did do quite well. That's why they started out in the upper brackets. Curious to see how they will play up against Team Nigma this time around. They'll start out from the Radiant side for this first game of this best of 3, and Team Nigma will play on the Dire side. Okay. I guess we're both opening up with the core and with a support here, probably anyway in the case of Lena. But strong openings here, Trent.
Yeah, here we go, right? Double illusion. Let's go. Luna versus TB. Let's get all these other messy, annoying carries out of the way and hop right into it here. I feel like our second phase bans usually get like 6 carries, right? So
yes,
now maybe we can be a little bit more targeted onto some of these support players.
Yes, we saw Nigma do a similar, or they played against the Terrorblade the other day, and that was actually against, they had the Enchantress. I feel like Enchantress is a pretty nice tool against Terrorblade. Being able to just grab one of those illusions helps a lot dealing with the split push. And that's the reason why Terrorblade is such a is such a great carry. You know, he scales through his illusions, but he also generally has like map control, and he's almost always the highest net worth because he can not only farm ancients, but he can also farm, you know, another jungle or another wave while he's doing that, which, you know, Luna can't, for example.
And you would put Terrorblade, if you would just compare carries head to head without, you know, their support staff with them, Terrorblade triumphs Luna at the moment.
I think it triumphs everyone.
Yeah, the hero's very strong, mostly just because of like Metamorphosis is kind of overwhelming amount of damage, and he also has really high attack range, which gives him a lot of advantages versus Luna. That being said, like if either carry is an item up on the other, I think that, you know, that carry will win the man up. We saw the Luna, I think it was ILTW who did it, maybe, who had the like Ags on Luna. I forget which Luna it was.
I think it was.
Somebody did the Ags on Luna versus Terrorblade, and just, you know, Terrorblade just got exploded by all the magic damage that came out.
It was Spider Pigs, I believe, because I think it was Coma.
Oh, you're right.
Wasn't it?
We could have a repeat.
It's possible.
Yeah, because we talk about LeBron being, you know, the veteran on the block. Coma, the carry player of Spider Pigs, the freshest kid on the block, the newest player, just in general. He's 18 years old, only started playing competitive last year. So, start of last year, though, so he has a year and a half, a year and some there. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he does here on this Luna. We got a Grimstroke picked up as well. Let's see, can we learn anything specific from these bans? Because, as you say, Trent, normally we see all the carries banned out. This time around, though, they had the luxury of spending those bans on some other heroes.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, it kind of goes in like a series of chains here. I mean, they're just covering for TB in a lot of cases, the Darkseer and the Timber, and then of course they saw the DK ban come out, so they're like, all right, well, I don't feel like getting pucked here, so just make sure that's all covered. And then Spider-Pigs go with a very safe in terms of like going to this phase with the Grimstroke, lets them set up for a lot of different melee offlaners, and then there's still the Doom threat that's kind of lurking there. Ooh, Nick,
Vengeful Spirit, huh?
We're really getting all the garbage heroes as qualifiers. Is that what's happening here?
This hero is okay. Just sometimes the lane can be a little rough. I would say it's in a similar category of Chen. You know, laning phase has just been so important the last, last 2 or 3 years, right? We just don't see Venge. She's kind of a bad laner, but Grimstroke, Sand King, yeah, I was definitely expecting them to just get their offlane combo here. Grimstroke is a hero that can be strong in lane if paired with the right hero. So it'll be interesting to see what Nigma decides. Or I guess if Venge Terrorblade is a pretty weak lane, I think. As long as you don't fight into meta.
It looks like she's been banned 4 times, but this is the first Venge pick. It's kind of interesting. I wonder what was promoting some Venge bans.
I think that was against OG sometimes, like Topson plays a lot of Venge, and there was also, I think there was one other team that was sometimes playing the hero, maybe like as an offlaner. The hero is good like mid to late game, but early game can just be a burden.
Yeah, I feel like she's in a spot where if she gets like one more buff, she'll actually be a good core again, like this offlane hero or something. Yeah. But in the current state, you just don't want to touch it. And ever since they took away the 2 charges on the ulti, then the 5 support just feels kind of awful.
Yeah, but that being said, though, I think Terrorblade is one of, if you are playing like a weak laner as a 5 position, Terrorblade is one of your favorite carries to lane with, because he has no problem just completely abandoning the lane after level 4. You know, he's going to use meta twice and he's going to be gone. And that's not always the most ideal, but maybe Nigma will crush their offlane, and that'll be the lane they play through while Terrorblade just, you know, AFK farms.
Yeah, they could very much also still have the Lina mid, so swapping that Venge around between 4 and 5 still a possibility. Although at the moment it does look like a Lina mid, but it does look like a Venge 5 with the Tusk being picked up, and surely it's going to be GH taking that one. That said, as we have seen before from Team Nigma, they put Kuro, their position 5 player generally, on the offlane anyway, regardless. But would that be the same thing with the Tusk, you think?
And the Tusk fix overall is just really interesting too, because there was still a couple different 4s in, and I wonder if they have any thoughts of a flex, but I guess it's mostly just like the snowball save is so good versus Sand King and Luna.
Definitely, and I think the Tusk is also very good against Enchantress in the lane. It's a melee hero who can easily body block camps without taking too much like right-click damage, and if the Enchantress is ever too far up, Nigma is going to last pick their offlaner, I imagine, to combo with the Tusk, maybe a ranged hero, or maybe they'll do Venge offlane with the Tusk and pick a new 5. But just having like a really strong lane in the offlane to match up against this first phase Luna Ench, if they can win the off lane, that's going to be where they can play through and make space on the map. So definitely like picking to not only like go even in your lane, but pick to win your lane. And I think Nigma's got the right approach at the moment with his Tusk.
What kind of offlaners are still in the pool that you want to see paired up with that, though?
I think they're, as you said, the Wind Ranger, right? Like the off-lane range heroes. The Death Prophet is another one that tends to be paired up with the Tusk. And then you've got your like your kind of like cheesy combos that you can do aside from Wind Ranger with the like the long range attack and stuff. But I mean, anything that can utilize tag team from a distance tends to be really strong.
I'd be down for the off-lane Priestess of the Moon. What do you think?
Whoa,
it's pretty good.
That's way too deep,
tag
dude.
Team. You get Dragonlance, you outrange the Luna. You've got.
I think I'd rather have 3 Lina. At that point.
I mean, you could. I think you just want a range share that can connect with tag team. So you could do like Viper. I think whatever you feel like is going to be the most impactful in the game. Sand King makes me maybe not want to do like Furion, but that could also be a good option.
Banned anyway.
Okay.
The ban Timber, Tide and Nature's Prophet.
Yeah,
their catch is also a little bit weak now too, I guess, for Enigma, right? I mean, they could also. Oh no, they banned it. Like they could go for something like that LC, I guess, right? This idea of like someone who actually provides an additional catch for your team, but then you're losing the laning advantage, unfortunately. So.
And that's the problem with the. Well, we'll see how the double melee offline goes for Nigma. I'm just concerned that if they lose both their side lanes, there might not be like an out for them in the game. And Spider Pigs does have a lot of tower push with not only like the Luna putting early points in Aura, but also the Enchantress being able to pick up the creeps. You know, you can push towers. You don't have to wait for the 5, 10, 15-minute catapult. You can just say, hey, I got this creep. We're pushing this tower. And that's one of the advantages of the hero. It plays faster than any other support in the game at the moment.
Slider was nice for covering some of that lack of control, though, but also giving them like faster roaches and stuff too, and it combos up all the minus armor they have. So, I mean, if they catch someone, they are definitely dead between all the ridiculous physical damage they have.
That's what I see right now. I feel like Nigma is going to be dodging. They don't really have great team fight, right? They really need to wait for Terrorblade to participate in the game and just play pickoffs with Lina. So if Spider Pigs can pick a hero that has a lot of catch, I think that would be very good for them. They've already got decent catch with the Sand King, and
that's the noob snap, right? That's mid.
That's a noob snap. Yes. They're getting some minus armor. I think Team Nigma is also going to be very happy and very speedy taking down Roshan in this game. But at least Spider Pigs has got some good fight potential around that pit if they scout it out in time. It's a fun draft. I'm looking forward to this one, but who do we feel has got the upper hand in this? Because it is two very different ideas of Dota going up against each other, Peter.
I will say I do think that Nigma, even though I did kind of hype up the Spider Pigs, I feel like Nigma is the better team, so I feel like they will come out on top. I don't really love the Snapfire last pick. I feel like Miracle will destroy this lane on mid lane, so my eyes are going to be on mid, and I expect Miracle to just, it's going to be the Miracle show, hopefully.
Okay.
That's the goal. I see a lot of advantages for what Spider Pigs have done. Like, these are definitely some comfort picks. They have the Inkswell combos with Funnick as well, so I could see them kind of snowballing themselves. Noob is definitely a question mark, but I also really like the heroes they have for the Aghanim Scepter. So now that I have dismissed them enough, I will go for Spider Pigs in game 1.
Okay, tied panel. Love to see it. Let's see who takes his first game of the best of 3. We're heading over to T Panda and Syndrin.
Thank you. The panel has spoken, and we're here at the caster desk preparing ourselves for this game number 1. Definitely statistics are looking a bit more to Nigma's favor, but at the course of this tournament, Spider Pigs have been looking good. Syndrin, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the panel pointed out a lot of good things that both drafts really have going for them. From my perspective, in terms of like stability and when it's crunch time for Nigma, one of the carries that they've historically been really good at relying on is that Terrorblade. And they've built a whole lineup basically to how can we make LTW into a god in this game. So they've definitely got the tools that they need. But what I like about Spider Pig's draft in this game is that they have the ability to play aggressive and take the fight to Nigma early. And I think usually when you're the unfavored team in a matchup, playing aggressively will often be the highest win rate you have, because when it gets to that late game and gets really strategic, you will often be outmatched by a more experienced squad. So I really like Spider Pigs' approach. I just hope we get to see them play good aggressive Dota in the start, and then I think this could be a close game.
all of these series that both of these teams have played so far have gone all the way to 3 maps. So we'll see if a full series comes out this time as well. I love that they're setting themselves already on the Enigma side of the map inside the triangle. Maybe trying to get a ward scout out at the same time. As on the other side we have Enigma placing themselves next to the tier 1 tower. GH does go to scout the ward out. They are pinging on the other side of the river though.
LeBron finding the first T-ward of the game in the mid lane, so this should be a slight mid advantage, possibly. Yep, looks like the ward from Spider Pigs will not be found by this sentry. They did manage to place on the opposite side there, so Noob heading into the mid lane with a 25 experience advantage and the high ground ward advantage, which is a really big deal in ranged versus ranged. Being able to manipulate the lane better than your opponent can definitely help. And I'm honestly curious about this lane, because it sounds like Peter thinks that this is very, very Lina favored and Miracle's going to destroy Noob. I don't know if it's based on like player or just lane composition here. I think Snapfire does okay in this, and Noob is a pretty adept laner, so I wouldn't expect a stomping here. But it is curious that they choose to pick the Snap in this situation, right?
Yeah.
I think part of what guided them is the sense of we want a mid hero that kills Terrorblade, and Snapfire has magic damage in spades, and it's kind of like how to say, a wild card pick that Nigma probably aren't, first of all, not expecting and not very experienced against in mid. So
yeah, you can put it that way.
If they can make it happen.
I see the 50-50 there of the basically Noob now he hits level 2. I think the Snapfire has the better trading potential through spells, though Miracle he does have the advantage of having a higher attack range against the Snapfire. So yeah, it could be a 50-50 here in this mid lane though. How important is it though on reaching level 6 is because we talk a lot about when does the mid laner rotate to the other side lanes, do we go for kills, who leaves their tower open? What does it really tell us here?
Well, both heroes are good at rotating, but Lina requires more setup. She can't really create her own place necessarily until she has one item like a Yule's or Boots of Travel to close the gap, whereas Snapfire can basically rotate to either side lane here. It's great with tanking. It can cookie an Enchantress creep, it can cookie Ench herself, or the Luna who has an attack range that kind of naturally puts her in range. So honestly, I think Noob has probably the slightly better rotation potential towards this lane, whereas the Lina will probably only really want to connect with the Tusk lane, which is only that bottom side. Technically you could do it with Venge top, but that Venge stun is really not that good.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's a bit iffy at the start at least.
Oh, big trades in mid.
Yeah, we're trying to get a bit of a battle here. Fairy Fire's already popped, and Noob does get the bottle. Is Miracle's one arriving on the courier? It is. And you also have the water rinse popping, so it should be alright now after that little bit of a trade. But they're testing the waters here.
Yeah, Miracle is pulling slightly ahead currently, but I do still think this is... I'm not going to say it's a 50-50 lane. I think it's probably like 55-45 or 60-40 for the Lina. But that's still, you know, that's good enough as a matchup if the Snapfire performs a particular role in the game. Sometimes you can pick a losing mid lane as long as it's not like an absolute stomp fest, if your trade-off is worth it, and that's just that payoff I'm looking for. I've talked a lot about the Snap, but I feel like that's kind of the pick of this game. It's very special.
I agree.
It wasn't very special a couple of weeks ago, or sorry, a couple of months ago rather. This was a lot more popular to run, but Snapfire's kind of disappeared almost in a lot of games.
What I've been kind of paying attention to here is this this top lane. We talk about Sand King being great against the Terrorblade and lane, but LTW is getting he's getting an alright start, getting the most important XP to get this lane rolling. Doesn't necessarily yet have to rotate all the way from this lane. I mean, obviously, we'd love to stay here for as long as possible until you're forced out in towards your triangle. So he's really enjoying his time here in this lane now.
Yeah, they're basically getting away with Avenge TB lane. Something that panel talked about. This lane is honestly notoriously really weak. When Terrorblade's Metamorphosis is down, you don't really offer anything in that lane. Venge is obviously a great partner once that is up, but every time there's downtime, the Sand King should be able to roll out. Venge stun. Good stun out there from Funix, so he creates a distance immediately with Burrow Strike. But yeah, they haven't really managed with DNZ and Funix to pressure LTW very much in the top lane. And actually, DNZ is going for rotation because of this. Looking at that mid lane, trying to connect on the 4-minute rune, but GH covering from the other side, and might even be the one to get the aggressive move in here.
Potential, yeah.
Good cookie.
They have the cookie, though. At least they can get over the shards and get themselves back to safety, secure the other rune on the river. What I was kind of looking at was that at the past, during this tournament, Spider Pigs, even if they've won or lost a game, they've still come out strong in the laning stage. That they've basically either won their lane statistically, well, mostly looking at money, but it doesn't necessarily convert to a win, because I'm kind of afraid, how does Nigma play their mid game, and especially when you all the way go to the end part of this this map. Coma has been averaging almost 800 GPM in the course of 3 series.
Yeah, I think the Luna will definitely be able to find good farm in a game like this, just because the inherent nature of Nigma's lineup is, in the beginning, it's relatively slow, and then it very much ramps up toward the mid-late game. So I do think Luna will hold up, but the question is, like, if she holds up, is that good enough? If you have an even game on your hands, minute 20, are you satisfied as Spider Pigs? And I would not be with their drafts. They have put themselves, in my opinion, a little bit on the clock. Because I think Lina Terrorblade with Venjora just becomes overwhelming for a carry like Luna in the end game. Like, it's just too much high range damage potential. You even factor in the tag team as a possibility to make it even worse if she's accessible, and then that can be too much. So again, Spider Pigs, you know, it's going okay in the lanes, but no kills. You did draft in particular for some lane dominance with Enchantress as well as the Grimstroke Sanking lane, but you haven't really managed to do that just yet, so maybe looking to perhaps connect 3 heroes on a play sometime soon. Eng could maybe try a smoke mid as well when Snap hits level 6, which has happened. But for now, they're very, very static and stable. Good damage on Mind Control bottom, though. The Golem is about to split.
They are going to try and get this kill on the Slardar. This could be the first one as well. Here's another Shardling available, though. He's got more movement speed. He should be safe. Enchant runs out. At least a little bit of pressure to get the Slardar out momentarily. Though GH is already arriving here. Courier snipe potential here on the Edge Courier. A little bit of money coming their way right there. They're not looking for a turnaround, are they?
Actually, GH chooses to engage into this. This could be first
blood.
blood.
Though. It was also dropping very low on top. A lot of brawling now going around the map. GH snowballs back to safety, but Coma needs a little bit more for another Lucent Beam. However, not enough. Coma picks up first blood for the Spider Pigs.
It looked a little bit like miscommunication between Mind Control and GH. Kind of rare to see, but GH was going in, and Mind Control was like, nope, not interested in this, and then GH kind of just stuck.
Yeah.
In a
they are trying to play in top, though. Not going to get the distance close on LTW there with the Invis Snapfire. Nice try with the Ink Spell, though.
Yeah. They were aware this was coming. That defensive sentry ward seeing the Snapfire, and nothing comes from it, but like the attempt, although this is costing them a decent amount of damage on the mid tower, GH actually already positioned here. Gonna miss the shards. I don't think the snowball will be enough for this, but with tag team...
Gonna be a tight one. Miracle trying to close the gap. Yep. That's like
nicely done.
literally on the edge.
Yeah, that was very, very good.
But it also brings up Nigma on the board there with that one kill going for Miracle with the Dragon Sled. DNZ, though, gets the silence on the Tusk. Trying to give some vision. Miracle giving vision on the camp, so he could snowball to safety, but not really in big trouble here. Noob coming in from the river. You gonna get the cookie stun onto the Tusk. Looking to drop down. Noob will pick this one up.
Such an awkward situation. It looks like GH was trying to push himself down the cliff, and then he got himself stuck, had no mana to snowball the camp. He kind of just killed himself in the corner. Unfortunate situation for him, but
Miracle was providing vision on the camp. He could have snowballed if he had the mana for it, but Laguna Blade on the Snapfire. There's an Ink Swell available. They might just kill Miracle in the end, or they might just turn around for it, but no, the Dragon Slave's going to be enough. DNZ gonna get hit by the stun. Tusk is also coming back in while Funnick takes down Kuroki as DNZ falls. A double kill for Miracle. Lives with 200 HP.
He got so much value out of Magic 1 plus raindrops there. It looked like a very possible kill for the Snapfire Grim. You have so much burst damage when you come in close with the Snapfire there, but the mitigation Miracle had was just enough, and a great read from him that he can pick up that bonus kill as well. Like you said, the trade-off of Venge isn't really too bad, especially if Kuro can somehow manage to hold this tower. And actually his TP is going to force away Spider Pigs with GH flanking as well onto Sand King.
I think did use the epicenter on the previous engagement, though, so at least that's one ulti less to take this fight. GH and LTW then will back out.
Oh no. Noob tried to cookie a creep into the immediate ulti onto Miracle, but the creep died mid-air to Miracle's attack, so he didn't get stunned. And that's just a Mortimer kisses into the wind, hit, I think, literally none of them, or maybe one onto Miracle. So that all chat.
Falling a little bit short there.
Chat wheel.
Another setup here in Kuroki is the top tower is only at 380 HP. They are looking to take some pressure on him, but Ben just sitting behind the tower, playing it safe. However, LeBron coming in from the other side, and Enchant goes out. Do you have the Centaur around for the stun? Another stun coming in from the Inkswell. GH is coming to the rescue, though. Can they keep Kuro up? As Senkin gets a nice two-man burrow strike. Koma joins in the fun as well. As GH about to fall, they will take down 2. And the entire Spider-Pig's team is here in top now.
I think you and I have a different idea of what a rescue is. That's not really what a rescue usually looks like to me. That was very naive, to say the least. Maybe the read from Nigma was that there aren't that many heroes there, but considering the rest of the map was bare, you probably just sell your Venge in that tower and you're like, okay, you know, he tried to hold it, he tried to delay it, didn't happen. But they get that nice little bonus kill on GH plus his TP, so it means there's 40 seconds now that this Tusk cannot rotate, and maybe that opens up for a play bottom here. I like this a lot from DNZ to connect with Sand King, because there's a good possibility of an outnumbering situation here if they TP in an additional hero. Great sentry though from Kuro into the swap. Very nice.
Just a great play overall. Just get Funnick out, and now they can also start sieging this tower. Maybe get it all the way down. Yeah, I've meta popped.
I don't think Spider Pigs are trying to hold it now. That's a really big difference between having Sand King sitting in the tree line using the Sandstorm and sitting out in the open there. And obviously the way the Sandstorm was placed, Kuro knew that he would always get that swap after centering because he couldn't fog him there. If that was a little bit more defensively placed at the tower, maybe you can play like that bottom tree line and not get swapped in that moment. But not a possibility. And Nigma are definitely starting to get in a very good position here. We've highlighted a couple of good Spider Pigs plays, but the gold is telling the story of the game. 2k lead. ILTW as well as Miracle are, especially Miracle, far ahead of his counterpart right now in that Snapfire. 1700 advantage, 3-0, an additional 30 CS.
Very true. They are getting away with this, and also what's going to happen in the coming minutes now that they have this lead. I'm pretty sure they can secure more for this TB. Luna's trying to scratch what farm they can, basically, if they can get more Ancient stacks. Get Goma's game rolling. However, in bottom, Funnick, he's in trouble of losing his life for a second time in a row. Mind Control slapping away these heavy hits. Another stun comes in from the bash. And Mind Control picks him up. That's 2 deaths for the SK in a short matter of time.
This is looking really concerning for Spider Pigs with the progression, and also the fact that the items that Luna is hovering, I don't think they win this game. Like they talked about in the panel, one of the ways Luna can deal with a Terrorblade is going for an Aghanims, like more of a casting build, a spell damage build. But the problem here is he went for Dragonlance and now he's going seemingly into either BKB or Manta. I just don't think he can stand and deliver in this. But at the same time, if you concede, so to speak, to going immediate Ags, then you're also just getting countered. Your entire lineup gets countered by BKB, right? So it's kind of a damn it if you do, damn it if you don't situation. There's like a damn it if you die situation. He is toast.
Rough for the Luna. Koma goes down. Nice smoke play there from GH and Miracle, completely catching this Luna off. I mean, completely in surprise, even in front of the tower. They're just getting these kills in front of the tower. However, Spider Pig setting up in bottom. Phonic smoke already popped, but Noob and DNZ waiting for setup. But can they get this to work? I don't think they can.
Big item timing on the way, but they don't have it yet. So this dagger for Sand King is finally arriving, but the moment is over. So they're just going to reset and leave. But yeah, PVD pointed out on the panel, this could become the Miracle Show. It's definitely the makings of it right now. He's having an outstanding performance. The laning went relatively evenly until that double kill he got in the river, and that's really what propelled him into this massive mid-game, where seemingly for now, unless he gets like absolutely piled on by Sand King and at least a Grimstroke, Inkswell, and some more magic damage, he will be able to find key kills in every fight with the Cassias around him. Sand King blinking in.
They know something's up. Miracle already placed behind the tier 2 tower. Phonic can't close in the gap on Kuro. Still on the run, the cookie comes out. He's got the Burrow Strike, but if they commit for this Venge, what can they get out of it? Epicenter committed as well. The Laguna Blade comes out on DNZ. Miracle finds one. They can find a second as the SK falls. A double kill. Now 6-0 on this Lina. And Spider Pigs, they're on the retreat.
I'm not sure they're getting out of this safely just yet. LeBron.
I think he just succumps to his fate here under the tower.
So... Tusk Punch with Corrosive Haze is just, it's just dirty. Like, it's kind of crazy how much damage you can do as a support Tusk in that situation. I think he almost one-shot the Ench when that Corrosive Haze was on when he finally completed the attack. And Enigma gonna do one thing that their lineup does best. This is a very, very fast Roche. Spider Pigs are aware. They're just not. They just can't make it in time. It's just dead.
Yeah, but by the time they've already respawned, it's too late. You're gonna get this one scot-free. Enigma's lead will continue to grow here. We're 5k now as we're hitting the 15-minute marker. Looking pretty good for Enigma. They have their mid-game pretty much secured here. They've got Miracle and LTW both in the head of this net worth chart as well. And Coma might have been too deep here. Is it a bait though? Because they are coming into the rescue. And this one might actually be one. They've got the Eclipse coming out as well. Mortimer's Kiss is on top. Kuro falls, MC as well. But they cannot quite finish off the third as GH getting away. But it's 2 kills for Noob.
It's good spell casting and a good bait there, especially Funnick's really quick stun reaction. He only has level 2 Burrow Strike, but connected that one very nicely on the key targets, and they combine all their spells from a distance. So yep, very nice indeed, but unfortunately for them, none of the big two involved there. There's no Lina and there's no Terrorblade as part of that play, and you can't really claim any structural damage with your lineup at this point. You're being too pressured in the other lanes. Terrorblade already pushed out mid across the river. Lina is knocking on bottom tier 2. And, well, they're just scared top. They know they committed a lot of resources, so trying to dive into this tier 2 tower would probably just be a disaster. They're gonna back off and farm a bit more. Is Luna closing in on anything meaningful? So there's Yasha.
Manta's still quite a bit away.
Is he buying Manta or BKB first, though?
Which one would you build?
Yeah, I don't know, because like both items have their advantages, right? You want the Manta style against Corrosive Haze.
Oh, top though. Setting up for mind control. They've got to jump the epicenter on the Slardar, but he's dropping very low or very slowly in case the swap comes out from Kuro. They do have them leashed up together, but ILTW wants to join in the fun.
Easy
just
counterplay.
take down LeBron, and Miracle also finds the Enchantress.
50 HP on Miracle there on mid. Yeah, very, very close, but manages to find that kill on Ench and get out without losing the Aegis. Yeah, to finish off on the Luna thing, I think you buy Manta if you want to counter Reflection as well as the Corrosive Haze, and BKB is kind of better against everything else, right? You get more of a fighting chance against the Lina. You have a lot of stuns that you can block here, but you can still get swapped. And I think that's honestly the biggest problem for the Luna in this game is whenever she positions herself to do anything aggressive, if she gets swapped in, this hero is super susceptible when it gets repositioned. And I think that might have been a part of Kuro's logic when he picked it. Not only is it good with Terrorblade, but it's good against that. Alright, that was a Grimstroke there a moment ago.
Yeah, that's it. He's just gone at the same second. He appears. GH, though, comes in. He misses the Walrus Punch. Doesn't get anything on LeBron. However, the Mortimer's Kisses. They finish off GH. They drop Kuro low, but he is too far away. Miracle joins in the fun, though. Maybe Enigma has a chance to set up something here. It is a 4v4.
I do have a
Looks like
smoke.
they're backing out.
Yeah, I think for Enigma right now, you probably either look to cross down to the bottom area and get this tier 2 with your Aegis, or you make an invasive maneuver on the enemy triangle and stop the Luna from farming. Like, both of these plays are good for different reasons. I personally like the triangle play more, but it does look like, unfortunately for them, Luna just cleaned up that triangle and left, so they might not find her here. Hoping to do it because it's 18 minutes. Okay, they'll get a different target.
I got a kill. But on the positive side for Spider Pigs, if there is one, it's they do tank this smoke and leave the Luna safe.
The downside is you lose access to your triangle, and Luna needs this. So you either have to invade and take the enemy triangle and start farming there, or you have to fight your way back up here. You can't accept losing this source of income. So they will choose to try to protect rather than invade. And Luna is sitting there now, but obviously Kuro with that good offensive ward, this could lead to something. Epicenter?
Turn around, Epicenter. They're trying to get this TV out of the way, but he pops his BKB and a Sunder on Coma. He's not able to get the Manta dodge in time. Snapfire will fall under the tower as MC hunts him down. Kuro, he's got DNZ on his sights. Here comes the TV for the backup, and the firepower is definitely there. 2 kills again for Enigma, and they are just on a roll. GH still on the hunt, can't find anyone with the shots.
Yeah, good attempt there from Funnick, but again, Kuro is in a good position with the Venge, and they have the BKB into Sunder play, so missing that little bit of extra damage to get that Terrorblade kill, and that could have been a very different story, but worth noting, Miracle wasn't even involved, right? You lost that fight without the biggest hero, or I guess second biggest at this point. Terrorblade has gained quite a bit of ground, but you know, Miracle didn't even need to be there for this fight. That is very concerning. Now he's going to show up with a double damage and just wait until his glyph goes down and see how fast this one could go down. Alright, Terrorblade stopped hitting it. That will slow things down a bit, but Miracle will do it on his own. A little bit of illusion help. ILTW finds the confidence to go in, and it's gone.
Now that we kind of look in hindsight maybe a little bit, if Luna did opt to go for the BKB all the way, that Sunder would have never actually gone off, and they might have been able to kill TB, but that's a whole different story, as they are now on the oppress, on the advantage here. Gonna maybe catch, well, LeBron is there to take the bait, at least on Miracle, but he pops his BKB, Luna Blade straight on DNC. He's just gone. They will follow up on Coma, and Spider Pigs are losing heroes. 1, 2, 3 gone. And Nigma just they're just unstoppable. They could go even high ground here.
They could. I think at this point, Spider Pigs, yeah. I feel that you can feel the desperation in their plays. They're getting cornered. They're just getting like starved out of the map, and they feel like they need to do something. They're just very outclassed here. The part of the game that their lineup needed to succeed in, they weren't able to pressure Enigma nearly enough, and Enigma is the experienced squad they are. They read the game, they read the map very well. Some individual outplays, especially from Miracle, and all of a sudden you find yourself in that stage of the game where this is when Enigma's lineup is supposed to start getting strong, but they've been winning before that even. So it's not going to get easier from here on out, unfortunately, for the Spider Pigs. Like, both Grimstroke and Chantress are going to fall off at this point. And you have a mid Snapfire, though, and Boots of Travel Kaya. There really isn't much in the way of scaling on the Radiant lineup anymore, except that one Luna, who is going Ags, by the way. Giving up the BKB. They know they need the damage.
Yeah, damage is definitely what they need right now, because they are very much behind, and as also brought up on the statistics screen, Miracle getting into the top 5 of these qualifiers with 10.5k net worth inside 20 minutes. Spelling a pretty difficult game here.
It's just a reflection for now. Okay, GH can't make it there in time, even with the dagger. It was close. He could almost blink Snowball there, but not finding anything. Still, you can see the game plan from Nigma here. It is control triangle, keep playing this area. Roshan can respawn in a minute. You want to be the team dominating this part of the map. And it feels a lot better to give away your own triangle for this when you know Roche is coming up, because then it doesn't really feel like an even trade. If Roche has just been killed and you trade, then it's like, okay, you know what, we're not really gaining. But right now you're gaining in the way of position. And you have just found a Sand King. GH.
Sand King's got to get out of there. He does have a Blink Dagger available. MC just blinks in for the stun, but he's already out. Meanwhile, LeBron, well, gets a bit of damage on this bottom tier 1 tower, but they are losing their tier 2 in mid at the same time. They are coming in to defend it, though. And just coming in for an ill surprise. GH, he's got him in place. He's got Snowball, got the shards. MC comes in as well. This is a dead edge.
GH doesn't even want to look at it.
Yeah.
Just leaves immediately. Goes for the follow-up smoke. They're going to try to... If they connect on any core kill here, either the Luna or the Snapfire, it's probably just high ground time. You've got Metamorphosis ready. Scotty almost complete as double damage for another, what's that, about 30 seconds probably on LCW.
Like that,
So they really want to get in here immediately.
They do. They might just catch some hero off guard. If Funnick is not fast with his fingers, he's going to get caught maybe on the edge of the high ground. GH goes in. He cancels the blink, but they can't get the LSA stun to connect. However, MC coming in. He's got a follow-up on Funnick. Funnick dropping low. They get the cookie. Get Funnick on the safe side. They pop the Linkens off of Miracle, but Funnick ends up losing his life in the end. Not much that they can do to save him here. As LTW, he begins the siege. One rack's already down. Now they head towards mid for another. Spider
Enigma
Pigs
making it look really easy in this game.
Yeah,
they
are.
All their moves are connecting, and they're covering each other very nicely. Some damage coming out of LTW here. He's going to Sunder Kuro. Just play it safe. Keep the Venge behind.
And they still have the swap save, even if TB ended up in trouble. So here comes the epicenter. This is the play. They need to make it count, and TB's disappeared. He's in a snowball, and then we'll turn it around. 2 heroes down. That's a double for LTW. They will lose the Luna, and Spider Pigs getting dismantled inside their base with the GG call coming out. They were in for a real ill awakening. Enigma was more prepared for this.
Yeah, honestly, that's kind of concerning. You just got absolutely run over in 24 minutes by a lineup that isn't particularly fast, actually. Whereas your lineup has a lot of early laning prowess with the Enchantress and Grimstroke supports. You played a strong laning core in the Luna, and you didn't really win any lanes. And when it came to the first team moves, Nigma just outclassed you at every single step of the way. Miracle ending 11-0, ILTW ending 10-0. Like both of their cores just had total free games. And you know, in these situations for the losing team, I generally go back to the drawing board and I'm like, okay, well, if you're losing in this mid-late game strategic part, you got to play more aggressive. But I don't know, like you kind of already picked that strategy. So what's your adaptation going to be for game number 2? Scary.
Very true. They have to do a lot of adjustments, maybe bring out some of their other comforts that they've been good with. But definitely, I agree. They need to come up with something different draft-wise. Try and maybe outplay Nigma a little bit, but against Kuro, it's going to be pretty difficult to try and get yourself a winning draft against such an experienced team who's really come here to win this qualifier. Spider Pigs need to do a couple things a bit better. But is draft just the only thing? Are we expecting Nigma to just run over again with this pace? They're on fire.
I mean, you can make some strategic adaptations, right? But at the end of the day, with the draft you had here and this game plan, it has to go better than this. Whether you win or lose this showing is just not good enough if you want to win at this level. So yeah, you can maybe improve some bits here and there in the draft, but the moves early, the strategy, the overall laning experience, it just has to go better than this all across the board. I don't think any of the lanes went as well as they maybe could have. Maybe mid was okay from Noob, but yeah, you didn't really find much pressure with your early laning stage, so made it look easy.
Well, we're going to have to see and wait what happens in the second game of the draft, but before that, we're going to take a tiny breather, and we'll throw it back to the panel.
Seems like Team Nigma wants to put us back on schedule here with this 24-minute win against Spider Pigs. They made it look so easy here with PPD and Trent. And Peter, you said you want to see a miracle show. You got your wish.
Yeah, they made it pretty easy for him. I think the Snapfire last pick, not only did he lose his lane, but he didn't really get anything done. But it's not entirely his fault. It's hard to make plays as a mid laner when both of your side lanes do so poorly as well. So I think this game was just like a complete outclass. Like regardless of draft, I feel like Spider Pigs had opportunities to win their side lanes, and that did not happen. And you lose all 3 of your lanes against Terrorblade and Miracle having the game he is having on mid. Like it was just it was too easy. Enigma came to play today, and Spider Pigs need to wake up fast.
Yeah, Trent, please explain yourself and your idea that Spider Pigs would take this one.
So first I get in trouble because I'm not giving them any chance. And then I give them a chance when their draft looks okay, and I'm also in trouble. My goodness. Paneling's hard, guys. So, I mean, they had lane-winning heroes. That's the main issue. And then you didn't win your lanes, right? Like that's,
exactly.
That's bad. that's when your game completely crumbles into the I guess the danger zone, really. But like I didn't see any big Inkswell combos going on. Like you have to get these very crisp rotations coming through, and it's a combination of like not connecting on the plays that you need to do with your lineup, and also that Nigma is like they're so used to this sort of strategy being used against them by like teams and qualifiers. Like this is the go-to strat in your open brackets or your earlier rounds in the qualifiers where teams try and get like very aggressive. And I felt like Nigma had an extremely good read on the rotations. Like they got caught by that like one bait, and other than that, they were good.
Do you feel like this is such a dominant win? Do you feel like this win says something about not just Spider Pigs, but about the difference in caliber of the teams, for example, the Spider Pigs have faced so far? Because when we saw Spider Pigs play against Team Liquid first day of the qualifiers, that actually looked like a fairly even matchup, and I'm now worried for Liquid, who's waiting in the next round of the lower bracket for the winner of this series.
Well, we did have OG and Nigma in the upper bracket, so I think it's safe to say that that's been like the stronger side, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Spider Pigs did have a pretty generous bracket, and they probably played the weakest of the top 4 teams, right? Between Tundra, OG, Nigma, and Liquid. I'd say Liquid is probably number 4 in my ratings, at least at the moment.
That is indeed how it feels. Yep.
Yeah, they're getting to the point where now you're playing up against the big teams. Do you have what it takes this time around? It was just game 1. We've seen a lot of good teams have some bad game 1s.
True.
And
absolutely true.
Yeah, you might be powering up through you like as your games go along, you might be feeling like, oh, we're getting better, like things are getting crisper, like we're doing it, guys. The Spider Pigs are getting hyped up, but it's also that classic experience of like moving through the bracket for a lot of these, top 4 teams. They are extremely good at taking minimal information and then converting it into like bigger and bigger gains, because that's what you have to do in a tournament to win, right? That's why we always talk about why Nigma's like a LAN team in that regard. I think brackets are very different than your like DPC online play. You have to be a lot faster in your adaptations.
Yeah, we'll see what Spider Pigs is going to do for their adaptation, because Trent, you said, they drafted for already decent sidelines and it didn't win them. What do you want to see changed for that second game?
You gotta win those lanes. That's the building block of
just
Dota.
Play better, Law.
Just
that's it. I would suggest just picking heroes that maybe don't have to win their lanes so much. Like Enchantress to me is like a win your lane or don't pick the hero kind of a hero. So if you could pick like maybe that Treant Protector for LeBron, a hero that can kind of slow down the game. And what I saw is like the micro aspect of the game that is the laning phase. Nigma just shines. I mean, look at their players, right? Yeah. These guys are just all stars. So don't rely on having to just beat these guys in the first 5 minutes. Pick something that can slow down the game, scale, and just let I think the carry player Como, right, has been very impressive. So let him do his thing, let him have a game, and let's see how these guys match up at 20 minutes when maybe they're only down 3 or 4K.
Stable lanes.
Yeah, that would be.
We don't need to win them.
Scenario.
just stable. How about that?
Just survive them. That's okay. Treant, by the way, was recognized by Team Nigma as one of the stronger ones that Spider Pigs plays around. They banded out first phase in that first game of the series, so I don't think we're gonna see that. Damn. But I mean, this game it was one of the bigger one-sided games that we've seen in these qualifiers, and it's all about adaptation. And I'm saying both of these teams also, we know that they have indeed had bad games and then a good game after that. All series have gone to the 3 games, so I'm hoping for something new, something different. But Trent, what do you like? Okay, so you have Peter focusing on LeBron and creating that safe lane for Coma. What are you focusing on?
Probably my boy DNZ, right? I feel like had a bit of a rough one there in terms of like the rotations. It didn't really sync up that well. Maybe need something that he can pair with all of the heroes. I don't know if it works that well outside of just like the Sand King with the Inkswell pairing. So maybe something that's a little bit more of like the big team fight impact hero. I know Earthshaker's like dead, but to me that was always one of the big DNZ ones where I'd see him really shine. So some way that he can control those pivotal moments of the game.
Okay, well, we're going to find out if he's going to get one of the heroes that he can do that on for sure. We're heading into the draft of game number 2 after the break. A warm-up game. 24 minutes of Dota, you know, it's a nice, snappy warm-up. Team Nigma crushed that first game against Spider Pigs, but we're going to see if Spider Pigs can bring it back and force out that third game. I'm here with PPD and Trent, and we are ready to show you the draft of this second game that is coming your way. And we can't blame everything on the draft for game number one, Trent, But there definitely are some points that they can improve. You mentioned earlier that you want to see them draft, not specifically to have to win their lanes, but just heroes that can survive the laning stage.
Yeah, stabilize and then have things that don't rely on you like running at your heroes, just like or running at the enemy team constantly in order to win the game. Because that's the point they're at, and that can work. But if you fail the stomping of the lanes, then the whole plan kind of falls apart.
Yep, we have a different opening this time. We got a Hoodwink. Hoodwink got ignored in the whole previous game, by the way. Interesting point. We do have Team Nigma banning out the Tree and Protector. They ban out the Lina as well themselves this time around with the TA and the Invoker banned out. So Miracle can't get to play those. But what do you think about the opening so far, Peter? We got another Luna and Terrorblade in the first two.
Yeah, we saw this the other day, right? The Wisp Luna versus the Terrorblade. I think it went the way of Terrorblade. Terrorblade does seem like the best carry at the moment. Seems to be winning a lot. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which opener I favor at the moment.
Last time we had, because versus OG, it was the Io Luna, and then TB, like OG didn't even go for it. They tried to go for that CK instead, which ended up losing them that game too. So that was, and then of course Nigma tried like with the Lion after, because we were talking about like setups for the relocate, so that's the instant ban that we're gonna get as well. But I mean, overall, Nigma look really good with this strat. I would guess that this is like their main strategy right now that they like would be Io Luna whenever they can get it, because of the way that ILTW is just so fast moving around the map, and then the combination of just being able to pull into every fight as if you're Spectre.
Yeah, and Nigma was second pick, right? So this was first pick Hoodwink into 2-3 Luna and 4 Terrorblade?
I believe so, yeah.
Seems so,
okay.
yes.
So Enigma will be picking out the phase, and then also have last pick.
We'll get our Kuro hero. We'll see what he... I feel like Kuro gets to have more fun with the IO lineups too, right? Like playing that Lion, playing some sort of a like initiating hero. He's also played the Phoenix before for them as well, for like a little bit of like kind of team fighty. Yeah, there you go. They're like, what does he like to play?
Yeah, the last two times that they played IO, he did indeed had one game on the Lion and one game on the Phoenix, and both of them are removed. So we'll see what he gets his hands on.
Brew at ESL one summer. That was the last hero aside from these ones he went for. Let's go. That's a LeBron hero. Brew into TV. Dispel illusions.
He also plays a lot of Enchantress, and I believe that is still in the pool.
Yeah,
could also play. Oh, they have banned Winter Wyvern, saying that could potentially be a hero for them as well. I feel like Lion is just the perfect hero in this sort of like, hey, you're in the offlane. Hey, it would also be really nice if you had some disables. I'm not sure that the hero is replaceable, but I'm trying to think. Maybe they still want him to fill that similar role.
In the old days, wasn't Shadow Shaman considered a little bit of a similar hero, considering they both have a Hex? I don't know, because we've seen Shadow Shaman completely fall off, right?
Yeah, Shadow Shaman, Lion, and Rubik, and then also Bane have been like, you know, very like instant disable heroes, but it's like Rubik is just a little bit too weak in lane. Lion actually seems like maybe the strongest laner of the 3. Bane is sometimes an okay laner, but I'm not a big fan of where the hero's at the moment.
Yeah.
I could potentially see them playing it.
It's interesting, because I think it is still actually the most paired hero with Io. Even more so than like Tiny and Gyro, because of like so many patches where Bane was the hero that used to set up for the Nightmare relocates.
Yeah, maybe there's like an Elder Titan that he might want to play.
Oh, I like that. Versus the TB, that's nice.
Yeah, I'm just not sure there's like a really great pick, so may as well just pick something that's going to scale into the late game.
And that's going to put more pressure on the catch from MC, one would think. But I mean, when you have an IO lineup, you tend to just want a lot of catch anyway, I think.
You do, but you don't always have to play it like that. Like Luna is also a hero that can just, you know, get aura and you can just 5-man death ball with the Wisp standing behind ready to relocate. A lot of people have that misconception that, you know, because you have a Wisp, the Wisp and the Luna need to constantly be off split pushing, farming by themselves. And sometimes that will actually lose you games, depending on how much team fight the enemy team has. You know, just relocating into everything is not always the best strategy.
Yeah, we do have the Elder Titan coming out there for Enigma, so good call. I think that when you're playing against Team Nigma and they're having the IO Luna, you know what's coming, right? Spider Pigs, this is something that they've seen from Team Nigma before. How do you prepare for that? Because we already have quite a few of the counters banned with the Winter Wyvern, the Puck, and the Darkseer. But what other heroes can they pick up that will help them deal with this menace of the IO Luna that's coming their way?
I like Clockwork versus the ET and the IO Luna. That sounds pretty good to me. More space during the team fights. I mean, then there's like Disruptor. I mean, they banned the Wyvern. They go for the Coddle, which has some tools, but not as strong as they used to be.
You can break the tether, guess? With the
blinding light is pretty solid. It can also be a decent tool to just like, you can play Coddle with boots, and you can always run away from the Elder Titan during laning phase. I think another, like if they're going to pick an offlaner next, I feel like Centaur could be a really great option for them. I think when you're playing against, when you see like this Elder Titan 5, you just want to shut down his laning phase because that's his strongest, pretty much like level 3 is his strongest point in the game, level 1 and level 3. So if you just pick a bunch of stuns, then you can't do anything, and Nigma actually steals it.
Denied.
So they played this again as well, right? This was the same strategy that they played versus OG.
Incoming Tiny?
I think they could Dragon Knight. Oh, they go Pangolier for Funnick. So I think that Elder Titan will destroy like a Pangolier Hoodwink lane. So I'm really liking what Nigma has at the moment.
Yeah, because then you could just lane the IO with the Centaur too, right? But of course, I guess we're assuming that the Centaur and the ET are going to with each other though.
Yeah, I would. I mean, there's a lot of different things, so we'll just have to wait and see. It'll be exciting to see what they decide to go with, but.
Looks like we need some mid laners still. So we got Storm Spirit and Zeus banned out so far. The Tiny for Miracle that I mentioned still in the pool that they played before with this combination of the IO Luna. Any other mids that are the usual suspects for both Noob and for Miracle?
I mean,
do you want to see banned?
To me, I really don't want them to have to like. I guess they need to be able to take towers a little bit easier too. I mean, they have the TB though, so as long as you can win the first fight, you can theoretically take any objective. I just don't want them to like stall out. Like I know that we're not saying you need like snowball and run down the game, but we saw what happened to OG where it looked like they were doing so well, and then they just like gave them the tiniest moment for the Luna IO to come online, and suddenly she's just unkillable. So you either need to find a hero that's going to stop that from being the case, which is like overwhelming damage, I suppose. But they've actually just banned out Noob's own Zeus here.
I think any initiator for Team Nego would be great. Just allowing Centaur to just completely go like beefy tank mode, and then just getting a second initiator, so Centaur can have like Vanguard plus Cloak, or maybe even like an entire hood, and then go for Blink Dagger. So he'll truly just be unkillable. As I imagine he's going to have a good lane. If he's playing like a Void Spirit or Tiny or Dragon Knight, any of these heroes with initiation, anything that can just kind of be strong together, right? Like think of the 3-man ball of impossible to kill Centaur, Elder Titan position 5, and then what, right? Like what is actually going to be able to get kills on maybe like a solo Coddle or a solo Hoodwink or a Terrorblade who's, gets caught split pushing or something like that. So they just want to be able to connect and kill.
Yeah, ever since they signed Attacker, I've just been waiting. He's a Nigma streamer now. I feel like he should have been given some lessons here.
Yeah,
Miracle
Kunkka could work. Yeah, it could work.
know?
Miracle used to play Kunkka, I think. I know Nisha is a godlike Kunkka player, but Miracle plays it too, right?
Yeah, it's not one of the ones you think of though, for sure. He
hasn't played it recently, but it's in his arsenal, if you will. We got a Mars coming out there last for the Spider Pigs.
I like the Kunkka even more. It's actually a pretty good suggestion.
Yeah, you can get away with anything now, right? Wow, you sound so surprised, Peter. Thank you.
Well, yeah, when you see Mars...
Wow, that's actually pretty good.
It could be a Pango mid as well, right?
It could, but I think it's one of Funnick's specialties.
Yeah, we saw Noob play it against Team Liquid in the first series, so they had one game each so far.
You're right.
Wind Ranger coming out. We got that range, and definitely a hero that can run off with the team and kill off some stray heroes. We'll be getting a new Pango and the Funnick Mars for this one. Is that something you like more than the Mars mid, or less?
I like it more. I think it's a good choice this game. You really need a really strong Pangolier to kind of snowball and take this game if you're Spider Pigs. I don't love the Wind Ranger last pick from Team Nigma, but I do think that they will still win the game. I think their first, like the first 4 heroes for Nigma are just so good against what Spider Pigs has.
Yeah, if you get shackled, you just die this game. You know? Like, unless they're going to commit, like, defensive arenas and stuff, too, there's definitely some issues, I think, because there's so much follow-up stun coming from Nigma, and they don't really have any sort of a save unless you're going to commit, like, big ultimates to go for saves. So now you also have Stampede to escape, you have Relocate, and you have Wind Run. So if they ever pop meta, or they miss an arena and it's only hits, like, 1 hero, there's 0 reason Nigma ever have to commit to anything, which I think is a little bit worrisome.
Are we liking Team Nigma's draft a little bit better than this time around, Trent?
Yeah, I think this is more of an outdraft than the previous game. Spider Pigs, of course, like, you know, anything can work at Dota, right? But to me, it looks like another issue of just like they have to make some kind of big plays in the match to get the win. So they have to play better than game 1 for sure.
Right, Peter? Same?
Oh yeah, Team Nigma for sure. Yeah, I'll just go with that.
Okay, well, let's see if Spider Pigs can beat the odds. And let's see if that first game was just, you know, first game of the day jitters, just shaking off that rust and they're ready for round 2. Let's find out who's going to take this one. We're finding out together with our commentary duo of T Panda and Syndrin.
Just going to have to wait and see what's going to happen in this one as the second game approaches. The panel says, and Spider Pigs are underwhelmed. I mean, they are... How do you put it in this case, Syndrin? Is it an outdraft in your opinion?
I would say I like Nigma's draft more, but I actually think this game will be less one-sided than the first one, because I think for Spider Pigs it might be easier to weave together something that can put some pressure in team fights. I really like Coddle together with Pangolier. I think it's a very powerful duo to give the Chakra Magic for a secondary Swashbuckle to a core mid Pango. It gives you that, like, strong timing. I hope Pango goes for like Maelstrom here, and you just hit this very strong timing at like minute 10 to 15, where you just start rolling and start fighting. You utilize your Mars, you utilize your Hoodwink to find picks, and Terrorblade farms. So I still side with Nigma more, you know, like it's hard not to. They should be the stronger team. All their heroes are blue, so they're definitely in the same like wheelhouse with what they want to do in the game. Shows a lot about Valve's attitude toward item development. There's a lot of blue, a lot of teal, and maybe we should get a little bit more variety on these heroes. It's actually kind of crazy to look over them. They all have the same teal-blue glow here.
Yeah.
As it looks like it's just going to be a 2-for-2 rune trade. But yeah, I'm really with the panel on the first 4 from Nigma. I think they were really strong, and I agree the Wind Ranger for me also very largely replaceable. But Miracle just likes it here.
Well, at least an attempt here for Spider Pigs to maybe grab a potential first blood, but it's only going to be a bit of trading onto Mind Control as he backs out. I do want to point out from Spider Pigs if there's something positive to look at. One of my, could almost say, favorite combos, we got the Hoodwink and the Mars. Instead of having the DK for Dragon Tail into Sharpshooter for some quick nuke and holding a single target hero down, I kind of like these two heroes working out together as looking for pick-off combos. They discussed a lot about the Relocate. IO is going to be a heavy target this game. They need to get to GH time and time after again. Otherwise, they will just escape.
Right. If there's something Hoodwink really likes, it's to play with reliable setup so that you have the opportunity of using Bushwhack as a follow-up and not necessarily as the catch, because in a lot of situations, especially at higher levels of skill, people can react in time to seeing that net fly out or seeing the Acorn shot fly out first. So having that Mars Spear for that is definitely nice. But yeah, that's why Dragon Tail, like you mentioned, is great too, because that is a very reliable stun. But they're going to put a little bit of pressure on Mind Control up here. Kuroki, of course, started mid in the first wave and just actually boxed out Noob in that mid lane to give Miracle a great start. Already reaping the rewards of that in the Wind Ranger. It forced out all of Noob's regen, and Miracle will just keep playing aggressively here to try to force him to buy a salve before the bottle, but I don't think he'll be successful. Oh, he missed that range creep and the one in tower, actually. That's not good news for the Pango.
You can maybe smell the fear and a bit of pressure on Noob's end here in this matchup. It is a range versus melee, plus the help already given to get Miracle's game underway. Pango not in for the best fun here, obviously, is a tiny bit ahead in XP, but this is going to hurt as more levels kick in. If Noob isn't able to secure those last hits, well, you know, we all know where that's going to lead into.
Right. Wait, what's Miracle? Okay, so Miracle's sending out the bottle now, and I think next up for him is probably just straight Javelin. He could finish the Null Talisman or the Wand if he wants to, or at least get a stick. I would really like to see a fast Javelin. I think whenever you're playing Wind Ranger against melee, being able to grab Javelin fast and just get to work is really strong. Pango is a hero that has a low base HP, so these Javelin procs just chip you down really fast. You hit that level 6 and you can actually just die. I
agree. You can easily punish in that sense. That you can trade for more for year, plus you get even more damage from the Javelin. So I would like to see that happen as well. I have to wait a little bit longer if he does end up finishing the Null Talisman first, though. It does look like he is.
Finish the Null.
But he's going to leave the Javelin still there.
Good pressure bottom.
Yeah, very low HP on this Luna. There is GH to help him out, though, to keep up that regen. But good start for DNZ and Funnick. Funnick 17 CS up already, holding his ground pretty well here.
This is actually something that Luna as a carry doesn't deal particularly well with in lane. When Luna gets shoved into the tower and just gets pushed away, IO Luna can't push the creep wave. So they can constantly just spam them with Rebuke as well as that Lunate and get all the creeps and force them back, but actually they might respond here.
Big trouble here. 2 stick charges, doesn't have enough for the Lucent Beam, but GH stays in for the right clicks and gets the kill. Body blocks on DNZ as well, and just gets schooled by IO. Double kill for the IO here, 3 minutes into the game.
Just as we praised them. Yeah, so like it's kind of delicate, right? Because you want to use these spells to push out the lane, but you also need to be careful once you do that you don't overexpose yourself to get jumped, because you used both the Spear as well as the Rebuke early. I personally like in this lane with Caudal Mars to just reserve the Spear for fighting and use the Rebuke to push the wave together with Illuminate. And you only Spear when you want to really go for either high kill pressure or to save yourself. And Nigma just took full advantage of that, and they're going to roll on him more. Oh, he misses the Spear here. This is really bad news. Funnick TP down here. If he dies again, this is horrible.
It is going to be rough for him indeed. A couple more right clicks from ILTW, cuts down the trees as well to get the distance closed in, and GH secures the kill. Mars is going to have to take the long walk of shame all the way back to lane, and this really frees up the Luna's lane now.
This was the one lane that you could argue Spider Pigs were winning, and now they lost it harder than any other in 30 seconds.
In a 2v2.
It's pretty bad news. So you got to look elsewhere for the plays. I don't think this bottom lane will find kills anymore. IO got 3 kills, so this is a lot of additional regen. GH is gonna send out. What's he gonna send? Actually, nothing yet. It's raindrops for the Luna. Is that? Oh my God! GH almost has mech. He just needs the recipe. We're 5 minutes in. He got 3 kills, one of which was First Blood. So we're looking at a sub 10 mech on IO. And you're playing into a lineup that doesn't have the most significant single target damage. Like, there's Sharpshooter and there's Terrorblade, and that's it. So the IO can more than likely get this mech off almost every fight.
Trying to get a setup here. They do get the ILTW Luna, but they were hoping to catch the IO in between. That would have been a much easier grab. However, it's just harass. They can't really follow up on a full straight-up kill here. Still staying in the area, though. Raindrops as well on this Luna. Can soak up a lot of those Illuminate Blasts.
GH is still sitting on a salve. He hasn't used it yet. He's going to use that later. He wants ILTW to take a little bit more damage so they get full value. There's another Raindrop forced.
Oh, Miracle
it's
denies the
something. So
catapult.
how are we doing top? So Terrorblade and Centaur look pretty much neck and neck. And LeBron on this 5 Hoodwink isn't really, like, Hoodwink Terrorblade doesn't usually kill.
No.
The lane, if you're playing against any tanky offlaner and 4, you just don't have enough damage during this relatively short Hoodwink stun to get that kill. So it means Mind Control is going to relatively safely farm his way to Vanguard. Maybe he overextended a little bit. This could happen. He's ready to quell the tree, though.
Kuro comes in as well. Acorn to drop a bit of slows. Bushwhack nicely grabbing him, but they're going to lose the Hoodwink. They do get the Mind Control kill. Kuro. Look at Kuro, though. He knows he has to fully commit to this, but not able to secure the kill. Kolma gets a double.
Yeah, nicely done. They take advantage. Centaur is really deep. He's far out, and Kuro with his Elder Titan build does not have Echo Stomp, so he can't save him.
Yeah.
Like, if this is in the lane, I don't think this kill exists, is what I'm getting at here. So it's because Mind Control goes out and tries to contest the pull.
Here's the rotation.
Obviously,
on the
a nice
smoke.
play from Spider Pigs there.
Trying to catch maybe Miracle or potentially Kuro. At least they find there's some huge stacks waiting here. just to be taken. At least the info is now given to Spider Pigs that there's money awaiting here. All they need to do is try and contest it. Might even just farm it right away. Kuro could, in 5 seconds, maybe steal a couple last hits. Waiting for the Spirit to come back off cooldown. Mind Control is coming back in as well. Tango rolling up the ulti. Alright, they're gonna go in. There is Miracle, though, coming in from the other direction, and DNZ is here as well.
Solar Bind.
Do have a bit of a slow on Miracle, but can't get him. He even moves around with the Wind Run, despite the Solar Flare being on, and he's able to outmaneuver them. Io was also joining in.
This was a good move from Spider Pigs. They managed to steal the entire big stack and took advantage of Arcane Rune on the Pango. So I like that a lot. He is going... Is that Echo Saber?
He could. Kind of. It wasn't that the build Thompson was playing with on the mid Pango, going for the Echo Saber?
Maybe. I kind of get where he's coming from. I just think with Caudle, I would really like to see that Maelstrom for the damage, right? If he didn't have that, I think there's way more of a case to be made for going other builds, but it is such an insane damage increase. Either that or Diffusal as well is also great, but it's going to be the Oblivion Staff for now. Flying that out. He's not going Orchid, is he? He hasn't queued up the final component for the item that he wants, and he hasn't gone Boots. Oh, Kuro?
Yep, Kuro.
That's a good
half
disarm
his
proc.
HP already gone there. He's trying to go for the TP out. Should be able to, unless Noob and Koma have something to say about that. The stun, it runs out. Or the sleep, rather. It's a trip. It's actually a killing spree now for this TB, leading in net worth 4k up. Not that much by compared to the Luna, though.
Right, so it's still relatively even. The question is, how many stacks are these teams going to get? So, actually, Spider Pigs have a very good triangle right now. Terrorblade will struggle to farm this alone, though. I think he might want a little bit of help, whereas Luna Io can just take their whole triangle, right? Always. They can do that without any assistance. I think Terrorblade might want more than just one helping ally here, and wants more protection as well in the area. The question is if Nigma are interested in getting into this triangle and trying to contest this, or if they're like, oh, it's fine, as long as we get ours, we're happy to trade. We think we're going to beat the mid-game anyway with our Elder Titan against Terrorblade, as well as our Centaur frontline. But yeah, it's definitely a possibility for them to look to invade. We'll see if they want to do it.
Pretty fun fact brought up as well as Miracle. The last time he played Wind Ranger was in June in the Annie Major, but the previous time was in 2016 against a team called MVP Phoenix. That goes all the way back in history in Star Ladder. So has it really been 5 years since he's actually played Wind Ranger in a competitive game the last time? That's pretty sick.
That is pretty crazy. Did he lose to MVP Phoenix and he was like, he signed a contract, I will never play this hero again? I don't know. It's definitely not a classic Miracle hero. It's not because it doesn't fit like his player personality. I actually think the way Miracle plays this is a very cool hero for him. But maybe he just hasn't liked it very much. It does fit the bill for
his TP gets cancelled. Potential IO kill. Or they were already expecting him to tether to the creep wave, and now he might just get away with a Stampede. He relocates to safety, and they get a kill on DNC into top lane. MC and LTW. They should be able to get this tower too. So
Kuro's trying to
losing a tower.
Kuro's trying to help him on the relocate back here. Let's see if they timed this nicely. They didn't. He's out. GH will get away.
There's no Rolling Thunder anymore. Bit of damage at least coming through onto GH, half HP. There is a Wind Ranger in the area, which they need to address. Miracle doesn't want to turn around, though. They're just keeping Spider Pigs away for now. Funnick, he's looking for an opening, but I don't think he's going to get one. He's tanking the tower right now. Diving, goes for the arena, looking for a Miracle, gets Miracle, pinned onto the arena wall, and they will take him down. Here comes the Elder Titan's ulti as well. These splitters only does a mediocre amount of damage there, as they also have GH in the middle to sleep on Hoodwink. They have the Rolling Thunder up again. Kuro trying to spread the waters here between these two teams. GH, the spear comes flying through. It hits on Funnick, gets this kill as well. It's a double now. 2 heroes down from Nigma. ILTW, though, he doesn't have Eclipse. No point in that. And they won't actually get the chance to fight again. So Spider Pigs pick up 2.
I love how Noob played that. He took full advantage of his Arcane Rune. He just played super aggressively with Swashbuckle. He used like 4 or 5 of those before they even went into the Rolling Thunder. Just kept running them down. But now he could be in trouble. Chakra now. Too late.
Too late on that one. Funnick, though, trying to look for the spear, but Kuro already dodges it. That was the miracle Maelstrom power right there.
So both carriers are uninvolved. They're just farming. Luna and Terrorblade haven't really joined fights outside of their own lanes at all. And it is resulting in a pretty even matchup in terms of just overall net worth gain. These heroes farm really quickly for different reasons. Terrorblade can farm multiple camps at once, but Luna is faster at farming every individual camp. And especially when paired up with Io, getting that extra movement speed and that like just ability to navigate and clear the camps that little bit faster should make the Luna pull out slightly ahead over time. Which is, you know, it's not a big deal as long as it's not a full item, but once we do reach that level, let's say Luna has a butterfly before Terrorblade can really deal with that, that's when the problems start kicking in, where ILTW can just be nigh invincible in this game with the IO and Elder Titan protection. So, it's the stack farm. Easy for IO Luna, don't need any help. Pango's looking at it though.
Yeah, he is keeping an eye open for it. Does he want to contest it? Yeah, I mean, I think he's using it just for last hitting some of these creeps, but these ancient creeps are pretty high on HP, and he's going to have to swashbuckle all the way out. Meanwhile, that was going on. Mars has finished his Blink Dagger. He was clearing out triple stacks in the in the triangle of the dire side, taking them away from Coma. But can they do some plays with this Blink Dagger now?
I'd really love to see them connect Mars, Pango, and Caudle in place right now. Make use of the Chakra Magic while it's insane. I know I'm harping on it a lot, it's just because it's a combo that I used to love playing with myself, where I played Caudle, and I think it was 9 at the time we had playing mid Pango, and we had this strategy where, oh, okay, I guess you can hear my dog, something's really exciting outside, that's how it goes.
Happy dog.
Uh-oh.
Probably happy for Nigma going in with the Stampede, though. DNZ splits them. There's the arena, beautifully catching 3 heroes inside, and it's a really good one. GH will fall. They do have ILTW and Mind Control still inside. The Sharpshooter breaks Luna for now. Still no Eclipse picked up. They will take down DNZ, and Miracle comes in for a quick kill. It's a 1-all. As the both supports falling. Kuro still trying to bait some attention. He still has his ulti up. Coming in for round number 2, MC blinks in, goes for the stun, finds himself LeBron. LeBron lives for this one, the stun flies through, but Terrorblade just dishing out the damage on MC, and they also have Kuro controlled in the back. Miracle does come in for another trade, gets a second one, but they have the Wind Ranger controlled, and Miracle will lose his life as well. Funnick comes in, takes the killing spree off of Miracle, and Spider Pigs are fighting back.
Yeah, they're doing a great job right now, really playing the strength of the lineup right now. This is a much better look than game number 1. They're not like pulling far ahead, but they're showing some good fights. In game 1, it felt like they got outplayed and outmaneuvered every time. This time, it really does matter that they have this clear initiation from the Mars, and they just like very well. They do a great job playing around Pango as the centerpiece and finding, because Pango takes so much attention and causes all this chaos. That's the kind of teamfight that Terrorblade loves, right? He loves when he is not the target. If he can ever get to hit literally anything that can't fight back, he's great. He's super happy. And there's just like all of this basically wall in front of him with both Mars and Pango using the shield crash. They're heroes that just don't die. Nicely done by Spider Pigs here.
Yeah, that's all behind the Terrorblade stand and deliver theory, where you can just stand on the spot though. But Enigma coming in with a 5-man smoke. This time they do have the Eclipse. Trying to find the TB. Funnick is going to run into them. He could just sacrifice his life here. Does he go for a zoning ulti? Doesn't even get the chance to get it out. Rolling Thunder. Connecting on LTW and Mind Control. Noob on the run, but the Stampede coming in. They want to chase this all the way to the end. LeBron hiding in the trees. Noob, buyback coming in from Mars. There might be a chance to die for there because Miracle is in, and he's going to get caught with the bonk, and they miss the spear. They can't catch the Wind Ranger. They do have to split Earth out as well. LeBron's already down. DNZ at low HP. ILTW, however, he's at full. GH in the front as well. Keeping them at a distance. They won't lose a single hero.
Miss. That's a really expensive miss from Mars there.
It is.
If Funnick gets that, they minimum get Miracle and maybe more. But instead now, they end up losing a buyback as well as mid-tier 1. I don't think you can fight for this now without Arena, without Terrorblade being even nearby. You're just conceding this tower.
Yeah, the tower
delayed
is too
tactics, but it's not enough.
Too low to defend it. They will have to give it away. LeBron spotted with that TP, but he gets to move out to safety. Lucky for him.
Always keep in mind against Luna, especially with how people skill this hero right now, the night vision from Lunar Blessing. This spell very often gets maxed very early on, so you see these heroes from very, very far away.
Yeah,
LeBron might have thought he
1,000.
TP'd in to safety. Yeah, so much night
1,000
vision. Luna has
yeah.
1800, the highest in
Kuro.
the game, together with
Hello.
a couple of the heroes.
Quick pick here in bottom. That's going to be a freebie for Funnick. Should have the bonk to finish it off. There we go. He
It's
was
a
on
little bit
I
of
don't
comeback gold after that buyback.
Yeah, a bit of a late night stroll there to the bottom lane. Not the place to be. Miracle also pushing the wave out. There's the Blink Dagger now up on this wind, and she is going for a BKB up next. That's going to make her pretty much able to just run out from the arena. But what else is there to it? Is Miracle going to play more aggressive once he gets the BKB?
Uh-oh.
At least he's playing defensive on his own side. Again, another mispeer. The relocate is coming in. ILTW joining the fight, and Noob is about to fall. They will lose the Pango with the Hoodwink, and also the Coddle. Make it 3.
Oh boy, it goes so fast. It goes so fast, and every time, yeah, this 4 kills.
Yeah, and Funnick's Blink just got cancelled by Kuro with a simple right click, so he can't even get to Blink to safety and TP out. Underestimating the ET there for a second. I'm not sure what happened, but he should have gotten away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah,
Ends up
I'm
being
not really
4.
sure. Yeah, maybe he got greedy and wanted to take one wave or something, but didn't manage to pull it off. So about the Wind Ranger thing, I think once you grab this BKB, the clear-cut game plan for him, he has 2 targets that are really, really good to go on, probably. One of them is the Pango. If he catches him in a Blink Shackle, he can just lay into him with ults, and he can completely ignore all the counters from Blinding Light, the Mars, as well as the Coddle, or the wow, Hoodwink. That's the other hero. Either you go on that Pango, or I think you jump on the Hoodwink, probably. Like, just get these easy kills in the start. Terrorblade can backfire, because I don't think you kill him fast enough, and then you set up the enemy team for a good counterplay on your team that will need to follow through, since you don't solo him. But, yeah. Plenty of options for Miracle once this item is completed, and he's not really in any hurry to get it either, as this last fight really stabilized things very nicely for Nigma.
It does. One thing I do love is looking all the items coming out for Nigma. We've got Koma, who's got basically half an inventory already loaded up in his quick buy. You've got all these goodies there. There's MKBs, Scotties, Manta Styles. He's already got a BKB, the Dragonlance plus the Yasha. 11,000 net worth, not too bad for this TV. But when we're looking at get the Manta, get the Scotty, maybe an Axe later, this TV is easily going to have like 3.5k HP. Good luck trying to kill him. That's why they have the ET in the team. That's going to make it a lot easier. However, smoke on Nigma. Yeah. Is it a defensive one, or they're going in their own jungle?
They want to invade the triangle here, I think. They have a decent timing. All of their spells are available. They have a 9-second BKB on Luna that they want to show off. The mech on IO that they've had for a little while. But just mainly an invasive play here. They're probably trying to find a nice pick on the Terrorblade. He won't be there though.
Noob's going to be surprised here. No time to react.
And see ya.
This is so good, and it just turned to daytime. Just fantastic. I mean, you really utilizing that night vision, grabbing a kill, and potentially even Roche because they have the damage for it. Pango's up in 35.
Absolutely, he does have buyback and might have to use it. I think Spider Pigs would make a big mistake not trying to contest this when they have all their spells.
How do they take this fight, though? Spider Pigs. Roche is already down to half HP. They're happy to keep on tanking this. MC doesn't mind about this. They've got Stampede. They have everything. LTW goes in full aggression, finds Koma. He's going to need some backup here. Pops the BKB. They have the IO. They have the IO connected, and GH is out. Nigma on the run. There comes the Earth Splitter. Won't connect on anything. At least keep Spider Pigs away. They get to reset with that.
Honestly, unless Spider Pigs get the Roche here, this is a Nigma win. They have buyback on the IO if they need to. You forced out meta as well as the Mars Arena.
Yeah, I think this is something that the panel discussed. Like this. If you pop the meta, you kind of have to commit to it. So they're going to go all the way and take this Roshan Koma in the pit. 1k HP. Miracle comes in, gets the shackle shot through. The mind control comes out as well, but they cannot get any more connections on TV. He's going to get the Sunder off as the Eclipse comes out, but he's still going to lose his life. Was Noob. He's going on to Miracle. Miracle very low on HP, will fall, but here comes GH instantly back in. He's got ILTW right next to him. The tether has been broken though, but it doesn't matter because mind control comes in with a blink. He's going to catch himself a Pango, and Noob is down. DNC falls as well. Make it another kill. And out of all things, ILTW takes the Aegis for himself.
Yeah, it's a dieback Pango. You got 1 kill for 4 and you lost Roche. That is absolute
of the
tragic
end.
outcome for them. This could honestly lead to almost a lane of barracks. Like, you know, you have 50 seconds on the Pango and no meta to worry about, and you have this IO just constantly regenerating up the hero that needs to tank the tower in that Centaur. You have Crimson Guard. They are going to pop the Glyph, but I think the Siege Creep might survive here if Nigma popped their own. They didn't. I think they have. No, they didn't have it.
Yeah. Correct me if
They're
I'm
still gonna
wrong,
keep
but
going.
don't really get to see Crimson Guard too often in these games. LeBron, however, doesn't get to live at least a bit longer here, as GH is also taken down by DNC. Coma pushing them away. The Reflection is doing some work. They've got MC control.
Okay.
They're gonna get the Centaur. They get to keep their racks up. I mean, well, beautiful shackle shot there from Miracle, catching DNC and Phonic down to 600 HP. Miracle Blink available. Goes in another shackle shot. He's just toying with this Mars.
Nice Arcane Rune. Don't think Phonic was expecting to get caught again, but having another Blink Shackle.
Yeah.
What's the lowest cooldown he has with this? So he can Blink Shackle every 10.5, and he can Shackle every 7 when he has Arcane Rune running. That's pretty filthy.
And then you have 2.4 seconds of downtime on the Wind Run.
Yeah. That's crazy.
So Moba, yeah, absolutely crazy. He got so much money out of that. He's almost got his BKB up. Just needs a recipe. 1,000 gold short from that. Enigma, they've retained control easily. This game was more than even 5 minutes ago. Now it's a 7,000 lead, and in XP it's almost 10k.
The silver lining, though, is that last game was over now. So you've definitely had a better showing as Spider Pigs in this game, but the outcome does look like it's dragging in the same direction. But I think it would have been a shame if they just got rolled as hard as in game 1. I think they've showed quite a bit of promise in this game. But let's see if they can pull off a big fight here.
Yeah, they still have to fight against the Aegis.
Ready for the pick. You can't go on the Luna. There's just no way.
Yeah, gonna have to leave that for last, but they've got the Vision on the high ground. They've got DNC. Stampede onto the high ground. Has the buyback from DNC, though. They've caught Phonic as well. They have the Sharpshooter on mind control, but it's only a small comfort here. Phonic on the edge of this cliff. And he's no longer the king of the hill. LTW takes a double, and DNC also bought back for that.
Did not find an attack angle there whatsoever. Just got caught by Vision and got jumped.
Yeah,
I think if you want to try to make this defensive play, you have to do a full wraparound with a smoke, and you need to not go on the Luna and find someone in the back line.
Yep.
Oh, Miracle's gonna maybe find LeBron?
Yeah, he's toying him with a bit, but
relocate.
hey, they got the relocate for it.
Shackle Shot is a really nice setup for relocate. Like, this is one of the longest stuns in the game at 3.8 seconds relative to its cooldown. So every time you hit a Shackle, that is more than enough time to complete a full level 2 relocate and bring in another hero. So nice and easy. And they're going high ground again, but this time in a different lane.
Yep, the last time they were here was 2 minutes ago. Going back already on another lane. They still have that mid lane to finish off, but they would rather take this bot. Bit of damage flying through. DNC trying to do his best to keep them away, but Centaur's already 2.4k HP, Luna 2.3, you have an IO, you have this healing battery at the back, you've got Mechanism. It is so hard to go through this. Like, leaves are bouncing, dealing damage. Here comes Phonic. He's got a nice arena, but they need to get these kills. Here comes the Eclipse as well from LTW. GH is down, and Phonic is losing his life on the high ground as well. They will take him out. The Mars has lost his life. Miracle will take down also Noob, and suddenly 2 heroes are quickly taken out. Mars does have a buyback, but no more arena. Coma, he's going to need some flesh on this front line if they want to take another engagement. Otherwise, they're going to take the fight to them.
Really nice try from Miracle there to get a Shackle connection from range creep into Caudle. Didn't quite get it, but
they got the racks and they're out.
Yep, they're out. So it's got to be really annoying playing against this Luna build. So what ILTW did, he bought the Shard and the Lens, right? So he's just spamming these Lucent Beams every 2.5 seconds from insane range with Night Vision.
Smoke play. If they catch Coma, it might be in the end of it. They've got the stun with the Blink they get on TV, but he's still alive for a second at least. But he does have to get a Sunder target. It's on Miracle. He's still wondering for a second, but they will lose Miracle. ILTW on the run. Phonic pushes Luna back to the high ground. But do they have the damage for it? And GH, there's no relocate available. He's already used it, and he's going back away. Now ILTW might just lose his life here on the edge of the Spider Pig's base. Another beautiful stun from Mind Control, though, keeping them in place. The BKB comes out as well, 300 HP. Can they get to the Luna? There goes Phonic, tries to bunk him alive, but Luna gets himself out. Kuro, however, might just give away his life, but they got the Luna out. Kuro dead. MC trying to TP away. Not going to happen this time, but I think the damage is already dealt.
That was honestly pretty good for Spider Pigs. Like, I thought that initiation from Nigma was going to end up better for them than that, but Miracle popped all of his defensive tools for the catch, so he didn't have BKB or Windrun, and he just gets killed in the base.
Yeah.
Gets vesseled and just hit a couple of times by the Terrorblade and gets taken out. So, a little bit of a return, like a little bit of a comeback here for Spider Pigs, but they need much more than that. Let's see,
Very
Terrorblade.
true.
Terrorblade is going... Is he getting the MKB before the Scotty? I think he is. So we'll obviously allow him to lay into the Wind Ranger and the upcoming Butterfly, and Noob is dead again.
Yeah.
It's so easy. I honestly think this is a big part of Nigma picking this hero in this game. It's just, it seems to match up really well against Pangolier. Miracle has his number all game. When he uses his ult on Pango, he just focus fires and runs around him and kills him. And he has to retreat. So very, very annoying for that Pango. High ground again. Well, it's been 2 minutes since we were here, so let's get back to it. As soon as this tower falls, they're in big trouble. This is the mid lane against Luna. It's terrible. The bouncing glaives here connecting onto whatever that's called. It doesn't have a text anymore. It's called "You Dare Fight Me" by Noob. Yep, they definitely do. It's gone. And so
they absolutely dare fight this. 2 lanes down. Buildings falling. On the positive side, there's less buildings to defend for Spider Pigs, but also their hopes maybe staying in this playoff run.
That's a good point. That's a really positive way of looking at things. Whenever you've lost the game, you don't need to defend the Ancient. That's kind of nice, actually. That's some good motivation for you guys out there. Whenever you lose your games, just think of it this way. Now you don't have to play it anymore. Beams coming out. Just more and more spam from ILTW's Luna, now getting that level 20 talent. You got level 21 recently, but I think he didn't have it on the bottom push, but obviously won a fight. And this gives an extra 100 damage to the beam.
This is where the real trouble starts again. Nigma, they do the same play they did with bottom. After they finished off the buildings, they smoke up. They did lose the Spider Pigs on the high ground push last time. How does it end up this time? Maybe it works out for them.
They might be
Colma
able to
on their
blast
sides.
TB.
Very
Maybe.
stacked up here. Here we go. Onto the Terrorblade, down to half HP, and he is just gone. Phonic also, he gets the arena on 4, but his life is also lost. Pango with a buyback. They do take out Kuro, but it's only 1. Without the Terrorblade, there's no more damage to deal. Another Shackle Shot from Miracle doesn't quite connect, but MC does. He gets the stomp. He gets another one, and GG's called. Nigma will march on to the next round in these playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's scary giving them this this strategy. Obviously, in my opinion, ILTW might just be currently the best Luna in the world. I think he has a really, really good understanding of the hero, like when to fight, how to farm, itemization as well. Like clearly, I don't know if he was one of the players that kind of pioneered this way of playing it with the Shard and Etherlens that he had in this game, but definitely a standout performance from him. And I remember, there was the game yesterday, but there's also the game in the major, the deciding game that allowed Nigma to get out of the wildcard stage. They also played a lineup with the ILTW Luna and Kuro Elder Titan, and it was GH, I think, ET in that game, but beside the point, same kind of strategy, and they just blew the opponents away in that game. And it's kind of the same thing here, where Spider Pigs, they put up a good fight for like 15 minutes, and then the Luna timing hits, and everything just explodes in that mid game. So scary stuff. Good stuff from Nigma, though. They're looking like they have a good chance of getting back to the finals at this rate.
Just some really beautiful plays in the laning stage. I think what we mostly highlighted was the IO Luna lane when GH went on a killing spree in the first minutes, gets himself a quick mechanism, really told the story about like you said, if they get that Mars lane rolling, it could have been a different story because they would have got the Blink Dagger faster, would have been different fights, maybe get something more out of it because Noob was struggling. And TB did an all right lane, but it's just not enough in this case. But they did a valuable effort, at least in this. Nigma was just a better team out of these two.
Absolutely. They're just a level above. I don't think many people will be surprised by this result. Not only Nigma winning, but taking it 2-0. But I was happy to see Spider Pig show some good team fighting spirit in this game compared to the first one, even though they do end up kind of getting rolled again. But this felt nicer to watch than the first game. That there was more good plays coming out of Spider Pig, so that's at least a positive to look at from that game.
For sure. But at this point, we do say goodbye to Spider Pigs, and also we're going to jump over to the panel to discuss what actually happened in this series. Was Spider Pigs any better? How good is Nigma looking? We'll be right back after a minute.
we saw a much more even game here, the second game around, compared to the first one. But the result, ultimately, the same. Team Nigma, they take it 2-0, and they therefore move forward to the next round of the lower bracket, and they'll face Team Liquid in that series, which is the last series of the day, so something to look forward to for sure. I'm here with PPD and Trent in this game. Trent, we wanted to see a little bit better lanes from Spider Pigs. The lanes itself didn't really go so great, but they definitely came out at the end being somewhat even, so that was nice.
Yeah, I think they just had tools that even if they, they don't stop or snowball, they have heroes that can make some plays around the map and try and get something going for your team, like, comeback potential in a sense. And that's something that like the Mars and the Pango can give you. And they found some of those moments. So, things were looking up for a little while there, but the eventual approaching tide of the Io Luna was enough to sweep them away.
Yeah, Peter, this game, there was a little bit of a ticking time bomb there with the Io Luna coming out. Did you feel like when they repelled Team Nigma from their base at the bottom lane when they were going high ground, did you feel like there was a chance for them to take it back?
I think there's always a chance to get back in the game when you have a Terrorblade, just because of the way Sunder works. If you get Sunder off at 10%, maybe even on the Luna, right, and you kill the Luna out of nowhere, right, there's always a chance with this hero. So I didn't really count them out. I do think that they played much better in the laning phase. I love the difference in their supports this game. The Hoodwink Caudle were very good at delaying the game, very opposite of game one, where it just didn't work and they got crushed. But I think they were just a little bit too antsy, and they tried to force a lot of plays. We saw a couple of missed Mars spears in the arena that were pretty game losing. But I think that if they played the map a bit better and held high grounds, they wouldn't have such bad spell casting in the fights.
Fair enough. This game, though, I mean, we could talk about the things that Spider Pigs could have done a little bit better to have a chance to force out that third game, but in the end, I think it's very, very clear that Team Nigma, the better team here today, and it looks like that yesterday never happened, Trent. This is the Team Nigma that we've seen do so well on LAN, and we now saw it online here as well.
Just getting warmed up, right? And I mean, pulling out some of the bigger strats. And again, we're talking about a bit of a tier difference in terms of the some of the upper bracket teams moving forward, our big top four and everything. So as some players have said, that OG seems to be one of the strongest teams across the whole board right now. And then when you see Nigma come through and kind of dominate a series like this, you kind of think, okay, yeah, this is that matchup might be coming. I know Thompson wants it. He's tweeting about it. He's waiting for Nigma to come on back up.
I mean, this guy's pretty good at Dota 2, and the guy that we're talking to right now is actually pretty good at Dota 2 as well. Mind Control, congratulations on the series here today. Good to have you with us, and I'm gonna jump straight in because I want to talk a little bit about yesterday's series as well, if you're okay with that, because that was a pretty crazy series to watch, and I would love to hear how you as a team dealt with that loss and coming back here today in the lower bracket.
Hello. About yesterday, it was pretty good series, like you said. Second game was theirs, then we took it, then third game was ours, but they took it. It was pretty fun overall, and both teams played good. I didn't play so well against them, and time to take my revenge, hopefully.
Well, you're on the right path for that, for sure. Today you guys looked absolutely on form. And one of the things that we talk about when we talk about Team Nigma is you guys are so good on LAN. Like every time, lower bracket runs, any kind of bracket runs, you guys are there. You're a championship team. Online, however, not the most stable performance. And I was wondering if you as a team have some ways, or as a player, have a way to try to recreate that LAN pressure that helps you perform so well.
It to some sense is true that we're better on LAN, but I don't think it's the reason. It just happens this way. On LAN, we tend to play better, but I don't think it's because of the LAN so much. Of course, online it's harder to recreate this atmosphere. But we're trying our hardest to do it. We're really trying, and it's hard, but we're really trying to do it.
Okay, and I think I see behind you loads of computers as well. Are you all at boot camp? Were you all able to make it over?
Yeah, we're all in boot camp, all of us.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. I'm here with Trent and PPD. They'd also love to ask you some questions.
Sure, I'll go first.
Sure.
Congrats on the series and good luck in your series later today. I'll be paneling as well, so looking forward to that. What are you guys going to do during the break to make sure that you don't kind of slip out of this, this match state that you're in? Too much.
I'm gonna eat some food, and maybe I'll take a little nap, and let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. That's interesting.
MC, you've been grinding out in the off lane for such a long time now. I mean, even on the same team, it's been like 5 or 6 years. You've all been playing together. If you were to move to another position, let's say for some reason you have to be moved off the off lane, I was kind of curious what role you think you'd be best at.
Right now, I think I would be the best at position 5, and I think mid lane.
Oh,
and a little bit
any
carry.
reason
That's
for
two
that?
very different ones, yeah.
The reason is that in my pub games, when someone takes my offlane role, I play all of post 5, so I kind of got the hang of it. I'm ready to play it. And mid lane was my role before the offlane, like 10 years ago when I played Dota 1 and stuff. I played a lot of mid lane, so I think I can play it again.
What are your two go-to like position 5s, like 1 and 2?
So Witch Doctor, that's the first one for sure,
yeah.
And
Good one.
I don't have any other one. Maybe Bane.
It's just there's a Witch Doctor 1 trick. That's all he's got.
Yeah.
Bane.
All right.
One trick pony.
Bane. Yeah. My control. We're gonna let you go because we know you gotta, you get some rest in for your last series of the day. So have that food, take that nap, and come back just as strong as you were in this series. Congratulations once again, and looking forward to seeing you play later today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mind Control is the fastest player to join us for the interview. I want to give a shout out for that because very often players, they're like, yeah, I'll be there. I'll be right there. I just got to set up this camera. It might take about 5 minutes, this USB thing right here. And Mind Control has just won the game. Boom. Straight in. Love that. Love to see it. And while we're doing shout outs anyway, another shout out to Mate, who has made this show possible. So thank you for that. And, we're thanking Mate, but Mate is also thanking you. And they're thanking you by giving you things. Well, that is, if you're lucky enough, there's a giveaway going on. This time, I'll actually mention next time around when the 10 minutes have passed. So start spamming now, and in 10 minutes, stop spamming, but !Mate. That's what you need to type in the Twitch chat to have a chance of winning 2 cases of Mate. There will be 20 winners each day. And if you get those cases, you get more day, you get more night, you get more Dota, you get things, and that's always good. So make sure to spam that in preparation for our upcoming series, which is the upper bracket finals, and that means OG and Tundra will be with you after the break. It is time for the upper bracket finals here in the TI10 qualifiers for Western Europe. And both OG and Tundra have hereby already secured top 3, but guess what? Doesn't mean anything whatsoever, because there's only one spot open for TI for the Western European qualifiers. For this one, I'm joined by Trent and the first time panel appearance, Milan. Hey Milan, how are you doing?
Hello. Thank you for having me. I'm doing all right.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty good series here coming our way. We're just a couple of moments away from seeing the draft, and Tundra is the only team left in the entire qualifier trend that has not dropped a single game of Dota 2. Impressive.
The 4-0. Yeah, I mean, it's true though. Like, nonetheless, we did talk earlier about how they had maybe the slightly easier side of the bracket. I think it's kind of fair to say. Not that you know, Liquid can't take this per se, but they haven't looked their best. And even when Liquid were perhaps going to win a game, Tundra really stormed back and took that one with the Terror Blade. So Tundra definitely look on. They are in great form, and that's the kind of pump up that I think you want to be at when you come to meet OG in a series like this.
Yeah, is there any straight up already, Milan, that you're favoring? Like, is OG just coming in as a clear favorite in this series, or do you feel like Tundra's got a good shot?
I think now that we're left with Big Four, I think it's a lot comes down to matchups, and I think Tundra, it's not the easiest matchup for OG. I think Tundra gonna have a good shot. And OG showed their two most strongest strats. Tundra is very familiar with them. Alchemist and the Magnus. The both strats Tundra plays it. 3-3 plays Alchemist, 9 plays Magnus. They're really familiar with it. So I'm curious if they're gonna let them play Alchemist or Magnus, and then how do they respond to it.
And is there any particular like lane matchup that you're extra interested in for this series?
I'm looking to the Neta 3-3 and snaking against Sumail and Notel. For me, Notel was one of the strongest laners always in Dota since he switched to position 5. Like he always finds a way to salvage the lane. And 3-3 and snaking are two very good laners. So this is gonna be like a big crash of two good sides.
Yeah, and sometimes he like snaking is trying to decide like, should I be in the lane, should I be out of the lane? Like he's probably the best position for right now in terms of recognizing when it's best that he actually makes that rotation off. So then the question is, will they manage to find that big punish on the side of OG to actually like try and put 3-3 in a bad spot?
Yeah, and then of course we've seen Chen yesterday winning twice today. No-Tail playing that. Chen has been a hero that's not been doing too well in lanes, but No-Tail was able to make it work, and with his superior micro skills, able to stack 3 camps at once for several minutes, several times, time and time again. That's a lot of farm for Sumail to pick up as well. So even if the lanes don't go too well, I think that's something that you should be wary for. And maybe it's time to start banning out Chen. One thing that I also wanted to point out for this series is a little bit of a history between the two squads, or in particular between the two captains, No-Tail and Fata. They have played together at in Cloud9, actually. They played at TI, and that was also they came top 12, which is not necessarily that good. At least the players won't say it's good. Obviously, we are still very much respecting that position, but that was cause for both of those players to say, you know what, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of a big organization. And then Farah went and created with the other guys 5 Jungs, which turned into Liquid and then Team Nigma now. And it was No-Tail that after that ordeal created Monkey Business, which of course turned into OG. So I thought that was a pretty interesting little bit of information here as we're preparing ourselves for the upper bracket finals. And when we're talking about, you talked about 33 being an offlane specialist on the Alchemist. Seb, of course, has had some great axe performance as well. And I'm curious, we see it a lot in the first phase pick trend. Is that something that you're expecting to see this time around as well? Because I kind of think OG has also been out of the box a bit with their openings.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what Milan almost alluded to before too, right? Is like now that they're showing more of these big strats that they have, and Tundra having the knowledge about some of these, like what are the big bans? I'm not sure. Personally, I feel like I'd want to play the Alchemist compared to the other ones, like between the Axe and maybe even that some mag strats too. So I don't want to see the Axe, I don't think, after game 1 versus Nigma, because I thought it looked extremely strong, and you still have to worry about the flex that it's going to have too, because we know that Sumail loves those kind of like aggressive heroes that he can make the big plays on too.
Yeah, maybe the Axe a little bit too standard. Do you ever, Milan, look at the unplayed heroes of a qualifiers and like, well, I wouldn't mind using that hero or seeing that hero? Obviously, Chen was unpicked up until yesterday in all of the qualifiers. But do you ever like look at that, seeing like how can I make this work?
Not exactly from that angle, but yeah, I look up what's not played, because I really think every hero in Dota has its own place, especially like heroes like Chen. I think they're just too complicated for people to master. Like if I would like to play Chen competitively, I would need to spend at least 50 to 100 hours before I would be able to do it. Like, and I think No-Tail is like just very familiar with it through the years, and he knows how to exploit it. Like the Chen laning stage is actually one of the strongest heroes in Dota. Like you can find this Ogre creep that gives +8 armor or something, and like it breaks the laning stage. You armor your mid laner, you armor your carry, enemies cannot pressure anymore. It's like such little things can change the Dota, and when you look from that angle, then you're like, oh, why is Chen unpicked? But it's just it's a very unique hero. It's like it's very hard to pick up, I think.
Yeah, that's proved to be the case. We have not seen it other than from OG, and they used it so well that you'd think like, oh wow, you can stack 3 camps at the same time. Everybody should pick this hero, but it's just not something that you can, as you say, just pick up and roll with it. You need practice on that. By the way, the 10 minutes have already passed quite a couple of minutes ago, so you can stop spamming and have proper solid discussions about the game to come. Trying to save everybody's experience in the chat a little bit, but the exclamation mark mates are no longer good for a giveaway. You're too late now if you still wanted to say that now. But I want to talk a little bit about the no-till Chen, not necessarily Chen, but the no-till micro. I don't know if you remember, Trent, in the Fnatic days for no-till, when no-till and Fly on the same team, and they picked Visage, and then Fly would be the one playing Visage.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember it was no-till controlling the birds with his shared unit control?
I mean, he had some major highlights back in the day too, right? With like the ench plays where he'd be like chasing after someone, body blocking with the centaur into the stomp. He's always been someone who is moving on to that. And then even I think he played some support Meepo at a time too, if I recall correctly. So he's always ready to I guess put the effort in to like play this big hero that can give you the chance, right?
Absolutely. I want to have one comparison. I don't normally want to try to compare, players too much in their roles. But as we prepare for our first couple of picks to come here with the draft on our screens, I do, Milan, want to ask you your opinion on Skeeter versus Sumail. Sumail, of course, coming from the mid lane, so quite a well, he has played safe lane before. But in terms of styles of Sumail and Skeeter, how do you compare those two?
I think they're a bit different. Skeeter is more of a traditional carry, and he's been growing ever since like through this year. He's grown so much since I was on that team till these days. He's like improved so much. He got like rank 1 or something. Like he tends to like be more of a traditional carry where he gets first in network, and Sumail is more like we see him try to adapt to OG a bit, like play CK and like go and be active, or play the Leshak and do this stats thing. Like he's meshing up with the OG, where Skeeter is like, I'm gonna be the terrible, I'm gonna get 6 slotted, I'm gonna win you the game. That's how he is.
I think he really improved when he stopped forcing Radiance on every hero. That was he finally abandoned it. I feel like that was like all he used to do. Yeah, exactly. He became much stronger after that.
He did indeed. We got the Lina first pick, and the terms of bans, Alchemist still left in the pool. I feel like both teams might be taunting each other a little bit. Are you gonna pick Alchemist? Are we gonna pick Alchemist? It's definitely something Tundra is thinking about right now. They're not sure what to go for first phase. Okay.
The Brood.
Okay.
Wanted to mention how they left the Brood. Now I think OG will just Alchemist. I think. Because the Lina is not really a mid lane hero for OG, like very unlikely. I'm sure Thompson could pull it out, but it's not his go-to hero. And they want to do this 8 Alchemist with the strong support laner, like Saksa and Lina. It's one of the strongest laners, and then they'll just 18 pick the carry. They just pick 18 pick. Oh, they do the Magnus instead. Now they got the flex. But anyway, they got this lane which is literally uncounterable. Like, you cannot really counter Magnus Lina. It's too strong of a lane. And they're gonna put the 18 carry, or they might just counter this Brood from mid lane with Empower.
Yeah, this was probably the best off-lane duo at the major. It felt like you just couldn't do anything versus the Shockwave Skewer. No matter who you put there was going to get punished. And, you could tell that by the fact they're willing to bring it out when they know absolutely nothing about the safe lane already. So Tundra will even have their chance to respond to that. And frankly, there hasn't really seemed to be a very good answer other than, like, don't get Shockwave Skewered. Pick a ranged hero, maybe.
Yeah, we have the Magnus indeed. We saw yesterday also for Sumail, of course, that was in combination with the Chen. That is still in the pool, and we'll see if that's going to make an appearance. I like this, though. Not banning out the Brood Mother from OG, maybe a little bit risky.
It's also like every team has gone for the carry in the first phase lately. I mean, not every team, but it's a very common strategy right now, right? To grab either like the Luna or the Terrorblade, and neither of these two teams have really been opting for that. So it means that we'll probably see that like secondary pool of carry heroes, right? When those heroes assumedly get banned out in the second phase.
I'm still curious if they might put Sumail or Magnus, because they have the first pick, right? They will see if they see the option to exploit, like for example, let's theoretically say they pick a Terrorblade on Skidder, they could just do like a Darkseer. Like I think the OG still hasn't decided on the Magnus. They want, when you have a first pick, you want to be kind of a bit reactionary and like you just exploit, or you might not see a very good offlane pick for yourself. You see some Magnus is okay offlane, then you're just gonna punish the Brood with some probably. Let's see. I mean, the Tundra is now gonna tell you what are the best heroes against the Brood. Like they're gonna tell you that they don't like this Ember Spirit. I mean that's probably a mid lane hero they don't like with the Empower. Now they're gonna probably ban a, I would say Pangolier. Pangolier is a go-to hero with Magnus for the OG, and they just ban Pangolier, and they're gonna ban one more, maybe a Void Spirit. Depends, because when you have a second pick, now Tundra already knows which carry are they gonna pick, or
Hopefully.
which mid laner they're gonna pick. I mean, they kind of know that. I mean, that's how we did it before, and now they're gonna just ban the heroes that gonna be annoying for them, and OG is just gonna ban like the strong heroes. You know, Faceless Void, TA. These are heroes these heroes own like no matter what. They're so strong, especially the TA. TA is just like a first pick mid hero, which is gonna have impact no matter what. It's so hard to punish.
Would you also want to remove Grimstroke? Because I remember seeing in the DPC season a couple Grimstrokes against the Broodmother that were quite good. But do you feel like you should put a support on the sideline in this banning stage, or is that too much respect for it?
I don't think they'll ban. Like the Brood players, like the very specialists, they're like they don't. It's uncomfortable, but they don't really care that much about it. They would just say it's annoying, but not for the ban. I would, Pagna. Ooh, does this mean
everyone's
like
banning that?
Does this mean like it is a Thompson special. Thompson TI8 qualifier, I played against him. That was his go-to hero. He's after the Monkey King, his best hero. Interesting, they don't ban the Monkey King. The Monkey King is very good safe lane against Brood, very good with Empower. Thompson, we all know.
Lina too.
Right? We all know the Thompson Monkey King. It's a no joke. Like this guy.
There's also still Puck in the pool too, in terms of like chasing down a Mirana and a Broodmother. I feel like that tends to be a hero that a lot of teams go for as well. Doesn't pair as well with the Empower, of course, but
goes both ways. Because actually, you can do when you buy Yules on Mirana, you can catch the Puck super easy. True. Like Yules into arrow, it's not dodgeable if you time it. It actually goes both ways. But Winter Wyvern, this is very stable. Winter Wyvern against Magnus, it's like Pata is very familiar with this hero, and like you can always like save from RP. I'm really curious about two OG picks are coming, because I think they should think about the TB for Skidder. They should already kind of feel it.
And this should probably be a no-tail hero, right? At this point, don't want to reveal anything.
They just want to do a hero against Mirana and Brood. I wouldn't mind a Grimstroke, but I think they might want to some melee hero. Depends on. Yes, sorry, go on.
No, I was curious. Is Chen still an option? I feel like I gotta put it out there. It's okay. Never mind.
Not into Wyvern and Mirana.
You don't pick a Chen into Mirana. It's not favorable. I mean, Keeper of the Light. It's like annoying for the Brood and Mirana, but it's like I think it's about the bigger picture. It's about the next hero they'll pick. Maybe like a Tiny, or it really depends on what they pick up on Tundra now. But I think on Tundra they're looking Spectre or Terrorblade. I'm not sure how hot on Spectre is Skitter recently, because I just saw their games. I mean, I watched them before, but they won 3 games with Terrorblade. You know?
I mean, if you Terrorblade here and then they PL, is that a problem though? I mean, you have Wyvern, you have Brood.
I would say it's okay. it's again, I will use uncomfortable. I wouldn't say a problem. It's just because PL Magnus is kind of it's like you don't want to empower the PL. The PL strength is like you don't know which one he is, and he just burns your mana. But if you
And then they actually wind up with the Knicks. We lost Milan for a second here, so you'll just have to stare at his lovely, stable face. Ah, I hear you again. Yeah, we just need you back in the V-Mix, I believe. And then you'll be good to go. But yeah, they grab a... Oh, okay. They grab the Knicks Assassins. So now this Wyvern, they've been playing that for a mid, right? In some of the qualifiers before for 9. He has messed around with that a little bit, so there's a chance for that, but we also have had like mid Maranas pop out too, so couple different possibilities here for Tundra now.
For sure. Yeah. Love it.
They got the last pick, so the overall last pick, they'll just see what as I said, they prepared this coddle. It was a bigger picture. They kind of knew they're gonna Bristol, and the Bristol with the coddle with the Magnus OG is famous, very famous for this empowering strategy. I mean, not just the empower spell, but we're gonna pick the Bristol. We're gonna give him infinite mana. We're gonna give him a Belfurian build. We're gonna enable him to go 20-0, and that's what they're very good at, and they're sticking to their guns here.
Now, every time that we've had PPD on the panel and there was an alchemist in the game, he said, you know, one of the heroes that's really good to give an early ags to would be that Bristleback. Is this something that you could still see in the cards, or is that off the table?
Oh, I definitely can see it. I think the player most likely to play Bristol on OG is Thompson. It's like kind of signature for him. I'm sure. I don't think it would be Seb. It's not his cup of tea. And Sumail could pick it up, but I think that there's definitely a space for the Alchemist. Let's see what's Tundra thinking. Tundra's thinking Morphling ban. I mean, you play against Sumail and Thompson, you ban the Morphling. That's not unusual.
They could use someone who could kind of like get the first jump a little bit better than just the Magnus right now, you know? Which makes me wonder if they should put like Mag as the 1 and get Seb something that can jump in a little bit. Or you get some sort of like the Monkey King, honestly, like that same sort of feel, but for Sumail.
I wouldn't mind the Monkey King, but it's so open. They just banned it. Yeah. It's so open for OG. No matter what they pick, they can kind of choose their lanes as well. Like it's gonna be hard last pick for Tundra. It's gonna hard last pick for Skidder. But I think that there's space for Alchemist.
Cool for Skeeter.
But there's a Void Spit. For Skeeter, I think there's Spectre left. Not sure. It's a good matchup against Magnus, but not sure how it matches with Bristol. What else does Skeeter play that's really good against Bristol?
Yeah. Kind of ugly games. I mean, he goes just for like the big farmers, right? That's his classic. I mean, isn't Luna still in too?
It is still in, yes.
It's a hard lane for Luna, I feel. Luna wants to do very well in lane. The Lina Magnus might be too hard. There is Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage is very unpicked hero now, but it's one of the Skitter's signatures.
Oh, and his Lifestealer too.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
RP.
It's just I feel like any hero Skitter looks. Oh, there goes Luna. I wanted to say every hero he looks is like, oh, this lane, this Lina. Oh my god. But they go for the Luna. They go for the pretty standard stuff.
It will be a 9 Winter Wyvern, by the way. So we will see the position 5 Nyx for Mirana, and then a position 2 Winter Wyvern. Is that something that you like to see up against that Void Spirit?
I think, to me, that might have been one of the problems with the Void Spirit in a sense of, like, it kind of gave the opportunity to do the mid-Wyvern, because it's like a melee hero, so he should have, like, a slightly better time. And then what 9 does is he'll just, like, delay the tower for as long as possible. He just, like, spams out the Splinter Blast, and he'll even use Curse just to pull the wave off the tower. Like, try and survive for as long as possible to get into that, like, solo kill possibility. So, I actually quite like the Wyvern here.
I like the mid Wyvern. I really think this Wyvern needs to have a lot of impact in this game, and he was like position 5-4. He would have hard time finding like the Blink Dagger and the Aghanim's. So yeah, I like that they're gonna give him space. But Thompson Void Spirit is very known for pressure, and Wyvern is quite. He can suffer from the early tempo.
All right, but who do you favor as the hard-hitting questions? We can say good things about the Winter Wyvern all we want, but in the end, can they take this game, or is Tundra gonna take game 1? Trent, do you want to go first?
To me, it kind of looks like a hard Brood game after everything. And in the end, that is our big guy. You know, he's got some tough stuff, some good chase heroes left on OG. It is a 3-3 Brood, of course, so maybe he'll just like pop off and get that secure on the tier 1 tower early, because to me, that's like the big key of a Brood game. But I think I like OG's draft a little bit more.
I'll go with Trent as well. I think I like the OG's composition a bit more. I think Tundra has a good draft, but like they want to slow it down a bit. But I think OG will hit their timing way faster, and they should do pretty well in all 3 lanes. And then with Empower, they should like outfarm the Tundra.
Okay, well, is OG gonna take game 1, or is Tundra gonna prove my panelists wrong? We're gonna find out together with our commentary team, OD Pixel and AUI.
Thank you very much, Shiva. And yes, welcome everybody to game 1 of Tundra versus OG. Owie, we've had the drafts, we're ready to kick it off. What's sort of your initial feelings looking at the 2 lineups we've got from these 2 teams coming into this first match?
I think there was a lot of prep that went into this match. We can see OG clearly knew that Tundra were going to early pick this Broodmother, and all 3 of their cores, and even to a somewhat lesser degree their supports, can deal with Brood Spiders. In the last time we saw 3-3 get his hands on a Broodmother, he was against a Luna lane versus Team Liquid, and he kicked the Luna lane and took the enemy safe lane tower and mid tower, and it's just a super high impact. Skitter though, he's looking a little...
Oh, I tell you what, a beautiful remnant here from Thompson here, going with the level 1 point. Do they actually have to follow up? They don't. Skeeter's going to be fine. So, I mean, it was a lovely little catch there, but maybe one will actually hurt him in the lane now, as he will have to start off that matchup mid with the first point in Remnant.
Yeah, Luna just a little bit too tanky. 9 armor when you're in your tier 1 tower. He's just going to sit at his tier 2 for the regen and just be pretty much full. Oh, they're Remnant in here too.
They are. Thompson just throwing remnants all over the shop, trying to find a bit of a catch, but hey, this might actually end up turning around on himself as the arrow's in. Thompson is falling pretty low. If they got enough damage with the Splinter Blast, they do. They'll get that first blood, Tundra. They'll lose Fada for it. But Thompson, the first one to die here in this first match, as he's going to have to turn up to the lane. And say with a bit of an awkward skill here at the level 1. Not working out for them there, OG.
That means that Thompson's going to miss his mid block, which is a pretty big deal versus Winter Wyvern. Winter Wyvern's extremely low damage and sort of poor animation, so you want to really dominate him on the first waves.
Yeah. And in sort of terms of the mid-Winter Wyvern, I mean, does it excite you, this match? Can you see why Tundra wanted to sort of amp up its priority and heroes and get 9 playing it in the core role?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. I think a lot of it is what Milan said. It's that Winter Wyvern needs a lot of items this game in order to play Dota, and if you do get to the Aghanim Scepter, it's incredibly good at kiting the OG lineups. It's pretty much only Thompson who can jump Winter Wyvern this game, and just percent damage versus these tanky Bristlebacks and Magnuses is always good. I also watched a pub recently where 9 played mid Wyvern against Thompson's Puck, and 9 actually solo killed Thompson 1 or 2 times with the level 6. And it's a bit different because... You know, you get Stoat Shield on the Void Spirit, the innate Stoat Shield, so the creeps don't do as much damage. But that is like a little bit of history in these player matchup.
All right, yeah. So I can imagine 9 more than happy to bring it up against Thompson again here in this important match. And sort of to go back to the Luna pick, as you said, you know, can have a lot of pressure put on into him in this lane. It's the strong, age-old tested duo here from OG, Seb, Magnus, Saxolina. They did sort of take some time with that last pick. Do you think Tundra were put in a bit of a difficult position when it came to deciding what carry they were going to have as their final pick this game?
I think so for sure. I think every top tier carry was sort of banned out. We saw them ban out the Dusa, the Terrorblade. 1 second, top lane. It looks like a little bit. Never mind, nothing's happening there. Psych, juked. But I think it is like a sort of a difficult pick because Tundra sort of knew that OG wanted them to pick the Luna. But at the same time, I think they're very comfortable playing Luna, so it's not like they were unhappy with this pick in the end.
No, there's still sort of timings that are able to be a hit. We'll see. Fodder, no turn onto him. Light strike down as well as the skewer. This will get him in position for Sub to get a good few hits in. But he's still tanky enough to walk it off with the stick charges. Fodder will be fine. Looking at some of the CS so far in the matchups. What have we got? Mid 11 for 2 against the 11 for 0. Pretty much even here between 9 and Thompson. On the top lane, 33. A little slower start when it comes to hit the creeps, but same to be said for Sumail, really. They're pretty close. Nobody getting zoned out completely of the laning stage, all in all.
And
so
Mirana
does
have 6 CS, so that's a lot of where the top CS
true.
goes from 3-3 to. He's even level 3 before his offlaner. I mean, snaking onto Mirana. We saw in his Liquid match. He's a real core.
Yes. You know, when that sort of gold goes to snaking early on when he's on his Mirana, you know it's going to a good place.
Yeah. Bot lane though, they caught Skitter.
Let's see if they've got enough for him. Skewer back. Not quite able to get him underneath the tower, but still hitting him pretty hard. I say that though, Saxa, he might be the one to fall here. One more hit, not enough. Saxa's able to get around the tree line. Saxa won't go down, but neither will Skeeter. Skeeter able to step back in time. OG, even with the grab of the skewer, not quite able to set up for enough damages. Nobody ends up going down.
And neither side with a solve, so it's going to be a little bit of a weird situation in the lane. Fada's going to pull all his tangos to Skitter, but you can't heal him right back up there. I also want to mention that both the OG supports have also gone for a Basti Ring first item on the side lanes. I think it's... like, OG, they've always been a team that thinks about the macro plays, like the long-term results, and Basti Ring is definitely an item for that.
Look at this top here, this aggression from 33. He just tears Sumail apart. Don't get the arrow connection onto No-Tail. Once No-Tail's able to get away, he's into the trees. Snake, he's going to have a leap in a second, but No-Tail already with the south popping. Snaking will at least be able to cancel a good amount of that healing. But yeah, 33, just knowing the exact strengths of the Brood, Sumail just gets turned upon, and he can't do anything. In fact, No-Tail stepping back in range. They're going to jump forward. They're going to be able to bring down the Cottle as well. Another kill here for Tundra on the top lane. As might have been a little slow on the CS, but I mean, you know, this is why they picked the Brood first. 33 in his element. He knows exactly when to get aggressive and when he's going to get away with it, regardless of who he's laning against.
I'm honestly shocked by this. Cottle Brood, they're going on top again.
Look at this again.
With the lifesteal.
Just straight in on Sumail. A lot of stacks, but 33's got the stick charges. Just playing on the edge here, 33. We'll try and turn towards him, Sumail and No-Tail, but 33's into the trees. He's fine. Snake, he's got leap up in a second. Will also just be able to get away. The blast coming in, not enough damage. Snaking will survive.
Cottle Bristleback has been one of those auto win safe lane matchups for like 8 years in Dota now. I'm honestly surprised that I wouldn't say Brood Mirana is inspiring in the offlane either. So they're playing really well, or the matchup is good for Brood and we just don't know about. But 3-3 plays a lot of Brood Mother, he knows.
Yeah, no, he absolutely does. 1-0-2 on the KDS so
Poking
far.
set. Sorry, nothing happened. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, I mean, you bang on this bottom, though. We've got to keep our eyes on it because both teams, Tundra and OG, really having a right poke at each other. Seb is out of regen, so he's actually going to opt to take the trip back to base and give a little space for Saxa, but doesn't mean Saxa on his own. He's got to be a little cautious. Skeeter does have enough mana with the one charge just to pop out a Lucent Beam. See if they've got enough damage here. Saxa trying his best to juke away from this in the trees. And we'll turn with another stun, but that's going to end up killing him. Spike Carapace is up and ready. Saxa gets the lane left to him. Now Tundra, they're able to make the most of Saxa being on his own, and they'll take him out of the game.
And 9 is actually doing really well mid. I thought this lane would be more Void Spear favor. Oh, top lane, they're poking him. Nothing's happening. I don't know why I look around the map. He's doing really well. And I thought it would be more Void Spear favor, but maybe because he had to take the Aether Remnant, sort of a result of the level 1.
I think, because I really do think that it absolutely hurts. You know, if you're not sort of there to secure that advantage on the first level.
Smoke from Saxa here, though.
See if they can burst 9. A couple of jumps here with the Astral Step. Not enough damage. 9. He's okay, and he's also very hard to get on top of it. They does have the curse available. Saxa, with the stun, comes in, catches him off guard. Not ready for the setup there from the Lina, as 9 will get caught a little too far up on the high ground here at the mid lane.
And that's honestly such a good play coming out from Saxa. Like, who would expect the bootsless level 4 Lina gank onto mid lane? It's not something that, even though Lina died, the comms aren't, hey, watch out, Lina might gank you. It's just, guys, Lina's dead, she has no boots. And then, you know, you get a kill on the enemy mid, which is huge because OG, if you look at their lineup, they really need Thompson to start rolling this game. Magnus and Bristleback, they're not the best heroes at making moves. It has to be Void Spirit starting every fight.
Absolutely. And sort of Void Spirit is a hero in itself, right? This is a hero that doesn't play well if he starts falling behind. You are pretty snowball-centric when it comes to having impact as this hero.
And even after that gank, though, 9 is still the same net worth as Thompson. Yeah. Same for top lane, you know. 3-3 got a couple of kills, but Sumail is still the top net worth in the game.
With the Vanguard now, a very hard target for 33 to really punish and push out of the lane. So Sumail and Notel should be in a good position to hold off that sort of pressure that 33 wants to normally apply when he gets the Brood pick in these matches.
I think he'll pretty much just look to cut the creep wave from now on. He has to be a little bit worried because Thompson has some TP kill threat or just running up there. But he'll feel very comfortable. You know, Snaking's going to take away the jungle's axe. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised how OG play to give the Mirana away. Because you know, OG, they're going to get a lot of stacks up. They want to clear with the Bristle Magnus. But Mirana's just going to steal all the big creeps, so it's a lot less effective.
Snaking keeping his eyes on the jungle here for now. See Skeeter down bottom, not quite having his free farm. Sumail is up top, but at the same time, not really under any sort of threat from Seb and Sax as they just continue to look to manipulate the creep wave, try and take away some of these potential gold from Skeeter.
So the last time I saw 9 play Winter Wyvern, he went for Boots of Travel into Witch's Blade, into Aghanims, and then he actually bought a Silver Edge. So they do have a natural, it's like the 4th item, Silver Edge carry coming out against the OG side eventually.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty big. I mean, yeah, absolutely. In this sort of day and age where you just don't have a lot of break mechanics in there, and knowing that he is going to have the flexibility with his build down the line to offer that counter to Sumail.
Thompson, he's farming this big stack on the Ancients. They're just giving him a lot of farm priority because they understand that he's the one who's going to get strong to make the moves. How you make moves in Dota is you need to do something to get ahead first, whether you get ganked for, whether you take a stack, and then you can start running around. If you start running around without that sort of power spike, it usually doesn't work, or it's like more up to chance. But now they're smoking up after they finish that stack.
Yeah, for OG's sort of draft to hit its stride, this sort of move's got to come out with some sort of success. Skeeter would be the big catch. See if they're able to get a grab on him, Thompson. He's going to have eyes on the Luna now, straight in with the first step. Is there going to be any sort of backup or help for Skeeter? The Moonlight Shadow will be popped, but the sentries are down. They've got the vision. Skeeter will be taken out. OG get exactly what they came hunting for. So if they can get anything more out of this, Tundra, they've got Fighter and Snake King coming in. They're still with the 3 of OG. Not really a fight that Tundra's going to look to take. Over in the river, Sumail moving in onto 9, but 9, he's out with the TP, nothing to put a stop to it. The Skeeter's gone, so slowing down the Luna's farm. This is going to allow them to just keep that difference between Skeeter's Luna and Sumail's Bristle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
3-3 though, he's now top net worth in the game, and he managed to, either they rotated Bristle back out or he kicked him out, but he took the tower and he's feeling very comfortable. Right now it's all going to be on this bot tower, whether Tundra want to defend.
Oh, they're going to drop the RP here for Fada. They want to play it fast, OG. Now use the big spells here for even the smaller of kills, just to allow them the space to get these objectives taken away, and it will work. The tower will fall. See what they've got going on in the mid here. Snaking and 9 just on the verge of taking out that mid tier 1. They'll get it. Sumail not quite able to get the deny, and Fada knows, dropping him a tip.
9 has his travels finished up. He almost has his level 10, which is a big power spike for the mid Winter Wyvern. Plus 50 damage, not to be understated at all, because you just hit from so far. Thompson's poking bottom.
Nice try for Fada. He's got another step left. And with the Dissimilate, he'll get the job done. That's coming in pretty deep for this 9. He's not going to be able to get a catch on Thompson though. Easily able to step back into the tree line before there's any catch. Thompson backed up once again by Seb. OG continuing to try and take away this jungle. We'll see over towards the mid lane. 33 is in aggressive. The arrow's going to connect in onto Samel from Snaking. Saxa will turn with the Laguna Blade. It's not enough to pop Snaking. Stick charge. Snaking's pretty much back up to full HP. They get in, they get the kill, they get out. OG not able to punish this as of yet. Now looking towards 33 here. Thompson maybe thinking about going for a jump onto Snaking instead, but figuring he doesn't have quite enough control to deal with the sleeping Mirana. OG not able to get a trade back there for losing Saxa. 6 for 5, still close in this early game. I mean, do you feel both teams are happy with this early outcome, or do you think one of the teams is feeling a bit more pressure considering what they need to maybe achieve, time-wise with the draft they have?
To be honest, I think Tundra are the ones who are feeling a bit more happy. I would feel like if you have a Bristleback, Magnus, and Void Spirit core, you would want to put a bit more pressure. I didn't really see Sumail get any of these really huge Ancient stacks I would expect from OG's play first Nigma yesterday. Meanwhile, Luna, even though she had a bit of a rough game, she did get a triple sack on Ancient. She is catching up. And
Seb,
1 second here.
They've found the setup. They're going to drop the curse. Thompson and Sumail are heading over. Seb will be able to get the steer off, but the damage is done. Snaking with the Starstorm takes him out. Thompson jumping straight over to Skeeter, but the Corner Brace comes in place. Doesn't matter. Magic damage from the Dissimilate burst the Luna. As Sumail and Thompson, they'll look to continue to try and chase down for more. Moonlight Shadow's popped. Do either the cores have detection on the front lines? They don't. So the Moonlight Shadow will allow them the safety. Snaking 9 to get away from them. But a big hit back there from OG again. Shutting down Skeeter. Skeeter just getting caught in the action that OG are consistently trying to bring over onto Tundra's half of the map.
And honestly, a bit of a weird TP coming from Skitter there. I feel like he's in the position where all he needs to do this game is sort of catch up. He had the hard lane. His other lanes are doing very well. He doesn't need to come to these weird fights where he might die.
Certainly missing out on some of the timings that he wants to be going for when he gets this Luna pick. They're looking for 33. He's up on the cliff. See if they can find him. They can't. Fudder's able to hold back Seb with the stun. Sumail still looking to try and charge in. Thompson ready to swing him from the side. So if they dive in on this, 9 has got the curse up in 20 seconds. It's not going to be soon enough to save Fudder. Sumail straight in on top of the Nyx Assassin. Take down 1. Not going to quite be able to get the catch on anyone else. Skeeter farming pretty aggressively here on the mid. Feeling confident with a lot of OG showing their faces over on the top half.
9 setting up for getting set up on here.
See Thompson. Has he got enough? Is 9 going to be forced to use the ult to hold him back? And even if he does, TP's still on cooldown. We'll use the curse to buy him a bit of time, and it will be enough to save him. Curse is forced out, but does mean 9 gets out alive.
So right now, OG, they're looking a little bit at what timings they have. I think they felt really strong whenever they had, the double Vanguard or Magnus Bristleback. Well, they're looking to go on some male mid here, though.
I see if they've got the damage for it. Bringing in the whole crew. Sumail is trying to turn and charge out of there, but they've got enough. With the Eclipse coming pounding down onto the Bristleback, they'll take out Sumail. Not enough that the rest of OG, No-Tail and Saxa sitting behind could do to bail Sumail out of that. When Tundra, they're bringing absolutely everything here, making sure that they don't lose any more of these early towers to the aggression of OG, and so far certainly working. 15 minutes in against the high tempo lineup of OG, they've only lost the one tier 1 bottom, holding on to this mid lane.
And you can see 3-3, instead of taking the safe farm at top, he's really positioned himself where OG want to be instead. He's just sort of forming a wall because he's going these tanky items. He has drums, good synergy with the Luna Aura, and a hood. He's very hard to kill right now. That allows Luna and Winter Wyvern to both take better farm on the map. I also want to say that last play, I think it was a really good read by Tundra, because even though Thompson was able to force out Curse Bottom, they knew that he used his teleport scroll to do so. That read on the map, where Thompson can no longer get to mid, means that you can outnumber your opponent. Bristleback did a lot of damage and took a long time to die there, but if you can't get Void Spirit there, it's never going to be a fight for OG.
No, yeah, you need Thompson to be that aggression, to get in, get damage done, whilst Tundra's focusing all their attention onto bringing down Sumail. As of course going for the very Thompson-esque build, the Echo Saber straight into the Deso, making sure that he will have that physical damage to carry. It's top. The setup onto Seb. Fada with the opening, Snaking with the follow-up. Seb is pretty tanky, not tanky enough to withstand the damage from these three. 9 coming in as well with a bit of extra firepower. And straight away, TP's over to the mid lane. Thompson starts to step in aggressively. And by the time he's underneath the tower, Tundra here, OG again having to back off. Tundra just continue to find these opportunities to make plays out on the map, but still get back and still bring together the defense in time.
Ooh, I like this from Thompson. He's gone for the Orba, Corrosion, Echo Saber, and then he's going into the Desolator. So he's identified that they really need to burst down Tundra's heroes. Even into a Winter Wyvern heal, you need to jump them, and they have all physical damage on the other core. So he's sort of doubling down, sort of empowering how much damage they do. That's something OG has always done, right? The damage reduction stacking, the amplification of carry, and in this case, it's like just amplifying your cores by minusing armor on the enemy team.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, these quill sprays are going to hit incredibly hard. As mid lane, OG, they'll finally get away with the tower. Tundra not able to hold on to it any longer as the brute force from OG finally pays off. Thompson continuing to push in, the rest of OG hiding in the back with the smoke. Blink RP ready on Seb to start the action on Tafada. Going to proc the return damage here from the Spike Carapace as they hold back. They want to look for something bigger to jump on, but Tundra, they're not showing any of the other cores here around the mid. Thompson, he'll go back in on Tafada. He has the Vendetta at the ready. Thompson still not quite able to fully catch and kill the Nyx Assassin. OG, they still want action. Samael, Seb, postured aggressively, and they're in! The RP's there, straight in, gets the spider, the babies, everything. As Fada's down, so's the babies, and so's the mama by the looks of it. It's 33 trying to run down the cliff, but he's back in range of the damage from Thompson. Curse comes out from 9. Tundra, can they turn it around? Arrow follow-up, straight down onto the Void Spirit. Thompson and Seb, they are dead. Samael running in on Snaking, but another leap over the cliff line will get him away. No-Tail's got a blast coming in. It's not enough damage. Snaking will live. Now, OG, they make an aggressive move there with Seb. They get 2 kills, a lot of baby spiders, but they lose both Seb and Thompson for that. Not a trade that they'll be too happy with it, and a lot of money as well. That streak of Thompson ended. 9 picks up a nice, tasty bonus of 600 gold.
Ooh, and Tundra, they got the best item for Winter Wyvern here. They got the Grove Bow. We can already see in that last fight. He got the curse off on Thompson, and he 100 to 0'd him alone. It's just one hit from the keel with the Witch's Blade, the curse, one ally hitting. You kill anyone. This Winter Wyvern, as soon as he gets his Aghanims, I think he'll be this huge menace on the map for OG. But OG, they understand this. They don't want to let Tundra get too far ahead. They're going for a Roshan here.
Yeah. 25 seconds until Curse is back up. OG, they want to get this stun before that threat's back in the game. 33 is going to start poking from the side. Could look for a steal here. OG's got to be careful of how quickly they pick the items up. As you know, Tundra's going to look to maybe get in on this snake. He'll drop in an arrow, but he doesn't want to commit with his body. He'll stay outside. OG get the space to finish Roche. Aegis now ready on Thompson. So now it's definitely going to be harder to deal with when it comes to utilizing these ults to burst the cores, especially Thompson. Thompson's going to have a chance to play out the fight with a second life.
And Thompson, he's changed his read on this game. He understood after that last fight that I need to jump this Winter Wyvern. So he's gone for the BKB. He's getting jumped here, though.
And they're going to be able to quickly take that Aegis out of his hands. And pretty much as soon as it's picked up, it's gone. That's the Aegis out of the game. Turner was Fada. Big Laguna coming in before Fada can even get the chance to do anything in return. So they'll delete the Nyx Assassin, and they'll start to try and swing around on the top. In fact, Thompson, he's getting incredibly aggressively onto Snaking, but Snaking managing to jump out of the combo in time. See if they can finish off No-Tail as 9. He certainly can by the looks of it. The damage, the reach, the range here with the Grove Bow. There's no escape from the core Wyvern as No-Tail will slowly and frostily burn.
That Aegis pickup, I think it might be the most influential part of the game for Tundra. Because if they have Aegis, they had Aghanims on Bristleback, they had Aegis on Void Spirit, they could have completely taken over the map. The fact that they don't have Aegis is a huge swing in Tundra's favor.
So Thompson. Little poke on a 33 Fada. They'll find the opening stun. Arrow for Snaking. Beautifully lined up, but they got the damage to take Thompson out before he could jump away. They do. That's Thompson gone. Nine's coming in with the wraparound from the side. Seb's trying to TP out. The damage, it's too much though. Seb down as well. Eclipse ready to go. Skeeter turns. They've taken down all 3 cores here, Tundra. As Fada starts off the fight perfectly, catching Thompson in the trees with the opening stun. And OG, they fall apart entirely there. 3 cores gone. Tundra as you say, you know, a bit of a slowdown to the momentum that they could potentially have, not getting that Roshan and that Aegis, but OG quickly losing the Aegis up top, and then subsequently taking a horrific team fight there. 3 heroes just dead and gone. Tundra hitting hard.
And I think OG right now, they're feeling a bit uncomfortable. That fight was into the enemy triangle, into the vision of Tundra. It was a perfect engagement for Tundra. They have all the vision. They have Wyvern on the high ground where all 3 of your melee cores can't touch him. You don't really have the stun to jump in. And now he's won this fight. He's got his Aghanim Scepter.
22 minutes, yeah.
You know, people don't see this Winter Wyvern core much. But Aghanim Scepter got one of the biggest buffs last patch. Now it gives you 25% move speed. It has great synergy with his booster travel. He's going to be zooming around and untouchable, constantly applying the slow, the percent damage and debuff as it refreshes with the Aghanims. And I don't know how Bristleback or Magnus really walk into fights. They have to kill Winter Wyvern in order to take any sort of engagement against Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, and that's all on Thompson, right? He's the agile hero that can look to make those jumps to get to the back lines. They're coming in with a Moonlight Shadow. They're prepared with the walls, but straight away the curse from 9 comes out. Holds back the offensive here from Thompson. And Seb, they'll still look to get the jump in with the RP. Only going to catch Snaking, though. 9 able to step out to the side in time. Whilst the curse doesn't find anything, neither, of course, does the RP. A couple of ults from both sides. Not achieving much more than a kill on Snaking. 9 still, in fact, hovering around it. He's got Fada with the setup. Spike Carapace catching Seb off guard here as the cleave gets reflected, and Seb,
damage.
He's gone. It's too much here. 9 slowly beating down upon him from pretty much an entire screen away there with the reach that this Wyvern has.
So that's a 2,000 HP hero with Vanguard. And Winter Wyvern, he killed him in like 3 seconds. Like his entire, like the last bit is slower, but he just does so much damage right now. And it's not even just, he has a Broodmother to frontline for him, a Potter multi to sort of hide him away. And as I said earlier, he is going for that Silver's Edge.
He's ready to
they
go
got Lina
again.
as well.
Yep, Saxa getting caught out by Fada. I'll tell you what, they're certainly having struggles with this Nyx Assassin. I mean, sure, Fada's died quite a few times, but a lot of the kills that Tundra's been getting here has been Fada just setting up things, and OG getting caught time and time again off guard by Fada's positioning.
A lot of his deaths is just playing Nyx Assassin. Every time you see a Nyx, he'll always have double digits death, but the impact of this hero has always been so high in all these qualifiers. They smoke up on OG though. They're tired of this little bug.
They want Fada. They really do. They start to lead in onto him. Snakey's going to draw their attention away from it. See if Thompson can come in to finish the kill. He's got the Remnant grab onto Fada. And they'll finally be able to get their... Oh, maybe not. Have they got any further detection? Oh, Fada. They'll step back into the Remnant. But they actually don't on the front of them. They had the sentry down, but nothing else to keep the vision of Fada. Fada's able to walk away there. They pretty much have 4 members of OG up here trying to get a kill, get a catch onto Tundra. They don't get anything at all as Tundra continue to get away with being more efficient across the map. Skeeter now getting huge amounts of space down bottom after a bit of a rough start. A couple of fights that he turned up to a little too early. His game's completely recovered, sitting solidly at the top of the net worth now, taking over that top spot from Samael. And Tundra just increasing this advantage. OG's got a hit with something, but Thompson, he's been caught again. Thompson's out, Snaking and 9 getting the job done.
So yesterday, I learned that Chen was broken, apparently. When OG played it twice against Nigma, it looked absolutely fantastic. I don't know what it did, but they won the games. This game, honestly, Winter Wyvern looks like a completely top-tier hero. I don't know if it's because his lane was good, maybe Thompson had to take the Q at level 1, but 9 has done so much this game. He's even has like this night vision. Arctic Burn gives you night vision. He has a night vision talent, so you can always see your opponents, and he's just doing so much damage. He sets up with a Winter's Curse into an arrow. He's all across the map with travels, and oh, they're catching Nota. Like, Tundra, they're just outplaying OG on the map. They have this wave shove with the Luna illusions and Broodmother summons, and despite Notel going for this very fast recall shard, they're getting picked off everywhere because they can't control their lanes. They don't have enough information and vision.
No, not at all.
Look,
I mean, I
he's
think
knocked the ball. Look at this. One hit on Saxa. Look how much damage he takes.
Look at this. That health just ticked down there.
He's at 25% HP from 2 hits from Winter Wyvern.
Oh, here we go, top. They've found Fada. Fada found them. He'll turn with a stun. This time they'll kill him off. Fada's not getting away with that one.
Good punish by OG there. I mean, most of Fada's deaths have been for the boys, but if you show a lot of heroes bottom, you probably can't push forward in the enemy jungle like that. He does scout out the enemy ward.
Looking for snare as well, but Not quite enough, and now nine's up here.
A couple times there from Thompson where I feel like he's missed out on kills because he's not carrying Dust versus the bottom Nyx.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's certainly happened. It has certainly happened. They've got to be careful up in 9. It's got the curse ready to go. Arcane Rune as well.
And he saw Magnus there with his night vision. Magnus can't see him, but he's just flying around in these trees. What? How do you catch this guy?
Yeah,
look at him.
This sort of, I mean, you've got to get some Tinker Wards out or something. I don't know how you're going to keep eyes on 9 just sneaking around the way he is. He will now show himself to grab the creep wave. Cute little curse is used to try and get out of there, and he's away. The Remnant not quite at the right angle to grab him and stop him from TPing out as 9 who are living on the edge. But he does do exactly that. He lives. He's out. He's back in the action. 33. Getting chased down. Seb looking for the skewer back. Won't quite be able to get the scoop on 33 though. 33 steps to the side. OG not able to get a grab on any of the members of Tundra. As Tundra are able to regroup safely underneath the tower. They'll even pop a smoke here. Maybe seeing if they can get a jump back on OG.
Did they understand that they have bottom lane pushing, they have mid lane pushing? OG is going to have to split up here. They do have the Caudal recall, so the split up means a little bit less, and I think they realize that. They don't want to go too far just because of Caudal's recall. Also, even on the Bristleback, who has, you know, he's a traditionally very tanky hero. He has Bristleback, he has Hood, and Vanguard. One hit from 9 did about a quarter of his HP in that fight. It's a lot of damage, and now he's picked up the level 20 talent. He's slowing them for 52% from Arctic Burn and 25% from Witch's Blade. So you're moving at like 130 move speed when you play versus Winter Wyvern. You can never touch him.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard to get on top of 9. Thompson, he's got to start the fight on him, but the question is, even if Thompson gets the grab on him, whether Thompson really does anywhere near enough damage to take 9 out on his own. He's got to have some quick follow-up, and that's hard to do with the heroes that OG has. 9 having a lot of space to play his game, and we're seeing it so far. 5-1 and 6 on the mid Winter Wyvern. Looking very strong.
So from OG's perspective, if they can jump Winter Wyvern... Oh, Fadas, he's breaking another smoke here.
Another backup. There's an arrow in onto Samael. Start to see 9 poking in on Samael. Killed off Fada. Samael down to half HP, and Skeeter straight in with the Eclipse. Samael's got to step up to the high ground. Thompson's in with the Astral, steps onto Snake King, but the Cold Embrace keeps the Mirana safe. Thompson's having to back out for the remainder of this BKB. Over on the high ground here, 33 keeping eyes on Samael. Tundra, they're trying to close in on this. OG attempting to back off Seb. He's going to get back in with the 2-man RP. Light Strike Ray down onto the 2 cores. The catch is there. Seb with the RP. Is it enough to turn it around though? Skeeter's still able to get the BKB off, and it's still OG that's having to run. Samael goes down. Will buy back on the Bristle. There's Thompson. He's getting low, jumping back in aggressively with the Dissimulate to kill off the Spider. Seb, he's going to be off the mark with the Skewer. Won't be able to get the catch onto Weaver 33 and Snaking. As Snaking's able to leap over the walls of the Roche Pit back to safety. Buyback comes out from 9 with Roche up. Tundra, they want to make sure that OG do not have the space to take this Samael. He's got to be careful. He bought back for this. They've got to keep their Bristleback safe. There's already with the hits of the Arctic Burn. Samael down to half HP. The curse comes out to hold them back, giving them the space to focus on towards Thompson. Thompson with the Stimulate jumps over to the side, but the Lucid Beam comes out. Thompson goes down. There'll be a buyback here from No Tail. Seb's out. Seb's got a buyback as well. It's a triple kill from 9. The damage from this Wyvern is too much for OG. Samael trying to run. The stun's there from Fada. Samael will fall. That's a dieback on the Bristle. Out of the game for nearly 2 minutes. OG will be able to clean up 33 and Fada in return. But they've got the buybacks. OG's 2 cores, Thompson and Samael, they do not. Tundra's back in with 5. OG's only got 3 to play with.
Look at 9. He's chasing down Seb.
Oh yeah, they just cannot get anywhere close to this Wyvern. Seb screwing out back to safety. Snaking, chasing them back to their base. Giving all the space that Tundra needs to be able to step into this pit and claim this big second Roshan for themselves, get themselves the Aegis, Cheese, and Shard, with OG unable to do anything about it.
So 9 bought back, and I think that means they're going to give him the Aegis. But I actually think Luna should take this Aegis anyways. Okay, so they do give it to Luna, because I think Luna's the one who's going to hit the high ground. 9, because he used that buyback, it just means he has to play a little bit more safe. Last fight, we saw this amazing RP come up from Seb. It caught both the 1 position and 2 position of Tundra out, but it just wasn't enough. 9 popped that buyback, and then there's nothing left to jump him. Thompson died, the RP was expended, and I don't know how much damage he did during that fight, but it had to be like in the mid-thousands.
So the move's going to be from Tundra now. They've got the just ready to go. Skeeter very close also to the Satanic. Mid Thompson's been caught out. He's straining and he's gone. He's out of the game. No buyback on Thompson. Once again, just being caught out by these stuns from Tundra, Snaking and Fada each and every time. Making Thompson have a pretty rough one here. Another death on the Void Spirit, and that will give Tundra the space to take a fair few of these tier 2s, if not all of them, away from OG.
But OG, they sort of also identified the problem in their team fight. You can see Seb, he's gone for an unusual item in the 8th lens. He actually does this a lot in pubs, but you don't see it much from other Magnus players. He just wants to play solely for the skewer. That extra 250 range, 225 range, getting them into your tier 4s and taking the best fight that you can.
Oh,
Skitter!
Skeeter! Oh goodness, nearly being able to 100 to 0 him, but not quite able to do so. 9 just comes in for the sidelines, curse it down, catches No-Tail, catches Saxa. That's the 2 supports out, no buybacks available. Sure, they brought down Skeeter once, but this was part of the plan for Tundra. It's why they gave him the Aegis. He's able to frontline it in, head over towards Samael. Is 4 dead. Samael just getting absolutely hammered down by the Eclipse and the damage from 9. As that's a team wipe here. Tundra, they've got the space to push in onto this top racks now. Fortification will come out, but OG, they'll have Thompson back up in 5 seconds, but everybody else out for nearly a minute. No buybacks available, and Tundra, they know it. Straight over to the tier 4s. GG is called. Nothing to be done here by OG as Tundra will take this game 1 with such spectacular stuff as the 9 Midwinter Wyvern, as they're going to be pretty happy with this one. Tundra pretty much out-creativitying the creativity you usually expect from OG here, Howie.
Yeah, and yesterday, when I watched OG games, I had to ask if Chen was broken. But this game, honestly, like Winter Wyvern, as you already mentioned, 9, what happened that game? How much damage did he do? He did 34k damage when the Nyx highest on his team was 17k. Yeah. He did over double the Nyx hero, and it's not like he was just farming. He was active everywhere. Every time he pokes an OG hero, they basically had to go back to base. He just did so much, and my goodness, that is terrifying.
I mean, for OG, after this game 1, what do you think the reaction is going to be like? How do you stop this from happening? I mean, are there sort of better heroes, better ways to draft to not allow a hero like the Wyvern to come into the mid and have the impact that it did have here, like things that they were missing this time? Or is this a case where you do have to look at that sort of performance and say, well, we just don't want to play against that?
Well, you definitely should be scared of 9's Winter Wyvern, but I don't want them to overreact. You should feel like, okay, we had 2 strength cores on the side lane, and Void Spirit sort of had an unfortunate mid lane. If we had different heroes, like maybe this hero isn't as strong as you think. It's very easy to over-index on a loss and just be really results-oriented, but OG has always been good at identifying what was the real problems in the game, and maybe they'll just like, oh, maybe we should just beat this hero next time.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they're indeed able to pick themselves up coming into game 2. As for game 1 of this best of 3, Tundra, they come in hitting hard. They'll start this series off with the advantage. 1 up at the moment to Tundra.
You'll love to see it. Tundra take the first game of this best of 3 against OG here in the upper bracket finals. We're watching the Western European TI10 qualifiers, by the way. And both of my panelists, both Trent and Milan, did not believe. They did not believe in the 9 Winter Wyvern or the 33 Broodmother for that matter. Milan, please explain yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nine. I did not see much of this, but I don't think Nine will get to play much of a winter in this tournament. I know AOI said that they had 2 strength cores and such thing, but it really doesn't seem the balance. Like it's just the Aghanims is just it's way too much damage, and there is not many things you can do against it. So I don't think he's gonna play it that much more in this tournament.
It's gonna get banned, Trent.
It was enjoyable to watch, I guess. That's it, huh? We're just done? I don't know. I feel like they'll leave it in. I don't know if they'll end up playing it again. To me, I was just mostly surprised that the Broods lane went so well. That was the part that really shocked me, and I think that's a huge part of this game. Like, to me, my takeaway from that game is, like, I don't want to deal with this Brood anymore. Because if we put that up against it, and his lane still went fine, and he got that tower at a decent timing, then what is going to stop it?
I mean, Brood, no matter what, is kind of gonna get his things done. Like, that's how people actually look at the good Broods. They're gonna do their thing, but it's like, at that 20-25 minute mark, do you have the lineup that cares about Brood? Do you have like 2 spider killers that gonna protect your supports? That's what kind of matters. And I think the biggest problem with the Winter Wyvern is the flexibility. He can be played mid, he can be played 5, he can be played 4. As a matter of fact, you can put him in mid, carry and offlane if your players are capable. Like, this hero is way too big of a enigma for like you to deal with. Like, what they pick it, I cannot counter it. It can go anywhere, and it will do the job anyway. But I think it's it's strongest at the core, because he can be both defensive and offensive power. When he's playing as 5, he's mostly like this defensive power.
Mm-hmm.
I want to give a special shout out to the man on your screen right now, Fada. He played Nyx Assassin. He was definitely the meat shield of the team. At some point, OG was sitting on 13 kills in total, and 8 of those were on Fada. He was definitely able to, as they call it, tank the gank multiple times and use that vision to his advantage. I mean, speaking of vision as well, that's another thing. Winter Wyvern, with that extra night vision, I feel like vision... It was, and then also with the Brood, of course, with the Spiderlings, it was all in Tundra's hands this game. Like, the vision game was totally theirs, Milan.
Yeah, at the night time, it was so hard for OG to fight. The Luna plus Winter plus, like, the Brood Spiders, like, they have all the informations. They can pick and choose where they go, and especially against the lineups like Magnus, like, he needs people to climb down. He needs the vision advantage, and quite the opposite, where Winter can always ulti 2 people. Like, it's so hard for OG was in a really tough spot in the mid game.
They were indeed, and they're now 1 game down in this best of 3. We're gonna find out how they're gonna claw themselves out of this one, or if perhaps Tundra will once again get another 2-0 in the upper bracket. We'll see you soon for game 2. Well, will we see Winter Wyvern banned this time or back in action on the side of Tundra, or perhaps with an eye pick from OG? We're going to find out. We're ready for game number 2 of this upper bracket finals, Western European DPC League. Not DPC League, but TI10 qualifiers is more important than the DPC League, because in the DPC League, both of these teams didn't do too hot. Actually, neither of these teams has seen the major this season or previous season for that matter. So them being here in this upper bracket finals is pretty darn exciting. I'm here with Milan and with Trent. And Trent, I mean, these two teams, them being in the upper bracket finals, were you expecting that going into this qualifier?
Based off of the bracket, yeah, I think so. Oh. I mean, it could have been Nigma. I had OG pegged a little bit higher than Nigma personally. I just kind of felt like OG were going to come in and do their thing. So, and then Liquid, of course, is the ultimate wild card. They're the team that will either win the group stage or lose the group stage at every tournament. So, yeah, this is not as surprising as I think some people may want it to be. I don't know. Tundra look good. They're very scary players.
How about you, Milan? Were you always a believer?
I had a lot of inside info, so it's like we scrimmed a lot of these teams, and my top 4 were OG and Liquid were first 2, and then Nigma and Tundra. I think Tundra third, but I expected Liquid to be much harder, but they're kind of they're getting there. But I think OG was my number 1 seed. And like we played them a bit, and they were very hot. They do this good shape of chaos. That's how I would describe them. The good shape of chaos, and they were onto it. You know, they would just fight us non-stop, like in their best days. And I was like, oh, these guys are back. You know, watch out.
Yeah, definitely, but back, it seemed, at least up until that previous game we just watched, because you know, your former team, Tundra, they've been crushing it here with this Winter Wyvern, Winter Wyvern mid. But do you feel like that win that we just witnessed, was that the combination of the Brood Winter Wyvern, or do you feel like the level of play of Tundra in general, they'll be able to keep up with OG and go toe-to-toe regardless of their draft?
For sure, the capability of players is no question. Like Skita, 9, these are all not 3-3. All 5 of them are extremely talented players, and I think no matter what the heroes, they're up toe-to-toe to these players. But yeah, I think when all 4 of these big teams, they're all like skill-based, very close to each other. It's gonna come down to the draft. It's gonna come down to momentum. It's gonna come down to a strategy. You know, if you pick the strongest hero in meta and all the skill levels are the same, you're gonna win. Just based on that.
It's very simple. So I mean, just pick the right heroes, Trent. I think we're gonna have the draft in front of us very soon. But pick the right hero sounds very simple. We did have.
Turns out the right hero might be Chen and Wyvern, so I commit Wyvern.
Who saw that coming?
Not that simple quite yet.
The spider is gone.
We do have the spider is banned out. The ancient apparition still removed as well, meaning the viper is left in the pool. That was the hero that OG banned out previous game, and the Io and axe removed. Previously we had the axe and the gyro removed. on the side of Tundra, so they switch it up a little bit as well. First pick goes away with Tundra. Radiant side for Tundra once again. Dire for OG.
Mirana. It's a
never
good
go wrong
hero.
with it.
It's a good hero.
I mean, you're the Mirana specialist, right? Have you is there anything that you don't like playing against as a Mirana?
Oh yeah, there's few annoying heroes, but I did, as I said, they're just uncomfortable. There's no real counter to Mirana, especially like countering support it's not really where you want to go. And OG goes to their second strat, right? I talked about this before the game one. They have two strats that they showed so far. I'm sure they have many more, but one is Magnus, the other is Alchemist. And now their Magnus got beaten. Now I'll just do the Lion Alchemist, and they do the Terrorblade for Skater. Like these teams, they knew this is coming. Like they knew they're gonna pick a TB if this comes out, and I'm curious how it's gonna pay off. They immediately banned the draw. Like this is also like a go-to OG hero. I'm wondering
the TB too, like the piercing and everything.
There's one forgotten Thompson hero that we have seen in this qualifier, but not for OG. It's the Arc Warden. The Thompson is the Arc Warden specialist.
Oh,
It's
please
really...
no. I've seen some games on that Arc Warden that I don't really want to.
And Arc Warden has a good matchup on TV. That's why I'm mentioning it.
Wait, does he still have Rune Fusion as his eggs?
No.
Okay, good.
Maybe. I don't.
I actually don't remember what his eggs
I know
is
his
now.
shard is pretty dumb. Oh, the Wyvern is gone. That's an easy ban.
Wyvern removed. I guess no real surprise there. But this is also something that Tundra was expecting to have happen, so I bet they have something new up their sleeves as well.
I forgot, it's the second Spark Wraith now. Yeah. So you get Spark Wraith, and then another one sits there, and then it activates in 3. Oh, jeez. And then we didn't even have that back the last time we had those massive Arc Warden games. I mean, obviously the other regions are getting their 100-minute Arc Warden games right now, so...
I mean, we have our 100-minute
thanks.
games that just don't include an Arc Warden, making them maybe a little bit more exciting. You know, the Liquid Chicken Fighters earlier today. It definitely was a little bit of a brawl. We have got a Terrorblade in the game, so my standard question then is, do you, as Tundra, want to ban out the PL? Or is there any other carry that you're worried about, as they do seem to be targeting the carry heroes in the second ban phase?
I might think about Thompson heroes instead, because I feel like a lot of his specialty heroes are kind of annoying for a Terrorblade, like the Zeus, maybe some sort of Pugna shenanigans here too, depending. Could see something like that.
Zeus is one of the hardest mid counters, but the Tundra is looking through the eyes of which hero that gets an Axe at minute 12 is the best carry against the Terrorblade. The Drow and Slark, these are two that they did before, and these are two the good ones. And PL Axe is a bit underwhelming. It's not as strong.
It's not game changing.
I'm thinking about the Gyro doesn't really have a good matchup on the Terrorblade, but with the Axe, with the flexibility of it being mid and carry for OG, I think we might see OG pick up the Gyro. It's also one of the better carries versus Mirana, at least in lane. Mirana hates. Yeah, sorry.
What about the Tinker?
Mirana hates the carry that can help on side lane. When you're laning and then in the woods, the Gyro just comes and pushes rocket on you, and then you cannot out-trade the support, and that's where Mirana excels the most. And he hates it. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, sorry, I'm done. Sorry.
It's okay. The other Axe carries that OG's gone for, that I have not yet picked up for in terms of which heroes they like when they have the Alchemist, is Medusa. They give her early Axe. We've seen during the DPC season also the Monkey King and Void Spirit attempted, which are also all still in the pool.
The Ember too.
They go for Lash.
The Ember as well. Yeah.
They pre-planned the Lash Oracle. The Lash Oracle is one of the strongest Oracle combinations with Huskar and DP, and they are gonna last pick the Thompson here. I'm pretty sure. The Thompson doesn't play Lash Rock. I literally never saw him play Lash. This is Sumail hero, and Alchemist is 7.
He plays Oracle. Doesn't he?
He does play the Oracle, but I don't think they'll go that far.
Not with the new Scepter, unfortunately.
I'm just curious, what is the mid hero that really...
We got Ember, Tinker, and Zeus, right? They all have really
good
eggs.
But he doesn't play Tinker. He doesn't play Tinker.
Well,
and
we don't think.
No, I mean,
it's such a miracle hero. Shouldn't he play Tinker?
A Miracle plays Tinker, not Thompson.
Play?
Miracle does play, but Thompson no. Thompson, he's a Zoo specialist, and they need like. They still need the Arcs here. What does Lash? I mean, I kind of know what Lash
Miracle should play
do,
it too,
but...
guys. All right, I'm just saying. Yeah, maybe Thompson, I guess, since he is the one playing in this game, will be the one we'll talk about. It's a pretty good idea.
We got a Tidehunter coming out, so that will be most likely our 33 hero. And that reminded me, for some reason, Tide and TA are linked in my mind together. Crazy things. But the TA and the Invoker are both still in the pool. We saw them banned out very early on. So for both of these mids, heroes that they really like. So both Nine and Thompson get their pick. Last overall pick goes the way of OG. So they get a little bit of an edge there, if I'm calculating correctly.
Mm-hmm. I think it should be the Zeus ban from the Tundra, and the other ban. I mean, I'm seeing the Dora buff says it's Arc Warden. Arc Warden. I'm feeling the Arc Warden for Thompson. Depends on what they pick mid for 9. Like that's gonna give a lot of info for the OG. Like
all right, so let's say that you're thinking about that Arc Warden. What should 9 take to try and like dissuade Thompson from going that route?
They need something to like help on backlines, like catching these oracles and lions. So they might think of like Void Spirit themselves, or like something that's gonna follow up on a Ravage and just kill. I mean, there's Lion, and you're like, oh, I don't want to pick a Spirit into Lion, but there's Abaddon. Like you have this margin of error where you get stunned, he gets removed, you pop your Dissimulate or whatever, and then you still do your job. Or there's like a counter Ravage that makes you live through this first disables. So I think they will go for a Void Spirit on Tundra. It's very 9 special hero. Another one of many of them.
The silence is so good this game too.
Yeah, that's the goal. Just get the eggs and kill the Oracle and Lion, and then the fight is gonna play itself out.
Well, they ban out the Pugna and the Pango as the last 2 bans for Tundra, and we'll see what OG chooses to remove, because if they came to the same conclusion as you, obviously we'll see that Void Spirit removed. But they're taking their time, and they still have plenty of time. OG is definitely one of the faster drafting teams, meaning they've got a lot of bonus time left at the end to think about what they're gonna do with their last ban and their last pick.
They ban the pack. It's the same idea, and it might be even more signature for now in the pack. And it's a very, very annoying hero to deal with. And yeah, I know Arc Warden has a good matchup on pack a bit, so that might mean that
you still believe in it.
I really don't. They kind of need a Terrorblade solution. This Lash is not good enough. It helps, but they still need Ember, Zeus, or Arc Warden. Depends. There's still an Ember, the Thompson signature.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes
Razor.
the Razor.
Dead. So that's not a leading stun though. That's kind of interesting. It does follow up well on Ravage, but that means that they don't really have arrow setup other than like Ravage.
Snake needs no setup.
Yeah, the good Mirana players don't need it. Is the thing with the Razor?
Arrow Mirana, dude. He's to steal your camps, Mirana. That's all he does.
The Razor 23 is very hard to counter. Razor is one of the hardest heroes to counter mid. Like what counters Razor? Like Sniper and Queen of Pain. These heroes are not popular. So like now you're in this position where you need to counter a Terrorblade to win the game, but you cannot pick a hero that's gonna get dumpster on Razor. Then you're not gonna have an impact anyway. So it doesn't matter that your hero is good against Terrorblade. So the Tundra are putting themselves in a very good position here in the draft. I really like it.
And up 1 game. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, so is Arc Warden playable though? You look at this like it looks pickable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Milan with the foresight. Love it.
One in the book.
That means you have to go for them now. That is the rule. I hope you're aware.
Yes, that is kind of the rule. Do you feel like this Arc Warden is still good enough for them to take this game then? Force a 3rd game out?
It's really hard to tell. If I knew what Lash Aghanim's do, I could say, but otherwise I think I need to go with Tundra this game. Like 3-3, it's hard to bet against 3-3 Tidehunter and Skitter Turblade. Yeah.
And Snake King Mirana. I mean, this would be what,
Snake
5
King
games
Mirana.
in a row. Four wins straight. Snake King Mirana.
He watched
Tide
all my
Mirana's
replays, man.
favorite
I can
lane.
tell.
Like, damn, they are definitely feeling it. Oh man, they actually have like all their signature heroes here. This is great, except for Razor. Razor's whatever, but
Everybody plays Razor. I mean, Skeeter. This will be Skeeter's 4th game of Terrorblade also, and the Razor. Razor's Nah.
all right, I'm not jumping ship. I'll stick with OG. I believe
Really?
in the OG prep. They've got their Alchemist. It's a strat for a reason. Soxa is just gonna, get perfect hexes the entire game, and they'll just win. It's fine.
Okay, well, I think we wouldn't be opposed to that. It means we will get a 3rd game to this series, but let's find out what's going to happen. We're finding out together with Odie Pixel and AUI.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, game 2 between Tundra and OG, and indeed, as Trent says, we're getting pretty much both teams' bread and butter here, Owie. So sort of what's your read from these 2 drafts that we've got? Not too many surprises really when it comes to who's playing what. A lot of very familiar heroes.
Yeah, I think both teams sort of knew exactly what was going to happen in this draft, and I always love when that happens because it means that it's sort of a clash of ideas between both teams. If you go in and both of you are picking your best stuff, knowing what the opponent's going to pick, you're saying your ideas are specifically better about the game than theirs are. And I think that's what's going to happen this game. We'll see who has the better ideas, who is left, who is right.
I mean, and in your mind, looking at this, whose idea do you prefer?
I personally prefer Tundra's idea here, actually. I don't think that the Aghanims from Alchemist has as high impact on the heroes from OG. Maybe the Arc Warden one is really good. It basically doubles your Spark Wraith, which I've never seen it, which is why I can't say, but I could imagine that being really strong, being hard to run into, and then you put a lot of Spark Wraiths, you farm them out with Alchemist, and you eventually outscale them, or something like that. I also want to mention, the draft was really cool this game, because there's just a lot of sort of prophylactic picks where they're going to pick Mirana, so you pick Alchemist, and then they're going to pick Terrorblade, so you pick Lion with it, right? It's like preempting the move. And you saw sort of this individual metagame in this game specifically, where everyone knew who each other was going to pick, and they still picked the heroes into it.
I mean, and you talk about sort of the Ags potential for Thompson. I mean, the Ags Leshrac, is that not, do you think, what they're looking towards as maybe an idea to easily, deal the damage rather early on with the amp up that Nihilism is going to provide against some of these cores, like a Terrorblade who's not really going to want to have a BKB too early in the game?
I could see it working, actually, specifically as you mentioned versus Terrorblade. He won't want to buy BKB, and I think it does turn Leshrac. Does it turn Leshrac ethereal? I don't know if it does. I've never actually bought the item because it's not something I've personally explored.
Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, right? Because it's turning everyone around your ethereal.
Yeah, but they can remove it with the Abaddon shield is the thing.
That's true. Actually, that is, well, yeah. Yeah, that is true, actually. Fada's moves could be pretty big this game against that. So if indeed it is about an Ags Rush on the Lesh, yeah, Tundra do have a way to deal with that. You're absolutely right.
So I just don't know again.
Yeah.
It's not something I have enough info to confidently say. I would say it's probably best on the Arc Warden, but so far they've given all the Aghanims to Sumail, just sort of accelerated his gameplay. What I've usually liked from OG, how they use the Alchemist, is they always accelerate their carry with it. I don't feel that Leshrac really accelerates his game in the same way a Monkey Kings or a Drow Rangers would.
No, well, we'll see what sort of idea they have got going for the Mirror OG. As we say, definitely it's going to be played into some of Tundra's finest in terms of heroes that they've just been winning consistently with. A big one being the Skeeter Terrorblade. OG's got to have a solid answer to it.
In bot lane, Skitter, he's picked this Terrorblade specifically versus Alchemist because of Acid Spray. He has 9 armor right now. Acid Spray does way less than it did. Last time OG was playing this, they played it versus Spectre and an Axe against a Viking. It had huge impact in the lane. I would say it won both its lanes there. I don't think it's going to be the same versus Terrorblade.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And when you sort of look towards the 2 big cores of both sides, how does the timings of an Arc Warden clash or compare with that you expect to reach as a Terrorblade? Like, what sort of different portions of the game are we going to see these heroes, hit each other the hardest?
So this was a huge matchup during the KL Major. It was the 3 carries there were Terrorblade, Arc Warden, and Morphling. And what happened in that major was actually people would start running Terrorblade mid, it was Ramses and Arteezy specifically, against Arc Warden. And you would actually win that matchup because you had illusions to tank Arc Warden spells and you just out-CS them with meta. They didn't go to opt for that for Tundra this game, but what that sort of taught me, that meta, was that Terrorblade does have a tempo advantage against Arc Warden if you can have a really good lane. I do think he's going to have that this game, so if you can get something like Dragonlance, SMY, some BKB, even a Blink Dagger at some point, we could see Tundra going for like a lot of tempo and trying to end this game.
Absolutely, yeah. And for 6, what have we got?
Sorry, I just clicked on 3-3. I think he's starting no items into a Helm of Iron Will Rush.
And he's gotten away with it, I'll tell you.
So
yeah,
he's going to go for Dominator first, which is really good because it allows him to push Leshrac out of lane. I was thinking at the start of this game that I'm a bit worried because Leshrac should have a good timing against Tidehunter. Once you hit 6 or even level 5 with the Edict, you can push him out of lane and Tidehunter doesn't really have any counterplay. However, the Helm of the Dominator completely nullifies it because the armor works against Edict, which is a huge deal, and Leshrac can't stand against the creep. This is a really cool idea coming out from 3-3. He always has some fresh ideas about Dota. I love it.
I mean, he absolutely does. We saw it in the other series again, the other day against Liquid, right? Again, where they're 11k down. He was also playing the Tide. He goes for the Aghanims first time, plays a huge part in turning it around, holding from the high ground, and as you say here, once again, doing something a little different that could have pretty big impact quite early on in this match.
And I think the cool thing about it is just how pre-thought and how well thought out the ideas are. In that Tidehunter game that you mentioned, he went 4-1-4. So he is thinking about that build since level 8. Like, that's so much earlier in the game than what you would expect. And it ends up... I honestly think that build ended up winning them the game in the end. Like, it stalled so much. I'm curious to see how this Helm will work as well, because he is having a pretty good lane, even with Mirana sort of roaming to the enemy jungle here.
No, absolutely is. And to tell you, he's not having a pretty good lane. Bottom lane, Seb and Saxa. They are getting bullied pretty heavily by Fada. Fada continues to just sort of run the two of them out of the lane. They're having to pop a lot of regen. Saxa having to take the walk back to base. As Fada doing an excellent job of just securing Skeeter all the space in the world. There's not going to be any early pressure on this Terrorblade. Same to be said for Sumail. Both side lane position ones getting good farm right now. The mid matchup, 22 for 7 on 9 against the 15 for 1 for Thompson. They might have him actually this time. Skeeter with the Metamorphosis, a few hits. You get another one in. They look at a dive. Miscalling the shield, not enough. Skeeter's trying to cut through the trees to find him. Won't be able to get the vision though. So Seb will live. Very low on the regen. Sax has come back into the lane, has brought a salve with him. So we'll be able to top Seb back up. So Seb can remain down here.
I also want to mention that 9 is having a fantastic lane versus Arcord in the middle. There's even a Marauder roaming on him here.
Whoa. Thompson having to juke the arrow. We'll keep him alive. I say that. Snake King's in, leaping forward. He's looking for Thompson. Needs a couple more hits though. Thompson starting to salve up, sneaking around the tree line. Snake King, he's not going to have enough damage in the tank to finish him off. Still has one leap left to try and break away from the two of them. But Thompson, he's got the Flux skilled, and they've got the nuke damage with the Purifying Flames. They will be able to punish Snake King for diving in deep. And of course, at the same time, down bottom, OG, they heal up, they're able to strike back, and they do manage to get farther out of the lane.
Yeah, and in both lanes, the Tundra support sort of going down. Both in lanes that they're already winning. They're going for Seb here, though. They pop on the shield.
The shield damage from Fada, it blows him up. Saxon will turn with the Hex. See if they can run him down.
They can run him down, they have boots.
They've got a shield as well if they want to look to dive the tower, and they do. Skeeter shielded up by Fada, they're in. And Tundra, they'll hit back just as hard, getting the revenge there for losing Fada earlier in the matchup.
I was going to say that it's a huge deal to get kills in lanes where you're losing, but Tundra immediately strike back, and they're not done yet. They're going on to mid here.
Yeah, this aggression here. Straight on to Thompson. Thompson continues to have No Tail stand by his side. Fada's swinging over. They'll get in, they'll land the slow here with the reach of the field. They'll take out Thompson, they'll take out No Tail. Double kill for 9 in the mid lane as Tundra, already just 5 minutes in, making huge moves across the map. They're at a 2k lead. OG's not ready for this pace.
And this is a completely different answer than what we saw from Viking against OG's Alchemist. In that series, Alchemist was free farming. This one, Skitter, I mean, it's not like Alchemist is getting full zone from the lane or something, but he's almost doubling up. Oh, 9.
He gets another one, enough mana with the one charge to get another plasma field off. I mean, 9 already starting off 6 minutes in, 3 kills here for the mid lane Razor.
He's really beasting it, and Razor is actually a hero that can take over the game. We were talking about this Terrorblade versus Arc Warden matchup, but something that completely breaks that is if Aghanim's BKB Refresher Razor just runs in at the Arc Warden. There's nothing to prevent Arc Warden from getting got on. Even Oracle save. Oh my god. He just solo killed him, or?
No, Snake's in. He has the illusion on him.
Okay, it's illusion. Okay, that's great.
I mean, yeah, Skeeter picking up kills whilst he's chilling, hitting the creeps in the lane, thanks to that illusion being sent over to back up Snaking's move. I mean, this is looking pretty rough, Howie. We're 7 minutes in. They're at a 3k lead as Tundra, they're popping off big time very quickly to start with Thompson mid. He's trying to TP out. Have they got enough damage? They don't. Thompson will manage to get his main self back to the base. And still, it's back to the base. It's going to be time off the map for Thompson as Thompson continues to have a slow start. Samael, he's come over with the rotation. See if he has enough damage to take down 9. He doesn't! A terrible rotation there from Samael will cost him his life. 9 gets another kill. No-Tail's running up to the high ground. 9, he's going to look to chase this down. 33 turns with the Helm of the Dawn Wildwing Ripper to rip No-Tail's life away from him.
Have you ever seen those videos of like a Ogre Magi pretending to be a neutral creep? And then he stuns the enemy when they come to farm it, because that's what 3-3 just did with the Swallowing Ripper. It was just in the jungle. It's pulling random ways away from OG. Last time OG played Leshrac and Alchemist, they had like 4 times 3 stacks in their jungle for them to accelerate. But Tundra, they're just playing at such a high pace that OG supports aren't able to do this. They're running them over on the map.
They really are. And there's a lot of supports to run over with sort of the start that they're having on the Alk and the Arc Warden. They've got kind of 4 supports going at the moment, OG. They're falling behind big time.
Ooh, I just thought Tidehunter, I think part of what he can do with his creep as well is he can just stack ancients from himself. I think it's something 3-3 would do. And it's they're Moonlight Shadowed onto Thompson here, just taking over the enemy triangle.
I mean, where are OG going to get the space to get their farm on these cores now?
You have to kill the Tundra heroes. If you don't kill them, they're going to run at you too much. And here they go. They're going on to Skitter here. Do they have damage though?
Let's see, Skeeter. He has got enough for the 1 charge in a Sunder. See if he gets it off. 1's popped. And it's not actually quite got enough mana for the Sunder as of yet. We'll step to the side. And he's going to be fine. Saxa taking down to the damage of the urn. The illusions are out. Skeeter, he's going to be able to pick up a kill on Saxa. Samael at the same time dying to 9. Was that a solo kill by 9 in the mid lane with the help of the Dark Troll Summoner? In fact, from the Helm of the Dawn that 33's playing with from across the map. I mean, this is just a pure highlight reel for Tundra.
Oh my god. The plays they're making are so cool too. Like who Leshrac versus Razor. If he runs at you, you know, you can TP out. He has no cancel. But 3-3, he's just adding on to his teammate's play. Suddenly there's 1 creep mid. It changes the dynamic of the matchup, and Tundra, they're putting pressure on all 3 lanes right now.
OG CPing in for the defense in mid. Now they've got the 3 of them. They've got to be careful with Samael though. Samael was the only core that was really having a good start. He's come to mid twice and died 2 times to 9. They will get the catch on Snake King. They've got the damage with the 3 of them. 9 trying to poke back in onto Saxa, but he won't head up to the high ground. So OG, they'll get themselves a kill. They need a lot more than that, though, to recover the deficit they're at right now.
That's a very important kill. Anytime you're behind like this, the only way you can sort of move forward on the map is if enemy heroes are dead. Because Snake King is dead, you know, you can sort of, you see Thompson, he can push a little bit further bottom. Maybe Alchemist can farm a little bit more. I mean, Tundra, they're so far ahead that they're still oppressive, but it's a good start for OG to try to come back.
OG's got to be very cautious. We've seen Tundra dive past this tier 1 many times before. Samael, I don't know how safe he is standing as close as he is here. The slow comes out from the plasma field. Dark Troll Summoner. He's going to get the setup on him. They're just running him down. Under the tier 2, Samael will be safe enough for now. But falling very low. They'll have the space and aggression to push down the tier 1. Arrow coming in from the side, snaking. He lands the hit onto No-Tail. Can't get past Samael though. So No-Tail will be fine. Well, at least for now, I say that 9 and Fada, they're still looking to get him past the tier 2, and they will. Plasma field out, 9 sweeps by, picks up another kill. 7-0-1 now. As 9 continues to pop off, playing with the momentum that he built up in that game 1. Bottom lane, Thompson trying to get in onto Skeeter, but underneath the tower, easy time for backup to come in from Tundra. Actually doesn't need to. 9 holds back on the TP, maybe sees instead a chance to get the wraparound in from the side. Won't go for it though. Thompson having Samael and Saxa by his side. They won't look to poke at this Tundra. Snaking. We'll find Seb's courier though passing by on the top half of the jungle. And 33 with the pressure will now be able to take this tier 1 tower away without OG being able to do anything to hold it.
So Tundra have taken both the mid tower and the enemy safe. They're just running into the jungle.
Seb, and he can't get out of this. He tries to TP, but the Yules is there. I mean, this Razor just completely taking over the game here with the way that Tundra are, as a team, are just enabling Nine's aggression. I think it was sort of Milan who talked about the strength of the 23rd pick Razor in a draft, and Nine certainly showing that here. He's having a pretty free game.
Yeah, and OG, they do get some compensation. They managed to get this bot tower. I was actually trying to make a point that you've opened up the map by taking the mid and safe lane tower away from OG. But Tundra, they were already next level, making the move as the tower falls. Seb, he's not really expecting that, because usually it's more systematic, methodical, and slow. Tundra, they're just zooming around, and they've already killed him as the tower's going down.
Bottom, Thompson. He's got to look to get out of it. He's going to go for the TP out, but the damage is done. Skeeter with the illusions of the Metamorphosis will take Thompson out before he can get away.
Ooh, and this is how you want to play Terrorblade. Oh, mid lane though, they're going on to 9 here. This is a big kill if they can get it.
I mean, Nine's pretty tanky. He's got the Yules as well to keep himself safe. They're ready to turn. Snaking will get fingered here by Saxa, but Saxa still falls. Nine charges in over towards Samael. The link going as well. Samael's got to step out to the side. Seb has not got any damage to turn back in onto the two of them. He's trying. I don't know how much he's going to achieve from getting a few hits on this, though, as the slows are coming out from Fighter and Nine. Seb's got to get back under the tier 2.
Meanwhile, top lane, you have Helmet Dominator Tidehunter apparently solo killing a tier 2 at 13 minutes in the game.
I mean, he's chilling. He really is in 33. I mean, call him Ash Ketchum because I think he's sort of caught them all. We've seen him play with so many different neutrals already in his first 13 minutes. And everyone to sort of perfect efficiency, from Wild Wings pulling waves, to Troll Summoners setting up mid, to Alpha Wolves adding that extra damage to push down objectives and take out creep waves. He's doing it all.
And there's even a triple stack of the Ancients. Like, I don't know if 3-3 was the one who did this, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was. He's just doing so much while staying in his lane and taking a tier 2. This build looks phenomenal. I expect it. He's going for the Vladsnix just to support the Terrorblade. Honestly, I saw 3-3 even build some Satanics on offlane Tidehunter in his pubs. Sort of expecting something like that, but no, this game's crazy. There's a lot to learn from, but OG, they're not out of it yet. They can still clutch this game.
I mean, he's been caught in the mid hit. I just have no tail by the side. False Promise is at the ready if Samael needs it. I'll try and turn, see if they've got the damage to bring down Nine. Stuns in, Nine falling low. Nine off to the side, but he'll go down. OG finally able to bring down the Razor. A big kill to catch. Can they get more from this? They're trying to chase down Snaking. Just fast enough, though, to get out of the reach of Samael and to split Earth. Finally, OG getting pretty much the biggest core out of the game right now. Nine finally has to sit on the sidelines.
That's an 8 kill streak. Unfortunately, it goes for no-tail. It's not his fault. They needed everything to burst him down. But that's exactly what OG need to come back. Yeah. They need to overwhelm Tundra when they overextend. When you have more of the map, sometimes it means that your resources are going to spread thin. Like, just imagine if we draw a line through the map control. If you have 75% of the map, if you want to take control of that, you have less places where you have more places where your heroes have to be. OG are more focused, you know? They bring all 5 heroes, I mean, there's an Arc Warden clone, and they take down Nine's Razor. It's a very big comeback play from them.
Let's see what they can do with this. Got some good stacks here for Seb to clean up. And we'll get the Ags pretty much done here. So Seb's going to be able to pass that over. We'll see which way it goes. I would imagine it's still likely to be Samael as that position 1. If anything, just for those extra stats, giving Samael that chance to survive and dish out the damage in the fights.
I could definitely see the eggs on him working. They're trying to find Saxa in the trees up top. He's juking. He's fine. He's fine. Hey, OG, they finished a little bit of items. They have the Maelstrom on Thompson, who's actually opted to go for treads over travels on Arcwood in this game, just because of how hard the early game was. So he's not scaling the same way, you know, we saw in the C qualifiers, these epic 2-hour-long games that Black had to cast like 18 of. He's just struggling. This might not be the same Arc Warden. It's a treads Arc Warden.
Oh, it's going to indeed take time. As you say, he's just sort of been sitting in that bottom half of the net worth. He's had to compensate and get these.
And I don't know if he has time. Look at Tundra. Same as OG last. They're pressing the issue. They're just going to take this objective on the map.
I know, OG's got to kind of let it go. There's not really too much they can do when it comes to bringing together a team fight around the pit, especially when the Metamorphosis is up for Skeeter.
Lashak Aghanim's.
I see what sort of an impact it has. I mean, when you do the maths, do the numbers, it is going to allow him to kick out a lot of damage. Eternal Shroud done as well. So Samael is going to be pretty survivable on the front lines, especially with Notel having the backup. Oh, arrows connecting like that, though, might cause issues. Sumail's going to turn with the Nihilism. It's actually not really amping up that much at all. Tundra seem being pretty unfazed there by that aggressive attempt from Sumail. The Ravage comes out. He catches the 3 of them, plus the Tempest double. That's 7 Sumail gone. The Tempest double to fall as well. But, well, in fact, they've got their eyes set on bigger targets. They're going to go for the real heroes, chasing down Notel. As Notel false promises himself, he's got no escape available, though. He knows what's inevitable, as his life will come to an end. Another kill for 9. Straight from the Roshan down the mid lane. They've got the setup on the high ground. They're looking towards him. Arrows coming in. It's going to connect onto Thompson, but they won't go forward. Zaxa at the side, ready with the stuns. Tundra will respect that. They won't dive in onto Thompson.
Look at this play from Fada. He's even dragged the bottom wave. The amount of efficiency coming out from the wave drags, everything from Tundra's side is phenomenal, but they're going on to Tidehunter mid here. This is their chance. They have no Ravage.
They're in. Stun control. Fada, he'll offer up a lymphotic shield. It won't be enough to save him. Finger comes in big from Zaxa. They'll burst down the tide.
Honestly, one of my favorite things from the last fight was that looked like overwhelming force from Tundra. But Skitter was actually just farming his own Ancients in Triangle during that fight. So they got this extreme efficiency, dragging the bottom wave, getting Ancients, winning the fight. You know, they had the enemy shrine all at the same time. And they're up 8k gold. They don't have Ravage, but one of the benefits of playing with these fast lane-shoving heroes like Terrorblade, Mirana, Razor, is that if you have cooldowns, you can always split push the lanes. That's even ameliorated because they pick up this Illusion Rune. And man, it's hard to play OG's map right now. They're doing a good job punishing Tundra when they overextend, but there's not that many opportunities when you're behind.
And the timer definitely still ticking for them in the sense that once Skeeter has his next time done the Skadi, they're going to be in position, Tundra, to start approaching high ground sieges. OG's got to be prepared. They've got to have some sort of defense to come in. A lot of it's going to rest on Sumail, what he can do as the Leshrac. You know, anytime OG do run this Seb Alchemist, getting that Ags and fueling it into Sumail, it does mean they're sort of going to be playing a core down, and even more than that this game, with Thompson still needing time to recover, get himself a few items. See, up in the jungle, they'll go to look to burst down 9, but 9's got the Aegis. He's going to be ready for another round. 15 seconds until the Ravage is back up for 33. Fada getting focused, still has the borrowed time to rely on Sumail. He's been silenced. False Promise comes out from Notel to keep Sumail alive. Over to the side, they're onto Thompson. Thompson gets blown up. As Thompson down, they're heading towards Skeeter. Do they have the damage to take down the Terrorblade? They don't. Skeeter turns, gets the Sunder off. Ravage is ready to go. 33 catches all remaining heroes on OG. As OG get team wiped by Tundra.
Tips out onto Seb. And you know, OG, they're trying. It's close. Terrorblade almost dies there. They just don't have enough damage. But Tundra, I think that was a Ravage like coming down in cooldown during the fights. They're baiting out the fight. Perfect Ravage, and now look at this. And, you know, Tundra, they're doing so much on the map. They're hitting mid tier 2. They're hitting top tier 3. They're just doing everything. Even Snaking's running to get bottom control because they understand the state of this game. Their win condition this game is not necessarily to kill the Raxes. It's to get full map control. Don't let Arc Ward and Alchemist farm. Outscale them because you have a refresher on Tide. You have more items. You're stronger that way. It's a very methodical, like, proper way to play Dota compared to like a lot of the more aggressive approaches. Snaking.
Oh, Zaxa. He's under the blink. Is he going to be able to buy enough time for the rest of them to head over? Somehow, it's not going to be able to get close enough by the looks of it. And if anything, has to be a little careful. Skeeter is in the neighborhood. And meanwhile, 9, he's killing off Seb top. Seb steps up. A quick kill onto him. OG, they really want to... They're still trying to go for this, but the Bros under there from Skeeter, keeping Snaking healed up. Sumail still on the front lines. Has he got enough damage to kill Snaking? He's trying to chase him. Snaking will finally fall, but it's been a lot of pressure here from Sumail. Sumail, has he got enough to deal with the rest of them? 9, he's in with the BKB, ready to chase down Sumail with the static link. It's Thompson, he's been surrounded by 33 Fowler and Skeeter. Thompson's trying to fight them off. He's got nothing to offer against the 3 of them as Thompson goes down. 9, still with the movement speed, closing in on Sumail. Another slow from the plasma field. He's got your scepter in 8 seconds, not quite soon enough to grab him. Meanwhile, in the trees, Skeeter's on the hunt for Zaxa. Zaxa jumps out to the side, but Skeeter's able to find him with the reflection as Zaxa slowly dying there to an illusion of himself. He will live long enough to TP out, and in fact, it's enough. They don't have any vision or ways to cut through the trees, so he won't die today here. Saxa making it back to safety. But not same can't be said indeed for some of OG's cores. Thompson down again. Tundra now in position to push this bottom creep wave round and take away that final tier 2. Still just at the early timing here of 21 minutes in.
I even just watched Fada run into Ulk's acid spray and deny 2 range creeps 21 minutes into the game. And another great fight for Tundra. You know, Skitter, he saves snaking for long enough, baits OG in, and Thompson, he comes in and he's just stuck with the treads. He can't get out. Also, I didn't know how the Leshrac eggs works, but it does make Leshrac ethereal. I saw in that fight. It gives him extra move speed, and he doesn't take any increased magic damage. So it is quite strong, a lot stronger than what I expected. But my apologies to the audience, because honestly, I have never, like, I've seen the item like once or twice. It's not something that we usually see, like a lot of OG strats.
Yeah, I would say, don't worry, Aoi. It doesn't even say in the tooltip that it makes himself
Oh, why
ethereal,
would it?
so,
You don't deserve to know from Dota tooltips.
We can blame Valve on that one. Seb, they've found him. He's going to get the ult off. It doesn't matter. Skeeter at this stage with the Skadi pretty much done 100 gold. Now, what can you do? This is the Terrorblade at that incredible mass, at this incredible timing that has enabled the hero to just do so well. And particularly in the hands of Skeeter, finding success again and again. Maybe a few more times than you'd maybe expect teams to let him have it. As Tundra, as we did see, very comfortable draft, comfortable picks, and it is showing much more so than what you'd maybe expect from OG with this sort of lineup. OG not having a great time at all here. Down 29-9, 14k lead at the moment for Tundra. OG's got to come out with something spectacular to turn this one around, because at the moment, it's looking like Tundra are going to have to clean sweep here in this series.
Yeah, and look at Saxa. He is beasting it. He prevented a tier 2 death just by sort of pulling the wave. Oh, Simel.
Going in on him. 33 has got a Ravage as well if he sees a good chance to get in on the fight. Simel trying to turn things. Fada, he's got the priority time good to go. Won't seize an opportunity for the Ravage, but they can play it cool here, Tundra. They don't need to force any aggression. As long as they're not losing anybody, they're fine.
OG just got their second tier 2 neutral item, by the way. It's 24 minutes into the game, and they only have 2 of the neutral items that drop at 17. And this is with Lashrak, Alchemist, Archord, and heroes that you typically consider to farm neutrals a lot.
Samael. He's going for Fada. Saxa's got the stun here, 33. He's on and onto the Ravage. Stun will come out, Concoction onto 33. It's still just not quite the damage at all here. Skeeter more than fine. Turns over towards Samael. No tell. He's got the false promise. Holds on to the last moment, really, to pop it onto Samael. Samael will try for the TP out, but 33 pops the Ravage, catches No Tail and Samael. No escape for them. 4 dead again on OG as Tundra. I mean, they really are doing it here, and so many times we've seen in this upper bracket run, they are making quite the case for themselves here in this Western European Qualifiers. As what looks to be on track to be another win. It just looks so good. It's just looks so crisp, so solid. They're doing something a little bit new. They're doing their own style, bringing their own sort of take on the game, and it's looking a step ahead of anything else that any of the other teams are bringing, Howie.
They're looking absolutely fantastic. And this is against, like, OG. Milan talked about it. They had 2 strategies that they revealed. The Magnus and the Alchemist. Tundra, they knew about those strategies, and they seem to have perfectly counter-strated both of them. Like, it's hard to say whether Tundra, like, they're playing so well. All their plays, it's synced up with their teammates. But I think the most impressive thing is just how well strategized they were going into this match. Terrorblade versus Alchemist, you know, the Wyvern versus the Magnus. They had really good ideas here.
Setting up with the Moonlight. Getting in behind the tier 2 tower as well, Tundra. Skeeter will be able to finish off the tier 2 tower. Trying to turn their attention towards Fada, but Fada's more than happy for OG to go on it. Ults at the ready, Samael forced out to the side. No tail, no false promise for 25 seconds. Samael, he's going to need help. He's not going to get it with no ult back up on the Oracle. There's no save for Samael. Samael's down for 45, and that's more than enough space for Tundra to step up to the high ground. 25 minutes in, start looking to take down the tier 3 in the back. Thompson, what can he do to hold? Has he got enough firepower in him to get some kills? He will get Fada. Big stun from Saxa comes out onto the 2 of them. Snaking getting low, will get burst. OG, they will manage to hold here. They get 2 kills, and that will be enough to stop Tundra from sticking around. They'll keep their tier 3 alive, OG.
And honestly, a bit uncharacteristically sloppy by Tundra this game. 3-3 had the Alpha Wolf in the Roshan pit, and they scouted Roshan was up. I would have far preferred, instead of going for this high ground, to understand that their win condition is just this big gold lead and Ajax. OG, they do a good punish, a beautiful stun coming out from Saksa. But I think a lot of this game is going to come down to, can OG contest this Roshan? Because again, we've seen time and time again, this second Roshan, I think 3-3 will pick up the shard, he'll anchor smash your tower, will do no damage, and then how do you stop the high ground from coming? They're doing Roshan with 3 heroes alive only. They don't have meta. Alright,
I mean,
so
they
decided.
Yeah,
That's a
maybe
bit too
we
crazy.
should be careful. Especially, as I said, after sort of maybe the missed call to try and go for the high ground. Maybe getting a little too excited about Sumail being out of the game. They did sort of opt to push on.
But now 9.
They'll play it safe.
He's picked up his Refresher Orb, and it's such a huge item on Razor. This item has gone on... The biggest buff that this item got was the fact that BKB at its lowest charge is now 6 seconds. So if you have Refresher Orb, that's 12 seconds of magic immunity compared to 10 from before. It's a big deal. And look at Seb. He's trying to sneak into the enemy triangle just to get these tier 3 items. Did they even get all their tier 2s? They only have 3 tier 2 items at 27 minutes. They managed to pick up a couple of tier 3s, but that's rough, man. That's just sort of indicative of how much map control and pressure Tundra has put onto the OG side.
Pressure's going to continue here with this Roche falling very quickly. OG not in any place or position to put a stop to this one. So here we have it. Actually, Skeeter's going to take everything here. Well, at least the Aegis and the Shard. Make sure that he has the Zeal ready for the next move.
I can see that. I mean, Skitter, he's been fighting without Metamorphosis like 3 fights this game, and they won all of them. Zeal's specifically good when you don't have that meta. So, a little bit of logic there, maybe a little bit of a read on the game. And they're ready. They have Ravage, they have meta, they want to go high ground here. They even have this Alpha Wolf creep, and Vlad's on 3-3, giving Terrorblade an extra 48% damage.
Saksa. Force out to the side, Sumail. He's getting in on this, 33 with a cheeky aggressive force staff there, pulling Sumail towards them. Sumail.
This is still awkward in Dota.
They do at the hold, they do at the bubbles. They're slowing down the offensive here from Skeeter. Is it going to be enough? Doesn't look like it. Tier 3 still goes down. 33 stepping up, has Ravage good to go. So OG, got to be cautious how close they step towards the tide. And they can't step close enough at all to stop this damage being done. The melee racks falling pretty fast. The backdoor protection does kick in. Bubble as well. They're able to move into the bubble, continue to beat down, and OG, they're just getting torn apart by 9. He heads in with the BKB, the 2 rounds of the Eye of the Storm, and OG, they've got to step out of it. Sumail, again, getting aggressively forced in by 33. 33 playing around with Sumail each and every time he tries to step in. Now Skeeter, he's just on top of Thompson, charging down on the artboard, the Ravage comes out, catches the 4th, and again, 33, easily able to land it onto pretty much the entirety of OG's lineup, as OG, they're getting beat back towards the fountain. Thompson, only just being saved here by the false promise. He will live. Tundra, are they going to get caught on the way out? Skeeter still with an Aegis. Sumail, looking at Fada. Borrowed time still on cooldown for 30 seconds. Saksa, another nice stun lined up onto the 3 of them. They'll kill off Fada. Sumail, charging in the Nihilism as well, and pick up the damage being dealt here to Skeeter. Skeeter, they should be able to take him down the once. Can they do it again? He's got limited backup. Only 33 and Snaking ready to help out. Got the stun opening. Is there anything Skeeter can do to play his way out of this one? Get the reflection now onto the 4 of them. Any further catch? Seb starting to rev up Concoction. They force him up to the high ground. Concoction's in. Another force. 33 forcing Skeeter down to the low ground. Is it enough to get him out of the reach of Saksa? It is. 33 will get Skeeter the distance he needs to get into the trees, but the Hex is there. The vision provided. The Spark Rev into the trees will allow them to get the catch. Stop Skeeter from getting out. As OG, they may have lost the racks, but they're finally able to find a fight where they will come out on top in terms of numbers.
That's a beautiful punish from OG. A little bit, they're one game away from being the grand finals of the TI qualifiers. Maybe a little bit of nerves kicking in, but they went very far there. If you look at where 9 died, he died like basically where the throne is to the fountain, like perpendicular. And as soon as that Razor's dead, as soon as he's expended that Refresher double BKB, I think Tundra need to realize that there's a lot of catch, there's a lot of magical damage coming in for OG. Thompson, despite his sort of rough game, he's now finished Mjolnir. He's going to get to MKB. He is going to hurt Terrorblade a lot now.
Yeah, they're making a recovery. It's still got a bit of a way to go. But OG making sure that they're not walked over completely here by Tundra.
Ooh, look at Razor. He's going for a Nullifier next. I think that's really cool. I was, in my head, I was like, he has to go for... Actually, he doesn't have Aghanims yet. I thought he would just go Aghanims. He just break the base. Like, the idea I had of this game was they had Arc Warden, but you have Tidehunter with Anchor Smash, which goes through the bubble, and then you have Aghanims on Razor, which also goes through the bubble. So even though you can keep laying down these defensive spells, you'll still break the base. Tundra, they have a different idea. They built Blink on Skitter and Tidehunter. They want to just jump OG and kill them so that they can't place those bubbles. It's a perfectly valid idea, just a bit different than what I thought.
We're picking both of these up after that last fight, so might catch OG off guard. There's OG staying hidden up in the base. Tundra we'll get a couple of couriers on the way out here.
I didn't get to click on those couriers. Do you know if they had some items on them? Oh, they're jumping Sumail mid.
I don't think they had anything too important on. No, I think Sumail was just trying to get it out to get the plate mail for his Shiva's guard. So not any huge items on them at the least, but will limit, of course, that ability for OG to really pick much up with the way that Tundra is keeping OG contained in the base.
And they pop meta here. He wants to go in.
Oh, he does. He popping the BKB. Skeeter's just charging down. He's able to force Notail to have to false promise himself. 33 holding on for the reaction, now pops the Ravage. Again, catching the four of them. They move in 9 with a refresh. The second charge, the BKB in the eye of the storm. Runs down Notail. Notail will turn to be able to keep Sumail alive, but it'll cost Notail his life. Thompson does turn, take down 33. Thompson will win the duel this time round as he holds his ground, beats him down, but that's Seb out. 9 heads over towards Thompson, catches him trying to sneak back towards the base. And Thompson, he's out. He's 90 gold short of buyback. He's not going to have buyback available in time. They do manage to get kills elsewhere, though, with Sumail and Notail running down Snaking. So, despite losing Thompson here, they are able to hold once again. OG somehow finding the way to come out on top of these fights.
And Razor now has his Nullifier. I think I'm seeing a bit of his idea. In that fight, Sumail, if you get an Oracle saved, he'll put his Purifying Flames on you. That actually gets purged by Nullifier, so you can't heal up your ally. Also, I'm assuming the Ethereal form from Nihilism can get purged. I've never really seen the interaction, but it has to be, right? Yeah. Just like a Ghost Scepter or Ethereal Blade.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just thinking, okay, all we have to do is we blink on the Leshak, we Ravage him, Nullifier him, and we burst him down. That fight was very uncoordinated from Tundra. Again, I think maybe a little bit of inexperience, but Skitter jumped in with BKB meta.
He went straight in.
Yeah, and Tidehunter's blink was on cooldown, so he couldn't follow up at the same time. When you have timings like BKB, Ravage, Metamorphosis, you want to combine your spells so the instant you commit to the fight, you're bursting enemy heroes. They still do get a lot of buybacks out from OG, but I think OG are so happy with that fight. They're constantly being given windows, and most importantly, they've come back 12,000 EXP in this game. It's a huge deal.
They're absolutely in a position where another move like that from Tundra could lead OG to really leveling the playing field. I will start to set up for the next move by the looks of it. 9. Set for 25. And they do know if they can get a hit here onto OG, Notail and Seb won't be able to buy back for a second round in the fights, and they're heading in with the smoke. See what they can find. Skeeter, he's ready to go in aggressively. Jumps forward straight away. Notail having to instantly false promise himself as he attempts to force his way out of here. Saxa gets focused down by the damage of Skeeter. Saxa out for a minute. No buyback. They're forcing him in. 9's ready to go in even deeper onto Sumail. Sumail trying to turn with the aggression of the Nihilism. Skeeter being focused, but he's still got the Sunder. Good to go. 33's in with the Ravage, catching them all out as they try and get back towards the fountain. A buyback has to come out from Sumail. Sumail getting straight back in on Tafada. Stun, catching out Skeeter. Skeeter, he's still got a Sunder. Is he able to get it off in time? He is. Sunder snaking, gets him back a good amount of health. Refresher pop from 9, jumps straight back in over to Notail as Notail's out for 80 seconds. 9's able to clean up with the triple, gets Thompson, turns towards Sumail, but Sumail, he's still got a lot of fuel in the tank. He's ready to get burning down the rest of them. 9, he's got to step out of here. Seb beats into snaking. Sumail jumps forward. He's able to pick up another with the blink. Triple kill, ultra kill for Sumail. And Sumail, he's holding on here for OG. The concoction over towards 33, or blink away, forced to the side. It will still connect Sumail. He's got Blink up in a second. He's not going to go looking for the Tide, though. But again, does cost a buyback here from Sumail, but a huge buyback indeed as he manages to clean up the majority of Tundra one by one.
Ooh, and Tundra, it's looking a little spicy now. Like it seems like they're actually sort of throwing this game. I thought it was impossible, but this is, what is this, like 3 or 4 base dives past the tier 3s in a row? Your supports can't follow
They go
up.
in.
Yeah, they just keep going in. There's no like stopping to their aggression. Sometimes it's good, but sometimes it leads to situations where, you know, you were 20k up gold, you were 30k EXP up, and now you're dead 4 heroes. Roshan, luckily for Tundra, is not spotting, because that would have been an insane swing. But my goodness, it's just, honestly, OG are just baiting them in so well and outplaying them in these fights. It's just...
Now Sumail's also, he's picked up the flicker. So good luck killing this Lash. Sumail, he's going to be hopping all over the shop.
It's just like, that fight, Razor is 20 seconds off refresher. You know, you're ahead. You get to choose when you want to go high ground, when you want to fight. I mean, they are still in a dominant position. They're up only 8k gold now, actually. They really close on OG. And this is against Alchemist, where you'd usually think Alchemist lineups will be ahead in gold. But still, I'm not seeing Skitter being able to right-click people into fights, which is very surprising to me. He doesn't have an MKB against Arcward, and he's opted for the sort of all-in Blink Dagger, going for the Swift Blink. If they had just played solid Dota, where they buy MKB, they get the Aghanims on Razor, they get the Shard on Tidehunter, Siege the High Ground Solo, I guarantee this game is looking very free for them. But now, we have a real game on our hand. OG can win this game.
We do. Oh, they absolutely can. One more move from Tundra.
Roshan spawns in 6 seconds.
The mark, and it will hurt. I mean, yeah, they're so close to holding on to it. They're eyeing up Seb. Now, see the Roche back up now. They want to head back for that. What's the move? They'll try and take some quick control back of the jungle. And they will indeed duck straight into the pit.
And this is a refresher orb. I think if Razor had Aghanims, you would just give it to Razor. He literally kills the tier 4s and Throne in 20 seconds. But because they don't have it, I think 3-3 is just going to grab this up. It is so incredibly powerful. The double Ravage, I mean, maybe this is what they need. Just a little bit more oomph to their team fight, where they can burst heroes on Ravage and meta. But honestly, I'm really concerned how they've dove base. OG has straight up outplayed them. Despite being 20k net worth behind, despite being 30k EXP. They understand exactly how to take these fights. They take it kitey, and they don't even throw their burst right away. They save it, and as soon as Skitter's BKB is down, he gets hit by Nihilism, Finger, some Leshrac stun. He's hit like 3 times by the Split Earth Leshrac shard this game, just completely ruining his team fight, and just really impressed with the base defense.
Well, so they can still play into this timing, but we have about 2 minutes left where No-Tail, Seb, and Sumail, by a good few minutes, will not have buyback available. Tundra, they want to try and hit hard with that. They do indeed pick him up outside of the base. Saxa himself has got buyback. I mean, even Thompson, to be fair, buyback's off cooldown, but again, just fully investing, so will not have the money to return. So a core death here could lead to Tundra having the space to close this game up. They've got to be careful, OG. Sumail. Feeling confident to jump in onto Skeeter with the backup that he has from No-Tail.
And Thompson, he's really starting to hurt. He's going for the Daedalus now. He's doing a lot of damage. Look at Skitter. He might have to sunder.
He's going to have to think hard about it. Has indeed had to step up sunder the Wraith here. The double. Tier 3, and it's gone. So second set of racks now exposed. Tundra. They're going to head in aggressively. Skeeter, straight up, popping the Metamorphosis. OG, what have they got? They're coming with some good defensive before. The 33's in! Straight on the back lines, finds the Ravage onto the 3 of them. They take out No-Tail. That's No-Tail out. No buyback. Sumail, he's not got his Oracle. He's not got his save. As that's Sumail down. 2 minutes. Saxa gone as well. There'll be a buyback from Saxa. But no Sumail, no No-Tail, with the buyback still on cooldown.
Thompson's doing a lot of damage.
He's got to do some heavy carrying here. He certainly is. Skitter getting low, but Skitter, he looks to jump back in aggressively. Sunder onto Seb. Skitter's up to full HP. Still has the Aegis and the BKB ready to pop Skitter. Saxa lines up the stun, but the reach is there. 33 and 9 jump in on top of him. There's 3 dead on OG. No buybacks available as Tundra, at the least, will be able to get the mega creeps. Maybe even the game itself as well. Thompson and Seb What can they do here, the two of them? Double getting caught out by the arrow. 33 able to force the double outside of the bubble so they can take it out. You'll set him onto Thompson as they close in upon him. Thompson is trying to stand his ground, forced out to the side, but they've got the damage, they've got the chase. Thompson is out. 4 dead on OG. They've got fortification to rely on. No-Tail's back up in 5. But without 2 calls for more than a minute, what sort of miracle can OG achieve here? Seb is trying to head forward. False promise out for No-Tail. It's keeping Seb alive, but Tundra, they're just focusing the objectives here. Fada and Skeeter looking to close it up onto the tier 4s. Buyback finally comes up for Thompson. He's back in, but Seb's out. No-Tail as well, only just surviving it back in the base. They're popping the BKBs. Tundra, they're actually going to ignore the H, and they want to get more kills out of this. They take out the double. Thompson, can he hold the base here? The final tier 4 starting to fall. Skeeter jumps in straight away on a Thompson. Thompson, he's out of the game for good. As that'll be it. No more backup here for OG as Tundra, they'll claim the victory. GG called by OG as Tundra will take this series 2-0 and they've secured themselves a ticket to the grand final here at the Western European Qualifiers.
And in what convincing fashion too. Who would have expected Tundra coming into today to just, I mean, honestly, a little bit sloppy at the end there from Tundra, but I think we can call these two pretty big stomps, right? Like, outstratted, outplayed, everything coming off from Tundra. They look absolutely fantastic. OG, it didn't really look like they knew what to do against Tundra's game plan.
No, for sure. I mean, they were, as we said, able to pick up some sort of turnaround, at least the start of a turnaround maybe in the later stages of the game, but the lead that Tundra had, I mean, it just goes to show, if anything, how much of a solid hold Tundra had from the off, that they could sort of make what those 3 little overextensions, dives, poking buybacks out here and there from OG, and it didn't matter. You know, still when it came down to that final fight with the strength that Tundra had amassed, it was too much. And yeah, as I say, Tundra now straight up into the best of 5 grand finals, and it's going to be spicy down in that lower bracket. We've got OG, Liquid, and Nigma fighting for not a spot at TI, but a spot in the finals to play for a spot at TI, Howie.
And it's terrifying. Like, look at those teams. Anyone throughout the entire DPC, they're like, oh, these teams are going to be at TI. They're not even going to all be in the finals of the qualifier for TI. It's crazy. And again, I just want to say, like, props to Tundra. That was a fantastic series coming out from them.
Yeah. No, it really was a real pleasure to see. I think they're definitely getting a lot of fans on the way. People excited to see what ideas Tundra continues to bring to the game. Some smart stuff and very impressive things to break down, as we'll let the panel do so indeed. As there we go, ladies and gentlemen, Tundra, the series is theirs. 2-0 against OG.
It's another 2-0. It's easy. Tundra just breezing through this upper bracket here in the TI10 qualifiers. What a performance here. I'm here with Trent and with Milan. We're going to break down this game, break down this series, and get to talk to one of the winners. So it's good news all around, especially for all the Tundra fans out there. Milan, what were your thoughts when you were watching this game?
I mean, I told Trent after the draft finished, do not bet against 3-3 Tidehunter. He didn't believe me.
What?
He didn't believe me. 3-3
That's
Tidehunter.
true. He was a doubter.
The boy's a beast.
How am I getting accused of doubting here?
I think from strategic point, OG is not happy. That's what they're gonna reflect. But props to Tundra. They knew what OG gonna do, and they knew what they wanna do against it, and they came out swinging, and they really showed they are now clearly favorites to take all of this. I mean, sure, this final's gonna be wild, but be reminded, Tundra didn't lose a game. Didn't lose a game yet.
Not a single game. That I must say, though, this game, towards the end, we heard our commentators talking about it as well, and we definitely saw it on the screen, Trent. And they got a little trigger happy towards the end.
I think they chose the path of how they wanted to win, and I think the thing that just kept going through my head the entire game was how Milan had called it controlled chaos. And with that frame of mind, and you watch OG, it is like the perfect description, because it didn't matter how far behind they were. They found a way to force these team fights, and they came so close to winning a lot of very pivotal team fights long before we got into this like high ground scenario. Like, I was constantly shocked at how close they were to bringing down Skeeter or Nine in these like perfect scenarios. So then, like, they kind of played into that a little bit as Tundra, I feel, by going for this like, oh, we're not going to get the Ags on Razor. We're going to go for like killing them and trying to end the game that way. And that almost cost them in a sense, but they just had such a huge lead that eventually, especially with the refresher from 3-3, they as Aoi would say, they clutched it out for the win.
Trent, quick question. Yesterday when we had the interview with Seb, I believe, did he say that Tundra was actually one of the few teams that was willing to scrim?
Yes.
OG?
Yeah, he said they lower division teams.
Backfired a little bit.
I mean, yes and no, I guess, right? Because on the other hand, you also got more information about them. And so one would think that by getting information about this team, that should help OG more than it helps Tundra, in the sense that they're supposed to be the more accomplished and like very well known for adapting and stuff. So yeah, I wouldn't put it one way or the other.
Okay. Well, it was a great series for sure, and part of what made it so great was the off-lane play. Absolutely MVP. Definitely of game 2. It definitely makes a good case for game 1 as well. 33. So happy to have you join us here as well. Congratulations on being the first team to make it to the grand finals of these qualifiers.
Yeah, hello. Thank you.
I wanna first ask about that last game. You guys were crushing it the whole way through, and then in come the high ground pushes. And it got a little wonky here and there, and I want to know like how you guys rein yourself in when the first high ground push there on the bottom lane didn't really go the way you wanted it to.
I think it didn't go that bad because every time they used a bunch of buybacks, so we kind of knew that we still are in total control. We haven't really, we just got another win condition. Now these guys don't have buyback. But I will not lie. The second and the third time it didn't work out, it did get a little scary. It's anyone who played against OG, he knows that like these guys, even 20k gold behind, they make you work for it, and you never feel like the game is free until the throne is down. Like you still feel like it's so hard to win, even though the game looks really easy. So I think we just tried to focus on ourselves, and we said, guys, relax. We still have the win condition. Kill the guys with no buyback. We get Roshan. We cannot lose this game, and we just tried to calm down that way.
And who is the main voice in that? Like, who is the one that actually says all those things and gets people still ready to go?
I think it's a combination of Farah and Snaking and me mostly. And I would say Snaking is the calmest guy, so he kind of tells people, guys, relax. We cannot lose this game. Just chill. And that's kind of that shit is pretty good. It helps us to remain calm and not panic.
Yeah, it worked out very well indeed. The voice of reason there towards the end, because you did pull through, did win that series. I have a question regarding the drafts, because we've talked about when we talk about OG drafts that they at the moment have like shown these two strategies, and it felt like your squad was very well prepared for what was coming. Did you feel like you kind of knew what was coming your way as well in the draft? Like, was that Arc Warden a surprise for you, for example, in game number 2?
I didn't think Arc Warden is one of the strategies that they're prepared. It's just a hero that tops and likes, and if he gets to the last pick, he kind of says what he wants to play. But yeah, we definitely knew that there's a bunch of stuff they want to do. We knew about the Alchemist, we knew about the Magnet strats, they have this chain with stacks, like they just have so many different cancel strategies, and you kind of have to pick your poison. and we had really long discussions on what we actually want to play against. And you know, every player is kind of scared of a different thing. You know, I was pretty scared of the Alchemist. I didn't want to play against it. I thought it's broken. But Skeeter was like, no, we got this. I don't care Alchemist. And eventually we agreed to give them the Alchemist if they wanted. But yeah, it's a team that it's very difficult to draft against because they just play so many annoying kind of cheesy. I mean, you can call it cheesy, but it's not really cheese if it's all the stats are like that. It's just they have a lot of very good strategies. I guess it's the word. And you have to choose what you're going to play. You cannot just ban. You cannot just ban two heroes and say, "Nice guys, we got this." They don't know how to play anything else. So.
If only it was that nice. I'm here with Milan and Trent, by the way.
Yeah.
They'd also like to ask you a few questions.
Should I go first? Hi, Neta. First of all, congratulations on your victory and place into the grand
Thank you.
finals. Very exciting news. I have two questions. First question is, do you think your time spent on OG, standing in for them some time ago, did help you win this series? And the second question is, do you think during the second game there was a Ice somewhere in Singapore smiling, watching you play the Helm of Dominator? That's all.
I hope he was smiling. I will answer the Ice question. I hope he was proud. And about the time I spent in OG, I would say it helped, but not in a way that it's not like I know some of their weaknesses or I know how to beat them. It's just that I played with them for a month and I just learned a lot of general Dota stuff from them. Because this Seb and Notel guys, you know, like they're so smart about the game, and I learned a lot of things both about Dota and about communication. And yeah, it helped me a lot, and I shared some of this stuff with the team now, and yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're gonna get a bit of a breather now, as I mean, you guys are. I mean, would you think that you'd be going to the grand final, I guess, undefeated at this point? Like I was kind of, downplaying you guys a little bit. I was like, all right, well, they're the easier half of the bracket, but now things will get really hard, and now you've just gone for another 2-0 rampage here. And when you're on such a roll like this, I guess, what kind of stuff are you guys going to do to prepare for tomorrow? And did you ever really expect yourselves to make it not easily to the grand final, but in a sweeping fashion like this?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was easy again, because we had really rough games in the first two series, and this one I would consider is a really rough game as well. The second one, we were in a really good spot, but they really made us work for it. So I don't think anyone is feeling we are all feeling very confident, but we don't feel like we just guys, it's easy. We go here, we stomp some noobs and easy game. Like we are just here for we are going game by game, and of course we know that OG. We are expecting to face OG in the grand finals. So we'll see how it goes. But OG in a best of 5 is a different beast than OG in a best of 3. So we are just going step by step, and we'll see how it goes tomorrow. But we are very confident.
All right. Thank you very much, 33. Congratulations once again on the series, and I wish you all the best of luck tomorrow in the grand finals, and have a good rest before then.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And that, of course, is Tundra making it to the grand finals here of the Western European TI10 qualifiers. And that means OG, Team Nigma, and Liquid, they're all going through the lower bracket, and only one of those teams is going to join them in those grand finals. A lot of exciting times ahead, and that is also still true for today, because one more lower bracket series is going to come your way. We're going to have Team Nigma versus Team Liquid. Loser gets eliminated, and more exciting times actually for the next 10 minutes, because some of you stand to win cans of Mate Mate. Make sure to post in the Twitch chat, !Mate Mate, and get lucky, or hope you get lucky anyway. It's 20 winners each day, so you got a little bit of a chance there, and I will also let you know when the 10 minutes are over, so the spam also comes to a halt again, because 10 minutes is all you got. Make sure you put that in the Twitch chat. And yeah, that's it for now. Small break, and then it's back with more Dota. there's never been a TI without Kuroki. And we might be looking at that for TI10. They're playing in the elimination here. We got Team Nigma versus Team Liquid. Team Liquid also in a tough position. Both of these teams in a tough position, of course, in the lower bracket to begin with. And Team Liquid, I wanna start this conversation by going back to previous season, as in previous year season, that is. The season that never really finished, that never really happened, apart from when we saw the games that did happen. But Team Liquid was one of the few teams, Trent, that had already, for all counts purposes, secured themselves a spot at TI10.
Yeah, and of course, stability isn't the most common thing in the Dota scene, right? So, like, there's a lot of teams that had that same spot and have now kind of disbanded, gone their separate ways. Lots of players that, like, had their eye on TI were finally going to get there, but maybe without the support of, like, an org or, like, the inability to actually get the TI cash, they, of course, had to disband. So, Liquid, you know, they just had to hop right back on the grind, and unfortunately, this season was very different, obviously, and they weren't able to cut their way through the, I don't know if you want to call it the easy way to get there, but it definitely looks easier than playing in this qualifier, that's for sure.
I mean, do you mean the majors, or what? What do you
I
mean?
mean the DPC, you know. I think there's a lot of European teams that are very happy they're not in this right now.
Oh yes, I would imagine so. Peter, both of these squads, Team Nigma and Team Liquid, are the only teams of the Western European region in this qualifier that have actually played at majors. Are you surprised to see them facing off here in this lower bracket round?
Well, it's hard to count out OG, right? Being two-time TI champs, like such experience. I would expect them to, I mean, they've obviously put up a great fight so far in the qualifier. Tundra, you know, is obviously the biggest surprise. You know, everybody knew they were pretty good, but nobody was quite sure how good. But they're doing super well. I'm not too surprised to see Liquid struggling. They've got Boxy back after a long break. You know, their results at the major weren't too fantastic. They've just been kind of, I mean, I hate to say, but I feel like they've just been unimpressive. Like, I feel like there's a lot of big expectations being under like the Team Liquid brand. Like, that's a championship level esports team, and I feel like they just haven't really been able to, you know, find their big break.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say. We when we talk about Team Liquid, there's always, like, when you talk about the qualifiers as well, there's always the three top teams that you expect to see on top with OG, Nigma, and Team Liquid. And Team Liquid definitely dropping the ball there a little bit. They're, of course, playing against a squad that has earned Team Liquid that respect, because that was the squad, former Team Liquid, that won TI. In 2017. Team Liquid, though, they're opening strong here, Trent. We got the opening of the Axe Lone Druid, making a statement here.
Ooh, okay. Don't want those Quakefa bans in the second phase.
Getting their favorites now.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. I think Lone Druid will likely be defaulted to mid lane, and he will do potentially fine against what is most likely a Miracle Lina, I would guess. So Lone Druid, not his favorite matchup, but he can manage. And then Axe, you know, the ability just to flex it on both lanes makes it just a really solid 2-3.
You have all this rune control when you have the Lone Druid too, because that was like the last time we saw Lone Druid a lot. That was before the water runes, and there were more bounty runes, and he did all these shenanigans with like throwing the bear around and denying bounty runes and everything. So you can see the same sort of plays and maybe try and relieve a little bit of that pressure that Alina could give if it ends up being the Lina mid with all the spam.
Yeah, I think it will almost 100% be Lina mid unless they feel like it's a good TA game. I don't think they're going to go that direction, though. I feel like it's just really safe. This Lina is just such a well-rounded hero because you can go, you know, you can play it in a lot of different ways. Like, you can go early BKB if you want a team fight. You can go like Shadow Blade and do the split push. You can play for cast range. You can play for physical damage, magic damage. So I just think you put it on mid. It farms incredibly quick. It moves around the map quick. It kind of fits into his playstyle. Maybe it's not as good as his Invoker or TA, but I mean, he showed in the last series his Lina can be good in the right game.
It really can be. We're in the ban phase. I don't think there's well, in terms of bans, generally we ban out the cores, or they ban out the cores in this phase. Is that still the case? Because I see a Snapfire removed for now. They already have removed the Slardar, and they do like those minus armor things, so perhaps are there still heroes in the pool that have minus armor?
I mean, to me, they're just like slowing down the the options they've shown before, as well as like great ways to enable the lone druid. I think that's like trying to like get the fast Roches and try and like propel your whole draft that way. Just like take care of those now.
Because they've shown 2 cores in the first phase, Nigma has a lot of freedom with their bans as I see it. They can ban potentially some supports that they feel like might make really strong lanes for Liquid that they can't deal with, but they'll probably spend a ban or 2 on protecting Timbersaw unless they're confident that Timbersaw is laning against either the Axe or the Lone Druid already. So they could ban out just some strong combos. Liquid's probably going to pick 2 supports here in the second phase and save their last pick for their final core.
And we already have the Ancient Apparition removed, and a couple of other favorites for Team Liquid. If you're talking, for example, about Insania Heroes, of course, the Keeper of the Light. They do also like the Rubik, even though it hasn't really worked out so far. But that's still in the pool.
Something that would work well with Axe on a sideline, and I feel like AA and Snapfire definitely fit the bill for that. I'm trying to think if there's a third that might be pretty good versus Timbersaw.
Sky's a classic, but that's, the hero's a little out there. But we're finding the out there heroes, I guess. That's been a bit of a theme lately, right?
Yeah, I feel like you could do like you could go something really safe like a Witch Doctor. Haven't seen Insania play that too much. He might end up going for his Oracle, which is really popular. I would not like to see him play a Batten. You definitely don't want to be like a melee hero versus this Timbersaw.
We still have Lion as well, who's like
it's not bad, but it is low damage for Timbersaw. So right now they really do like lack a bit of damage on Team Liquid's lineup. So I would like to see them get something from their supports. Maybe Phoenix could be a good choice for them. You could even do like a 5 Phoenix, and Axe could probably carry him through lane. Well, whether it be off lane or safe lane Axe. I'm curious how the like a safe lane Axe versus off lane Timbersaw matchup would go. I feel like Axe will be maybe they both just farm. I'm not completely sure. I'm not sure if one forces the other out.
We also still have Hoodwink, actually, speaking of those like high damage supports.
True.
Like someone who could actually follow up on the Axe for the kill.
And respect ban there from Team Nigma, the Monkey King. We've seen Team Liquid pick it up a couple of times so far these qualifiers, and it's looked okay. I don't think it won, though, but still the respect banning it out. Team Liquid, they took a long time to ban out the Drow Ranger, and they've also banned out the Winter Wyvern. Is there any particular theme that you see in terms of those bans? Other than the Frosty Bits?
Yeah, just super good versus Lone Druid. I think those are like 2 of the best heroes. Because they can just like outrange, and then if they put the Axe in the off lane, then Drow can also zone that out too. So it's just those are really good bans, I think.
Yeah, I like them too. I'm definitely looking at the Phoenix for either side. I feel like Kuro could pick that hero up and play it this game. Wyvern's also very good against the Axe, right? You can freeze the person who gets called. It's like a bit of save. You can even ult the Axe afterwards.
Oh, they take the ILTW Luna away from him.
There is with the Luna gone, there is a Shadow Demon in the pool. Shadow Demon could be a potential 4 for GH if they wanted to do Lina mid, and it's it's good setup for LSA throughout the game. It's also kind of like a hard counter to Luna. I would love to see Shadow
and the
Demon.
Axe too, right? Yeah, this is really good.
Good save for Axe as well.
Ooh, that's hard to
they
beat.
picked their cores in the first 3.
Yeah,
that is a little bit surprising.
Potentially, maybe we'll get the 5 Axe.
No, it's the Insania 5 position Lone Druid from way back when.
Something should never be touched again. Pilot Eye Tinker, we just...
So the only reason that Liquid would do this is that they've truly felt like Nigma was going to take the Luna themselves. So if that's, that may be a correct read, we'll never know. But we'll have to see, what Nigma decides to pick for carry, and if it's anything similar to Luna, maybe they did want it.
All right, write that down. We got to ask that after. All right. If Nigma win, we'll just have to make sure. Double check. Is Medusa still in? It is. Yep. That's potentially something Nigma could go for. I feel like that's been a go-to versus Luna. Just like, she does a lot of AoE damage. You are this big stalwart single unit.
Yep. Looks like Snaking has inspired Team Liquid a little bit here as well with the Mirana pickup, most likely for Taiga.
Yep, Ench out there. It's very annoying harass. I love it when it lanes with the Axe because you can just plant a deep ward and dive couriers, and Axe can be cutting creeps and stuff, so you can both be a little bit elusive and mysterious with all the creep shenanigans you can pull. And We started talking about Midas Armor earlier as a potential for Liquid, but Nigma come out with the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, this hero's pretty nice in this game, I would say. He's got the natural evasion for the axe and his illusions to reduce the damage from that, that super powerful Manta Shard timing. He also has good jump for either support, and that's actually one of the things that Mirana struggles with the most is like this. Mirana and Lina are kind of the same, where they want to play backline on the lane, but if you can poke the Mirana or if you can poke the Lina and threat that jump with that level 2 blink strike, it makes Mirana's game much, much harder. Also, PA is one of the... it's pretty good against Lone Druid because you can jump the hero if he's ever like not in position and you have good burst. You also generally go Deso on PA, which is pretty nice for him and the bear. But that
Aren't
matchup
you worried
is...
about being kited though?
By who?
You get entangled, you get a Lucent Beam on your head, that sets up for a call.
Well, that's one of the strengths of PA versus other heroes, is that it's really hard to kite a PA because she has the blink strike, whether she wants to, go in with it or go out with it.
Fair enough.
Trying to
My
think.
last picks.
Yeah, what can Insania get away with here? Assumedly, for him at least, in terms of a... Oh, wait, he'll have the last overall pick too. Yeah, okay, we can't look at his hero quite yet. I'm thinking Tree, other than the Timber, would be pretty good. Just like something else to try and stop the PA from doing her like game plan, Like if she jumps in, you force the commitment.
Yeah, they have some BKB lockdown already, but nothing wrong with getting more. They're really low damage still, I would say, for this Timber Saw, which is a bit of a concern for me. I'm not sure if they can find damage on position 5.
Oh, the Witch Doctor you mentioned earlier actually still looks really good too, because they have the Ench now as well.
Yeah.
I can't help but think Liquid messed up in their draft here. I don't understand. I don't get why you would last pick your 5 position on second pick. He's supposed to carry the game, right? Last pick, he's supposed to have the best game. So
He did carry the game earlier today with this Ancient Deprivation with 3 Rapiers. That worked out well.
All right, 5 Viper. We're in.
Yeah, it would be something.
We'll get the break. I mean, you said the Hoodwink break too. Actually, is pretty nice for the PA.
Kind of rough. This is a really hard lane. Remember, it could be for Lina, right? Still.
Yeah.
I think that the Miracle will just play it though. I still really like Shadow Demon for GH, and I know he has played the hero in the past, but he could easily play Lina if they wanted a new mid. There's still TA in the pool.
Yep.
Maybe not the best matchup versus Lone Druid, and they
Got
go with
Willow.
the Willow.
And there's the Viper. Good call, Trent.
But is it 5 or is it 5 axe?
Well, that
It's
is
5
Viper.
Viper. Yeah, 5 Viper is pretty good.
5 Viper coming out.
Yeah.
And yeah, the GH Willow. There's not really any surprises in terms of who is playing what this game. Interesting draft. It's kind of all over the place, and a weird draft order. PD weren't really too confident in Team Liquid's draft. Now that you see the full picture, does that change your mind?
No, not necessarily. I think the Viper last pick is going to be pretty underwhelming, and I feel like Nigma is on a lot of comfort heroes, so I expect all of them to have like a good game. And if they don't get crushed in lanes, they can delay the game a little bit. I think Timbersaw will make plenty of space for PA to farm up.
Yeah, this game to
Alright, how
me,
about you, Trent?
Boxy and Taiga need to. We need some serious like snaking energy here from Taiga with those big plays around. It's not so much a like stack scouting. I mean, actually, it kind of is because they have Mind Control and Miracle with this Timber and Lina, who can both abuse it pretty heavily. So if he can sort of like abuse the safe lane by like sniping couriers, scout out the stacks, get Boxy up to the earlier blink, it's those two that really need to make the magic happen, because Lone Druid and Luna can be a little bit shaky. I think their win condition overall does look a little bit more difficult for Liquid.
Okay, well, let's see what's going to happen in the first game of Elimination Series for the Western European TI10 qualifiers. We're heading over to Lyrical and AUI for Game 1.
Thank you so much, Shiver. Yeah, Ali, we're here. You know, the final 4 teams, I think a lot of people were anticipating some combination of these ones in the bottom, but it's Nigma and Liquid who have fallen first. Thoughts going into this game before we really get into like the draft too much? Is there one team that you sort of feel is the favorite going into this series, or is it pretty even?
I mean, they have played some games in the TI qualifiers, but just because of the format, they haven't shown that much, like any
Right.
team yet. And I think going in, like most people would put Nigma as one of the favorites to win the entire thing, just because, you know, the performance at the ANA major, their history at TI, just the experience of the team. So I think it is a little bit of Nigma's favor going in. With that said, this might be the hardest Timbersaw lane I've ever seen. Luna Viper looks like it's going to destroy mind control in lane. And he's on Dire's side, so the wave pulling is not as effective as it otherwise might have been. And Qualifier, look at that. He's scouted out the ward with his bear, so they already know where one of the wards are placed. Just a little advantage they're eking out.
Yeah, he was doing that through the very early sets for at any point. So they probably aren't even going to go over to contest for this one. But it's going to be interesting to watch. Like you're talking about, a very tough lane. And Sania, not only does he have poison attack skilled up level 1, but he's also got 3 mangoes. So he is just going to be ready to spam constantly on mind control.
And you combine that with just a mini sun from Lucent Beam, so mind control can't Timber Chain away, which he has skilled at level 1, and the aura making Viper hit just that much harder. It's a really hard lane for Timbersaw. I played Viper 5 against Timbersaw in NA qualifiers on a joke team, and Timbersaw got smashed in that lane. I had a terrible lane, not a Luna.
And I mean, it was you. So if you can do it, then, you know,
Yeah,
surely.
basically, like, this guy's going to play a lot better than me. Like, even from level 1, look at this. They're already, mind control can't even enter the lane right now.
Yeah, that is really annoying. They do get a little bit of a wraparound here from GH, and we'll see what he tries to do. They're going to start Timber Chaining, actually. Insania, has he stepped too far forward? Oh, man, this is a problem. The chase down and the kill. What should have been a 1 lane, and now it's completely turned around.
That was a really good read from Nigma. GH just sneaking in from the side, and I mean, now mind control, he gets a free wave. The levels that you're most concerned about on Timbersaw are levels 1 and 2. Now, Mickey, look, he's getting pressured in this lane.
Oh, man. It's so crazy sometimes the effect that a single decision, a single step out of position can cause on the whole rest of the game. And we'll see how this goes. Insania now respecting it a little bit more as GH proving it to be the difference maker, at least in that first round. And you can see now some of the strength that's coming back a little bit more for Liquid, but it doesn't feel like it's going to have that same potency that it would have starting at level 1.
For sure. Because of the start of the lane, now this hard camp has spawned. Usually on Dire, you don't have many play options because your wave pull is not as good. But with the hard camp, now you have some ability to manipulate the creep equilibrium, get Timbersaw to that desperately needed level 3.
Okay, well, we'll keep our eyes on that one for sure, as it does look like up top now, ILTW trying to deal with the pressure that's going to come from Taiga and Boxy, and at least so far, he's been pretty okay with it. Got level 2, has himself not a ton more regen, but Kura's brought out a lot as well. So that's going to be something to watch for. How do you feel like this mid's going to go?
I think this lane is Lina favored. I could be wrong because Lone Druid is so infrequently picked and Qualifiers is a specialist on it. But how I see this lane is you don't even care about hitting Lone Druid's hero. You just hit his bear and Lina does too much DPS. You can't sustain because the cooldown is very long. And it's very expensive now to buy TPs for your bear.
Okay. It'll be something to watch for. And it does look like Miracle in the meantime just trying to focus on farming. He is actually punching Quakefa a good number of times. Lina has really good range, obviously, in the mid lane. So we'll do a little bit of trading off there. As he does
look at the bear mid. It's just getting pressured. You know, you just right click it, and eventually you do have to spend resummons, and then you're vulnerable. Top lane arrow. Oh, just arrow into range creep. Sorry, I thought that was going on a hero.
Oh, that's fine. Sure, it will at some point. It's 3 minutes in, and you can see that nobody is getting fully blocked out right now. How much of a big deal is it that mind control was able to get to this level 3, and that the lane looks like he's going to have at least a bit of a life down here? Does that sort of shut everything down at all, or do you think it's going to be pretty okay?
I think the lane is still going to be complete freeform for Mickey. It's just this lane was going to literally be 100-0 in my opinion. Like Timbersaw would, at points, he wouldn't even get EXP from the creeps. You'd have to pull wave on Dire, on Dark Willow. He's actually going to get to play a Dota game this game. He's doing just as well as the Axe, and oftentimes when you have these strong side lanes, you know, Enchantress 5, Viper 5, it's not about winning the lane as an offlaner, but getting more than what the opposing offlaner is getting.
Okay. And right now, he's doing a good job of, you know, allowing himself to stay in this one. Gets a couple of denies there onto Mickey, and you can see in mid, they're keeping that constant pressure on as well onto the bear. And Potentially, you're going to be able to kick Mickey out of this lane once you get up to 6 on mind control. As over to the side, Kuro makes the move over, able to snipe a courier, looking for a kill, but the battle ensuing, Taiga gonna bring him down. Now can just head on back home, happy as a clam. Well, that was not what we were anticipating seeing there, but nonetheless, the pressure being mounted again down bottom. The Cursed Crown to try and stop this, coming up from Insania, and they will be able to force them off yet again.
A lot of pressure coming in from mind control, and what's this resulting in is, even though the lane is going quite a lot better than I thought it would, GH is still having to buy souls for his offlane. You can see Potom has 300 gold on the opposing 4. A lot of this is just how much magical damage there is onto this Timbersaw.
Right. Being able to find a kill along the way helps also, as Taiga is going to actually take out that large camp you can see over in the triangle there, as well as get the stack off. So focusing on making sure this Potom has a good game.
Smoke from GH here. Miracle feels like he has a little timing here. He has Laguna Blade, he has Quickfoot. Where's his bear?
That is a good question. Did it just die?
It might have just died. I mean, Miracle is very high EXP, so I could have seen that happening. And they're smoking up. They know he has no bear, so he's vulnerable here.
Oh, the scan, though. They recognize. But Quakefoot still needs to be careful. All right, he has 10 seconds until the resummon. If they can manage to find a kill, like, as the resummon happens, too, that just ends his game. But you can see Quakefoot playing very, very safe right here. Gets the resummon now. Is he going to stick around? Drops down the ward. They spot him. And it looks like there's going to be content with the farming. And that also means Boxy up top getting gone on here, forced to TP out. It's away on very low HP.
He does have a solve. Actually, okay, so he uses a solve. Murata's getting the stacks up for Axe. So I think Boxy, he has some comeback potential. Timbersaw, he's not quite the same. I mean, recently he has been doing a lot of Ancient stacks specifically, but they don't have any of those on the Enigma side. And I actually forgot, when I was talking about the net worth of Dark Willow and Palm, this is actually with Dark Willow having First Blood, right? Like, this would be even worse, at least because of that First Blood. Again, a little bit of result of that from Insania, who's getting gone on now.
They go on trying to find a kill, and it looks like with the root and the rundown, they will be able to finish that one off. GH still has Shadow Realm, switches over into it. A little bit of an outplay there, and TP out afterwards. So a nice kill, and then immediately able to get out of there. He baited that the whole time. Oh, and look at this Kuro up top. He's stealing the stacks with the Wild Wing.
And Taiga, he TP bottom, so he's not able to get here. Oh, okay, Koikva, luckily, he scouts this out. That's a big deal.
Is it going to go down in time? I mean, he's taking a lot of the creeps. Look at it all.
They are getting a lot, but Koikva is getting a lot of EXP from it, and with the root there, they should be good.
Oh, and Kuro takes back over the other help here now, and it's going to steal away the rest of them. Man, you got to be pissed if you're Liquid right there. Looking for the arrow kill onto it, or just the last hit. Yeah, and they will clean it up. But Kuro, will he pay for his crimes? Gets a little bit of stealing in, but Quakefa eventually brings him down, and now they're going for LTW with Boxy here. He doesn't have Vanguard yet, but they're still going underneath the tower, and LTW cuts a path away. Oh, blinks onto Boxy. Looks for the call, not going to be on the mark. So Liquid can't punish ILTW, and him staying around this area, getting this XP, it's not terrible, but if they can get this tower down, this is huge for Liquid.
Yeah, and good evasive moves coming in from ILTW there. We did see Miracle take the big hard camp stack in his triangle during that, so he is very farmed on Alina. However, you know, Kuroko, he died there. They still got some of the stack on Liquid, but he did make a lot of space for Lina. Now look at this space. It's being pressured, turned into some pressure mid.
Right. Insania has been able to get to level 5 before 10 minutes. Arrow goes out, connects onto GH. Cursed Crown already used, and the stuns, it will be enough as Miracle makes the move in to find that kill. This does give some time for the top tier 1 tower to go down. So the rotation over, ILTW going to attempt a deny here, most likely. And it looks like he should, well, no, Quakefa runs in. Gets the last hit.
Oh, they got Mickey though. They're going on.
Whoa.
I don't know if they have enough.
Down bottom, Timbersaw's moving as well. Sidesteps the Chakram, and now the turn onto Kuro, tries to bring him down. Will it be enough? Yes. But now, can they finish off Mickey? He's out of mana. Timber Chain's through. He's so low, but the Chakram goes out. And that will find the kill on the Luna. Mind Control attempting to run. Chain's a little short. And so he ends up falling. So 3 for 1 in the end. But it was a big one.
Yeah, I think anytime you play a fast farmer like Luna, it's a counterintuitive because you lose a lot of farm speed, but you're actually really happy if you die for the boys, because your team will get so much stronger that they will buy you enough time to just be that fast farmer. Because Mickey made this one play where it leads to 3 kills for his team, he feels very comfortable just AFK farming until he has his full timing, you know, some Manta, Dragonlance, some BKB, whatever he wants. He's already done his job.
Right, and he's going to be that much faster, too. You can see Mickey held off on building the Morbid Mask because he got that Possessed Mask instead. So he's just going straight into the Dragonlance.
Oh, that's some big acceleration coming in.
Yeah, such a great feeling, I'm
setting
sure.
Up on... No, I mean, Boxy is a Vanguard. You can't really touch this hero right now with Nigma's heroes unless you have Timber or Lina rotate. But Miracle, he's very focused on just finding his own farm this game. He's going for the same build he did his previous 2 Lina games, just a Boots of Travel into BKB. He's really just gonna farm it up. I mean, he's 1,000 above everyone else in the game and hit a big timing here. Ooh, good snipe by Koikva.
Well done, well done. And you can see Boxy getting gone on a little bit again, but, you know, this is a PA with the Ring of Health and Kuro, and you can see by that last stat that we had, this is one of the first games that LTW's had in a while on the PA, and his first so far for Nigma, as they're going to try and rotate up here. They have level 6 on Sania, level 6 on Taiga, and does ILTW want to stick around? He's going to back out. So heads up. Play there. Nigma recognizing that inherent danger and will retreat. But at least now, I mean, this to me feels like the next logical choice would be to try and take the mid-tier 1 from Nigma, since Liquid's already lost their tier 1.
I think so, especially with the Lone Druid lineup. Their lineup is a bit awkward. I think it has a bit to do with last picking your position 5. That always ends up in like sort of a less... Wait, the Dragon just killed Insania's courier because they Moonlight Shadowed when they aggroed it. That's a really weird interaction, unfortunately there. But anyways, your lineup is always slightly less robust when you go for sort of unorthodox picking order, something that's not standard. There's a reason why there are defaults and standards in terms of drafts or even play. It's because if something breaks that, usually you can just go and have an advantage. Viper is a pretty good 5 to last pick. I mean, he probably should have won the lane harder, and he does have huge impact with the Nether Talks in this game against PA, even some Lina and Enchantress. But I'm sort of curious to see how that will turn out.
Okay. Well, we'll keep our eyes on it for sure. And in the meantime, you can see a lot of drawings being made right now, as the call is maybe they want to get something done up in the top lane here. But 1,000 gold lead for Nigma. It's been pretty free over the last couple of minutes. It just feels like Nigma have free reign over everywhere. The fact that LTW has been able to just AFK farm top is kind of wild.
And Mind Control, coming into what I think should be the hardest lane for Timbersaw in the game. Like literally, if I craft heroes just to counter Timbersaw, this is the lane I would pick.
Right.
He's managed to take over the enemy safe lane tower. He's 3rd in net worth in the game. He's ahead of LTW even. He's having a great game on Timbersaw. The thing is, Viper counters Timbersaw in the lane as a 5, but later on, Mind Control is going to kill him with pure damage, and his slows don't do anything.
Right. Yeah, it's gonna be a really big problem for sure. As we see the just level 10, like nobody is around him at all. He's got the pipe done. We're what? How far away is this now? 600 gold from getting a Battle Fury, and it just really doesn't feel like there's any pressure that's being mounted at all by Liquid. But they have to wait, I guess, for their item timings and Boxy to get that Blink Dagger. He's what, around 800 gold away from it now?
And I think a lot of this is a late Vanguard Blink for an offlane Axe, I think. He's the lowest net worth core in the game, and a lot of this is because of that play made earlier by Kuroki. They were supposed to give that 4x hardcamp stack to Axe. He would have been accelerated, which would have let him get this early Blink Dagger, and then Liquid could have made moves. As it is right now, like, who's making the moves on Team Liquid? You have PA going Battle Fury, he almost has it on Nigma. You have Lina just farming up everything on the map, and Timbersaw, he can't die right now. They don't have any plays right now.
Boxy seeing if he can do something in this Moonlight Shadow, but you can see Mind Control has already backed away. They're just doing such a good job of reading the map right now.
It's a hard read. Like LTW, he's even going into the corner of the map to farm lane creeps as a hard carry. This is usually forbidden territory to like cross maybe like this line once you, even further closer to tier 2. Like once your hard carry, once your tier 1 has died, you can't cross that line because the enemy usually has control over your side of the jungle and they'll just kill you. But because of the hard read they made, maybe a ward identifying where the heroes are, I'm not too sure what they saw, he's able to get that additional farm and put tower pressure on top.
Very impressive.
Look at how clumped Liquid's heroes are right now. They're all within their own jungle, basically. No one is pushing in top. They managed to get bot lane out together, but there's pressure coming in top just from one GH, and they don't feel like they have any plays right now.
Well, and to be honest, it feels kind of like they're right. Miracle does have a regen rune now, and he's working towards that BKB. Man, he is so farmed. 2,000 gold lead. Over the last couple of minutes, it's been a slight acceleration. There is still going to be this timing that we'll see eventually from Team Liquid, as you can see that they're giving Boxy as much farm as they possibly can. They get the Blink Dagger done. If they can find a pick now, they're grouping together as 4. It could be a little telegraph. Mickey is showing in the top lane, is going to back out afterwards. See where they decide to go.
Telegraphed or not, they have to make this play in order to get map control. Insania, he's read the map a little bit. For the smoke, he saved up 3 observer wards, and they're going to be ready to go here. He even passes the obs ward over to Axe so that Boxy can place the obs ward and jump at the same time. A little bit slow on the connection here, though.
Yeah, they're going to put it up on this high ground here, and, well, wait for their opportunity. Nobody's showing.
Like this should be read by Nigma. Like, all the lanes are in good positions.
But
and
a wraparound.
That's your Blink Dagger timing. I mean, they need to get something out of this from Team Liquid. Otherwise, I don't know how they're going to push forward on the map.
An unfortunate series of events for Liquid is they weren't able to connect with that. Now, again, it's not all doom and gloom. They still have this strong timing for a while. Like, you know, you've got a Battle Fury PA on the other team, right? Like, this hero isn't going to be doing much for a long time, it feels like.
Yeah,
we'll see.
I agree. It's just, now Miracle, he's finished his BKB.
Yeah.
PA is going to farm really fast with Battle Fury. And I think most importantly, as soon as this Lotus Orb comes out, a lot of the damage from Team Liquid will be mitigated, specifically the Poison Hacks from Viper. But Team Liquid, they understand their timing. They sort of are in a bit of desperation mode. And if you think you're stronger than your opponent and you want to fight them, something you can do is you can just go to objective and force them to come fight you. So they're doing that with this Roshan.
Kuro drops down the ward, jump forward, call is there. Pulling them into this area. Oh, the Terrorize afterwards. It catches onto the Lone Druid, trying to bring down the Viper. Viper's dead. Oh, that's the Miracle BKB. That's huge. Mickey gets caught, gets potentially killed. Oh, they don't have vision. Trying to walk up high ground, seeing if he can regen up a little bit, but Miracle finds him. The huge call afterwards from Boxy. They needed that one. There was the buyback from Insania as they try and run them down. One by one, the escape from mind control. Will it be enough? No. They take 2 in exchange for Mickey. Roche is still very, very low. Jump forward, call comes out, able to catch onto the 2 heroes. They bring them both down. Ultra kill for Boxy. It took him a while to get the blink, but when he got it, it mattered.
And honestly, Nigma, they're outplaying them on the map, but Liquid, they make this crucial decision. They force Nigma to come to them to fight, and Boxy, what perfect patience on the blink calls. He pokes the Enchantress to start the fight because he knows that if they just send Roshan, they're going to get feared, Timbersaul's going to go in, they're going to lose heroes, just get kited in the fight. But he pokes a hero to start the fight, resets, and waits for his moment. He got two to 3 man calls that fight. I didn't quite see, but I think, again, like an ultra kill, and man, Liquid are straight back in it. They have the Aegis, they give it to Koikva because they think they might burst the Lone Druid, as Peter was mentioning on the panel. PA might be able to jump the real hero, and all the momentum is on their side.
There is something to be said as well for eventually getting, like, it's kind of been a bygone era seeing the Axe going for this blade mail, but if he gets this almost the entire game until like Satanic or something else comes out for ILTW, it's going to be a huge problem for him.
For sure. I think blade mail and Axe, it's honestly been sort of underrated at this point somehow because Manta's just become so popular. I really like this idea because he has 2 right-clicking cores on his team in Lone Druid and Luna. I don't think you can try to all right-click your opponent. You need someone to sort of go in, make the fight good, just like he did in the last Roshan engagement, and Blade Mail potentially is a lot better of an item for that. I also want to mention, I think ILTW, he needs to go for BKB this game. I like some BKB SMY Satanic. I don't think you can go for Desolator this game. We saw in the last fight, no one can really go in to tank for Lina. I mean, Timbersaw goes in, but it's not the same as a Tidehunter going in. That's Timbersaw's weakness as a hero. He doesn't control the enemies. If you have BKB on PA, you're jumping your opponents, you're creating space and giving like room for Miracle to hit with his 3 fiery soul stacks and even some DD. Like, I think that would be way stronger.
They are now ready to push up on top side here. Insania, or rather GH, so he's the Willow, but he's going to drop on down the Brambles there, and Tier 2 about to go down as they will have access now to this outpost. It was Insania that picked up the Aether Lens, actually. And you look at the next couple minutes, I mean, wants to get in range, make sure that he can get that onto those key heroes with the Viper Strike.
Okay. I mean, Nether Toxin is a very good spell this game, right? You have PA, even Lina, she doesn't have Fiery Soul stacks up, and Enchantress, so I can see it from that perspective. It's not an item I would ever really think of. I'm curious to see how his idea will play out in this game.
Well, in the meantime, Nigma able to take that bottom tier 2 tower. And we do have a little bit of a stalemate across the map. Neither team really wanting to fight each other. You still have Aegis for another, 2 minutes roughly for Quakeva. And has a resummon on the bear as well. They could try and keep the screws to him. I wouldn't mind seeing them just pressure this tier 2 here. Oh, jump forward! Catches the call there onto GH. In trouble, dead. Oh, Boxy, he's just a hunter.
And Boxy, despite his slow start, despite Kuroki slowing him down by taking those stacks, you know, he had a pretty late Vanguard Blink. He's now gotten the last 5 kills for Team Liquid. And he has Blade Mail, and they're not done yet. They're smoking up. He knows he's strong.
Oh, Nigma, you got to be careful. Again, it was such good decisions and plays to dodge away from this fight early on. They find Kuro, though, up on that high ground. Able to catch, able to kill. But we're seeing the power of this lineup once they get those items and once they can actually force the fight. Liquid starting to do it here.
That was a blind jump, by the way.
Yeah.
His smoke popped, and it wasn't even like he went for on the ramp. He knew exactly where Kuroki was based on some weird triangulation between the smokes popping. And he jumped literally on top of it. It looked like he had map hacks. But it's really just smart play, and Boxy does this a lot. And again, they smoke up again. They're just chaining their plays.
All right, looking for him, jumps forward, finds the big one, that's Miracle! Gets caught by the arrow afterwards, misses the dunk, but gets the kill. And this is while tier 2 mid goes down. Nigma, they've got to be so careful right now because they basically haven't been able to bring ILTW to any fight yet. And he's going to push out this bottom lane. They can see that it's getting pressured. We'll see if they decide to go for him, but no, ILTW going to TP out. And, I mean, what's the play now for Nigma? Like, can you do anything besides dodge? They went for this Deso on PA, but it's really tough.
And they have the same read. They're smoking up here. I'm not too sure what the objective is.
Maybe Aegis down in 30.
Yeah, if Liquid split up a bit here.
Looking for an opening. They are going to go onto the bear. And smoke still on these other heroes, GH and Kuro. But
they do have this great ward. Oh, Psych.
Well, they did.
In the smoke, it doesn't really lead to anything because, again, as you're mentioning, they just don't really have a real timing at this point. You don't have BKB on PA against a Blade Mail Axe, you will legitimately die in one call. So you can never commit it, and you're basically just daggers. And Axe, he just has done such a good job. Like, he's countered GH, you know, you can't Shadow Realm against a call. And look, how did they have so many smokes?
I don't know,
Like, they're just constantly smoking. I think they knew they couldn't do anything, but even when they couldn't do something, they're just constantly buying the smokes, getting them off cooldown. Insania was saving up that triple ward, and as soon as, you know, they hit their timing with the Blinker, something just snapped, and they just go. Kill them, get map control, and man, it's looking strong right now.
Absolutely.
Insania is going for Travels next? This boy's a beast. He played that AA game triple rapier and said, I'm the core now.
This is what I'm doing. The other core, though, you got to watch out for Quakeva right now. AC done along with Desolator. Look at how quickly these buildings fall with Mickey there as well, continuing to punch away. They're going to hit that LSA, try and take down this bear. He has a resummon afterwards if they want to, but with the combination of Mickey and Quakeva, these buildings just don't stand a chance. They're dropping down one by one. They're going to have to go for the resummon here. Bear will end up dying. 300 gold going away. Mickey waits for the creeps to come back in. Do they want to pull for any more? I mean, PA's not even here. LTW is just farming. He knows he can't fight yet.
they did get a little bit of compensation on the Enigma side just because RTW, he did a good play there. He understands that he can't fight without BKB. Okay, I'm just going to go steal the enemy ancients, TP to my own ancients, take the most efficient farm possible, and wait until I have that BKB. Nigma have to sack this Rax if RTW does not have this BKB right now. I mean, maybe they don't. It seems to look like they want to fight.
And this is a bold play. At least offer some resistance, but it's dangerous. Very dangerous. Bear still alive for a little bit here, but starting to get dropped down slightly. They keep that Rax alive. 130 HP. Do Liquid want to go back in? Oh, it's so tempting. These decisions that you got to make, because you want to keep that pressure on as Liquid, but if you overextend, you're going to get punished so hard.
Liquid has never thrown on high ground, so there's no PTSD from that there. I think what happened is, because Nigma positioned to fight like that, Liquid actually thought that RTW finished his BKB already. Because the timing would make sense. Like, it's 24 minutes, you went Battle Free into BKB Desolator, you haven't died this game. It's very high percentage that he would have it there. If he did have his BKB, then like this fight could be really bad for them.
Right.
So they just go for the safer option. You know, Roshan spawning in 30 seconds. Insanity has Travel's Aether Lens on 5 position Viper, very pog. And yeah, it's like it's a mind game, right? Because Dota's a game of limited information. As a spectator, we can see, I think, 100% they should have taken that Rax. But I know that LTW doesn't have his BKB. Liquid had no idea about that.
So you see now the BKB done, and as you mentioned, Roche capable of responding now in 5 seconds. We'll see what the actual timing ends up being. But 12-6, a 4,000 gold lead. And this now, is this the moment that they want to go? You've got Lotus Orb, you've got that BKB, and they're hunting a little bit right now on the side of Nigma, or are they just going to keep on sitting back in their base? They have AC done too? Ooh. Miracle.
That has to be their timing, right? They have 2 BKBs at AC. If you give up the second Roshan, you know, normally I'd say Viper takes a shard and just break high ground, but it's also very good on Luna. Lone Druid's already picked up his own. I think if you hit a timing when you're behind and you don't use it to get something on the map, you're fundamentally going to just fall more behind.
Right.
Because like in default status, the team that's ahead has more map control, which means they will get more gold. So if nothing happens, you're just falling further and further behind. So I'd like to see Nigma go for this fight. They have a smoke on GH, so they are thinking about it.
Oh, Moonlight Shadow, though. They're underneath this ward. ILTW, does he break on it? God, Blur is so good. But they're sending in the Bear first and foremost. Counter smoke now coming in. Bear is there. Smoke and a break. Mind control in the area. ILTW also revealed. Boxy looking for the jump. The call, he catches him. PA gets obliterated. Didn't stand a chance. Laguna Blade comes out, though. Miracle trying to make up for the failings of the rest of the team, but is it going to be enough? The right clicks come through. The fear is there. They find the finish. 3 dead in a moment. Oh, and they're looking for more now afterwards. GH trying to run away. Can't outrun that arrow as Liquid take down 4. And are going to go for the high ground. Boxy.
Oh,
what a
really
god.
Unfortunate. I mean, you got your timing off. You have the BKB on PA, but BKB doesn't do anything.
If you're dead?
Get instant-stunned and you can't use it and dead.
Yeah.
I mean, a little bit of positioning
God.
mistake from Nigma, to be honest. I think they should have kited up towards the Tinker ward so they had this vision coming in from the ward.
And look at
but
this
again,
now.
like,
it goes straight for it. They're trying to take down the tier 3 towers, take down they message towards the throne, and that got the buyback, but they still get a second lane of Rax.
Liquid making good decisions about high ground. They're backing up here, going for the Roshan. This is a new Liquid, not like the one we saw the other day. I'm actually very impressed with this decision. Just showing growth in these high stress like qualifiers and stuff is very important to like determine how well a team's going to do in said qualifiers, because it shows your ability to adapt to stuff. This decision from Liquid to just secure the win with the Roshan, I'm very happy with it.
And this is everything right now. This is absolutely everything, and unfortunately, it has gone to Liquid. Nigma not able to get there in time. They wanted to contest the Roche. This smoke-up play, they were hoping to find it, but Roche spawn a little bit on the early side. Can they find anybody afterwards? This is such a hard fight right now. Although, Mickey on the low ground.
Items.
Oh,
he left the bat of scare.
Kuro picks it up, increasing net worth. Fine. Boxy has blink. They can go in. Has to jump out.
Nigma just picking up Liquid's items. There's a free cloak of flames. You know, dropping items, literally giving net worth to the enemy team.
Yeah, that's fine.
But honestly, like a good dodge from Liquid. That was Nigma's like chance to win this game, right? They're going to have 2 lanes of pressure. Their only chance is really before Eclipse comes up, before they group up, while Luna's disassembling items to catch her off guard.
Hey, if you keep doing it, that's some good stuff. The problem is she has an MKB on Mickey now. And that one, I mean, I don't know if it's really going to end up mattering that much. She did get the extra gold, leaving Mind Breakers behind now too. Liquid, pick up the trash. What are you doing?
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, you look at these players in this game, they're all like 10, 11k players. Right. They're really good at Dota. But when you put in as much stress as TI qualifiers in, with as much as going on in the game of Dota, it's really easy to make these really small mistakes. It looks dumb to a spectator, but I guarantee you it happens all the time. Like, I'm way better than what I show in officials. That's all
fair.
I'm saying.
Perfect.
Like, all these players are. Like, if you can... Something I hear a lot is like, all we want to do is be able to play as if it's a pub. Like, right. I think almost every team has echoed that sentiment, because when you're relaxed, when you're playing a pub in your normal practice habitat, everything just feels so smooth. When the enemy is putting a lot of pressure on you, as, I mean, fighting Kuroki in a TI qualifier game for elimination would, in the series, it's not easy to make the same calm, rational decisions.
True enough. Well, at this point, Liquid have only been able to win the first game of a series 1 time, and that was earlier today against Chicken Fighters, but we'll see what ends up happening here as they get ready to go up high ground again with the Aegis in hand. They've got how long on this one now? Almost 3 minutes.
Yeah, and they're just waiting a little bit. Boxy just finished up his BKB. It's a big deal because they did pick up the Yule Scepter against Axe onto GH. Now if he calls anyone, he cannot be Yule Scepter to negate the Blade Mail, and they will just kill anyone he gets.
They also just get a DD rune now onto the bear. So Koikva brings that one on back, has the cheese on the bear afterwards, and looking to step high ground right now. Manta afterwards. Koikva right on top of that tier 3 tower. It is dropping rapidly. Throws out the Lucent Beams onto Kuro. Koikva bear backs out. Mickey steps forward. They keep that pressure on. And with creeps coming in the base, Nigma have to deal with that as well. This is such a hard hold. They got Catapult Wave coming in now as well. So the pressure starting to be mounted. What do they have? How can they take this fight? I mean, they're good at slowing this down, but it feels like an inevitability.
Yes, as long as you have this Aegis, which Liquid still have a minute and a half on, they can just slowly siege. We even saw the methodicalness? What?
That's
I don't even know what I'm saying.
Word, sure.
Yeah, that's definitely a word.
The
that's
patience.
His bear is, yeah, the patience. Just a little bit. He TPs his bear home to heal. They're not rushing it. They understand that this game is won as long as they don't get 5-man wiped on high ground, which has never happened to them before. So I'm very impressed that they know this concept.
That's right.
But yeah,
they're learning.
They're really playing it nice and slow. Maybe honestly a bit too slow. This Aegis only has a minute left on it, Miracle.
Well, we'll see. You've got just a tiny bit of time left. Nigma, at this point, the tier 3 tower, 1,000 HP left. Root is there. Brings her down. Okay, that's Aegis down, but they catch the big call there on a Miracle. But the BKB gets off. The back away, ILTW tries to turn a Boxy. That is not a great hero to try and kill off. The right clicks coming through for Miracle. They kill Boxy. Dead for 80 seconds. And Insania now the next one to fall. So Nigma is streaming back a little bit here. What else can they find? Koikva tries to go for the TP out, and it looks like he will be able to complete it, but the bear is the one that falls after. So a nice combination comes out there for Nigma. They will keep Mickey alive.
And that was just Nigma being ready, right?
Yeah.
Constantly, whenever someone up came to the high ground, there's Brambos, you had Lina stun, and you know, Mickey, he pokes his head in. I wouldn't even say too far. It's just hard for him to walk in because that's one of Luna's problems. You just have low range. And they manage to get him. Boxy gets a really good call onto Lina. His Blade Mail is on against no BKB, once again from the Nigma-sided core. But because Luna's respawned for Aegis, they don't have enough follow-up. You see MC, he tanked the arrow for his president, Mr. Miracle.
Right.
And yeah, that was a convincing high ground hold. they didn't buy back anyone. Did they even? No one died.
No, they were perfect in that one, and I think part of that too is, you know, we talked about this sort of unorthodox Lina build of going for the Salt Cuirass. That suddenly means that this Blade Mail does significantly less when you're only spamming out right clicks from Miracle. So good itemization. They've got some good answers as well. This like Solar Crest on Curl, all these things that you might need. But the question is, are they in too big of a hole now to climb themselves back out of it? I mean, PA going for Satanic next. Can ILTW carry this game for them?
I think 100% Nigma's heroes will outscale Liquid's heroes in the late game. Luna, surprisingly, because she wins a lot of games like this, is not a good 1v5 hero. She does not scale into the late game nearly as well as other carries because her only steroid is basically her fast farming speed. If you're 1v1ing a PA with Luna, Glaives is absolutely nothing for you. You will lose that 1v1 unless you're 1 or 2 items ahead, which Mickey has had for the majority of this game, but you know, you're on a timer. She does pick up the spider legs, which extends that timer for some reason. I don't know why that's in the game, but eventually, like as soon as both the Satanics come out for the Nigma cores, it's looking a little sketchy. Axe's Blade Mail, it falls off if the enemy has Satanic. Lone Druid, I have no idea how the hero works, but I'm assuming he falls off a bit because he's like an early pusher. And again, Liquid, they still have time. It's not like they need to be panicked yet. They're up 13k. They should still be feeling good. But I think this next Roshan, it has to be their timing where they really want to end this game.
And I mean, we've all seen these Liquid games before. They can happen. So we'll see if it's another classic or if they can close this one out cleanly. You have what, 50 seconds now until the next Roche. ILTW is still pretty far away from having that full Satanic and also buyback on top of it, but kind of feels like
only 1,000 away.
Yeah.
So as soon as he gets his Satanic, if he's confident, he can sort of play a bit of frontline where he tanks the Axe Call, pops Satanic, because Axe Call is still like a 0.4 seconds. I think 0.4? It might be 0.3. I think it's 0.4 though. So you do have time to pop off your Satanic. And if he gets that off, I think as long as they block the arrow for him, he won't die. The other thing that I really like that Liquid is doing is how they're controlling the map. They picked up this gem on Taiga because they've identified that Nigma cannot fight them outside the base. Or if they do, they're going to win that fight. That means that you can purchase a gem of True Sight with relatively little risk of dropping it. And look at the map for Team Nigma right now. They have zero vision. They're all huddled in their base.
Yeah, just catching one wave at a time and giving it to the heroes that feel like they need the most amount of farm. It does start to feel pretty bad. Mind Control, after having, you know, a bit of a good early game, has started to fall behind a little bit here. And I guess he's still actually above the Axe, but he's going for that sheep stick next, which can make a pretty significant difference as well. DD?
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised that they didn't give Viper, while they had full map control, as a Travels. I think he just farm his own jungle.
Right.
Get to something like Aeon Disc Shard, and he can just be the one sieging high ground.
Did you see his quick buy, by the way? Insanius prepping for that other game. At the same time,
I mean, last game he had 3 rapiers. This time he wants 4.
That's fair. Roche going to spawn now. Well, we'll see how this one goes. As I mean, Nigma, is there any way that they can know about this really or contest? It's tough.
Okay, so it's really hard for them to walk on high ground. I think this Roshan is Liquids. They have a DD on Luna. They've been blessed by Gavin. They do it without losing any HP because it's just how Lone Druid functions as a hero. But this Aghanim's, I think they're going to give it to Luna here. I can't be too sure.
Yep, they do.
Yeah, so what this means is there's a kneel condition for breaking high ground. All you have to do is sort of smoke in, jumps on, and just drop the Aghanim. You know, you drop the, I don't know what you call it, I mean, it's just Eclipse. It doesn't change its name. But you drop that, you instantly burst on, and you sort of reset and wait for buybacks. Otherwise, you're just going to take the base while heroes are dead. Because, like, walk up the high ground, it hasn't been working for them.
I thought you were going to say something like, you know, the Leviathan. That's the ship that Malik had in Taurus.
That's what I wanted to say if I was a bit more clever. But I said it, and my brain just went blank, so... You know, it happens.
That's true. You're catching up.
Another piece of garbage left on the ground by Mickey. He's pinged it this time, so Insania is going to come over and pick up that juicy Stormcrafter. Very nice this game against Dark Willow and Enchantress and even PA slow.
Absolutely. And now they're ready for another round of it. Daedalus done. No buyback for these heroes, but you don't need it if you have that Aegis. Unless things go really, really, really badly for Liquid, which we'll see if it goes wrong or not. Nigma, in the meantime, looking for some way to get this fight happening in their favor. ILTW will go out, push the wave for a second. You would love for them to go in and get the next tier of items, but obviously Nigma having no access to the jungle, they can't do that.
They haven't got a single tier 4 yet, and like how can they? Like maybe PA can blur out the base, but look at Liquid's wards. They're just on the camps, seeing if anyone tries to sneak out, they'll instantly kill their opponent.
So there they go, up towards high ground. Quakefa punching away. They use the, well, glyph, nothing. Tower's just down, jump forward, good call. Is it gonna be enough though? They bring him down. Miracle dead with no buyback. He didn't get anything off. Boxy pops the cheese, runs away. And now the bear going to fall, but Mickey, eyes on the prize, tearing them apart as they will lose the melee racks afterwards. Perfect execution coming out from Liquid as they find the man they needed to, get the kill, and now looking to close this one out. What more could you want?
And this is very clean play. A little bit of a departure from their performance in this TI qualifier. I'm really... Wait, what just happened?
He just kills Dark Willow with the glaives bouncing as they're going to set their sights on the tier 4 towers, looking for a wraparound there. They want to find the backlines. ILTW, good jump, but the turn is there afterwards. Boxy, the man of the hour, making it happen, but GG is called, or not even yet. The Ancient just falls, and Liquid will win it.
I was actually, did I mute some of the Enigma players? Like, they're really good batter bombs for most pro teams, but no, the Ancient just dies. I don't even think Enigma were looking at it, and just a really clean game coming out from Liquid. I gotta commend, like, specifically Boxy, right?
Yeah.
They weren't able to do anything, but Boxy picked up his Blink Dagger. The smoke doesn't go that well, but he perfectly teamfights into, like, picking off 3 more Enigma heroes and just snowballs the entire game for his team.
Perfect execution from him for sure. And it's one of those things too where like there's been so many questions, like he's coming back, is it going to be able to replicate the success that they had, showing that, you know, there's a reason they wanted to stick with him beyond just the friendship and means. This guy's a hell of a player. So for now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we get back, the panel's going to break it all down. We'll see you then.
Lyrical said, all the Team Liquid needs to do is close out this game cleanly. And that gave me a little bit of a chuckle. Like, Team Liquid, they're never going to close out a game cleanly. But Trent, actually they did this time around.
Yeah, it's you know, going high ground is always a difficult task, and even with a couple of bumps along the road, because like Boxy I think still had his penalty from like the buyback before, so he had like 2 minutes left on that one death, but it was fine. They backed up, they regrouped, and that eventually just led to the full on ending push. And yeah, I would definitely say it looked a little more reserved, a little more calculated, and that seems to be adjustments being made here for Liquid as they just ride this one to victory on the back of the Boxy axe.
Yeah, Boxy had a fantastic game, and it was really good constraint by Liquid on those high ground pushes. I think that was the biggest difference that I saw today from the previous series.
Yeah, absolutely. You also had some a little bit critical, Peter, about the item build of a certain carry on the enemy team, on the other team, on Team Nigma.
Yeah. I'm a 5 player, so I naturally have some bias towards the 1 position, since we have a close relationship. But I really do believe that Battle Fury is just kind of a bad item. And if you're like, the reason why like Luna and Medusa and Terrorblade and Drow and these heroes are so popular is because they can clear Ancients without having to buy a Battle Fury. And if you're picking PA, I think you pick PA to like win your lane and then to keep playing. So I personally think like you should be going like Deso, SNY, Satanic, especially in a game like this where they have lots of BKB lockdown, and going like Battle Fury into BKB. I feel like Nigma was leading this game and they wanted to fight, but they kept delaying because PA was trying to get his. Sorry, am I muted? They're waiting for his Battle Fury BKB timing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just too slow. Like everyone else was ready to go, but Nigma just kind of sat back, and you just saw like Luna just slowly outfarmed the PA, and they just took all of the map. And when PA finally had her Battle Fury BKB, Axe was online, and Axe was just soloing her.
It was the classic tale of like, my control's like, whoa, man, my lane went like way better than I expected. Thanks to an awesome kill early, GH. And then, my control's just kind of rolling through the game, waiting to play with this carry, waiting to be surrounded by his teammates, and the carry never comes because they're just busy.
Yeah. I have a little bit of a question before we head to the break about the offlaners, because, Boxy had an amazing game. He crushed it, especially towards the end, but he did get very late with his getting his items online, while on the other side, Mind Control actually had quite a good time on his Timber Saw, right? So how was it that Mind Control couldn't take over the game as a Timber Saw sometimes can?
I would say it's mostly because his teammates never really joined him. He had a great lane. I think Nigma won all 3 lanes this game, but then they just sat back, right? It's the PA just kind of disappearing from the game, and then as a result, like Timber is waiting for either Lina or PA to come join him so he can fight the enemy, but both of them are kind of in farm mode, right? Like Lina's got the bots, PA's got the Battle Fury, and then the rest of the lineup just isn't strong enough to fight as 3. So it was a really slow game, I think, and I think that favored Liquid. And I think Nigma was an opportunity to punish Liquid because they won their lanes, but that never really happened.
Yeah, and they did delay by helping Boxy, or rather by like slowing down Boxy, right? Like they took away his stacks and stuff early, but then he gets the ultra kill, and like suddenly the whole game's just like cracked open for them because like Boxy was like the one guy that can like really take this with his hero in this game, and he played it absolutely perfectly. Like big expectations, and he certainly delivered.
He really, really did. Now, traditionally, when these two teams face, it does go to distance regardless of results. It's been a back and forth here for the two teams. So let's see if Team Nigma can bring it back here too, force out that 3rd game. We're heading to a break. We'll be right back. Liquid is 1 game up against Nigma here in this best of 3 elimination on the line, and that means potentially Team Nigma 1 game away from not making it to TI, which would be a big blow, considering they were second at the previous TI. Of course, Kuro has participated in every single TI. Oh dear goodness, Peter, Trent, welcome to the draft as well. We got a spider problem coming out from Team Liquid here in game 2.
Yep. So I had some theories. I was a little confused on Liquid's previous draft, taking that taking their 3 cores in a row, taking Luna super early. But I think part of their plan was to deny the ILTW Luna because that's been far and away his best hero, right? So get that out of the way. This game, Nigma pushing the priority on the hero, 2-3ing Luna, and Liquid takes their favorite counter. Many teams would take Terrorblade this spot. Liquid takes Broodmother.
I think we were actually just having a discussion about taking down safe lane towers and how beneficial it is when the offlaner actually secures that tower. And whenever I think of that, I just think of Broodmother right now and how it's it feels like the freest hero in Dota to secure the tier 1 tower because you hit 6. A couple heroes rotate depending on how strong the enemy carry is, and you just nuke them to death. And it's so hard to defend at that moment. And they're just taking care of these heroes that stop you from getting the tier 1 tower, right?
Yep.
And that's just how you play Dota as Brood. And if you can't stop that at 7 minutes, the game just feels impossible.
I actually think one of the best ways to deal with Brood is to have your mid hero deal with it. So I'm willing to say it. I think Pangolier mid is probably the best counter to current Broodmother. He just gets early items, and then he can kind of park himself in your own jungle and just easily just kill those spiders whenever Brood shows. And I think defending the tier 1 tower against Brood is too difficult, but it's really important that you don't lose your tier 2 tower too quickly. Otherwise, you're gonna they're gonna flip the map and you're gonna lose the whole thing. So as long as you can kind of maintain your jungle, you're gonna find opportunities to kill the Broodmother, or at the very least trade farm with your opponents.
Does Miracle play Pango? He hasn't played it in a while.
I don't think he will play it, but other teams, OG, whoever, right? If you're listening, take that.
If you're listening, you want some advice, call up Peter. He's available.
I'm available.
Easy advertising. We got the Terrorblade still banned out, of course, Slaughter as well. Do we want a super hard carry coming out from Team Liquid in this one, the Mickey hard carry, or is this the type of game where you would like to see them go for a faster lineup? Of course, LeShrek comes to mind.
Yes.
We're just pushing down towers really fast.
I've been talking about it a lot, but I'm still waiting for Bristleback to make an appearance. I feel like that hero is...
We saw him today.
Yeah, we did see him today.
Yeah?
I feel like he is... Well, that's fine. I feel like he is I think Bristle mid is the counter to these ranged heroes that want to farm their triangle early in the game. Putting a Bristleback mid means he will most likely be the most farmed, if not the second most farmed hero on the map. And I think that because he's level 8, level 9 when everyone else is level 6, if you have Vanguard or Hood, they're not going to be able to deal with you, and you can just walk into the enemy team's triangle and take that farm away from Luna, who picked this early, hopefully struggles in lane.
That's the SA Dota special. We were all about Broodmother for Bristleback for a couple months in the SA games, and it felt like I was really surprised the hero didn't take off as much in other regions with how strong it looked, based off of the fact that it abuses stacks, it can contest stacks early. These ranged heroes you're talking about, Terrorblade tends to be, single target focus, but the Luna is based, I would say, balanced around AoE and stuff. So when you have this Bristleback, it kind of feels like she can't shoot through him unless she gets the perfect eclipse.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
and if
Mars.
So, I was gonna say if the Bristleback goes Hood, then all of a sudden he's that Eternal Shroud item is also quite good on Bristleback, and that can help you deal with the Luna ult. I think Bristle is also insanely good against Medusa for a lot of the same reasons, but this Luna and Medusa are sort of similar heroes to some extent.
Couple of stats on the Pango for Team Nigma, by the way. Miracle's never played it in a pro game. Mind Control's played it once, but that was in 2016, so I don't think we're going to see that. And now with the Mars picked up as well, that looks like that's going to be Mind Control's hero for this one.
I was wondering if they AA, but they banned the Void instead, so now it's kind of hard to make the AA work as Liquid. because I feel like that's like their best AA hero. Like there was that one specific game with Liquid where they picked AA and Void, and their core damage in the Chrono was really weak, and I didn't think it was gonna be good enough. I kind of felt like that was gonna be the problem, but they were so consistent and always hitting that because there's no force staff save, right? All the other games, people are just like saving from this AA blast with it, but the Chrono prevents that. So kind of a nice counter by Enigma to ban that out. And you asked for it last game, and now we'll have the Phoenix there, Peter.
I really like it. I feel like Broodmother, you can put this Phoenix on either lane, but I feel like Broodmother can be a very strong laner, and he can kind of carry Phoenix through the phase. And having Phoenix in the game now up against Tusk, Mars, and Luna, I feel like you're set, right? Like the Phoenix will even be good on lane against Tusk by slowing attack speed during tag team. Phoenix is sometimes a weak laner, but this game I think he'll do just fine. And I think this is a Kuro Hoodwink now, which we saw him play before, and I was not very impressed with. So liking what Liquid has going right now.
Yeah.
We're seeing this a lot versus the Broods. People seem to keep going back to this hero when it doesn't necessarily look like otherwise an amazing Hoodwink game, I feel. Like they're trying to like abuse the running through the trees or something. And at least it's a range versus the Egg, but another Chaos Knight coming out now. I think our second so far now for Liquid.
Oh, so does this Brood play mid for Liquid?
I mean, it is a Quake
It's
Brood,
Quakefa,
most
but,
likely.
But we also know they are very, very willing to send Boxy mid. So
true.
That's the issue. Because then they can put the Mars mid. That might be part of their reasoning here, right?
Yeah. Well, you could even do Lina as a 5 position if you wanted to, if you're laning the CK with her. I think that's like the one thing that enables Lina 5. It's actually a strong laner in the safe lane if you have a stun. So a lot of flexibility for Liquid right now in their draft.
Yeah, or I guess even the AA still. They could make that work too.
You can pick a new 5, you can pick a new mid, you could pick a new offlaner, you could pick a new carry, right? Enigma probably has no idea what's coming at them.
Yeah, and a lot of the Insane heroes are still in. The Oracle's also there if they wanted like a single target save versus the Mars and the Tusk and even the Hoodwink, I guess. Like they tend to like kind of all stack everything on one hero, I feel.
Yeah, Oracle could work. I also wouldn't mind the Abaddon too much either if you wanted to play that.
Yeah.
A lot of dispelling those Hoodwink stuns, helping out with the spear stun. You can't really die to a Luna ult as a Abaddon, right? You always get your ult off and survive.
So why do you think they chose Chaos Knight?
I think it's a good matchup versus Luna. You could sort of like overwhelm her with illusions, especially if you play like the offlane CK where maybe you end up getting an Aghanim Scepter at some point. I feel like Boxy might end up playing this hero. But either, whether Mickey or Boxy plays it, I would definitely look at Ags as a potential pickup. That item is very, very strong.
So that's what I'm wondering. And then what do you pair with it though? Do you think it matters or you just can be whatever?
I think you can do Lina, you could do Dark Willow, you could do...
Well, I guess I mean like the Ags pairing though. I'm trying to like remember what was like really busted because it used to be like obviously Ags with Luna, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean, it's nice to have like another carry on your team to get like a good illusion, but I think just having the illusions in general is quite strong. Whether you use them to push or farm or just like cause complete chaos in the team fight, when CK is on your team, these illusions, they all look like, you can tell who they are, but when you're playing against it, sometimes it's, a lot of illusions in a team fight, you might mess up your spells. And Team Liquid goes Pango, which is most likely for, I mean, who knows?
Insane even plays it.
Mickey, CK, Quake for Brood. I think we're going to have a Boxy Pango in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will.
Okay. I like the Storm pick a lot. Yeah. This is a really good Storm game. But I also like Liquid's draft. So for predictions, I'll take the ILTW Luna. He's been too good. The hero's OP.
ILTW Luna versus the Quake for Brood. Trent, which way are you going?
Ooh, that's true. I guess the Luna has definitely drawn me in because ILTW looks so good on it, and there's a reason why they prioritize it so heavily. But it's also a Quake for Brood. Ooh, Quakefa could go if he goes the right items. All right, Quakefa's gonna get this. He'll get some like crazy anti-storm build or something and just like ruin their life. That's what I'm gonna opt for. But I really like this game. I think both drafts are very even. I'm not like super heavily leaning one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm personally hoping we're gonna get a game 3 between these two teams because it's always fun to watch them play some Dota. But we're gonna have to see how it's gonna play itself out in game number 2, and we're gonna see together with Lyrical and AUI.
Thank you so much again, Shiver, and the panel, all you lovely folks out there watching this game as well. It's all on the line now for Enigma. You win this game, you have a chance to go to TI. You lose, it's done, it's over. Aoi, do you like the sort of last pick Storm, putting all of the hopes and dreams in a Miracle Storm Spirit? Are you feeling it?
I think Storm is a really good pick. And what's catching Storm this game? Maybe Boxy can actually go for Yos to set up for Taiga. Like some, swashbuckle into Yos and Taiga follows up. That I could see that working. But otherwise, it's a free Brood game. And most importantly for me, when you play against Broodmother, you need a hero who can jump and kill him. Because as we've seen in the Tundra games, it's awful to play against this hero if he can't die. He builds these tanky items now. It's not an easy kill. You need the hard stuns. Enigma, they're going for a smoke here. They do have Tuskar level 1, which is always scary, but a Boots Lina, you're not catching him.
Yeah, does probably scout out that there's a ward up there, so we're going to see that one taken away in a second, but they do manage to dodge that first smoke, and that should give Liquid a little bit more comfort, at least with these heroes along the top lane.
Oh, I thought they're going to give Miracle solo EXP for this Observer ward, but I guess, I see everything, but they actually had everyone in Fog, so I was confused. Boxy scouting them out again.
Oh.
Just hard to connect on this level 1, it seems.
Boxy hanging on to that point. And, ooh, wait a minute now.
He timed it.
Swashbuckles away. Dude, are you kidding me? And now Boxy just goes down. I mean, oh, that was some greed, but a really good play there by Mind Control to catch him. Really, really well done.
I need a little bit. I'm looking up how fast you move on Pangolier during Swashbuckle.
Okay.
So carry it for a bit.
All right, no problem. Let us know how good that was. For now, at least, that's the type of play they need.
You move at 2,000 range, and he got him instantly. And there's a cast animation in God's Rebuke, so you're basically predicting when Pangolier is going to use it, and that's huge. Now Miracle, this hero that we talked about, who can sort of take over the game, he has First Blood. This is going to change the matchup. I mean, Boxy doesn't even play mid, and he's against First Blood Miracle.
Definitely. It's also now, they're able to get 3 bounty runes off the back of that as well. So Boxy, he is going to get the lane shoved into him here a little bit by Miracle throughout the first round, but we'll see how this early going
what is this? This is 3 bounty runes, First Blood, double waved under tower on the first wave. Miracle, he is eating a little bit of tower aggro here, but man, I would be very uncomfortable as Boxy.
Yeah, not necessarily what you want to see. The other side lanes, at least for the moment, though, we're going to see how well they're able to deal with this. Lina has so often just been an incredibly frustrating hero to deal with those LSAs coming out, and obviously Broodmother in the later stages will be a big issue as Miracle keeps that pressure onto Boxy. Very frustrating to play against.
So I wonder what Nigma's idea is, because I've noticed, GH goes to the safe lane pretty much every game now. It used to be it was Io and Outer Titan, but even on Tuskar, even all these heroes, he's always in the safe lane. It might be a little bit of pairing your melee cores with range supports and then melee supports with range cores. But it seems like it's almost just like a rule for them that they want GH in the safe lane, Kuro in the off lane.
Yeah, it could be like a playstyle thing as well, right? Like maybe GH doesn't I feel like Mind Control because sometimes play a little bit more of a passive laning stage, and then try and sort of make the moves more around the mid game instead. That could be part of it as well, but it's something that we could ask them, and they probably won't tell us because it gives away strategy. But that's fine. Oh, GH able to connect on it. Or rather, Taiga connect on the GH.
Sure.
It's not too.
Right. That's fine.
As Kuro dropping down very low up there on the top side. Another LSA going to connect onto GH as Taiga does a little bit of a wraparound there, trying to stop this extra pressure coming in right there. It was maybe looking for a pull onto the double wave, but doesn't end up happening. So heads up play by Taiga as well as Quakefa to stop that from happening. Mid. Oh, brings him down really low. Looking for a kill. Fairy Fire used. Miracle has to be a little bit wary of that rotation coming from Taiga, but they do force over a rotation. Not bad at all.
Yeah, and Miracle, he's doing really poorly in this mid lane. He's missed 1 CS so far. Just really unfortunate for him. But yeah, now he forces a rotation. He's pressuring Boxy. He has a CS lead, and man, it's looking good for Miracle Storm this game.
You can see it's actually one of his worst heroes that he's played 10 times, but still, nonetheless, very, very strong. And to be honest, it's just Nigma wins so much that it kind of doesn't matter that much. There aren't that many heroes that he has that are under 50% win rate, most likely.
Yeah,
but
this is Miracle. I mean, he won TI. He's been in the top scene forever, so most of his win rates are actually really high.
Yeah.
Storm being under 50%, I don't know if it's like a comfortability thing, maybe it's a team thing, but that's surprisingly low for a player like Miracle.
Well, nonetheless, we do have a nice bit of pressure here onto him constantly by the Pango as they get the pullback. Never mind. Boxy just dies. He just walked in and ate a remnant, gets killed.
Okay, so there's a 2-0 Storm free farm, and it's Miracle. He's 1,000 ahead of anyone on the enemy team.
Yeah. Yeah, that's problematic if you're Liquid, for sure.
Okay, so it's 2k gold up 4 minutes in. One of the biggest gold leads I think we've seen this early. All basically off the back of that level 1 first blood, snowballing the lanes. What Liquid do have going for them is they still have this Broodmother versus Luna matchup. I think we saw in the Tundra versus... Oh, they're going on to Qualifier here, though.
Trying to see if they can get that finish. The tag team running away, but Qualifier trying to escape, not going to happen.
All right,
Very
so
well done.
What they had going for them, it's going to be slowed down a bit more. Luna wins the lane versus Broodmother, but as soon as Broodmother gets level 6, you will kick Luna out of lane. You just have
And
no
look at
counterplay.
this. Boxy chased over again in the mid lane. Miracle got level 6, almost enough for the kill there, but can't quite bring him down. Are there any rotations to punish this? It doesn't look like it, and Miracle just going to stand there, not afraid of Boxy, and in fact, he has to jump away again. Boxy, no resources at all. He has to walk back home. My goodness.
I think Miracle's going to go back home as well, but first he pushed a wave into Boxy's tower.
Right.
So Boxy, his tower's taking damage, but more importantly, these juicy creeps are just dying for free. And it's not like when Boxy comes back, he has some timing. Like, Miracle's going to have full resources.
Spear, trying to find this kill, and the bushwhack. It's more than enough. Mind control will go down to Mickey, so heads up play there by Mickey to find the chance for a turnaround. What do you think about this build by Boxy, by the way? He's going 3 points into shield crash.
I have no idea. I didn't even see that. Maybe it's a better... Okay, so the reason why he's doing this build is if he uses Swashbuckle, Miracle will kill him.
Okay.
So this used to be a thing when Pangolier first came out, like before he received a lot of changes, where you would only use your shield crash to CS in lane, not your Swashbuckle.
All right.
So I think that's why. It is a skill that got buffed a lot. It's one of the best value points, but I've never actually seen this.
Very interesting.
I've seen Pangoliers go like 2-2-0 versus Linas and stuff, where they're only playing for the
Speaking
CS.
of Lina, down bottom, they're going for a quick kill there on the Taiga, able to get him. ILTW tries to back away from Quakefa, has the stick charge to back out, and now the Lucent Beam, the turn. Quakefa, he's got to be careful. They have shards still. Thinking about throwing it out, waiting for the opening. Catches him, but not enough for it. Wait, goes back in. Oh, GH, does he get outplayed here? Snowball over to the creeps to try and go for the escape. Tower hit going to follow, but he has enough HP to live through that one. In the meantime, they managed to take down the Phoenix up top and now trying to turn to Mickey. Oh, he coin blades down the tree. Nicely done there, and the spear won't be enough for the finish. They're bringing in more heroes now to try and catch on the kill on ILTW and the LSA. It's going to connect. They take down the Luna, and that was during the TP.
Ooh, and this, you know, there's been some plays bottom. Nigma have really been holding it together, getting a couple kills onto both the Lina and the Broodmother. But now, Luna's going to be gone from this lane for so long. No teleport score, as you mentioned. So Koifa, he's getting to that level 6. And again, as soon as he gets level 6, Luna cannot stand in lane versus him. They have to rotate Mind Control or Storm over to the lane, which makes your map just a lot more vulnerable.
True enough. And that's going to be something to watch for. Obviously, if you can find the punishment and kill Quakefa at that point, everything's all good. But could be a little bit difficult there as... Miracle is still 2 levels up on Boxy.
He's
so when
4K
he comes,
net worth at 7 minutes.
He's doing really, really well.
He's doing all right.
Okay.
And honestly, this entire qualifiers, I think Miracle has been... they've been feeding him the good stuff because he's like solo killed Thompson. He's won his lane pretty much every game I've seen, and he's beasting it.
Definitely. He's looking like Like,
Ooh,
if
and
not
a haste rune.
that's a good rune to get. Taiga was trying to get a little bit of rune control, but I mean, God, again, the top net worth in the game, solo kills twice, and now also he's getting rune control. Like this is
kills twice.
I mean,
the
I guess
first
that's
kill
not
was
true.
5 heroes, but honestly,
maybe it wasn't solo kill.
Nah, I know what you meant. Like, it feels like with how much dominance he's put on mid, it's basically like, and again, like, look at Boxy. He gets a lucky disarm because I think he was dead there.
Looking for Taiga instead. LSA comes out. They managed to find that kill. Koikva turning on to GH with the Spider Army, but the arena comes down. They catch him, trying to bring down this Broodmother, and it looks like Koikva will fall. LTW with the double kill. That was much needed as they shut him down even further. This Broodmother struggling.
Yeah, and really good rotation coming in from Team Nigma here. Miracle is actually going on Boxy at the same time. I think he lived with 1 or 2 hits just because of that range drop. And, you know, I was talking about some defensive option where you move Luna out of the lane. Nigma on the next level, they're like, you know what? Our Luna can't lane versus a Brood? Let's just kill the Broodmother. Problem solved. It's a much better play if you're not forced to do things that you don't want to in Dota. You always want more options. You always want to be in control of the tempo. Mars rotating bottom, easy double kill, that's good.
Bushwhack afterwards. Miracle finds himself a quick and easy pick off there on Insania. And we also have, I think, coming out on the courier for him, yes, indeed, it's going to be the Fairies Trinket. So getting the perfect neutral items. We'll see if they get a Possess Mask or not. But it looks like they're going to get that on the side of Liquid instead. So no Possess Mask for Nigma.
Ooh, they might die mind control here. He whiffed his spear. They've brought down Mickey.
A lot of heroes coming into that area. They pull him in, and they kill him off. So a good reaction by Liquid to make this play. And this is, you know, obviously the answer to bringing that Mars down there. Just bring overwhelming numbers by Liquid, and they're going to take the Tier 1 tower.
And that's a huge play, as you mentioned. You can sort of imagine your map. If Broodmother can't take that tower, sort of similar to the Beastmaster game we saw in OG versus Nigma, like, you don't get the same type of gameplay that you expect. I mean, OG still ended up winning that game, but Nigma really slowed them down here. They've read the map in the same way on Liquid, and they realize, okay, let's just bring our carry, bring everyone, bring the family, kick out this Mars who has no arena, take the tower.
And if they don't react to this, Koikva's going to start taking over a little bit more of this map. The entire jungle is gone, and Nigma are attempting to clear out this Tier 1 tower. They've got a catapult left, and it doesn't look like Liquid have any intention to defending it. Instead, they're going mid. So Miracle is here, half mana, tries to kill off the catapult, but it's punching the tower. Are they going to bring heroes to defend this? Oh, they're smoked up. Kuro, GH in the area, killing off this creep wave. Koikva shows for a second. Do they decide to go? Luna has Mask of Madness. And there's a chance for a jump now. Big jump. LSA trying to predict it. Almost got it. But they find a really nice stun coming in from Boxy. A little bit of a dodge for the moment, though. The back away. Tower's dead. And they get out. Liquid, knowing the limits and executing perfectly.
Yeah, and they understood that they could not defend their top tower. So what did they do instead? Like, do you know what's worth more than a top tower, Lyrical?
No, I don't. Please tell me.
It's you.
Oh my God,
I really like that line. I don't know why. Sorry, there's a chess streamer, YouTuber that says that a lot, and I find it really funny. But the mid tower is worth more. So despite Nigma, they chain in their plays. Liquid, they strike back. You know, they kill mind control ball and get the tower and chain it into their own mid tower push. Now they're ahead. Despite being 2k gold behind, they're ahead in terms of tower map control. And GH, he's
TPing out, trying to get away.
Chilling.
Makes it happen. Oh, they're chasing though, down bottom. Mind control with Taiga and Mickey on the hunt. Can he find a way to juke himself out of here? Oh my God, he does a little juke, little hideaway, little throw out there. Can he TP out? Doesn't have a TP. Goes back the other direction. Taiga didn't see him. Oh, and the roll in from downtown. Miracle coming to help his buddy. Gives him the tip afterwards. I got your back. Don't worry.
Those are some sick jukes. And Miracle, he gets this kill with the regen rune. Usually on Storm, when you go for these plays, you're like, I don't want to help my team. I just want to farm with my mana. Miracle, picking up that rune with the good rune control coming up from Nigma can do both. And they can chain into smoke because look at Miracle. He's full resources.
Thinking about this kill now. Watch out for Mickey. They're looking for the opening. Get him with that pullback. Can anybody get here to help him in time? No. ILTW appreciating what he's seen out of Miracle. And Miracle goes into the Spider Army as They will respect the strength. I mean, again, everything that he could possibly need this game, it feels like it's been given to him. And trying to carry this game for the rest of Nigma. And this is all space for LTW to farm.
Yeah, and both the cores on Nigma, they've done so many correct things, and it's just resulted in this huge net worth differential. The lead is 4K, but most importantly for Team Nigma, the lead is on the two heroes you would want to gold on the most. Gold is not like this. Gold is not worth the same on every hero in Dota,
right?
And you want a lot of it on your cores, and it's just perfect for Team Nigma here.
Well, we'll see if they can keep up that momentum. Liquid, obviously, still, they've taken down objectives. They have this spider that is an absolute menace going now towards that pipe that we've seen so often. But it does sort of have the feeling like, oh my goodness, they just killed all those spiders. That is, I mean, still not that much gold if we're going to be honest. The brood spiders, I feel like, should give a little bit more than that.
I think so too, but most importantly, when you kill those spiders, it's not about the gold and EXP you get, it's the fact that Brood has to reset her map control. Because it's similar to Chen, right? You have to rebuild up your army. If Brood has spiders there, perhaps they can take a fight to contest bot rune. Instead, Miracle, he picks up another haste rune. I mean, because he's so dominant mid, he's also gotten pretty much every rune this game, which is what allows him to be so active. I mean, he's 5-0 while keeping up with a Luna in farm, which is insane. All thanks to how much rune control he's had this game.
Kaya Sanj completed for him now. And going next into that Orchid. In the meantime, you start to think about ways that Liquid can get back into this. All of their cores are behind the rest of the cores pretty much of Nigma, with the exception, of course, of the Mars. Mind Control just sort of inhabiting this bottom lane and not letting Brood pressure it out and take that tier 2 tower. Has the Blink Dagger done now, though? Do they try and make something happen with this?
The Mars Blink?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, for sure. I think you keep hitting your timings, even when you're ahead. But Team Liquid, like, I'm trying to think about what they can do to come back. Liquid, okay, dodging a storm.
Pulling him in, though. Insania gonna get caught, gets the egg off. He also got some spirits off there as well. Nigma, do they fully commit to this? This is bold. They all walk in, snowball safe for the moment, though. Kuro tries to back out. Mickey under fire, in trouble, and dead. GH, can they chase forward though? Can they bring down Miracle? Zips out of there on nothing but the TP. Not gonna complete. They find the kill, much needed, and Liquid. They still lose 3 for all of that. I mean, I don't know if it's good enough. Yeah, they're gonna lose another one. LTW with the triple kill. I mean, I think we might have forgot who the real carry is in this game.
Yeah, he's 9k net worth at 15 minutes now. I think the golden standard for a free farm Luna is something like 14k net worth at 20 minutes. That's if you absolutely free farm, and he's going to get really close to that this game. And, I mean, because I'm trying to think of how Liquid can come back into this game. I think a lot of it has to do with baiting Nigma's heroes in. You do have the Egg, I mean not anymore, and you do have the Pangolier roll. These are 2 spells that, honestly, no matter the net worth differential, until it's like 20k or something, like, you will always have comeback potential. Maybe play on some side lanes. You have the Brood to force them around. It's a bit scary because of how far Storm can jump with the Kaya Sanj, but that's our best chance. And
Kuro? Oh no. Yeah, they're chasing him down.
Monka.
And all the spiders, the pipe will break it. Tries to kill him off. And will Miracle finish it? It looks like it with the shield crash coming in at the end. Nigma able to take that down. Kuro got brought down to half HP with just 1 round of spider bites.
Was Quickfast stacking them? I didn't see the start.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
a lot of players, they all you do is you move your spiders in your webs and you shift click one spot back and forth, and they'll stack up and look like only one spider. And then Kuro will like chilling, and he'll just get one shot. It's a really satisfying feeling as Brood and really annoying against him.
It's like a Muta micro or something. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, sort of, yeah.
All
okay, and they're going for Roshan. They have the level 4 Luna aura. Part of what makes this hero so strong is just how good she is at taking objectives. You know, Mars will tank it up with the Boar, and I wonder who's going to take this Aegis, because normally Storm is seen as like this best Aegis carrier, right?
Huh.
But I think I would want a Luna this game just to hit buildings. We'll see, though.
That's fair enough. The slowdown onto ILTW, Bushwhack afterwards, connecting. It does look like Liquid want to contest for this. Egg is back up again. Boxy has that roll. This is the perfect place for them to fight if they want to take this engagement. Roche down, very low HP. They can't scout inside of it. Quakefa tries to make the move. They're going to see Roche now. Jump forward, finds him. Foxy, Yule Scepter's able to get off there. Egg up on the high ground. Perfect placement. But the arena down afterwards. Will it be enough to turn it? The snowball save. Chases forward. Stun. Not going to connect on the heroes that matter. Mickey is dead. Boxy is dead. Quakefa trying to escape. But they lose 3. And this is a free Aegis now. Although, Insania is still inside the pit. Oh no, the one left behind. He's going to go down. And an opening for Nigma to pull this back in this game number 2, trying to keep their TI hopes alive. They're going to give it to the man. Miracle takes it.
Honestly, that was Liquid's best chance at a comeback. It's as you said, you know, Phoenix, Pengler, incredibly strong heroes at the pit. But against someone as experienced as Kuroki, there's no way he's letting his team get gone on while they're doing Roshan. They just walk out of the pit, make the decision to jump their opponent because they do already have a ward set up. You can see it in their mid lane, top river, and yeah, it's just a very, very convincing fight for them. They do end up giving the Aegis to Storm. It does make a lot of sense. I mean, Storm's a great Aegis carrier and Luna has BKB. So it's probably the right decision. It's just I'm a greedy carry player when I play carry.
Right, of
and
course.
I want everything for myself.
That's fair, you know. That's allowed. Maybe not good, but it's allowed.
Yeah,
and it does also look now. You know, you saw the Pango just not even able to get off the roll right there in that last fight for Boxy. It's been a tough game for him. And now you're starting to pressure this bottom tier 2 tower. Actually, we see that Mind Control able to keep a hold of it and maybe looking for a pick off mid by Boxy and Taiga, but it's not easy. It's not easy at all. What do you think they want to do right now with Nigma with this Aegis? Is it just shut down the rest of the map, or are they under any pressure at all in this game?
So when you're ahead in this map state with Team Nigma, your job is not necessary to take a Rax. Your win condition is generally going to be the second Aegis with a lot of net worth lead. What you want, the first objective you want is to get map control, all the lanes in. 1 second, I'll talk about after this engagement, because Boxy, he's diving
Mind
in here.
control. They get the arena down. Spear afterwards. Nothing. Gain from
out
this
here.
for Liquid. Can they find anything else? I mean, they just got to run. Jump in, though. Oh, they found the spider. Quakefa going to drop. So they find themselves that pickoff. But they did get the arena out of that.
Yeah. But Miracle, he's already setting up top. He knows that Liquid's heroes have TP'd up here. He's looking for more.
Regen Rune's still going for him. Looking for an opening now. Mickey on top of his own ward and the shrine, but they walk in vision. Jumps in. Mickey pulled. Insania trying to heal him back up with that Sunray, but GH right on top. Snowball afterwards on top of Insania. Oh, wait, but they're in this. Trying to take down the egg. Can they get it? Yes. They find that kill, and now Mickey also going to go down. What a heads-up play by GH. This man on Tusk is doing everything for his team as they're going to pull in Boxy, find the double kill. It is just so clean right now from Nigma.
That was such good presence of mind. I was like, wow, he dodged the stun with a snowball to interrupt the CK ulti, which he didn't even have because I'm dumb and I can't see it. But instead, he's going on a more valuable target. They instantly force Insania to use the egg and kill it because, I mean, if you're in snowball, he can't get any fire spirits on you. Such a good decision from GH. And now they've achieved, I wanted to say it before, but your primary objective when you have the first Aegis is to get an enemy tier 2. This allows you to take the enemy outpost, deward any wards that are apparently just right on it, and take control of the map, because you just want the net worth advantage. You want to kill them anytime they come out and reduce their ability to get any sort of gold.
And some of that is, of course, the vision that was laid down earlier on. Kuro able to get that deep ward as they do find Insania in the jungle, dies. Miracle, just a monster in this game. Had that one death, but 10, 1, and 5. Looking very, very good.
GH is not done here. Look at bottom. He's caught Taiga.
Another chance. Another kill. Dodges the sharpshooter, but the right click coming through. Mind control ends his life.
And, you know, it looks sort of silly. Like, Liquid, they're bleeding support heroes all over the map. But if you go to their vision, they have, like, one ward in the top jungle that doesn't really see anything. Like, everything is blind. And they're, like, just trying to get anything. But they're catching Mickey top too.
Jumps him, pulls him, silences him, right clicks down, dead. There is nowhere that's safe right now for Team Liquid, and Miracle feeling himself a little bit right now, ready to go in for round 2 of this one. GH jumps in, snowballs onto Insania, going into the fountain. Don't go there yet. The pushback, I mean, it is only a GH Tusk, but it looks like he's finally going to get punished for a little bit of that overextension. Can Liquid punish this at all? I mean, without CK, it's so tough.
This is where as GHU chat wheel space created.
Okay.
Because while that was happening, they opened up the racks. Everyone knows once these racks open up, Glaives are going to destroy the entire base.
That is a 16,000 gold lead. We go from one stomp right into the second with this game number 2 play coming out from Nigma. And, you know, Ali, oftentimes when this type of thing happens, game number 3 turns into a barn burner. So you better drink up your mate and be ready for a long one here.
I think for sure, because basically these teams, it's not like one team has way better players than the other. I mean, it's very subjective, right? But what happens when you have these stomps usually is it means there was like a big outdraft or like a read on the game that the enemy team didn't have. Right. Or maybe like an early gameplay, like the first blood for Miracle, that just changes how the match is supposed to work. You know, game 1, we had that from Team Liquid, and Enigma learns from it. They get an outdraft or whatever. It is a disparity in the strength of their lineup in game 2. And in game 3, both teams have sort of learned, and we will get something like the real Dota coming out.
And look at this wraparound right now. Liquid, we just saw right there, one of the highest net worth pro games for a Storm Spirit. Oh, they catch him though. ILTW eats a Laguna Blade. That is not nearly enough. Godlike ILTW zipping in from downtown, turns onto the Phoenix. That one's dead as well. Boxy rolling, but dying to the Glaives, trying to get out of there. Oh, the shards! GH, nicely played, as they manage to barely get out of there afterwards. But they catch the spear. Quakefa over in the trees, in some trouble, trying to escape, but Kuro, he's on the case. They take him down as well. Pango was able to get out of that one, but just barely, as it does look like the final round is going to come in as they pressure down this bottom lane. No more Aegis, but no problem there, as they're going to take down the tier 3 tower and likely look to close out this second set of racks.
And honestly, like, that was a respectable move from Team Liquid, right? They're like, we have to clutch something. Taiga goes for a Blink Dagger on 4-position Lina as their initiation, because that's like the weakness of their lineup. You have Broodmother as your offlaner instead of some Tidehunter or Mars who can instantly initiate. They get the stun on RTW, but the net worth event is just too much.
Wow. One last tier 3 tower remaining, and it looks like for the moment, Nigma looking to close this one out and not wait for that next Roche. A minute away as they jump in with Boxy, able to get the force away, and no bushwhack afterwards. So they're going to call it good.
See, look, they're still trying. They understand that how they can win this fight is if Boxy, this is our idea, because I thought it was really cool. He's going to jump into 5 heroes, get a shield crash. It gave him the proc onto 4 heroes, which was 72% reduction. They overcommit on him, and somehow you win the fight. I mean, it's very hard because, I mean, you're down 25k gold at 25 minutes, but still their best option. I like how they're still thinking of the potential to come back here.
Right. Yeah,
I think it's probably pretty hard though, right?
You're not wrong. I think that also it requires Nigma to be able to like be willing to take that bait, which so far at least they haven't really shown that they're willing to. Waiting to see what the runes are. It's an arcane rune for Storm.
Ooh, scouting with the courier, very cool, GH.
Not bad, not bad.
And again, like Nigma, they can go high ground. They can wait for Roshan. The ball's in their court. They can make pretty much any decision they want here with this lead.
As long as it doesn't end up in the fountain, they're probably good. So the tier 3 tower goes down, a disarm. Always frustrating for ILTW. You see his positioning as well so that he doesn't get caught out of position by a Pango roll. Big jump in though, they find the Lina. Oh, GH just doing it to him yet again. And looking for the jump in. Boxy right on top of ILTW. Still has that BKB. Pops it now, the turn. Trying to find some kills. No, he didn't pop it, but the pull in. Big chance here. Do they have enough follow-up damage afterwards, though? The stun is out. Miracle, he has to run, potentially, or he can just try and kill everybody. Mickey ends up dying. Miracle keeps the battle going. Out of mana now, though. And big jump out, trying to escape. Taiga with the chase down. Ends up falling. Miracle dies. An overextension and not enough in the tank, but Mind Control trying to clean up Boxy here. Couple more punches is all they need. Mind Control will find that kill. 3 dead now. Kuro in the base trying to TP out. And ILTW not popping his BKB there. Not sure if he had the time or not, but...
He did get chain stunned, I believe, just between Lina and CK, but... You know, a little bit of an overextension there. I don't think it should matter, but... Less clean than you would have liked to see, like if you're coaching this team, for example.
And Mind Control now jumps in, finds a quick kill there onto Insania, and they're just tickling him. GH trying to walk away as well. They're sticking around for a while. Are they just going to give up another kill here? Spear gonna connect. GH tries to get out. Not gonna happen. So they did find a bunch of kills onto Liquid. In the end, Luna's gonna be back up again in 7 seconds. Roche is back up in 40. I mean, it looks like Nigma just want to end this right now and go to game number 3.
Yeah,
But-
they've never really been a team to let up the pressure. If they think they can end the game, if they think they can punish you harder, they will always go for that play. And personally, I would go for the Roshan because I don't know, it's like a stylistic thing, I guess. I just want the clean win. But again, like, they have full control of this game. They can sort of decide what they want to do.
Right. Yeah, it's only 10 seconds away right now. They're going to go back and check. We'll see if they stick around long enough to spot it when it is eventually up, as the shot will go out. Does it disappear in time before Roche is back up? Oh, right as it went away.
Did they see it? They did.
Yeah,
okay.
they did. But, oh, Liquid. They're coming to contest this.
Ooh, we talked about that Roshan pit before. It's the best place for Dire to fight.
Get vision. Spear out. Control of Mickey. Egg on the backside. Not sure if it's going to be good enough. The heal pops that ulti. Mickey ends up dying. The roll away from Boxy. But with those 2 heroes dead and Insania also going down, it feels like an inevitability at this point as they jump forward, catch Boxy outside of his swashbuckle, and the right clicks come through. GG is called. We're going to a game number 3.
As to be expected by a series between these two teams, the game number 3, and just, I mean, solid by Nigma, right? Like, you can't really identify any real part of their gameplay or game plan that let them down. They just, from start to finish, dominated this game. Miracle, he was so farmed on Storm this game.
Yeah, that was just a monstrosity of a Storm performance. ILTW too talked about this being his best hero. It definitely felt like it. In the end, Team Liquid only get 8 kills. Something that can sort of be looked over by how many there were for Nigma, but a tough one now. And we're going to have to go to a quick break. When we get back, the panel's going to break down the action. We'll see you on the other side as we get ready for game number 3.
Great game from Team Nigma. And I guess if you're a Storm Spirit and you start out with, you get the 3 bounty runes, you get first blood, it's pretty good. Pretty good game for Miracle there on that Storm Spirit. And of course, we had the Luna as well for ILTW here with PPD and Trent. We're going to break down this game too as we prepare for game 3 because we have a tie right now, Peter. And the ILTW Luna, it does it again.
Yep. Yeah, it definitely works really well for him. He knows exactly what to do in lane, what to do in mid game, and what to do in late game when he's on that hero. And I think that this game looked really similar to me to the first one to some extent, except that they actually pushed their advantage. You know, they did Roche and they used their timings. And I mean, I think Miracle kind of dominated the previous game as the Lina as well. But because he didn't have because their game plan wasn't so clear, things just got a little foggy for them. So I'm going to be really interested to see if Luna gets banned in this next phase because the hero is now 2-0.
Feels a little
would you like to see
too
it
good.
banned?
Yeah. No, I'm done with the Lunas. I'm all out on this. I don't know.
I think one scenario and one thing that Liquid could choose to do is give that 2-3 Luna again, but instead of going the Broodmother, which we saw fail in lane, go with that Terrorblade, which seems to be like the counter for Luna.
Right. Play the game, like actually just play some Dota, outside of that, I guess, because
exactly,
the Brood's not enough.
No-Tail talked about it a bit in his interview. Broodmother is, yes, a great hero, but you can't just pick it in first phase whenever you want. The good teams know how to punish it.
Yeah, I felt like we saw glimmers of light from that Brood when he rotated to that mid tower and forced it to go down fairly early after a rough laning stage. But that's kind of the only Brood-esque impact that I personally felt. Trent, do you feel like that Brood was just not having a game at all?
Yeah, I mean, the Storm pick was really good, too. I think a lot of credit there come at the end, considering that, they have the whole draft, I guess, to prepare for it, too. So that's kind of what hurts you, right,
True.
when you go for the Brood so early. But, it's that's just, like, super solid play there from Nigma.
Everyone also want to give an extra shout out. We don't see JJ and Tusk that much recently, but it is always a pleasure to see him. And he was there with the saves time and time again. And Peter, it makes you wonder why we don't see more Tusk.
Definitely a specialist hero. I think Nigma has like a certain play style, right? The casters mentioned it briefly that GH is pretty much always playing in the safe lane, and that's, Tusk is generally seen as like an off lane 4-position hero, but I think he actually does better in the safe lane. Same thing with like Elder Titan, which is a popular hero for GH. So I think it's a good strategy that enables Nigma to have success with this hero.
I think it's what they were missing in game 1 too, was this hero for GH. Like because that Timbersaw was like kind of on his own, like trying to go into the team fights, and they actually banned out the Tusk, and then the ET looked kind of ugly because it would have been laning into this Viper and Luna. But just getting GH on something that he can actually be that body in front, like fours that have the physical body in the team fights just make Dota feel so much easier to play in these team fights.
Yeah, it really does.
No, I'm good. I was just going to say, it's always nice to have bodies in front, right? Especially when you're playing these spellcasters like Miracle is, whether it be Invoker, Storm, or Lina.
Yep, absolutely. We're going to find out if we're going to have one of those in the next game as well. There's going to be a deciding third game to this series to decide which one of these two teams is having the pleasure of facing OG tomorrow in the lower bracket finals. Let's find out after the break. Team Liquid and Team Nigma fighting for their tournament lives here. Third game of this best-of-3 series, deciding game to see who stays in this lower bracket of the Western European TI10 qualifiers. And to quote AUI, he said that game 1 goes one way, game 2 goes the other way. So the best Dota, no, sorry, he said real Dota is coming out in game 3. Hoping to see that happen here at Trend PPD. Peter, game 3 of a series, real Dota coming out. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, we all can hope that it's going to be a great game, right? That's all we can ask for. And these two teams usually deliver great game 3s. So I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see the draft, see what kind of alterations they make, and excited to see the game.
Yeah, how about you, Trent? Oh, sorry, go for it.
Sorry, I did want to preface this. I felt like I did flame Kuroki's hoodwink a little bit during the draft in the previous panel, and I just want to say he played great this game. So maybe that first time that we saw him play, it was just a bit of a fluke.
I mean, the bad fluke, not the good fluke. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Now he's good.
Of course.
There's both.
Top tier teams, game 3, adaptation. That's what it comes down to. I mean, the reason Dota is a best of 3 game, I mean, that's what we always say in terms of like why the best of 1s are so bad and everything, because it feels like you have to like feel out your opponent to really like decide who has the best Dota, I mean, I guess you can argue it either way, because there's a skill, of course, to bring in new strategies and implementing them on the fly like that, as well as skills to having to adapt to said strategies. But the reason why we like to have our best of 3s is that we want to like really feel like someone gets figured out, right? As everyone claimed Nigma was at the major.
I think more often than not, I think it's common that teams may have a bad game, and nobody wants to go out on just one game saying like they never really got to play their Dota. So a best of 3 really enables them to have that second chance where they can at least feel like they gave it their best shot, and it wasn't like, oh my god, like that first blood ruined us, or oh my god, like we picked the wrong hero, we should have picked this one.
Yeah, we had 2 games in a row now. We had, I kind of want to say, Team Liquid dictating the draft, first with the Axelone Druid pickup, and then, of course, with the Brood in the first phase as well. So that were definitely some prepared strategies coming in. Do you want to see them coming in with another prepared strategy? We know they have a couple lined up. Snapfire Slardar comes to mind, or anything with Leshrac, basically. Or do you want to see something else entirely, like more like an adaptation of what we've seen so far today?
I wouldn't mind seeing the Slardar from Team Liquid. That hero's had a ton of success. However, I think it's been banned in possibly both of the games. I know definitely in the first one
Second phase. Yeah.
In the first one, it got banned in the first phase, so that could potentially go. I'm like I mentioned before, I'm really curious to see how they will treat the Luna and where that hero will go, if not just banned in the first phase. And then, yeah, if that hero's, if there's no Luna, I want to see who gets Axe. And I feel like those are just the powerful heroes right now. At least those are the ones dominating this qualifier so far.
Any hero you want to add to the mix, Trend?
Well, for me personally, as our draft is taking some time, I'm actually just realizing that Liquid and Nigma have only ever played 20 series versus each other for like the past 2 years. Does that seem crazy to anyone else?
The reason why that seems crazy is because at some point you got to stop thinking Team Nigma and Liquid, and you got to think Alliance Liquid. Right?
Also true.
Because Team Nigma has only been around since after TI9.
Mm-hmm.
Team Nigma has never played on a TI.
Yeah, no, but it's like, it still seems crazy that we've had all this time to play Dota, and these two teams have only matched up that many times. Like, I mean, that was since they've been Liquid, since they've been Nigma and stuff, but I don't know, in like 2 years of Dota, because of the way our DPC season works, and then like the struggles of getting to majors and everything, I feel like I see these other matchups in the European region way more than that. Does that make sense?
You mean like you feel like you see like OG Secret more?
Yeah,
more
OG
so
Secret, OG Nigma, and everything. I don't know.
But aren't
it
they like
feels like
mathematically playing the same amount?
I guess
I would
issue.
think so.
Well, other than like majors and stuff, I guess, right? That's kind of the issue. But what it's making me realize is that like it's crazy how much we spread our attention. I mean, we were kind of discussing this in the break, but like our attention to like other teams and other regions is just like so much broader in Dota now that I guess we don't really prioritize these. Like it used to be, you'd watch like Navi versus Alliance like 5 times in the same week. You know what I mean?
Good old days.
I mean, were they the good old days? I don't know. We get better
Dota
Dota
for
now.
half a year, and you only face one time in 2 seasons, like one each season, and perhaps you place each other at a major if you're lucky. And of course, both of these teams did make it to the major, so they did face each other a little bit more than average. But yeah, other than that, there's not really any third-party tournaments that provide the matchups that are just like these.
Like in 6 months, this is their 5th series versus each other.
We got to draft, guys. We got to draft.
Yeah, but
Hey, yes, we
that's
do.
wild.
Okay, so we start with IO Luna on Team Nigma. That is the Luna for ILTW. I Luna to win. What was it, Trent?
There it is.
Luna to
You
win.
got it. You got it.
There it is.
That's-
Great,
yeah.
great. Interesting answer in the Keeper of the Light with the Razor. Trent, what's your thought?
I do like the Razor. I think the hero's a little underrated. I feel like an idiot for going against the Luna like 4 times now for LTW, so I think I'm just done at this point, and we can pretty much call it. But the BKB refresher build, with like potentially even in the Aghanims, does seem like something that would be very strong at actually getting on top of this Luna and ruining her game. So it's clearly a prepared answer here from Liquid.
They also leave Terrorblade in.
Luckily for Luna, though, she doesn't necessarily completely rely on her right-click damage to put out damage, so Razor won't be able to completely shut her down. ILTW could opt for a more magic damage build, right? He may even look for, like, maybe not because he's playing with Wisp and he can just get reload out of the Link, but I've seen him in the past do, like, Hurricane Pike, E-Blade, right? Ags, you can kind of play it in a different way.
Aether Lens.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know about that, but possibly.
That was something.
In a pub near you. The Mars pickup from Nigma is very similar to the previous game. They picked the Mars in the same exact spot in the second phase. They followed this up with a Hoodwink next, which I could see them going for once again. Could also go for the Lion, which did stay in the pool. In previous games, they did get banned.
Yeah, a lot of options. It's actually Team Liquid that is taking heavily into their bonus time right now. They'll end up going for the Monkey King. They played this twice before. Both of the games they played it were losses.
With
One
Ench,
time it
right?
was on Koikfa, and the other time it was on Mickey. And that's a Snap Hoodwink pick still. And a Timbersaw coming out for Team Liquid there as well.
Also
a little bit
pretty quick.
de-synergized there, though, on the Monkey and the Timber.
Ah, yes. The anti-tree synergy. You always have to think about
a
it.
little mindful.
Monkey
also,
can't find the Hoodwink, though, right? With the tree jump, if the Hoodwink's hiding in the trees. I feel it's so funny now in Dota. There's just so many heroes that play with trees. You have to like think about their synergies and anti-synergies in regards to the forest.
Wind Ranger band.
Yeah, Mars Arena is going to clear
Yeah.
out a ton of trees, too.
That's true as well. So Timbersaw was their 18 pick, which is 18 pick. The 4th slot for Liquid is usually their most powerful pick in the game. They choose to go with Timbersaw. However, I don't believe it's that great of a Timbersaw game. The hero does work well versus strength heroes like Wisp and Mars, but they have a good amount of magical damage, and Luna is one of the better carries on lane against Timbersaw. Timbersaw usually can force heroes out because he out-regens them, but with the Wisp being there to back up the Luna, I'm not sure that will be the case.
I think it is crazy how fast Liquid is drafting right now, considering the circumstances. I mean, I guess they used a lot of their reserve time earlier, but they are just like busting through these bans, and Nigma have so much time left to look at their 10th and final pick in this game. And Nigma clearly looking back in the past history, this Monkey King with the Ench was a really good way to try and like use the super early leveled Ench creeps. Like even if they only had level 1 enchant, they could still gank mid if it was a weaker mid laner just off of the pounce from the Monkey King. And so they're keeping an eye on those potential Taiga heroes here.
Do you feel like Liquid's heroes have been a good reaction to what they've seen?
The Monkey King, I don't know. I feel like they need something else to pull this together. They need some like tower push or something. But it's a position 4 hero, so that gets really awkward very fast. Overall, I think Nigma has like 4 of the absolute best heroes in Dota right now. And Liquid have heroes that are on the rise, but aren't like super busted.
Because you're often blind picking your heroes on the second pick. I feel like they knew exactly what they wanted on 2-3. They knew exactly what they wanted on 15-17 or the 3-4 here in the draft. And Liquid is, their job is they're tasked with responding appropriately to these. And I'm not quite sure that they have yet. And I'm a little concerned for them because Miracle is just going to have, I feel like both Nigma side lanes are going to be fine. And then Miracle is just going to have free reign to play like whatever the best hero might be. He's playing against a Razor, though. That can be a tough lane. It could be Razor or Monkey King if Liquid chose to be flexible with their lanes as well.
True.
And those two heroes check off a lot of boxes, right? I guess
Yeah.
they're both sort of anti-melee, so.
And then I also think that they really want someone who pressures mid. Like whatever this
Oh.
4 is. What do you
This
like?
is a Queen of Pain game for Miracle. A really, really good game for it.
For the Razor, like the actual counter pick.
Yeah. I think Queen is the best hero against Razor.
I don't know if we've
Taiga has
seen one of
played
those.
10 different heroes in the 10 games they've played so far, so we'll see what hero they'll go for this time around in their 11th game of these qualifiers. They are ticking out a time.
Not Tiger Willow.
Very, very shortly.
But
You
I
should
think
pick
they
a
might
roamer.
Willow.
You should pick a roamer. I don't think Willow is the best answer.
Oh, ooh, the big game winner.
11 games, 11 different heroes as well.
Okay, nice. It is a response, right? It kind of is the opposite of Roam. He's going to just jungle, most likely. Timbersaw is a very self-sufficient offlaner, so you can get away with, leaving him alone for a decent amount after he gets like a level 3 or something. So good response from Team Liquid. I like that they're challenging Nigma with this decisive, black hole, right? Game 3, hype, anxiety, nerves, BKB black hole.
Oh,
Let's do it.
I've actually seen Mars versus Razor work before with the spear. Okay, we're not going to worry about it. We're just going for the TA. It's fine.
TA into Razor.
And Enigma.
Okay.
You don't like it?
No, I don't like it. And we'll see how he does in lane. But I do think it's greedy. I think Luna wants to be the hero farming those ancients. So if Luna somehow struggles in lane, I feel like Nigma's map is going to get very small. If Nigma manages to win both their side lanes, I can see the game going very well for them.
This is a tricore that can also contest stacks. Timbersaw, Monkey King, and Razor are all capable of like moving in there early, and we've also seen a lot of Timbersaw players now abusing the Ancients and actually farming them on the early end. Plus, you could farm them super fast with the Coddle, because you can just like keep Chakraing and Chakraing and Chakrumming. Whoa. It works in so many ways.
Miracle's pretty good at TA.
Who's going to go forward?
I'll
Who's
take
gonna
Team
win?
Liquid. I'll take Team Liquid. I don't think this last pick TA was what they needed this game.
I kind of feel like Nigma are going to clutch it out if I'm being real. I love what Liquid have as tools, but I think that Nigma have a plan. Like they have all this time for the Miracle, and I think he's confident in the idea here.
Yeah, with the IO Luna as well. We've seen Luna win twice already in this series.
I'm feeling some
It's-
regret right now.
You're looking at that Luna. That's happened to me last draft. I chose and I'm just like, oh shit, Luna.
Oh well.
I think if at least Taiga can get some farm going, it's going to be an exciting game, regardless of who's going to take this third and deciding game. Remember, it's all or nothing. Only winner goes to TI, and even if we win this one, still have 2 other teams to go through as well. We're going to find out who is playing against OG tomorrow in the lower bracket finals together with Lyrical and AY.
Thank you so much, Sheev, and a very undecided rest of the panel. Owie, they're bouncing back and forth. Is the black hole going to be enough? Is ILTW going to be able to carry again on Luna? What's your read on this game right here?
I think a lot of this game comes down to the laning stage. I mean, Timbersaw, in theory, especially on Dara, should get sort of murked by a IO Luna lane. You just have a lot of magical damage in, and like the extra attack speed combined with Luna makes it really hard. And then on the other side, you have, your classic Razor versus TA. Razor's always been one of the heroes that's supposed to be good versus TA, but Miracle has done really well in lanes this tournament, and I've actually seen TAs go pretty even in this. However, if Timbersaw gets more than he should, or if TA gets more than she should, sort of how the game flow is supposed to go completely changes based on that.
It'll be something to watch for. And I think it's going to be interesting as we see this smoke up again by Nigma, making that same type of play that we saw in the last game. But one thing that I think is going to be really interesting to watch for is not only that, but these rotations of the Monkey King. Because this has been kind of a Liquid special. We haven't seen that much success out of Monkey Kings in other places, as Mind Control going to walk on over and try and contest for this rune. Won't be able to get it, but it looks like they get 3 on Nigma. Is that right? Yeah, GH is coming back over and he'll pick up the other.
Pick up this last one. And they've also scouted the lanes. I mean, they already knew. I'm a bit surprised GH didn't go for the cheeky EXP snipe on the Enigma deny. I've seen that coming out a few times. I mean, Enigma, he hasn't been played that much. And Taiga, as we can see in the stat, he's one of the most played Enigma players, I think, in Europe in general. So I don't really know how this game's going to go at all.
All right, well, we'll watch it. I have already muted all of the players when the chat wheel spam came out, so you guys get to see it on the stream, but my feed is nice and clear, as, of course, the big frustrating part about playing into Enigma is going to be the fact that you just get less farm. Taiga's going to keep on denying out these range creeps every chance that he gets.
And Qualifier, he already got 3 denies on the first wave.
Ooh.
So he knows how to play this matchup. You can just play for these denies. Oh! The meld hit misses uphill or something there? I didn't quite see what happened, but that's a big deal because now Razor's going to free farm the rest of the creeps under his tower.
Very, very nice for Quakeva, who's already off to a very good start here. Like you said, 4-4. And Miracle, he's going to head on back over afterwards and farm up the smaller camp. As you can see, Kuro getting pushed back a little bit by Insania in that top lane as well. So nothing really to write home about, except for, of course, like you're talking about, that disparity that sort of exists mid. Some of that CS that you're going to be seeing on Miracle will be just by virtue of those small camp creeps.
For sure. And he did get an additional bounty rune over Quakeva. I mean, it's 3-1, so it's actually a 2 bounty rune advantage there. So his net worth it's still quite good now. And this lane, I don't think it's that bad for TA. It's more of an in-game matchup thing. Wait.
Yeah, they got the courier
Ooh.
kill there. That was nice. He's got all this vision in the area while he's farming, so he just gets some free kills there onto the courier by Taiga. So he's going to be perfectly fine farming out this area. We'll see if anybody comes to try and contest him, as you can see getting hit by that meld strike. Miracle has to back away for the moment. Super frustrating to play against this Razor.
Taiga, he got the nice curse type. I like him playing in the enemy tower here, but he needs to go get this water rune. Okay, this is good. This is good. Because if you're going to play a jungler like Enigma, part of the strength is that you can basically go into the enemy jungle and check every rune. And this way, Koifa, he gets top water rune and Miracle gets nothing.
Yeah, that is definitely frustrating there. So doing a little bit of rune control here and still just AFK kind of farming on the Enigma. Is Timbersaw really losing out much for this at all? Currently only 7 CS on Boxy, but has been able to get to level 3. So in spite of the lack of farm that you're getting on this Timber, he's at least getting some levels and starting to bring out some extra regen for himself.
Yeah, he's doing fine. He's gotten into that level 3.
Ooh,
He's actually opted
gank.
for a 1-1-1. Oh.
Towards mid. Miracle trying to get a little bit aggro, but then recognizing the danger. Can they find this kill? Yes. Quakeva, he's going to draw first blood.
And that's a big kill because this impact as a jungler, like we're talking about, Timbersaw is getting slightly punished. He opted to go for the 1-1-1 build. He is level 3, but RTW is free farming. If you can influence another lane, like Taiga, he denies a little bit bottom. With this gank mid, he influences one more lane, sort of to shift in Liquid's favor. It's a really big deal. We might see Miracle sort of get snowballed on this game. Oh, okay.
Yeah, GH able to pair together with LTW, and Boxy just getting a little bit too aggressive, gets punished.
It's a really hard lane for Timbersaw, and you can actually see LTW. I didn't see it, but I feel like they broke a lot of trees with Tether and Quelling Blade, which doesn't allow Timbersaw to usually, chain around the trees and get away.
Again, this is, I feel like, what you need to do if you're Nigma, though, right? Like, with a Nigma that is free farming in the jungle as well. I just realized it's Team Nigma, and they're playing against Enigma. This is going to be great tongue-tied Dota all throughout here. But it does kind of have that feeling like they need to keep this aggression onto Boxy.
Yeah, I agree. You need to punish the fact that Nigma's making those rotations, and is a strong lane. Boxy, however, he's not doing bad. He got all the way to level 4. I feel like maybe it's an Enigma deny. Like, I didn't watch only this lane from the start, but I feel like they maybe could have punished him a bit harder than this. They did get the kill, so it helps, and he is only at 13 CS, so it's not like they aren't winning the lane or something. I just thought they might win it even harder than this.
Now, you can see that with a little bit of extra time and early start that we've seen from Mickey, it's Insania that's retreated back to the jungle, but also Miracle trying to clear out those other camp stacks. They're going to just both be kind of playing a little bit of PvE, it feels like, as they were only able to get that one stack there on the Coddle. Kuro comes back up top with Mind Control. Don't know how much they can really do against this Monkey King, though.
Yeah, I think Monkey King, as a hero, in the last patch, he got a lot of armor. I think it means his laning is just very solid. The reason this hero is not picked as much. I mean, Liquid picked it, I think, in their game versus Tundra, I believe, and ended up losing the game. They did get like 10k advantage or something, or like 14k at 10 minutes, something ridiculous, and still lost. It's because it's like mid game, so we'll see how this lane translates.
GH getting pressured, but also they're bringing numbers over towards mid. They have a catapult wave here, and with Taiga bringing over those Eidolons, it's going to bring that tower down to about half HP. That is a lot of aggression, and Kuro actually has to make that big rotation in as well. So Boxy, in the meantime, down bottom, he's been able to pull this whole creep wave with himself, and they're also getting pressure onto the bottom tower. And yeah, you can see LTW now coming back in. They're doing a lot of things on Liquid to try and just like mess up these moves and make sure that the laning stage doesn't feel comfortable for Team Nigma.
Yeah, and that's great because Boxy, he's gotten this double wave, put it all the way in front of his tier 1, and he can sort of farm safely here. I say that, they're just right-clicking him. They do a lot of damage to him.
Bunch of right-clicks coming in.
This is actually the Boxy classic, by the way. It's, you buy 2 selves. Most offers, they bring 1 self. Boxy will always bring 2 selves, so he can just get eco a little bit more.
And gonna have to pop that one now, because that is the downside to having this giant double wave, is it will stay underneath that tower, and with the catapult, it's gonna start to pressure.
Well, another courier site from Taiga, though.
Yeah, and Boxy still hanging out with his salve, but this tower, I mean, this ends up kind of working against Boxy now. The fact that this catapult stayed alive for so long, it's down to 200 HP. But a chance for a turnaround. Taiga makes that move. ILTW getting all the heals in the world, but will it be enough? No. ILTW, he falls. And GH not level 6, obviously, to get that relocate away. So really heads up stuff play coming here from Liquid.
Really good stuff from Qualifier. And as you mentioned, like that tower, if he doesn't rotate there, it would have died. I think maybe Boxy a little bit over ambitious to hold the double wave plus wagon from his tower. But it works out, and Insania, he's getting gone on at top rune. Just a free.
Yeah,
you know, they're just position 5, just a boy, trying to get some boards down.
Space created, yet again.
And look at the swing the other way. Boxy, he just takes bottom tower.
Yeah.
Was that 100 to 0?
I mean, they had a couple heroes on it with him, but yes, that basically was. It felt like there was some damage, but not a whole heck of a lot. And you can see Taiga coming and contesting this jungle of the Luna. ILTW doesn't have like free places to farm right now, it feels like. Everybody's all up in his grill.
Yeah, no, he had the good lane, but because of how Taiga was able to play it, and because of that Koikva TP, they really swung the pendulum bottom. And now Koikva, he has a DD bottled, he has a TP score up into 1. He has all the ability to make any play he wants on this map now. Boxy's even rotating to mid. This is a cool play. Just, you know, they gave something to Boxy, right? They allowed him some space, take that bot tower, and he immediately pays it back to his team by
walking away to farm
pressure.
jungle.
Yeah, walking away. Nah. I mean, I look stupid now, but I thought it was going to be a cool play.
It happens to the best of us, and Taiga's going to be the one that gives him that extra bit of farm and room. I mean,
all right. So he gave him the confidence, the moral support to take this tower.
Exactly.
That's what he gave back to his team.
There you go. Nicely played.
Yeah. But like he still is sort of the sack core, right? Like he's lower than his Enigma by a lot. He's the lowest core by far in the game. So they're just continuing to give him a bit of space. Catching up with this double, triple stack.
This is a smoke now. Yeah, they're coming to try and take this.
Why don't they pick up their garbage?
I don't know. That's a very good question. As Miracle just comes in, snipes away those stacks, trying to take a couple more on his way out as well. Oh, Boundless Strike not going to connect. Looking for the chase a little bit here. But they will just be able to bully back Nigma out of their own jungle and starting to get a little bit of pressure on the mid, but it's really not much. And Sanya's like, guys, look, you dropped this. Take it, Boxy. Put it in your inventory. It's good for you.
I think Boxy was too excited that he got the Ironwood tree. Always a favorite of Timbersaw players, as it gives you something to latch onto with the Timber Chain.
True enough. Oh, Taiga getting chased a little bit by Kuro here. Goes for the bushwhack play. I don't know if this is... Oh, but the relocate, that's why. Nice combo. They move on in and able to set up for that kill.
Oh, and he snipes a courier. Really good heads-up play by Croak. I didn't know what he was doing either, to be honest. He's ran our solo, and he's getting gone on, but he has a bushwhack here. He has a bushwhack here?
Yep, trying to run away. This is a lot of pressure out from Qualifier. Has the plasma field back up again. Will it be enough? No. Kuro, he gets the scurry away. Very well done. And in the meantime, you can see that it's not really that substantial of a gold lead, but the sort of stratification of all this net worth is weird.
Look at the creep bottom. Croaky is missing onto this Kobold for some reason.
Yeah.
It's just hitting him.
I'm not sure about that one, to be honest. Is it killing him?
No, he was hitting it, and he was missing on it. I don't know what's happening. Like, is this low ground or something? Sorry, back to the game. The more important parts.
He just leaves the
I get
Kobold
really
there.
caught on weird mechanics.
That's perfectly okay. Yeah, they leave the Kobold behind. That's not necessary. You can see that making this move down bottom again, LTW, they're even going to glyph this wave for the moment. Trying to keep alive that top tower is what's going on as Mind Control is pressuring with the Mars. And Kuro. They do have Sentry Ward down, actually. So they spotted Quakefa as he headed back up to the north. And they will retreat away together now. In the meantime, that mid tower did go down.
They get mid tower, but I feel like this top tower for Liquid, there's no way this tower dies. Like, they know Relocate is on cooldown. They saw a couple of heroes.
And they take down Insania now.
And Relocate's back up, but it just felt weird. I guess they're scared of the... Like, they're scared to overcommit resources there. Oh, the Relocate's up.
Arena trying to take him down. Mickey in some trouble here. Can they kill him off in time? Looks like the answer is yes. One last punch from LTW gets the job done. The battle back and forth. This one's looking like it's going to be close. Taiga moving in, wanted to find a black hole there on the Miracle, but was just a bit too far away.
And these two relocates, the first two relocates of the game, sort of showing why Wisp is such a feared hero against Team Nigma. I think this hero's not played by most teams, but it's always been auto-banned against Nigma. But because of Miracle's play, actually, they banned out both Invoker and Lina this game, which allowed them to get the IO this game, and it's looking really good.
Doing everything that they need out of it, at least at the early going here. Miracle currently top net worth, and they do run into Boxy, but that is not an easy kill if they don't have certain heroes. Although they move now into Quakefa. Oh, they got to be careful about that link. That's really scary. So they won't go in for the chase down. How does Miracle keep doing this? Like, he's playing on like what everybody is saying is the quintessential counter to him in lane against the Razor, and he's still having such high net worth.
I mean, to us, I don't think Razor beats Tia in lane that hard. We saw even in the lane, Miracle would just go do some hard camp stack. It's hard for Razor to run in, especially as soon as Tia gets level 6. It's really good as an in-game matchup, and it's a good tempo hero. We saw Quakefa, you know, with that early TP bottom. That's because mid was going so well, right? Like, Razor will still farm a lot. But a little bit of a low, I feel like. Maybe it's to do with the lineup. I mean, none of Liquid's cores do anything like the Mars, you know? Like, no one just sets up a fight for them. And it's looking to be a bit revealing because while Nigma... Like, Liquid had the gold advantage, but Nigma has made all the recent moves.
Miracle walks away. He's over in the mid, but there's a smoke up coming right now from Liquid. LTW hiding out in the bot. Miracle did just get his Blink Dagger delivered. Oh, we didn't get it off! Eul Scepter lift up has the blink afterwards with the refraction, but it gets canceled out there. Bushwhack afterwards. Trying to chase down, looking for the finish, and they're going to get him. Miracle caught and killed. Oh, that is a big win right there for Liquid, and
they're wrapping on bottom too.
They're thinking about it. GH
LTW
still
doesn't have
relocate.
Eclipse.
Oh, they have relocate if they need it. Thinking about popping it now, and yeah, they're going to use it to get LTW out of there. Eul Scepter lift up though. They got him caught in a way, and now he's dead. They take down LTW. GH interrupted, and a double kill for Boxy as they're going to take down and try and pressure this bottom tower. Liquid making it work here in this game number 3 decider.
And a rare misstep from GH there, just barely not timing out the relocate there. Honestly, it's very hard, and he might have been afraid that he had to mech his Luna there. But what a great punish by Quakefa. You know, clicking that Yo, stopping the relocate. I said that they didn't have, like, it didn't feel like they had any moves to make because, you know, they have Timbersaw Razor cores. But you know, they completely proved me wrong because they picked a Monkey King 1 position. What this hero does offer over other heroes is that he can come to these fights early and set up kills with Boundless Strike. It was the same actually in his game against Tundra, so I actually should have known this, but I didn't realize.
fine.
And yeah, no, that looked fantastic. Just chaining kills, getting map control, taking this very early tier 2, so now you can take the enemy outpost. Things are looking up for Liquid here.
They're doing what they need to do. And for Nigma, on the other hand, you know, a little bit of stress. They still have these top 2 net worth heroes. You've got the TA, you've got the Luna. We've seen them be able to carry with them before. The question is, are they going to be able to have those supporting casts in the position that they need to make it work? As Insania will just give his life away yet again. A nice pick off there by Miracle. This is what they need. Any of these little kills to start elevating that net worth a little bit. As trying to run and find somebody here. They won't be able to catch up to Taiga, it looks like. As Mind Control just takes out that creep wave, they take back over their outpost. And it does look like they're going to reset a little bit for the moment.
And I do want to mention that Miracle, I think he made a very good decision this game. You're playing TA with an IO Luda. There's not going to be enough farm on the map for both of you to hard farm. The usual TA build is just drag onto this 1 second bottom.
Looking for this now. They have that Blink Dagger on Taiga now.
There's not going to be... Oh.
Underneath a ward too. This could be an opening here. The rest of them are connecting. They want to try and run down anybody, but it looks like Enigma, good read of the map. You've got this TA that's farming up top, and then the rest of them get out of bottom.
Yeah, and I think a lot of their ability to read the map is because of the fact that Miracle, instead of opting for that faster Desolator, he goes for Blink Dagger, and it allows you to push lanes further. So now there's all this info on top. It prevents his team from dying bottom, and it nets him the kill in the Coddle. Really good decision making from Miracle on the item choices, I think.
And so often, I feel like we've seen these games that can go the distance. Like, obviously, big win for Liquid being able to take out that bottom tier 2 tower and now just holding on to this outpost. But so often, it's been about like these item timings and teams actually getting those mid-game fights working in their favor. This doesn't feel like it's just going to be a complete and total wash, at least. You've got some avenues to fight for Enigma, but Liquid definitely a little bit more in control of the map at this point. Where do you see Liquid going now? Do you start thinking about a Roche? You've got the Solar Crest done on Enigma.
I think you should be content playing the map. It's not like you don't go for moves, but if you go for a big objective like Roshan into this Mars Arena Eclipse, it could end very badly for you. You sort of want to wait for your Enigma to get his timing, poke at them in side lanes. You know, Monkey King's going BKB, Enigma's going BKB, Razor almost has his BKB, and then once you can all turn golden, you flip the switch and just, it's go time.
Okay.
Enigma do know about this though, so they're smoked up. They don't want to let Liquid get to BKBs for free.
And a quick jump in there. They find Insania yet again, so he will drop. Miracle again picks up that kill, but he was able to push out that top wave first. So they're kind of in this jungle without an objective to turn to, and down bottom, Taiga is keeping that pressure on. They're pushing out the mid wave as well. All across the board, Liquid doing a good job of just letting Insania die. That's sort of his lot in life at this point.
That is pretty much your goal. If you're waiting for a timing, like you can see he died there, but we saw the gold lead dip to went up to 3k for a second there.
Right.
Despite the kill, because that's your job as a 5 position, you create the space. Miracle does have the Desolator now. I would like to see Nigma sort of push the tempo by going for that Roshan. As long as they can maintain vision control and they don't get caught up by some insane black hole, I think it's a fine fight for them.
Well, it'll be something to watch for as Mind Control. Ooh, right by Taiga. Spots the both of them. Oh, good blink away. Mind Control trying to chase, but can't quite catch up. Kuro hunting, gets him with the bushwhack. And will they be able to find the full punish? Sharpshooter comes out, a couple more catches, looking for the kill, but the black hole to try and turn it. Oh, what? He got pushed out of it. Kuro, oh, the blink away from Taiga. Manages to escape, and Mickey finds him in the trees. First black hole gets Taiga a kill. Looking to get away. He's underneath vision this entire time. Spear, he's alive on 38 HP. But in the meantime, look at the big win that they're getting on Nigma. They get the Aegis for Miracle.
And that's an Aegis into sort of, it's not quite Liquid's timing, but anytime you get a BKB on a core hero, you sort of feel like you want to go fight them. Anything that makes it unable for you to go fight them, like, you know, net worth disadvantage or an Aegis, makes you just feel a little bit worse because you have less options in Dota. You can't do exactly what you want. So now Monkey King and Razor have BKBs, but it's not clear what they want to do anymore.
And for Nigma, they're attempting to get some pressure onto this map, see if they can take down. That was a lot of denies in a row there from Miracle.
That was like 1,300 damage and a courier snipe from a billion range because that's how TA works now.
That's silly. That's absolutely silly. But yeah, they're gonna take down this tier 1 tower mid. I mean, with Black Hole on cooldown, why not? So Nigma finding their footing in this game number 3. Again, elimination on the line for both of these teams. And Miracle, he wants to go for the thing that people were talking about being broken for a while. He's queuing up that Aghanim Scepter instead of going for BKB.
I think it makes a lot of sense this game because you can look at ILTW's item choice as well. He's gone for that early Hurricane Pike. If you look at the heroes on Team Liquid, both the Monkey King and Razor, they're really bad against carry mobility because you want to get these carries in your ring. Okay, he pikes out or pikes you out. Same for the Static Link where Miracle can just jump out of it with that psionic projection.
You can see out of LTW's 9 games, second lowest at this point. It has definitely been a tough one for ILTW.
They're finding Taiga,
but he's still one of the highest in the game. And yeah, Taiga gets caught by the bushwhack, the turn, the burn, the finish. Taiga goes down, but up top, they're looking for ILTW now. Seeing if they can get him. GH, he has the relocate, hoping to get him out of there in a second, and they will. Oh, it was a good attempt there by Insania to get the blinding light to break the tether, but it won't happen. And that is going to be an IO dead. But ILTW, he'll live through it.
Yeah, Nigma will take that trade any day. I think the one win condition that is looming this game is just no matter what happens this game, there are no real Enigma Black Hole cancels. So there are 2 counters left. There's Wind Waker and Aeon Disc. These are the only counters to Black Hole. But they're very hard to buy, to be honest. And Aeon Disc isn't even guaranteed. So as soon as he gets that BKB, they no matter how this game goes, Liquid can always still win this game with some good spellcasting.
Well, we're 22 minutes in now, and Nigma have been able to secure all of the tier 1 towers across the map. They've got really good traps that are spread throughout. This has that feeling like, at least for now, they just want to control this map. And how close are we now? We're about 700 gold away from Miracle getting that Aghanim Scepter. So what's the play style that you want to do if you're TA in this game with the Aghanims? What's he looking to accomplish with this?
I mean, you can join Pickoffs anywhere, which is pretty crazy with an IO relocate as well, right?
Taiga?
They're catching mind control.
Or who's catching who? Well, they're trying to find that finish on the Taiga, get the kill, mind control, TP's out afterwards, and I think he's good. They were hunting up there, placed down a good ward, and managed to take down the Enigma.
Oh man, and Kuroki gets out too. There's a relocate. They're going for more here.
Looking for round 2 of this one. Insania in some trouble. These guys are crazy. Eclipse comes out. Insania's gonna live through this. If GH dies right now, oh, this is horrendous now for Nigma. As they're gonna lose ILTW, gets brought down. The greed owie.
Ooh, that's a certain series of numbers coming out in Twitch chat right now, I believe. Because that entire play, MC and Kuroki, they make this huge play. They force all of Liquid's heroes there. They kill off the crucial, again, Enigma, slowing down his farm. But if you bring all the heroes there and then go to the same area again, you're basically asking them to kill you. Because you know exactly where they are. You brought them there and they're like, okay, bonus kill. And it happens to be on GH and your carry, which is huge. And just unfortunate. I don't know who called that because IO relocates are a team decision. But it just results in such an unfortunate situation for Team Nigma.
Well, that is given a little bit of new life here to Team Liquid, and Miracle, he's got the Aghanim Scepter done now. Can try and go for these sort of spread out plays, but how close are we now to BKB for Taiga? He's about 1,000 gold away. This game, it feels like it's going to go the distance.
I think so too. I think this is going to be a long one. There's actually one more Black Hole BKB cancel for Enigma this game. It's actually TA's Meld Strike.
Okay.
TA actually gets a lot of range, so we might see that come into play because I agree. It doesn't look like either team can eke out an advantage this game, really. I mean, the 2 cores on Enigma are really farmed, but Liquid in general, their net worth is a very strong, fundamental middle.
Got to be careful here on mind control. The Solar Bind, the slowdown, Spear, just get the separation. That ward scouts all of the movement in this direction. And after the Illuminate Blast...
Miracle's going to double mode.
They're thinking about turning on this. Mickey, gotta be careful. Backs away. Mind Control has Blink back up if he wants to go. Ooh, good Glimmer Cape keeping Mickey alive. Sharpshooter also off the mark. Nice reaction there to not give up any other heroes.
It's so much minus armor. Just the double meld plus Desolator. I wonder if he's going to take the extra meld minus armor, seeing as how like Miracle makes a lot of plays. Normally you like almost always get the meld dispels, but I mean it takes off Enigma Keel, some Solar Crest, some Solar Blind.
Yeah,
but
Blinding Light.
He almost killed Mickey in like 3 hits there. If he had another 6 minus armor, I think Mickey dies there.
It's going to be something to watch for. As, you know, oftentimes obviously you sort of get that bonus when you're in the Wukong's command. But that's sort of the nature of this TA build, right? Is that you're always going to be potentially open for attack if you just don't have the vision around you. Taiga up top, looking for something here maybe. Gets down a ward. Only scouts out right there. Needs to kill off those trees first. But they do spot ILTW and IO, but they're not going to go for anything. Yeah, just TP's back to the rest of the team. You can feel the tension, though, in this game. It's really on a knife's edge.
Yeah, it really is. And I feel like a bit of a missed opportunity with that ward. The Luna and the Wisp were close enough, and I think Razor could have made it to connect if they had started running earlier. But they do back out, and they have a really good read on the map for Nigma right now. They had top lane pushed in all the way because Luna got to send Manta Illusions. Bot lane, Mind Control was straight up just hitting a tier 2 on Mars. And Miracle, he's just controlling a lot of the vision this game with his traps. It's not easy for Liquid to go for these moves, and you know, they're going for the smoke. This is also a bit desperate because your lanes are bad. They need to connect right away or it's going to be scouted out.
Looking for it. ILTW back behind that tier 1 tower. That would have been a perfect opportunity. But you can see, oh, he passes by the ward, though. They're going to spot him now. Do they decide to go back up that direction? Looks like they're looking for more, but you can see down bottom. Nigma feeling very confident with themselves. They're going to take this tier 2 tower. And, I mean, this liquid smoke, we'll see if it connects or not, but...
There's a lot of vision for Radiant.
Yeah, and the smoke wears off now. They're walking into the vision that they have on the side of Team Nigma and going to jump forward. They break down the tree. Is this really the play that they want to go for, though? Seeing if they can find this finish on a Mickey. Engaging in this fight. Mind Control now in a little bit of a trouble as ILTW goes in for the relocate. Where's Taiga? He's moving over from the side. Kuro's right on top of him, though. Mind Control brought down low. Do they have anything else left? Black hole onto nothing. Taiga can't connect, and Nigma just played that perfectly.
Yeah, GH just relocating ILTW after the timer out. And honestly, I talk about Black hole counters. I completely forgot about the Wisp. I don't know. I don't see this hero that much, but it is one of the best saves versus Black hole in the late game. And there, you know, at the end of relocate, you just bring your target back with you, whoever's tethered, even if you're stunned or used or whatever disables. And Nigma, they're not done yet. They're going.
Looking for more. No Black hole available. They do get the link off, but already dead on Mickey. Can Quakefa do this all on his own? Trying to bring down one. They have the Boxy in there to break through the refraction. Miracle getting brought down low. Oh, but he gets out. Dude, that psionic projection so good. Turns now on to Boxy, trying to finish him off. He's just tickling him, and it's not going to be enough to find that kill. But yeah, the relocate away from the black hole, so solid, and proven to be the answer that they need.
Ooh, and that was sort of like the BKB reveal on Liquid. They're taking these fights, and all 3 of their cores, I mean, I consider Enigma a core, so 3 out of their 4 cores have gone for the B. Oh, they caught Quakefa mid.
Oh, good force staff, though. Insania saving Quakefa. Turning out, trying to get him. Is he low enough? Eul Scepter afterwards. They have any other save. Boxy gets the disarm off, but they couldn't take care of Miracle, who comes in, cleans up. They have buyback on these heroes, but you don't want to have to use it.
All of a sudden, it's a 7k gold lead from Team Nigma, and they're knocking on the base here. They still have Mars Arena. They have their BKB on Mars back up.
Oh,
they want to go.
Looking for it. Nigma, they're up 7,000 gold right now. And trying to take down something here. Another force staff keeping Boxy all fine and dandy. Sharpshooter not going to connect onto anybody. And Liquid, they managed to hold their high ground.
and Miracle, he did go for that meld armor reduction at level 20. And you can even see during that play, he was setting up mid in case anyone tried to push out that lane. I would like to see him leave a trap in the fountain, just so you don't have to TP back at all. He did have to expend his TP last time, but it's a small thing considering he just jumps into Roshan and can start doing the objective right away.
Do they recognize this? Oh, Taiga is 30 seconds away from Black Hole. Yeah, they're moving over this direction already. The rest of Nigma is here. Kuro there to try and break the smoke. They jump on him, though, right at the start. Find that kill. And Nigma, do they want to tempt fate? They have Arena, they have BKB thinking about it. But Black Hole off cooldown 15 seconds. They're buying back now. This is the fight right here for Nigma. If they can make it happen, jump forward, tries to get the backlines, but the BKB comes out from Mickey. Quakeba tries to get the link off, not going to connect. They could jump now with BKBs down low, but there's still one more BKB available. That's really important. Taiga in the backlines. He's got that Black Hole ready now. Nigma, where are they going to go to? They have relocate also. Kuro queuing up that sharpshooter. Roche down. 2,000 HP. Slowly but steadily, they're trying to get this. Where is the opening? Wukong's command is now down, and Aegis, it's just in their hands. Liquid get it. What a play.
But
Liquid with the call out.
Miracle actually took bot racks during that. He identified that they could not fight Roshan. So despite Liquid being up down 8k gold, they get to Roshan. And the compensation is, you've taken bot racks. I don't know who comes out ahead in that. I think Liquid are happy, to be honest. You have to be happy, because Aegis is your win condition. The other counter to Black Hole that exists in every Dota game is just have a second life.
True enough.
So now that they only have one life on Team Nigma, I mean, buybacks aside, which is also a counter to Black Hole.
We're finding a lot of counters to Black Hole.
Nah, it's I mean they're like not real counters, so right? Like the
Right.
real counter is he uses Black Hole and you drop your Warlock Rock and he just feeds. But there are like counter plays, I should say, to it. And Aegis is one of the best ones, and now that they don't have it, you can sort of commit in with this Black Hole, hopefully get 2 cores so that IO can't relocate both of them out and win a fight that way. It's a glimmer of hope from Liquid from that play.
There's some problems here, definitely, that they're going to have to address, though. Like you mentioned, this